Section 1 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Fair Mystery, The Story of a Coquette, by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 1. A Voice and a Face in the Night. Hush! For the love of mercy, hush! I cannot bear it. But that which called forth this protest was only the lisping prayer of a little child at its mother's knee. Patty Brace lifted the white-robed figure to her lap and rested the brown head on her bosom. "Mark," she said, in mild remonstrance, looking at her husband, "I say I cannot bear it. You have her pray, 'God bless my home.' It is too much." "But why not? On this wild, stormy night, when other little ones may be out in the dashing rain and moaning wind, is it not right to pray, 'God bless our home'?" "But how long will we have a home, Patty? Think of tomorrow." "Oh, heaven help me, tomorrow! Ruined, disgraced, going out from the home where I was born and forced into exile. I cannot bear it. We shall never have a home again, and our child will grow up homeless." "Dear Mark, you cannot go out disgraced when you have done no wrong, and homeless you will not be, for home is where the heart is, and in any land we three will be together, and heaven over all." "I cannot feel as you do, Patty. I am not gentle and good as you. I blame myself that by going security for that smooth-toothed rascal, whom may a curse—" "Hush!" said Patty, with sudden authority. "Mark, you shall not curse friend, neighbor, nor enemy. It is not your nature. It is wrong. If you curse anyone, how can you look to have prayer answered?" "Prayer," said Mark bitterly. "I begin not to believe in prayer, or goodness, or any such thing. You have prayed, and that innocent little victim on your bosom has prayed, in her baby way, and has heaven heard? No, we lose our home, and I was born here." Heavier grew the round brown head of the 2-year-old child on Patty's breast. The little tanned hands fell apart with a sleepy grace, and the plump sunburnt face took the moist flush of childhood's deep rest. Patty looked at her husband. He leaned against the wooden mantel-shelf. The ruddy light of the fire leaped across his sorrowful brow, and the wife saw the bronzed cheek wet with not unmanly tears. Beyond him, in the range of her vision, was the window looking toward the garden, and between the bushes of lilac and guelder roses, Patty had a swift vision of a tall woman, robed in black, a thin, white face looking eagerly into the cheerful farm kitchen. She leaped to her feet, but the vision had faded. Only the wind swept the wet lilac boughs against the pane. Only the guelder roses looked like tall, dark, draped forms in the stormy night. "What is it?" said Mark as she started. "Nothing," said the wife. "Little Mattie sleeps. I must carry her up to bed." She chided herself for her fancies. "Nothing," said Mark. "I have become nervous and womanish with my misery. Do you know, Patty, even now I keep looking for someone or something to come and save me." "It is never too late," said Patty. "Heaven could save you now, save you even by so frail a thing as this baby child." She passed to the upper room, and left Mark still in his misery, hastily retracing his past in gloomy thought. Patty returned and stood wistfully, her hand on his arm. "Don't despond, Mark. We are young, strong, loving. We will give honest work for honest bread." "It is not right for the innocent to perish with the guilty," cried Mark vehemently. "For you and baby Mattie to perish with me." "You are not perishing, and how have you been guilty?" "I seem to have been guilty somehow, all along. My father left me this farm in fairly good order, the lease for my life and one after me. I could not rest content. I must improve the land and improve the outbuildings and improve the breed of my cattle and sheep like a fool. No, like neither a knave nor a fool, like an enterprising farmer wanting to improve his prospects and grow with the age. Did not the Duke of Downsbury say you were one of his best tenants, and that you were a pattern of good farming and industry?" "And then," said Mark, intent on saying bitter things of himself, I had £1,000, my father's savings, and instead of leaving it where he placed it, at safe, low interest, I must let the men of the great new Bank of Downsbury persuade me to give all to them for big interest. And that bubble burst, the bank collapsed, swindled everyone, and left me nothing. No blame to you, and you were left your good name. Are you not known in all the country as honest Mark Brace? I must be a scoundrel some way, Patty, to have such luck." "Go on and tell your sins," said Patty. "You married a girl without money, Patty Leslie by name. You took care of her widowed mother till she died, and you were so foolish as to have a little girl child who can only eat and not earn." "Heaven bless her and you," said Mark. "Marrying the best wife in the world was about the only good deed I ever did. What did you start that way for again, Patty?" "Hark! I heard such a strange noise, a pitiful wail." "No further off than my heart," said Mark. "I heard nothing. Once married, Patty, think how harvest after harvest has been poor, and seasons bad, so I could not lay up a penny. Not your fault, Mark. I know I hear a cry." "No, no, my ears are keen. I hear nothing. It is the storm. Even the wind and rain are crying after the outgoing of the Brace blood from the farm of Brackenside. Oh, Patty, why could I not let well enough alone, and not go and sign security for that villain Amwell?" "You did it out of pure heart-kindness. You thought him honest and in trouble. You helped him. And he left me with £100 to pay. He meant to do it all along. He robbed me. I robbed you, and tomorrow my goods must be seized. The crops will be bid off as they stand in the ground, and the farm tools and the house goods with them, for this terrible security. I have tried everywhere to get help. I spent all day today seeking for someone to lend to me, but since Farmer Dobbs holds a mortgage on my livestock for the debt the burning of the big barn brought me into, I cannot get any help. The lease must be sold to finish paying up Dobbs. I will not run off in debt like that scoundrel Amwell, and with what is left we can emigrate. Patty, oh, how can I go? I love every stick and every tree and every sod. My mother and father lie here in yon churchyard, and I had hoped to lie with them." Honest Mark Brace covered his face with his hands, and his strong, tall figure shook with the storm of his sorrow. He loved every foot of this land, where, boy and man, he had sung at his work and lived popular and respected. A fine, stalwart young Englishman, intensely a home lover, it seemed to him impossible that other skies could be so blue, other breezes so jocund, other fields so green, as these that blessed his birthplace. Patty, in mute sympathy, clasped her hands about his neck, friend in woe as in joy. She, too, loved and suffered, but hers was a cheerful, hopeful, pious soul. She could not despair, as Mark did. Mark had been loudly accusing himself where he was guiltless. Now, with the inconsistency of misery, he turned to declare his own uprightness, and, by implication, the injustice of heaven. "Why has this come to me? Other worse men have happier fortune. Have I swindled men like the bankers, who carried off my all? Have I lied like Ned Amwell? Did I ever cheat in my men's wages? Have I sent the poor empty from my door? Have I failed to pay my tithes or miss church on Sundays? Do I drink? Do I swear? Do I ever go to sleep in church? Why, then, have I such trouble?" The wild minglings of crimes, errors, and peccadilloes might have made a disinterested listener laugh. It did not make Patty laugh, nor did it call forth an answer. She turned an intent ear to the outer world and said uneasily, "Mark, listen. Other souls are in pain. It is not the wind that I hear, not the dashing rain. I have heard sobs and moans and crying in the night, a child crying, like a little baby soul that has lost its way and can find neither earth nor heaven." "Your fancies make me mad," cried Mark angrily. "My troubles are real, and so will yours be tomorrow." Shrill and clear the cry quivered in the air. He, too, heard it. "It is little Mattie," he cried. "Run to her." And he followed Patty fleet-footed up the stairs. But little rosy Mattie slept tranquilly, and the two came slowly down. Patty opened the kitchen window and the swirling rain drenched her dark hair as she leaned into the darkness. "Come in, there will be nights enough to face storms," said Mark hardly. "We are only both fanciful, or, as my old granny used to tell me, since we are flitting from the hearth where we have kept warm so long, the souls of my ancestors are mourning for my sorrow. Poor old granny, little she knew how I should leave the old roof-tree." Patty sprang to her feet. "Mark, come with me. It is no fancy, no spirit. It is real, some human being out in this tempest. Let us search everywhere and give the homeless a shelter this last night that we have a home." She ran from the room, and Mark followed her into the stone-flagged entry. Her vehemence carried him away. He reached over her shoulder and aided her trembling hands to undo the door-bolt. Starless the night, no balm on the summer air, the raw chill of autumn brooding under the beating rain, a murky heaven over land and sea, and once again that wild, only half-human wail, coming up now from their very feet. Patty sprung into the dark, vine-draped porch. The red light from the kitchen crept fitfully to the threshold, and close beside the door-sill lay a bundle in the poor shelter of the latticed porch. From that bundle came, shrill and piteous, that miserable cry. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 2. A Fairy Changeling. "Mark, Mark, it is a child, a poor forsaken baby," said Patty, stooping down and gathering into her womanly arms the weeping waif fragment of the seething sea of humanity, so strangely drifted to her door. "A child, dear heaven, such a very fine child." She hurried into the kitchen and laid the bundle on the table in the circle of lamplight, and with careful, eager fingers began to loosen the wrappings. "A child," said Mark, amazed and dull. "A child." Then with sudden anger he cried out, "A child to the homeless, a child to us, who will not be able to care for our own, a child for forced exiles. Why did they not carry it to the poorhouse? There, at least, it might have stayed." "Hush, dear," said Patty. "God only asked of us duty for today. Tonight we have a home, and can take the stranger in. God will take care of it tomorrow." "Not that I grudge the poor little wretch," said Mark, looking over his wife's shoulder. Patty unpinned the tartan shawl, and snugly wrapped within lay a little babe. A delicate veil covered the small face within the lace and satin cap, and Patty lifted in motherly hands one of the most singularly lovely infants that sun had ever looked upon. Dimpled, snow-white, with exquisitely moulded features, and neck and hands, soft rings of golden silken hair, a faint perfume of costly odours breathing from its garments. Patty's tender heart melted at the divine innocence, loveliness, helplessness of the little one, and raising the rosebud face to her own, she kissed it softly again and again. This motion caused the white cashmere cloak to fall back, and Mark gave a cry at some dark thing broadly pinned against the quilted satin lining. As his wife kissed the babe, murmuring, "Little lovely angel, who sent you? Who could abandon you?" Mark unpinned this object and held it near the light. Then he gave such a cry that his wife, clasping the babe closer, turned to him in alarm. In his shaking hand he held a packet of banknotes. He cried out, "Patty, Patty, did God send this? See, just the amount of my debt. Patty, Patty, am I safe? Is this ours?" "How much is there?" she demanded breathlessly. 20 fives, £100. "Mark, just what we owe?" "Just that. Oh, Patty, we are saved." He staggered to a seat, white and weak, and then, first, Patty realized what his anguish of soul had been. The strong young farmer shook like a reed. Drops of perspiration rolled over his face. "But is it ours?" demanded Patty, sitting down also, and beginning to unfasten the baby's cap and cloak. "See if there is anything more, any message, any word. Quick! Oh, Patty, Patty, I am weak." Patty rose up, stroked his cheek, kissed him, said, "Courage, Mark, heaven has helped us," and then she set to searching the child. On the lace bosom of the little dress was sewed a letter. She unfastened it and held it to her husband. "You read it, Mark. I am so frightened, my eyes are dim. See, it is to us. It says on the outside, 'To Mark and Patty Brace.'" Mark restrained himself, and as Patty softly rocked the child to and fro on her breast, he read aloud, "To you, a most sorrowful mother sends this little child. You have never seen that mother, probably you never will, but she has heard of you, of honest Mark Brace and Patty Brace, his kind, good wife. Oh, be tender to this little child, deprived of father and of mother. Be patient with it. Think how its mother's heart ached at parting. Think of your own little child. Let this baby be yours, and your child's sister. It is lovely and white as an angel. Will you try to keep its soul white and pure, and bring it up simply, like your own, just to be good? There is a little mark on the right shoulder, a little red leaf, but I may never be able to claim my own again. Then let it be yours, and rear it as you will answer for it to God. With the child the mother sends you £100, and every year will send you the same. This is a child of noble blood and honest birth. Its mother prays you, for the sake of mercy and pity, to make no effort to find her. Never show this letter. Never try to learn the child's surname. Her Christian name is Doris. Will you say you have taken charge of the child for a lady who has gone abroad? Say only that, and night and day a heart's best prayers will go up for you, who are good to little Doris." Mark and Patty looked at each other in silence. "Oh, Mark, you doubted God and prayer." "Did I? May God pardon me. I was wild with misery." "Whose child can this be?" said Patty. "Patty," said Mark, "if we use this money, as we must and shall, it is part of a bargain, you know, a bargain to keep the child tenderly and faithfully, and make no effort to discover who sends it. We must keep faith." "It will be very easy to be loving and tender to such a lovely baby," said Patty. "Look, did you ever see anything so wonderful, so beautiful in all your life?" "Fair as an angel," said Mark, gently kissing the wee white hand. "God bless the baby, the little angel baby that saved us." 100 a year! That is very much money, just for keeping one little child," said Patty. "We must pay ourselves what is fair, and keep the rest to educate the child, or make her dower. And we are to keep her soul white and fair. The letter says we are to train her like our own, Mark. Only, Patty, it is a child of noble blood, and if some day the mother claims her, she must not be ashamed of the child, Patty." "Oh, Mark," cried Patty in terror, "suppose the mother is in all this storm? Go, Mark, take a light and look for her. Do go." "She cannot possibly be lingering here, Patty." "Oh, Mark, she is no doubt waiting to see what we will do. I am sure I saw her looking in the window before I took Mattie to bed." Mark took a lantern from its hook by the chimney side and went out into the storm. There was no trace of anyone. The gate was fastened. No footprint marked the gravel walk. Nothing but sighing wind and plashing rain filled the darkness. He returned to the house. "There is no one. Whoever was here has done the errand and gone. I cannot believe it yet, Patty. My debt is paid. My home is saved. I shall live where my fathers lived, and die where they died, and all by means of this little child. I feel as if I could never love it enough." Patty looked at the babe on her arm. She cried, "How could a mother give up such a lovely creature? I would rather die. Oh, poor mother! Mark, a heart has broken tonight in this storm." "I wonder if the poor soul was married," said Mark. "She must have been. Look at the letter, Mark. It is the letter of a good woman. She wants the child's soul kept white and pure. A wicked woman would think of the body, but not of the soul." The child opened its eyes like spring violets, softly blue. It stirred uneasily. Patty went for milk to feed it. "There are no clothes with it, Mark. Whoever knew us to write to us knew about little Mattie, and expected us to let this baby wear her clothes, and be reared just like our own. She went for a night-dress that had been worn by Mattie a year before, and taking off the infant's rich clothes, put on instead the simple little gown. About the child's neck was a gold chain, with a locket. In the locket was a tress of curly golden hair, and one of dark shining brown. "Mark," said Patty, "let us put the letter and the locket and these rich clothes away. Some day they may be needed to show whose child it is." Mark folded the articles together and locked them in a strong box, which for years had held the especial valuables of the owners of Brackenside Farm. Never before had such singular treasures been placed among those ample rustic relics. "Now," said Patty, "I shall take this baby up and put her in Mattie's trundle bed. They are sisters now." She carried the wee stranger upstairs and laid it by her own little daughter. Mark held the light. "There is a great difference between them," said Patty, as she looked at the two little ones in the same bed. "It is not only that one is 2 years and one is 2 months, but she looks like a child of the nobles, the other like a child of the people." "The people are the bone and sinew of the land, and the heart too," said Mark sturdily. "I don't believe a mother of the people would give such a baby away in this fashion. You note my words, wife. It is pride, rank pride, that has cast this child out among strangers." Patty sighed, still looking at the children. Little Doris, a jewel child, pearly skin, golden hair and brows, and a little red mouth like a thread of rubies. Mattie, brown, plump, sturdy, child of soil, wind and sun. "I like my own best," said Mark bravely, "if she is not half so fair. Our Mattie has what will last all her life, a warm, true, honest little heart in her strong little body." "Of course you will like our own best," said Patty, half offended. "It would be a fine story if the coming of this little beauty could crowd our girl out of the first place in our hearts." "I wonder if they will love each other," said Mark. "Of course they will, as they are to be sisters," said Patty, with edifying faith in humanity. "And I wonder if she will love us. Surely, since we are to be her parents, and will always be kind and faithful to her." "I hope so," said Mark, shaking his head. "But there are some things, Patty, that do not mix well, as say oil and water, and belike blood would tell, and this little lady will not take to our homely ways. Besides, we shall always be considering how much is her due for that £100 a year, and I for one will always be remembering how she came like a little angel to save a home that is like my heart's blood to me." Then they went downstairs, leaving the dark child and the fair child sleeping together. End of chapter 2.
Section 3 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay, Chapter 3. A Daughter of Patricians. Mark and Patty Brace sat down again by their hearthstone. They were too much excited to think of sleep. Mark made up the fire and trimmed the lamp, and ruddy glow and golden gleams seemed the joyful reflection of their strangely brightened fortunes. Honest Mark, who seldom even thought of locking his door when he went to bed, suddenly felt that thieves might break in to steal that blessed £100 that saved him from ruin. He buttoned the notes up in his waistcoat and longed for the day dawn when he might pay his debt and be free. Upon Patty's simple heart rested the shadow of a new care. It was to her upright spirit a terrible responsibility to rear a stranger's child. What disposition would this little one inherit? Could she obey that unknown mother's behest and keep this soul white and pure? Suppose the child should be wilful, full of faults, proud, hard to govern, in all points the opposite to her own simple, gentle, good little girl. Would she be able by love and kindness to govern and mould her into goodness? And suppose the child grew day by day into her heart, until it seemed like her very own, and then that unknown mother came and took her away. Suppose, too, that after all her humble cares, when the mother came, she should be dissatisfied and complain of the rudeness of the child's rearing. But Patty need not have feared that. She had herself the best of good breeding, that which comes from a generous, thoughtful, unselfish spirit. Then she began to wonder who was the mother of this babe. She told over to herself all the ladies of the adjacent village of Brakebury. Not one had £100 a year to spare. She thought of all the ladies she had met in the narrow limits of life, in which she had never been 50 miles from her home. There was not one whom it would not have been the utmost absurdity to charge with the maternity of this charge. "I give it up," said Patty aloud with a sigh. "Give what up?" asked Mark, starting from a reverie. "Guessing who is the mother of this little Doris." "So you should give it up," said honest Mark stoutly. "A bargain is a bargain, Patty, and you know all that money is not to pay for one baby's milk, tendance, and bits of clothes, nor is it to buy our faith, for faith cannot be bought, but it is given to us as a pledge of a secret kept with that child's mother, and to use to defend that secret, and so we must. Questions, Paddy, we must not ask nor answer. If curiosity is troublesome, we'll even bear it till it dies out naturally. We are paid for the trouble of bearing our neighbour's curiosity." "That is true," said Paddy. "We will make silence our rule." So they sat by the fire while the storm ceased. The winds fell, the rain-heavy grass and leaves lifted themselves, the east brightened with a new day, the birds broke forth into matin song, and then a broad bar of sunshine fell over the kitchen floor, through the very window where the black-veiled figure had stood the night before. "Mark," said Paddy, "here is a new day." "And a very happy day," said Mark. "I shall go to pay my debt the first thing, and then, heaven helping me, when this harvest is gathered in, I can settle with neighbour Dobbs and stand up a free man. After that, Paddy, I'll starve before I beg, borrow, steal, or go security. In my eye, it's all one. It's robbing your own or your neighbour's in any case." How happy felt Mark Brace that morning as, with springing step and whistling like a mavis loud and clear, he strode off to Brakebury to pay his debt. His sinewy hand trembled convulsively as he took his receipt. "I am as thankful as you are, Mark," said his creditor. "It would have gone to my heart to ruin you. I lay awake all night thinking of it, but I must have this money or be sold out myself, and my wife is ill in bed, and my old mother blind, and cleaving to this home she was born in as ivy cleaves to the wall." "I know how it goes," said Mark. "I've felt it. And after this I'll hold the Scriptures' rule to owe no man anything but to love one another." Mark felt his heart large enough to love all the world that morning, especially that golden-haired mystery who had brought him safety. He hurried home, longing to be at work again. He felt energy for everything. Never had there been such a fair day, never such a lovely home, never such beautiful fields standing thick to the sickle. Heaven be praised, he was his own man again. He met his labourers coming to the work. In answer to his questions, one said that, crossing a field after dark, he had met a tall woman in black, veiled, carrying a bundle which, at the time, he fancied might be a child. Another, returning late from the Blue Boar, had passed a tall woman in black, veiled, hurrying on with empty arms swinging at her sides, but heard her sob and moan as she went by. This was all Mark Brace heard about that eventful night. The neighbours, finding a golden-haired dainty babe in Patty Brace's cradle, said wisely, "No doubt she was well paid." Mark Brace seemed flush of money to late. It was well to have friends. The child very surely belonged to some great lady. But whether its mother lived or was dead, or where she was, Patty never opened her lips to tell, and after 2 months gossip died away, and the baby at Brackenside Farm was an accepted fact. One person asked questions with more show of authority, and to him Mark and Patty told part of the truth. This one person was the rector of Brakebury. They told him that the child had been left at their door with a letter and a sum of money. The letter said the child was legitimate and Christianed, and that the £100 would come each year. The rector was so astonished at this story that he told it to his bishop when he dined with him. "And what kind of child is it?" asked the Bishop of Lansdowne. "The most marvellously beautiful creature, fairly angelic." A few weeks later, in November, the bishop was dining with the Duke of Downsbury, and bethought himself to tell the tale, beginning, "Does not the village of Brakebury belong entirely to your grace? And is not Mark Brace one of your tenant farmers?" The bishop told the story, as he told every story, admirably. "And they have no clue to the child's family?" asked the Duchess. "Not the least. It was the most cleverly managed thing I ever heard of in my life." When the ladies returned to the drawing-room, Lady Estelle Hereford, the Duke's only child, asked her mother, "What was that story the bishop was telling?" Lady Estelle was not 19. Her mother felt that this tale of a foundling was not a proper thing to pour into the ear of innocence. "Really, my dear, I was shocked at the bishop's speaking of such a thing before you," said her Grace of Downsbury. "Why, mamma, there may be nothing really wrong about it after all," said Lady Estelle quietly, and the Duchess privately thanked heaven for her daughter's simplicity. "There is always something wrong where there is concealment," said the Duchess with decision. "Honour does not shun the day. I prefer you do not talk of it, Estelle." "But, dear mamma, I want to know. So little happens here in the country. I hoped it was something to interest me." "No, my dear, only a little child left at Mark Brace's door with some money, and I think that is all, my dear." "And Mark Brace is going to keep the child, mamma?" "So I understand. Very admirable, honest people, the Braces." "It is just like a novel, mamma, nicer than a written one. I am sick of novels, as I am sick of everything. I would like to see that child, if it is so pretty, mamma." "My dearest love, but Brackenside is 15 miles off, and you could not go so far in this chill autumn weather. You know the doctor says you are to get to Italy at once." Lady Estelle leaned back as one completely bored and weary of life, and toyed with her fan and flowers. A beauty, an heiress, a duke's daughter, Lady Estelle had been for a year and a half the idol of the most fashionable circle in London. Proud, stately, cold, calm, with sudden gleams of tenderness and fire in her great violet eyes, she had been courted by some of the noblest men in England, and dismissed each with the same indifference. But the excitement of gay life, or a nervous shock received in travelling with her friend Lady Agnes Delapain in Switzerland, had stolen the wild rose tint from her cheeks and the elasticity from her graceful step, and baffled physicians ordered her to be taken to a warmer climate. "I am sorry to lose you again, Lady Hereford," said the bishop, when the gentlemen joined the ladies in the drawing-room. "Thank you, but I am rather glad to go. I may find in Italy something to amuse me, or wake my cold, calm soul to romance. Here it seems to me it is very dull. Only the little incident that you told today rises over the prosaic." Lady Estelle, with a swift glance, assured herself that the Duchess was at the most remote corner of the room. "Ah, yes, that has a flavour of romance," said the bishop. "And you say the child is healthy and pretty?" "Both, I am told, to an unusual degree. It has the fatal gift of beauty." "Why fatal?" asked Lady Estelle with listless politeness. "Not fatal to those born to rank, parents, and every care, but fatal to the poor, the unprotected, the unknown. I cannot imagine a more terrible gift to a friendless child." "I never thought of that," said Lady Estelle, and then her brief interest in the little child seemed to pass into the gentle indifference with which she regarded all the events of life. For hours afterward, Lady Estelle Hereford thought of the fair foundling that had been left at Brackenside Farm, and an uneasy feeling came over her as she reflected upon the bishop's words. "The child possesses the fatal gift of beauty. I cannot imagine a more terrible gift to a friendless girl." End of Chapter 3. Section 4 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 4. The Marble Psyche. Mark Brace was the tenant of the Duke of Downsbury, as his fathers before him had for many generations been the tenants of the Duke's ancestors. Yet no two lines of life seemed to run farther apart than those of the Duke and the farmer. The Duke respected and appreciated his tenant, and the tenant sturdily held loyal faith in his Duke, as the noblest Duke in England. Yet, when Downsbury Castle was shut up and all the family were abroad seeking year by year health for the patrician daughter, that absence of the noble patron made no change in the current of life at the farm. Patty and Mark, when the Duke came to their minds, hoped he would find for his only child the health he sought. "How we should feel if our Mattie was delicate," said Patty. "What a pity it is," said Mark, "that the Duke has no son. He has hoped and hoped, but now we know he will be the last Duke of Downsbury." "But Lady Estelle will get strong, perhaps, and marry, and he will have great comfort in his grandchildren," said Patty. Meanwhile, at Brackenside Farm, little Doris grew every day in beauty and brightness. Never was such a winsome wee thing. Patty felt sure the saucy blue eyes would count many victims when Doris bloomed into girlhood beauty. Patty was tender of her charge, as of some strange tropic bird that had fluttered into her homely nest. Mattie, with her frank simplicity, adored, waited on, yielded to her little sister. Honest Mark fell a complete slave to the fascinations of her beauty. He could not give a severe look, nor a reproving word. The twining of those dimpled arms round his neck brought instant submission to any whim of Miss Doris. "Mark, Mark, you are like all the men. You think the world and all of a pretty face," said Patty, laughing. "She's just a wonder, and I can't cross her," said Mark. "Not but I like Mattie best. You can rely on Mattie somehow. She's worth 20 of this pretty Doris, but I can say no to her. I can try and train her up to be a good woman. But this little golden and pearly thing is just like a butterfly or a hummingbird to me. That's a fact. And then, Paddy, we have had luck ever since she came. Her hands brought us blessings." Was it any wonder that it came about that when one child was to yield to the other, Mattie yielded to Doris? Mattie was older and stronger, and, truth to say, yielded more readily. If Patty called on a child to help her pick up toys or a spool or run to call Mark, was it not natural that Mattie, true, industrious child of the house, was the one called on, rather than the child who paid £100 a year? Was it strange that, thinking of that lady mother who might any day come to claim her own, Patty protected the snowy beauty of her nurse child with nankeen mittens and sleeves and wide-brimmed hat? Did it seem less than honest, when one considered that yearly £100 and the gentle birth, to give the child finer shoes and daintier garments than little Mattie had? Thus it came about that pride and vanity and indolence and imperious self-will were nursed insensibly in this child, whose soul Patty greatly desired to keep white and pure. Mark Brace, too, felt the duties of that yearly payment pressed upon him. When Doris was 3 years and a half old, he said to his wife, "We must make her mannerly, lest her mother should not be satisfied. When she gets big she must learn music and languages. Now she must learn to sew and read. We will let our Mattie learn what she does. She is our only child. We can afford it." "And you mean me to teach them?" asked Patty. "Oh, no, wife, you're too busy. We will send them every day to Brakebury, to the Mrs. Hopwell." The Misses Hopwell were very genteel ladies, a surgeon's daughters fallen into narrow circumstances, and keeping a little school, very genteel indeed, where they taught the making of samplers, the tables, reading, writing, the globes, etc., in prim, old-fashioned style. To this ladies' school went Mattie and Doris every day, in a little wicker cart drawn by a donkey, beside which ran a barefoot farm boy as their charioteer. And so time went on, and Doris had been 4 years at the farm, and news now spread abroad that Lady Estelle Hereford was better at last, and the Duke was coming home. Back to England finally, and the castle was filled with guests. "I believe," said the Duchess to the Duke, "that the very best thing for our daughter would be a happy marriage. She is over 22. If we could rouse her up to take any interest in anyone, or she lacks animation. She is a Psyche before the coming of Cupid. I heard a gentleman in Italy calling her the marble Psyche, speaking to a friend." "I cannot understand it," said the Duke. "During her first year in society she seemed animated and interested. I believe I even once spoke sharply to her for dancing twice with Captain Roderick Alnwick." "You are quite right," said the Duchess. "I spoke to her myself about him. He was entirely ineligible in every particular. But that all passed by. I thought she liked him a little, and I was glad when he exchanged his regiment and went off to India. A ne'er-to-well family, if an old one." "We must bring together the best parties," said the Duke. "And she may fancy someone. I long to see her settled and have grandchildren about me." The guests came, and among them, calm, gracious, lovely, went Lady Estelle, untouched by adoration, a goddess moving in a nimbus of her own impregnable repose. There was a dinner party given for the Bishop of Lansdowne, and, as usual, the Bishop was full of stories, and told them well. "I remember," said Lady Estelle, Before we went abroad, you told me some story that interested me. Something about a child. No doubt. About the child left at Mark Brace's door. Perhaps that might be it. I suppose it has been claimed. Not at all. Mark has it yet, and shows himself a most honest man in his care of it. Ah, in what way? He not only adores the child, but he rears it delicately, and he means to educate her. Yes, and can one be educated at Brakebury? Said the soft, caressing, languid, scarcely interested voice. The child is young yet. She goes in a little donkey carriage to a really nice little school kept by two ladies in reduced circumstances. When she gets too old for that school, Mark means to find a better one for her. Quite thoughtful of him. And the child is pretty. More pretty than I can tell you. I am sure she is nobly born. I saw her after service the day I held confirmation. And her parents have never been found? Asked the Duchess. No, and surely never will be. Great care has been taken to secure secrecy, and Mark feels bound to maintain it. I do not know, but it may be quite as well, said her Grace, and then dinner was announced. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 5. I Want to Be Just Like You. My dear Estelle, said the Duchess of Downsbury, I had hoped that with returning health you would have more earnestness and animation, be more like your early self. Possibly my early self was a great simpleton, mamma, and as for animation, most girls are overdoing that. Calmness, what you call indifference, may be my style. Don't you think people like it, mamma? Your style is simply perfection, said her Grace, and there are 2 or 3 eligible men here just now who plainly think so. If you could only give them a little encouragement. I'm quite sick of eligible men, mamma. Is it 10 or a dozen that I have declined with thanks? I do not give them encouragement because they offer themselves soon enough without it. They don't interest me. And what will interest you? Asked the perplexed Duchess. Lady Estelle waved to and fro in a meditative manner her feather fan, as if considering what she could desire. I believe, now I think of it, it would interest me to go and see that child the Bishop of Lansdowne told us of. My dear, that is not a nice story at all. It is suspicious. But the Braces are very proper people, and the child may be a very nice child. Brakebury village belongs to us, and I think I never was there. In fact, I have never been over half our estate, nor do I know any of our people. It is hardly necessary that you should, Estelle, because I am not a son and heir, mamma. That is not my fault. I think I should rather have been a boy than a girl. As a boy, I might have found something to interest me. She was relapsing into indifference. We will go and see the child by all means, said the Duchess hastily. Tomorrow at 11 the carriage shall be ready, and your father will accompany us. He wishes to look over the estate a little. At noon the next day, the ducal party were whirling over the broad, level Downsbury road toward the home of honest Mark Brace, who, all unconscious of coming honour, drove his team afield, while Patty guided her household affairs in their usual shining order. It was Saturday, and there was no school for the little ones. Mattie, in brown linen dress, was trotting about after her mother, helping here and there, active and useful. Little Beauty was making bouquets for herself, dressed in white because white she would wear continually, and decorated with a sash and shoulder knots, and deprived of these ornaments she shrieked vigorously. And this, said Lady Estelle as they drove up, is Brackenside. I did not know it was so pretty. A fit place for a romance. Honest Mark, abashed but happy, was anything but a hero of romance as he came up to greet his Duke. Good morning, Mr. Brace, said the Duchess frankly. We have heard so much of your little foster child, your fairy changeling, that we drove over to hear her story and to see her. We would like also to see your wife and your own little girl. Mark Brace told the story in his matter-of-fact way, and he ushered his guests into the seldom-used parlour, the pride of Patty's soul. "It is not half so romantic a story as I thought," yawned Estelle. "But let us see the child, since we are here." Mark withdrew to summon his family. "Goodness, mamma," drawled Estelle, "what a stiff, hideous place! Framed samplers and horsehair chairs. I should die of it. It is well we are not all born alike." She lost herself in contemplation of a tall 8-day clock. Enter Mark, leading Mattie, and Mrs. Brace carrying the golden-haired mystery. The child was beautiful as our dreams of angels. One small hand rested on Patty's shoulder, the other hung in a graceful curve. Her large, clear, smiling eyes met her august guest's, sweet and unabashed. The Duchess raised her hands. "She is perfectly angelic." "A true fairy," said the Duke, taking the child from Patty and standing her, as a thing to be admired, on the table. "What is your name, my dear?" "Doris," said the child, with a gracious little inclination of the head, extending her hand with ease, as if she had now found suitable acquaintances. Fair, pearly fair, her cheeks and lips mantled with the dainty bloom of the wild rose, her hair like spun gold, flowing over her moulded shoulders, her eyes large, shining as stars under dark brows and lashes, fearless, free, not a trace of rustic embarrassment. Taper fingers, ears like small pink shells, true child of the nobles, set now among her peers. "Estelle, do look at her," cried her Grace. Estelle roused herself from contemplating the clock. She drew off her gloves, and the jewels gleamed on her hands, and she took the child's soft palm and gently stroked her golden hair. "You are like sunshine. Speak to me, little one." "Will you tell me what to say?" asked Doris promptly. "What would you like best of anything? Tell me." "I would like to be just like you. I want to be tall, to have rings and your pretty dress, and ride in a carriage. I don't like brown clothes and donkey wagons." Her little lips curled with scorn as she looked toward Patty. "Oh," said Lady Estelle, shocked and remonstrant, "would you not like best of all to be good, very good?" Doris broke into a frank, silvery laugh, showing dimples and pearly teeth. "No," she said with charming candor, "I like pretty things more than being good. Mattie can be good for us both. I am pretty. To be good is so dull." She sighed with grace. The Duke laughed heartily, crying, "Woman, true woman!" "Not true woman at all," said the Duchess indignantly. "A very vain little girl." "All little girls should be good," said little Estelle sagely. Doris laughed again incredulously with all her heart. Patty Brace stepped forward, looking distressed. "Please do not believe her. She is very good most of the time, unless she is cross. She has that odd way of talking, but Mark and I try our best to teach her goodness, and so do the ladies at the school. She will be good, I am sure." "Poor child," said the Duchess. "I hope so." "Promise me that you will be good," said Lady Estelle. "Oh, I'll promise, but then I don't keep promises. I don't think I shall be good. I shall laugh in school, and eat all the red apples, and run away to hide when I am told not." "Very small sins, overcome in time," laughed the Duke. "Perhaps you would like me to sing for you," said Doris, and with a voice sweet, strong, and clear, she broke into an old ballad, caught from Patty's lips, but vastly improved in her rendering. Her visitors were enchanted. "You are a very clever little lady," said the Duke. "Oh, yes, I am a lady," said Doris positively, "and when I am big I shall be just like you," she added to Estelle. "We must go," said Lady Estelle Hereford hastily. "Mamma, I feel quite warm and faint. I want outdoor air." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Chapter 6. Faithless and Debonair. The Duke placed a shining gold sovereign in the hand of Doris, and another in the hand of quiet Mattie. The Duchess looked at the honest, healthy, pleasant face of little Mattie, her frank brown eyes and simple rustic manners, and said suddenly, "I like this child best. She promises better. She fits her place. She will make the world better for her being in it." "Thank you, Grace," said the gratified Patty. "I hope so. But little Doris is very good too, only we cannot help spoiling her. She has such curious ways." "Perhaps you wish to see me dance," said Doris, who had been placed on the floor. "Mattie can't dance. She won't learn the steps. I learn, and I make some steps. See me." Full of grace as a true fairy, she caught one side of her little white gown, and with a glance of veiled coquetry at the Duke, began to dance. The Duke clapped his hands in hearty admiration. The Duchess, looking at her daughter, saw that she was deadly pale. "My dear, you are ill. You are over-fatigued." "No, no, I'm quite well," said Lady Estelle, calm and proud. "I only want fresh air. The room is close." They made hasty adieus, and Mark followed them to the carriage. Mattie stood, a good little figure, framed in the doorway. Doris danced like a butterfly over the turf near the gate. Mark, overcome by his great honours, returned to the parlour, and refreshed himself with a draught of cowslip wine. "Here's an uncommon bit of civility, Patty," he said. "A duke is a duke, say what one may. And what a duke ours is! And what a rare, gracious lady is the Duchess! But the Lady Estelle, oh, she is rather a proud piece, I fear. But God bless her, she's young, and doesn't know what life is yet. I hope she'll live to be a comfort and honour to them. Patty, why don't you speak, my girl? You are pale as the dead. This visit has overdone you." "Oh, no, I'm only thinking very hard, Mark." Mark knew of old that when Patty set herself to hard thinking, she might as well be let alone. So he went off to his work among the barley. But Patty worked that day with a burden on her heart. "Well, well," said the Duke as they drove back, "I did not expect to see such a wonderfully beautiful child, even lovelier than you were, Estelle, when you were little." "Was I pretty?" asked the languid Estelle. "Yes, this child is pretty, and seems to be rather bright." "The prettiest, brightest child I ever saw," said the Duke. "But such shocking ideas! I never saw so young a child with such bad tendencies," cried the Duchess. "It is easy enough to see how she will end." "How will she end, mamma?" said Lady Estelle's slow, sweet voice. "Very badly, my dear. She loves luxury, she is wilful, she is scornful. She will hate the plain ways of those good people, and they will be able to do nothing with her. Gifts and beauty, dangerous dower for this young bird of paradise in a wood dove's nest." "They are bringing up their own child well, I fancy." "Yes, my dear, she is their own. They understand her. They are under no restraint concerning her." "Honest Mark worships that little beauty," said the Duke. "His eyes followed her every movement. She will govern him, and so much the worse for her. Your protégée will have tragedy as well as comedy in her life, Estelle." "Why call her my protégée?" said Lady Estelle indignantly. "Surely I have sins and follies enough to answer for, papa, without assigning to my protection a child of whom my mother prophesies such evil." "I wish we could do something for her," said the Duke. "What could we do?" "She is admirably well kept. She goes to school. If that good Patty Brace could not succeed with her, could we, where life and fashion would fill her head with nonsense? Perhaps I only speak so because I am constitutionally indolent." "You are quite right. She has too much flattery and indulgence now," said the Duchess. "Sometimes I think that simple, unworldly life is best for everybody," said Lady Estelle. "I get tired of society and display, and fancy I should like to wear a print gown, and lie all day under an apple tree in bloom." "But apple trees don't bloom all the year, and the ground is often outrageously damp," laughed the Duke. "And these simple people cannot lie under trees all day, or much of the day. Consider they must be making butter and cheese and curing bacon," added her Grace. "So," drawled Lady Estelle, "then no doubt I had better stay as I am." "My dear girl," said her father seriously, "it is time to reconsider that determination to stay as you are. Not long ago you refused the Marquis of Bourne. You said he was too old and too plain. Now I have a proposal from the Earl of Seaton for your hand. He is neither old nor plain. He is in every way eligible." "Now you are boring me again, papa," drawled Lady Estelle. "But, my dear, I approve of the Earl. I really wish to see you married. What shall you say to him?" "Tell him to go away and not trouble me, papa." "My daughter, he deserves a better answer. You are my only child. I shall not live for ever. I must consider your future. Marriage will contribute to your happiness." "I am happy enough, papa." "Then think of our happiness, your mother's and mine. Oh, Estelle, when I saw that lovely little child, how I wished I had a grandchild like that." A ruddy blush dyed Lady Estelle's face, and she was silent. "Daughter," said the Duchess, "do not wait and refuse all offers from some romantic fancy about falling in love. That does not belong to your rank. Perhaps your nature is not to love any man very passionately, but you will care for your husband when you are married, and you will love your children." Lady Estelle drooped her eyelids until the long lashes rested on her swiftly paling cheek. "Mamma, I hate the word marriage," she said, with far more than her usual vehemence. "We will drop the question at present," said her mother anxiously. "You are looking very pale and ill. This long ride has been too much. I wish I had not permitted it." Yes, Lady Estelle was the worse for her visit. She looked paler each day, and often when alone she whispered, "Faithless and debonair, faithless and debonair, faithless and debonair." The Duke soon concluded that he must begin his wanderings again in search of health and strength for his idolized only child. The suitors were sent away, the castle was closed, and the family of Downsbury went far from Brackenside and little Doris. End of chapter 6.
Section 7 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 7. All is vanity. Meanwhile, at the farm, little Doris grew under the protection of Mark and Patty, and yearly, as the day came round which was the anniversary of her arrival, Mark received £100 in golden sovereigns or in fresh new Bank of England notes, and Mark, in his sturdy honesty and far-seeing common sense, developed rare qualities as a guardian. Plain man as he was, he guessed at what a girl of good family or high social position should know, and preparing Doris for that position to which some day her unknown mother might call her, he resolved that she should receive accomplishments. Fortune favored him. In Brakebury lived a Frenchman, a political exile, a gentleman of high accomplishments. Monsieur d'Ambert was held in great awe in the village. His courtly grace, the foreign tongues he spoke, the pictures that he drew, the water-colour landscapes which he painted and sold in London, his playing on various instruments, all lifted him far above his neighbours. To Monsieur d'Ambert went honest Mark, when Doris was 8 years old, and offered him £50 a year to tutor the two little girls, the brown and the fair. "You will teach Mattie what she wants to learn, and what she can learn," said Mark. "But Doris can learn anything, and I want you to teach her all you know." So Doris was taken daily to her tutor, as she had been to the school of the Misses Hopewell, and the old French courtier bowed down and worshipped her, as in all her life did all the men who were brought into contact with her. To teach her was a labour of love. Her aptitude was marvellous. She learned to speak French and German fluently. She drew and painted with taste and skill. Her little fingers, with some inherited grace, flew over the ivory keys or touched the shining chords of harp and guitar. Manners, the manners of courts, the vanished Frenchman taught her, and she learned them intuitively. "Mon Dieu!" cried the old gentleman, But this child is lovely. She surpasses Ninon d'Enclos and Diana de Poitiers. She has a spirit, wit, originality, everything that is admirable. A queen might be proud to be her mother. Doris swayed and enchanted her old preceptor. Mattie, quietly studying French, drawing, and English literature, was left far behind by her foster sister, who was speedily learning all that the tutor could teach. "You should have been born a princess, ma belle," the old man would say, delighted with some flash of wit, some piquant performance. "What will you do with all your beauty here on a farm?" "Am I very beautiful?" demanded Doris. "More beautiful than Helen, from whom thousands died, than Cleopatra, whom had the world's conquerors at her feet. What will you do with so much beauty?" "Make the most of it." And the words jarred on the aristocrat. All men said the same. Even the rector unwisely cried, "Little maid, you have beauty enough to turn your head. Do not let it make you proud." "Who made me beautiful?" asked Doris. "God, my child." "Is it not right to be proud of God's work and gifts?" "You have beauty enough to be a snare," said the doctor. "God gave me my beauty, and God is good, and does not set snares," said Doris, quickly, making Mark and the doctor laugh at her ready wit. "A beautiful body is nothing without a beautiful soul," Mark said, mindful of the letter saying, "Keep her soul white and pure." "I would rather have a beautiful body than a beautiful soul," said Doris promptly. "Why, my dear?" demanded the good man in amaze. "Because my body is where people can see it. Who can see my soul?" said Doris, scornful of her best possession. Mark was shocked. "That comes from everyone praising you so foolishly. You will be ruined," he exclaimed. "Mattie can have the beautiful soul, and I will have the beautiful body," retorted Doris. "Monsieur d'Ambert says wisdom is the best gift, the gift for kings. I say beauty is the best gift, the gift for queens, and queens have always ruled kings." Mark shook his head. It is hard labor to rear an eagle in a sparrow's nest. "Mother," said Doris one day when she was 12, "this shall not go on longer. I am sick of it." "What, my child? Of what are you sick?" "Of the village, of the farm, of our way of living. I hate it. If I am kept here longer, I know I shall run away." "My dear, are we not good to you?" "Oh yes, you are good, of course, but it is not goodness I want. It is change. I want something new, some more style." "But how and where, Doris?" "Send me to a boarding school. I want to know more of the way ladies do and live. We see no one here. If Mattie does not want to go, I ought not to be kept home. I have learned all Monsieur d'Ambert knows. I talk French and German as fast as he does. We go over the same old things." "That is true, mother," said Mattie. "Doris is a great scholar. I cannot go away from home. I don't want to. I love to stay and help you, but let Doris go." "I will ask your father," said Patty hesitatingly. "And he'll say to let the child have her own way," said Doris with a laugh. "Well, I must consult your father." "Consult my father!" said Doris with wonderful scorn. She had a singular contempt for all about her, though no hint that she was other than the child of the braces had been given her. She had her way. She went to a fashionable boarding school, for her clothing and tuition, honest Mark paid the entire £100 each year. She elected to visit schoolmates at vacation, and for 4 years Brackenside Farm knew no more of the golden-haired mystery. At 16 she came home again, beautiful as a fairy, ripe for mischief, mad for display, a tireless reader of French novels. She looked about that home of rustic goodness, and covert scorn dwelt in the violet eyes and sat lightly on the chiseled lips. Her parents were so plain, her sister Mattie a country simpleton. They, on their part, rose up to do her homage. They bowed down and worshipped a beauty's shrine. And was she not most beautiful? Beauty was hers in dower, such as earth doth rarely reckon, mid her fading things. A glory lit her tears, and in her mirth shook the sweet laughter of translucent springs. Already an adept in coquetry, she sighed at once for a victim for her charms. Alas, she found him near. "Are there any new people?" she asked of Mattie. "Only Early Murray." "Eh? A decent-sounding name. Who is he?" "A poet and a gentleman," cried Mattie enthusiastically. "A poet? Poets live, I understand, in garrets." "But Early has some money," said Mattie simply. "Early? So? You seem to know him rather well." Poor Mattie blushed crimson. End of section 7. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 8 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 8. The Young Coquette. For some had perished in her stern neglect, fell on the sword of their own hope and died, while she, in triumph scornfully erect, swept o'er their ashes with the skirts of pride. Before returning to Brackenside, Doris had demanded a room for herself, and for this room certain furnishings. She did not know that Mark and Patty would say to each other, "It is only fair, since we have for her £100 a year." But she did know that her will would be law to them. She brought with her, when she came back to the farm, many little adornments, purchases of her own, or gifts from her school friends, and these Mattie dutifully arranged for her, just as she had polished the windows and nailed down the carpet and ironed the curtains before Doris came. Doris never thought of helping her. She perched herself, Turk fashion, on the foot of the bed, and issued her orders as a good-natured little mistress to her maid. There were knickknacks for the toilet table, pictures for the wall, a little bookcase of hanging shelves. "Your room will be fit for a princess, Doris," said Mattie. "For a princess," said Doris with scorn. "If I were half a princess, or only rich, I would clear out the rubbishy things at once. You might have them, Mattie, since you like them. I would have gold-mounted furnishings for my dressing-table, silk hangings, velvet carpets, upholstery in plush and satin, gold, white, pale blue. I would have exquisite marbles and pictures that cost a fortune each." "But you never saw such things," said Mattie. No, only I have read of them, and find in myself a fitness for them. I would give anything for such luxury. Do not pine, dear, for what you can never have. I may have it some day, said Doris defiantly, but how would you get it? By my beauty. The world belongs to beauty. Mattie was shocked. She was putting the books on the shelves, and her honest face clouded. She said to Doris, I fear your books are worse than none. How did you come to get such books? I have heard Monsieur D'Amberg say some of these were vile trash, and I noticed sentences in the others that are not fit reading for a young maid. They are French, said Doris. That does not make them better. There are good books to be had in French, and you have Byron for your only poet. I have heard our rector say Byron is unfit reading for girls. You ridiculous straight-laced creature. And I don't quite like your pictures, dear. The subjects are not pleasant to me. These French beauties were famous for vice. La Pompadour, and Diana, and the rest. This Cleopatra is too scantily attired to suit my taste, and this Trojan Helen is not a nice picture. I could have chosen Joan of Arc, and tender Margaret more, and sad Hecuba, and martyr Margaret. Pictures should elevate our souls. My goodness, Mattie! Had you been taking lessons of that gentleman poet you mentioned? Where does he live? At Lindenholm. His mother owns it, and came there 2 years ago when she was left a widow. Her husband was a curate. Then I don't believe your early Murray is very rich. He's just a farmer. If he has only Lindenholm, I remember the place. Half villa, half farmhouse, with great linden trees around it. Does he write books? He has written one small one, Songs of the Countryside. I have it here. You can read it. It is like music. Tata! I hate poetry. What does the man look like? Why, he looks as he is, a gentleman, a good man. I foresee I shall have a surfeit of goodness here. If the man is neither rich nor handsome, he will hardly pay to flirt with, unless one is desperate. To flirt with? Cried Mattie, aghast. You would not flirt, Doris. And why couldn't I? Why, it is wicked, it is cruel, it is deceitful. Hear the girl talk, cried Doris, flinging herself back on the bed with peals of music and laughter. Why, Gussie, I flirted with every male creature I set eyes on at school. But I thought they did not allow such things. Allow? You will undoubtedly be the death of me, with your simplicity, said Doris, sitting up, her golden hair distractingly rumpled, her eyes shining with glee, her dimples dancing like tricky sprites among the deepened roses on her cheeks. Don't you understand that it was our chief aim to do what we were not allowed? Men, I admit, were scarce. The writing master was engaged to one of the teachers, but I flirted with him until she nearly cried her eyes out. And after he withstood me 3 months, he surrendered at discretion, and I laughed at him. The French master vowed he would kill himself on my behalf. The music master fell so conspicuously into my power that the preceptress dismissed him, and got a gorgon of a woman in green spectacles in his place. As for the dancing master, he played the fool and erred exceedingly whenever I was inside, so the girl said it was better than any theatre. Doris, I am ashamed of you. What else does that make so long as I am not ashamed of myself? But you will not act in that way with Early. Why won't I? Are you afraid of losing him? He doesn't belong to me, said Mattie, blushing. How soon am I likely to see him? Demanded Doris. Tomorrow. Every day. His mother wants him to be a farmer. She manages Linden Home now, and sends him to take farming lessons of Father. Father thinks everything of Early, and so does Mother. A farmer! The game is not worth the candle. I couldn't be a farmer's wife for anything. I loathe being a farmer's daughter. I don't, said Mattie with a spirit. I am proud of my home, my honest race, my good, sweet mother, my dear father. How queer, said Doris meditatively. Now, I couldn't see anything to be proud of in all that. I should be proud of a coach and grace, and men in livery, of suits of jewels, of a French maid, of velvet, satin, lace, brocade dresses. Doris, said Mattie anxiously, have you any soul? Soul? If we cannot live without one, and soul makes the heart go, I suppose I have. Otherwise, I don't feel aware of the property you mention. I believe you are only jesting to tease me. You were always brighter than I am, and a real rogue. You have higher ideas and better intentions and wishes than you say. No, really I haven't, not one bit. Why then, said poor Mattie, deeply distressed, it must be your moral nature that is lacking. Moral nature? That's just it, said Doris, with infinite satisfaction. Moral nature. I haven't any. I think all the nature I have must be immoral. I always side with the sinners in all the stories. Mattie had finished arranging the pretty little room. Doris jumped from her place on the bed. Really, you have made it look very well, considering what you have to do it with. A sort of household fairy, you, Mattie. Your name should be Brownie. Now we will play you are my maid. I am going to bed, and I like to have my hair brushed a long time. It is good for my nerves, and good for my hair. Will you be my maid? With great pleasure, said Mattie, letting down the golden flood of Doris' silken hair. How beautiful it is! I think I am beautiful every way, said Doris calmly. You are indeed, said Mattie without the least envy. Your hair will not brush straight. It is all in wavy clusters. You will brush it every night, and then I shall like you. Surely I will brush it when you wish, but I like you in all cases, said Mattie, and I want you to be good, dear. And not flirt with Early Murray or other men? I would not promise that. Flirting is my nature. I will flirt with this Early until he puts his heart in my hands, and I will crush it up. So, as I do this, rosebud, and drop it, so. You watch and see how it is done, Mattie. Tears rushed to Mattie's eyes. She hurriedly left the room. In love with him, jealous, oh, delightful. Here is something to amuse me. I thought I must surely die of dullness here, but I can flirt with a gentleman and poet, and drive this preaching little Puritan mad with envy, and that may fill up a year for me. Then, if the prince has not come along to woo, I shall go out somewhere to seek my fortune. Anything but stagnation. I will go where no one in the name of praise shall follow me. Meanwhile, Mattie, in her own neat, snug room, sat in the moonlight mourning over the perverseness of this beautiful beloved sister, and trembling for Early Murray, whom she called her friend, and held far dearer without knowing it. How could any man help loving such a dazzling creature as this Doris? And his manly, noble heart must then be crushed and flung away like that ruined rose? She looked up to the moonlit sky. There was her helper and her friend. She prayed, God, keep poor Early. Then, comforted, she sought her bed and slept the sleep of faith. Doris slept the sleep of youth and abounding health, until Mrs. Brace awoke her. "It is almost 7, dear. I let you sleep late this morning." "This late? Now, mother, you might as well know I made my own hours for rising, and I will never rise at 7. Patty sighed and left her. She knew Doris would always have her own way. End of section 9. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Section 9 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eleanor Sakamoto. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Poet and Gentleman. I sat with Doris, beloved maiden. Her lap was laden with wreathed flowers. I sat and wooed her, through sunlight reeling, and shadows stealing, for hours and hours. Rose the sun over an idyllic day. The white clouds floated softly over the summer blue. The poppies blazed in scarlet splendor through the grass. The bearded barley stood in sheaves, and through the meadows of Brackenside that prosperous farmer, Mark Brace, led his men to their work. Earl Moray, whose mother looked on Posy as the macadamizing of the road to ruin, and desired nothing better for her son than the safe estate and healthful, honest life of a farmer, had come to take a lesson in stacking corn. It is true that farm work was not especially attractive to Earl the poet, but pleasing his mother was attractive to Earl the son. The friendship of honest Mark was attractive to Earl the man, and Earl had common sense to know that every man is better off knowing how to win his bread from the field. Therefore came Earl to his lesson. "My sister has come," said Mattie, meeting him with a boding heart. "She has grown more lovely than ever in these 4 years. You will write poems about her when you see her. Her face is a poem. Her voice and laugh are poems." "And where is the phoenix of girls?" demanded Earl. "Down there, under the great elm, watching the reapers." "I will introduce you to her," said Mattie, who thought this fatal introduction should be well over with. The sooner the better. Perhaps Doris was in a less impish mood today. Frank Mattie did not dream how Doris had meditated all the morning on the new situation, and had dressed for conquest. In rustic surroundings she would play the rural queen. Her dress was a simple print, a white ground with little green sprays of maidenhair traced on it. At her neck a knot of pale green, through which was carelessly drawn a flower. In her gleaming hair a cluster of hop blossoms. Her wide straw hat at her feet was trimmed with a wreath of hop vine. Over her shoulders fell her wonderful hair. She held a book in her lap. One white hand rested on the page, the other brushed back a truant curl, and she lifted her lovely eyes in innocent, pleased expectation as Mattie and Earl drew near. The heart of Earl Moray stood still with surprise. Then it leaped as if it would break its bounds, and a flood of passionate admiration fired his whole being. Oh, how divine a thing she was, this naiad in the meadowland! All poetry should wait as handmaid at her feet. Why was one born to sing unless to sing? Those shining eyes, those dimpling smiles, that flush of dawn upon her cheeks, well becoming the young morning of her maiden life. O daughter of the gods of Hellas! O being fit to startle and surprise! Looking at her, this boy poet, whose soul had until now only stirred in its sleep, and murmured in its dreams, awoke to full and perfect life. Mattie looked into his flushing face, his kindling eyes, and saw that words, if she had dared to utter them, would now be fruitless to warn him of Doris.
She could only in her secret soul hope that Doris was less cruel than she had said, and so send up in silence to the ear of heaven that prayer, "God save Earl Moray." Earl looked at her. "Mattie, what is on your mind? Do you want to say something to me?" "No. Yes. Only that you must remember that my sister is only a child, and takes nothing seriously. You will not mind any nonsense that she says. Surely she will speak as she looks, like an angel." They drew near the elm. With what consummate art were the violet eyes drawn down from contemplation of their native skies to comprehension of earth's lower things! With what sudden start at the abandon of her own position on the grass did Doris greet Mattie and the gentleman poet! She saw the flush on his cheek, the ardent flame lighting his dark eyes. She said to herself, "I shall have no trouble here. He is at my feet already. Thank fortune the man is handsome, and what an air he has! I shall not waste time on him as it would be wasted on a clodhopper. He will be good practice for better times." "Ah," she said, as Earl asked permission to sit on the grass at her feet, "I don't know that you belong there. Are you a worker or an idler? Mattie is a worker. If you are industrious and good, you must go with her or my father. I am an idler. If you are naughty and idle, you belong with me. I am of still a third class. I am a dreamer. Here let me sit and dream of heaven." Mattie turned away, fearful and sick of heart. The mischief was done. "Dreaming is even better than idling," said Doris. "And here is a real land of dreams. See how the poppies bend, sleepy with sunshine. The sunshine is a flood of refined gold. The bees fly slowly, drunk with perfume. The butterflies drift up and down like beautiful, happy, aimless thoughts. Let us dream, and live to be happy." "One could not do better," cried Earl. "Here shall be our lotus land, and you are a fit genius for the place, Miss Brace. Now at the very beginning I must make a treaty with you. Are you coming here often?" "I hope so." "Then, unless I am to hate you on the spot, you must not call me Miss Brace. I detest the name. If there is one name above another that I hate, it is that name Brace. It is so common, so mean, a wretched monosyllable." "But you would grace any name," cried Earl. "I don't mean to grace that very long," exclaimed Doris. Earl opened his eyes in uncontrollable amazement. "You don't know what it is to suffer from a wretched, short, commonplace name. Look at me, and consider that I am called, above all things, Doris Brace. Horrors! Now your name is fairly good, Earl Moray. There is a savour of gentility, of blood, of breeding about that. You can venture to rise with such a name. I can only rise by dropping mine, and that I mean to do." Earl laughed. This was, after all, the pretty, captious nonsense of a little child. "But Doris is a sweet name. It fits this sweet home-like landscape. Doris, the lovely shepherdess, has been sung and painted for centuries. But I have no genius for woods or fields, and I am afraid of sheep. However, Miss Doris is better than Miss Brace." She reached for a poppy growing in the grass, and the book fell from her knee. Earl picked it up and saw what it was. "This!" he exclaimed in genuine consternation. Now Doris absolutely lacked the moral sense that would make her ashamed of the book, or revolt at anything she found therein. But she had native wit, and she saw that she was on the point of instantly losing caste with Earl Moray on account of this literature. What is it?" she said with enchanting simplicity. "I bought it on the train late yesterday, and since I came out here I have been too happy to read it. Isn't it a nice book?" "I should say not," said Earl. "How do you know unless you have read it?" "I know the author's reputation, and then the title." "Dear me! And so I must not read it? And my 1 and 6 gone. Whenever I try to do particularly right, I do wrong. Unlucky, isn't it? Now the last word my French teacher said to me was, 'By all means keep up your French. You have such a beautiful accent.'" Earl looked relieved. Here was an explanation of exquisite simplicity. There was no spot on this sweet, stainless lily. Mattie came back. "Doris, mother thinks you had better unpack your trunk. Your dresses will be rumpled lying in it so long." "You unpack it like a dear. I shall ruin my things taking them out, and then I can't go in, it is so lovely out of doors." "Did you not put the things in to begin with?" asked Mattie. "No, dear, one of the girls did. The girls love to wait on me, Mattie." This with sweet reproach. "But mother thinks you are keeping Earl from work." "Go away, Earl," said Doris, giving him a dainty little push. "If you stay idle here, I am to be called in and set to work. After that stuffy old school this 4 years, I cannot stay indoors. Go, Mattie, and tell mother if she insists on my coming in, I shall appeal at once to my fairy godmother to turn me into a butterfly." Mattie walked slowly away. "That's all right," said Doris with satisfaction. "They all end by letting me have my own way." "And how does that work?" "Well, don't you suppose it is always a very nice way?" "It must be indeed," said Earl heartily. He thought to himself that so charming a form must shrine only the tenderest of hearts, the sweetest of souls, and her way must always be a good way. The girl was infinitely more lovely than one could look for in the child of Mark and Patty Brace, the sister of gentle Mattie. But being the child of Mark and Patty, and sister of Mattie, she must be a sharer in their goodness, that sterling honesty, that generous unselfishness that made these three everywhere beloved and respected, patterns of domestic and neighborly virtues. Thus thinking, Earl sunned himself in the radiance of her smiles. End of section 9. Section 10 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eleanor Sakamoto. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. A Wasted Warning. While Earl Moray watched Doris and lost himself in delicious fantasies of a soul fair as the body that shrined it, Doris, on her part, gazed on him with awakening interest. She had expected to see a young countryman, a rhymester who believed himself a poet, one with whom she could flirt to pass away the time, and to keep in practice. Not this gentleman in air and dress, with the cultivated musical voice, the noble face, the truthful earnest eye. Said Doris in her heart, "I did not know that little dairymaid Mattie had such good taste." And in proportion as the value of Mattie's love increased before her, so increased her joy in winning it away. Not that Doris had any malice toward Mattie personally, but she had a freakish love of triumphing in the discomfiture of others. Slowly she yielded to the fascination of Earl's presence. She told herself that the detestable country could be endurable, with him to play lover at her feet. To her, mentally arraigning the detestable country, spoke Earl. "I love this scene. Fairer is hardly found in any book of nature. What is more lovely, more suggestive, than a wheat field with golden sheaves?" "I am a true child of the cities," said Doris, "despite my country birth and rural name. I was just thinking how superior are the attractions of paved streets, filled with men and women, and lined with glittering windows. But if you will tell me some of the suggestions of the wheat field, no doubt I shall learn from you to think differently." How charming was this docile frankness! It suggests earth's millions filled daily with bread. It suggests that gracious providence, by long and lovely processes, forestalling man's needs. It brings to mind the old-time stories of Joseph's dreams of bowing sheaves, of Ruth gleaning in the field of Boaz. The stories of Ruth, Rebecca, and Esther were the 3 Bible stories that Doris knew. The face of Doris lighted as she answered, "Oh, I like that! I have imagined Boaz tall, grave, stately, dark, and Ruth young and fair and tender. I cannot quite fancy how Naomi looked. Like other old women with a sad history, I suppose, but the words are lovely. Whither thou goest, I will go. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God, my God." His voice took a deep, passionate tone, and his eyes filled with the light of love. "Mattie says you are a poet. cried Doris. "Are you?" "I wish I could say I am. Time will prove me. I have the poet's longing. Shall I ever reach the poet's utterance?" "Why, I think you have it now," said Doris sweetly. "It is because you inspire me, perhaps. As I came toward you, I wondered whether you were Tennyson's Dora or the gardener's daughter." "Oh, neither. I am very different. They were content with trees and flowers and humble ways. Was it not Dora who dwelt unmarried till her death? I shall not do that. I shall marry and fly from the countryside. I can live among people in the city." "What? Cannot you live the truest life where wind and rain and waterfall and birds make music? The flowers mark the sweet procession of seasons. All is calm and security and innocence." "Tell me," said Doris, bending forward, glee in her sapphire eyes, her small hand thrilling him as she touched his arm. "Tell me, poet, are you content? Do you not long for fame, to sway your fellows, to be rich, to make money?" "Oh, money is the lowest of all objects. What is money to love?" demanded Earle. "Money just as metal may be a low object, but money, as getting what we want most, is a high object. Think of what it can buy. Think of gorgeous pictures lighting your walls with beauty, of flashing jewels and gleaming marbles, of many fountained gardens, of homes fit to live in, not stuffy little farmhouses with windows under the eaves. Tell me, are you content? Will you live and die a farmer? Is not this money a thing worth winning to lay at the feet of love? Will you not spread the wings of your soul for a wider life? Have you not ambition?" "Yes," cried Earle, "I have ambition." The dimpling smile showed the shining pearly line of little teeth. The soft fingers of the little hand touched his hand as she withdrew them, and leaning back against her oak tree, she laughed joyously. "I have found a fellow sinner." "Ambition can be noble rather than evil, and to aspire is not to sin. Who could help being ambitious with you as the apostle of ambition? You enforce with your beauty each word that you utter." "You think me beautiful?" said Circe in sweetest wonderment, as if she had not studied dress, look, pose, gesture minutely to enhance her wonderful and rich endowments of nature. "Words cannot tell how fair. A verse keeps singing through my brain. It is this: "And she, my Doris, whose lap encloses wild summer roses of sweet perfume, the while I sued her, smiled and hearkened, till daylight darkened from glow to gloom." Ah, this was something like, thought Doris, to be wooed and flattered in poetry. She dropped her dainty lids, the rose pink deepened in her cheeks, and she gave a slow, sweet sigh. "Did you make that poetry?" "No, but I would make immortal verses for your sake," said Earle. "The world should hear of you." The world! Oh, rare delight! Had she not dreamed of driving men mad for love, of making poets sing and artists paint her charms? And these conquests were begun. She looked up archly. She knew when to check the tides of enthusiasm and adoration, that they might grow stronger for the repression. Away with poetry, my singer, here comes prose. Over the field toward them strode honest Mark Brace, looking for his neophyte in rural toils. Mark's round face was crimson with heat and exertion, but a broad smile responded to the pretty picture these two young lovers made under the tree. He cried heartily, "A deal you are learning this morning, Master Earle. Will you put off your lessons in wheat stacking till next year? Lindenholm Farm at this rate will be a model farm to the county when the madam turns it over to you." "I was not in working humor," said Earle. "Work won't wait for humors," quoth Mark. "And for you, my pretty miss, I don't doubt your sister is making butter and your mother cooking dinner, while you are playing shepherdess under a tree." "Do I look as if I could work?" laughed Doris, springing to her feet and extending a wee rose-leaf hand. "I am only for ornament, not use. But I will leave Mr. Moray, for evil communications corrupt good manners, and I have made him lazy. Good-bye, poet. Blessings brighten as they take their flight, so I expect to look more and more charming as I depart homeward." The minx knew that she had done enough that day to turn Earle Moray's head, and it would be well to let the effect deepen in absence. She danced off homeward, and Earle whispered under his breath. Against her ankles as she trod the lucky buttercups did nod. I leaned upon the gate to see. The sweet thing looked, but did not speak. A dimple came in either cheek, and all my heart was gone from me. Mark Brace looked after his fairy changeling in dire perplexity. To him work, honest labor, winning bread from the soil was noble and happy. In all the words of Doris rang some delicate undertone of irony and scorn of what he most esteemed. Fair, fair indeed. But was it not selfish of her to let those whom she deemed her blood work and she stay idle? Yes, there was the £100, and she was not really their blood, but of some idle, never toiling strain. More and more his hands were bound concerning the beauty as she grew up in his care. He wished he could explain her to Moray, but he could not. Honor held him to silence. He could warn. He spoke suddenly, laying a hand on the lad's arm. "Earl, I like you vastly. You are honest, good, a gentleman. I should be sorry indeed to see you giving your time and mind and setting your heart on that pretty idle lass of mine." "Sorry, Mark? Why sorry? She is sweet and lovely." "If it were Mattie now," said honest Mark, speaking not as a father or matchmaker, but as a man, "well and good. I'd not say a word. A man's heart may rest in Mattie, heaven bless her, but Doris is of quite a different strain. In her there is no rest. One could never find rest in her. Never, never." Earl tried to smile, but the words struck home, and were fixed in his heart beside the thought of Doris. Meanwhile, Doris danced off home and framed her lovely countenance in the vines about the kitchen window. "And what have you been doing?" asked Patty reprovingly. "Turning Earl Moray's head," responded Doris promptly. Mattie started and paled a little. "He thinks I'm lovely," cried Doris with a laugh. "So you may be, but no thanks to you," said Patty. "And if you set yourself to head-turning, mark my words, child, there will some terrible evil overtake you both." End of section 10. Section 11 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eleanor Sakamoto. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Foster Sisters. Summer day glided silently after summer day, and at Brackenside Farm Earl Moray was retelling for himself the story of Eden, the love of one man for one woman, to him the only woman in the world. Alas that his had not been a more guileless Eve! The love-making was patent to everyone, and the family at the farm wondered where it would end. Mark Brace was truly sorry that Earl had set his heart on the lovely fantastic Doris, and yet, honest man, he did not wonder that any young fellow should be beguiled by so fair a face, and he could not but be heartily amused at the queenly airs with which the farm foundling, believing herself a tenant farmer's child, received the homage of Earl Moray, poet and gentleman, owner of the little estate of Lindenholm. Good Patty Brace was on her part greatly perplexed. With women's keen intuition in love, she perceived the intense sincerity of Earl's passion for Doris, and saw as well that Doris was entirely without heart for him. The girl admired him, loved his flattery, desired to be someone's chief object, but would have tossed him aside as easily as an old glove if a more dashing adorer had made his appearance. Besides, if Doris gave consent to Earl's wooing, would Mrs. Moray be well pleased with her son's choice? Mrs. Moray of Lindenholm was a thoroughly practical woman, and would see at a glance that the idle young beauty would be a very unreliable wife for any man, especially for one of moderate means. "What fools men are in love matters," quoth Patty to herself, "at least most men," with a thought backward to Mark's sensible choosing. This dreamer and verse writer would have done well to choose our Mattie, who would help him on and make him happy his life long. But Doris is only fit to marry a lord, as no doubt she sprung from a lord, but where a lord is to come from as a suitor goodness knows, not I. And of all who saw the summer wooing, Mattie was the most deeply touched, but gave no sign. When she felt the sharpness of the pain when Doris asserted empire over Earl, then Mattie first guessed that she had set her love upon him, and she gave herself the task of rooting out lover's love and planting sisterly affection in its stead. Her gentle face grew graver. Her soft brown eyes had a more wistful light, but not a thought of jealousy or anger or envy. God was good to Mattie in that no ill weeds throve in her maiden soul. Doris did not find the sweetness she had expected in tormenting her, for Mattie gave no signs of torment. Rather for Earl than for herself she was sad, and that with reason. It is sad to see a young man love absorbingly, madly, giving up all for love. Doris became his one idea. Even his mother, while she knew he was attracted by a pretty daughter of Mark Brace, did not guess his infatuation. Scarcely an hour in the day were the young pair parted. Earl had told Doris of the poet's old recipe for a lovely complexion, washing in morning dew, and Doris, to preserve the most exquisite complexion in the world, went out, when the sun rose, to bathe her cheeks and brow with the other lilies and roses in the dews of the dawning. Earl met her and rambled with her through flowery lanes. When his supposed studies in farming began, he was rather lounging at the feet of Doris than learning of Mark Brace. Yet so eagerly did he hurry off to the farm that his mother blessed his unwonted attention to his duty. He dined at home, not to leave his mother lonely, then off again, and his farm studies consisted in reading poetry or tales to Doris, under trees, or wandering far into the gloaming with her in Brackenside Garden. His heart poured itself out in Herrick's grand old song to Anthea. Thou art my life, my soul, my heart, the very eyes of me. Thou hast command of every part to live and die for thee. His rich young voice rolled forth these words with deep feeling. Doris laughed at the song at first, but his earnestness in singing it touched her very little. I shall always think of you when I hear that song, she said. Think of me, yes, but if it means that we are to be parted, and you think, just to remember, Doris, I should die. He was fervid, handsome, romantic, brilliant in love's first golden glow. Hard to resist. She smiled at him. Let us fancy we will not be parted, she said sweetly. Earl came hurrying up one day after dinner. Now for a long evening in the garden, he cried. I have brought a new drama. The poetry is exquisite. We will sit in the arbor under the honeysuckle, and while the summer wind is full of the breath of flowers, I will read you the sweeter breathing of a poet's soul. Come, Doris. Come, Mattie. Let us off to the garden. Mattie's face flushed with joy. It was so sweet to find some pleasure she could share with him. Earl read. His voice was full of fire and music. Mattie listened entranced. Doris half forgot her favorite dreams of herself in gorgeous crowds, the center of admiration. The gloaming fell as he read the last lines. It is beautiful in its poetry, said Mattie, but not in its idea. I cannot love the heroine, though her face is fair. Beauty should be united to goodness, and goodness has not this cruel pride. To think of a woman who would let a brave man die or risk death to win a smile! I always hated the lady who threw the glove, and I think the knight served her well to leave her when he returned the glove, for she had no idea of true love. Beauty has a right to all triumphs, cried Doris, and men have always been ready to die for beauty's smile. A good man's life is worth more than any woman's smile, said Mattie. The man's life, the woman's life, are heaven's gifts, to be spent in doing good. We have no right to throw them idly away or demand their sacrifice. I never liked these stories of wasted affection. They are too pitiful. To give all and get nothing is a cruel fate. Oh, you little silly country girl, laughed Doris. You do not think that beautiful women are queens and hearts are their rightful kingdom, and they can get as many as they like and do what they please with them. You talk to amuse yourself, said Earl. That sweet smile and voice fit your cruel words as little as they would suit an executioner's sword. What is slaying by treachery in love better than murder? Asked Mattie eagerly. It is a very exciting, piquant, interesting form of murder, retorted her wicked little sister. How can anyone enjoy giving pain? Cried Mattie. I have read of such women, but to me they seem true demons, however fair. Think of destroying hope, life, genius, morals. For what? For amusement. And yet these sons all had mothers. You are in earnest, Mattie, said Earl admiringly. I feel in earnest, said Mattie passionately. Pshaw, there is much spider and fly in men and women, laughed Doris. Women weave silvery nets in the sun, and the silly men walk straight in. Who's to blame? You talk like a worn-out French cynic, cried Mattie. Well, who is to blame? Persisted Doris. Pretty women for just amusing themselves according to their natures, or silly men for walking into danger being warned. It should not be a woman's nature to set traps for hearts or souls. You know better, Doris, urged Mattie. If I could be rich and great, and go to London and live in society, you'd see if I would do better, retorted Doris. You two remind me of verses of a poem on two sisters, said Earl. Their lives lay far apart. One sought the gilded world, and there became a being fit to startle and surprise, till men moved to the echoes of her name, and bowed beneath the magic of her eyes. Yes, that means me, said Doris tranquilly. But she, the other, with a happier choice, dwelt 'mong the breezes of her native fields, laughed with the brooks, and saw the flowers rejoice, brimmed with all sweetness that the summer yields. That, then, is Mattie. Mattie looked up in gratified surprise. If you are complimenting Mattie, I won't stay and hear it. I reign alone, cried Doris, half laughing, half petulant, and darting away, she sought her own room and refused to return that night. It was often so. When she had sunned Earl with her smiles, she withdrew her presence, or changed smiles to frowns, so he was never cloyed with too much sweetness. When Doris withdrew, in vain he sang under the window, or sent her loveful notes. The summer sun of his love had its settings, its shadows, its thunderclouds, yet Earl loved, and was happy. End of section 11.
Section 12 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 12. Beauty Becomes Immortal. It was the good custom of Mark Brace to close the day with prayer, and sometimes a word or two of the Psalms for the day penetrated the sedulously deaf ears of Doris. Such happened to be the case one August night, and set the beauty thinking. She was perched on the sill of the dairy window next morning, watching Mattie make butter, but her brow wore a perplexed frown, and a look of curiosity, not provoked by butter-making, was in her blue eyes. "What is the matter? What are you thinking of, Doris?" "I'm thinking that I am an example of Scripture truth." "In what particular?" asked Mattie. "In the particular of tumbling into the pit, or catching in the net, duly set forth by me for other people." "I don't understand you." "Then you are even duller than usual. And as I may no more speak in parables, I will expound myself clearly. I deliberately endeavored to entrap and entangle Earl Moray into loving me for my summer pastime. I did not duly consider that I might fall in love with him myself." "Why not, if you desired him to love you?" "That was merely part of beauty's dues, child. Why not? He's not rich enough or great enough. He cannot take me to London and make me a society queen." "Certainly not. Did you expect that?" "True. And I did not expect to fall in love with him." "But you have?" "Surely you have. He loves you so much." Do you want me to love him? I thought you wanted him." "I only want him to be happy," said Mattie, turning away with a blush. "Perhaps I love him a little. I'm not capable of loving much," said Doris with exceeding frankness. "My chief affections are set upon the pomps and vanities of this life, which I presume were renounced for me in my baptism." "Don't be so wicked," cried the scandalized Mattie. "And yet I don't know if I could say yes if Earl asked me to marry him." I might, and then repent and take it back. I suppose if he asked Mother and Father, they would say yes, and be fearfully awkward about it. You shall not talk so about them, said Mattie indignantly. I don't feel to them as you do. Why is it? I don't feel part of the Brace family. I like you, Mattie. Father amuses me with his outspoken, homely ways. I don't consider Mother much. She is good, but commonplace, like brown bread. In fact, you're all too rustic and homely, and pious and commonsensical for wicked me. Are you done with that butter? Why don't it grow made? I'm sick of life. Earl is off to Brakeberry for his mother. It's only 8:30, and I feel as if I've been up a century. Come with me to get blackberries. I cannot. I have much dairy work to do yet, said Mattie. I wish you would go for blackberries for supper, said Patty Brace, coming in. You don't seem disposed to do anything useful, Doris. Suppose you try that. I take care of my room and my clothes, pouted Doris, and that nearly kills me. I wish I had a maid. Patty laughed. Well, child, the woods are cool and beautiful, and you're tired of doing nothing. Take this basket and try and fill it with blackberries. Fearful of being asked to do some more practical duty if she rejected this, Doris picked up the basket, put on a pair of gloves, tied her sun hat down under her distracting little chin, and set forth toward the knoll, a place famous for blackberries. The grass was long and thick. The aftermath of clover loaded the air with fragrance. Scarlet creepers ran along the hedges and at the knoll. With purple stems and green and orange leaves grew the blackberries in globules of polished jet. An inspiration of industry seized Doris, and she filled her basket. The soft little tips of her fingers were dyed crimson with the fruit. She lingered over her task. Earl might return, and it would be pleasant under the trees, birds singing and grass rustling about them, while Earl talked poetry to her. But Earl did not come, and something in the silence of nature set this thoughtless creature to thinking. It was one of those solemn hours of life when our fate hangs in the balance. What of her future? What should she do with herself? Should she give up her frantic ambition, her intense desire after excitement, riches, and splendor, and accepting an honest man, settle into a simple, comfortable home, and grace it as a good wife and mother all her days? Could she do that? Should she refuse Earl Moray, on whose lips an offer of himself and his all was trembling? Should she send him away? She scarcely felt ready for that. She had grown to love him a little, just a little, but more than anyone, except herself. Should she fly this homely, quiet life, these good, uncongenial people, fly to the great city, and set out under a feigned name to make her own way in the world, as singer, actress, any wild, adventurous path that might find her at least a lord for a husband? Should she? Can I give him up? Can I leave him to Mattie? Will he ever be famous and rich enough to make it worthwhile to nourish my little bit of love for him into real love, if I can ever love? Oh, for some good fairy to rise up and tell me what to do. She started in sudden fear, for surely a step was coming close to her. Someone from the other side of the coppice, who had watched her unseen. Not a fairy. A gentleman, a very presentable gentleman, who said, "I beg pardon, do not let me alarm you." Then the two looked at each other. Doris saw a handsome, middle-aged man, palette on his thumb, box of paints under his arm, portable easel in his hand, wide awake hat, velveteen suit. She promptly summed him up, artist. He saw Doris, mold of beauty, naiad in grace, innocence in her startled eyes, face of an angel, mine of a wood nymph. He began to believe in the gods of old. He said to himself, maid or spirit, mortal or vision? Forgive me for startling you, he said, but I have been watching you as you stood under this tree. I hate to be watched, interrupted Doris. As a man, I was guilty. As an artist, guiltless. For an artist, above all things, loves and serves his art, and considers all he sees as subservient to it. I came to Downsbury in quest of studies in still life. For years I have had an ideal of a face that I wished to paint in my best mood, a face after which all should wonder. I have searched cities and country. I have wandered in my quest for that face through other lands. And when I saw you under the tree, I was all the artist, all lost in art. For yours is the face I have been seeking for my canvas. Why, do you mean I would make a picture, a real picture? Demanded Doris with studied simplicity. Yes, 10,000 times yes. Under this greenwood tree, your basket at your feet, your hat swinging in your hand, your eyes lifted. Yes, a picture to be known and praised forever. Child, I will make your beauty immortal. This was what she had dreamed. A poet was singing her praises and would do so whether she played him false or not. And here was an artist to paint her for a world to admire. Could she, who so inspired men, tie herself to the narrow bounds of one humble rustic hearth? Never. May I paint you? Demanded the artist. May I set you in canvas, in immortal youth and loveliness, to live years, perhaps centuries hence, in deathless beauty. The picture, the face will live. Where in those far-off ages shall I be? Asked Doris earnestly. Gregory Leslie thought the word and mood strange. The best part of you is immortal, he said gently. And what would you call my picture? Innocence. Yes, innocence should be its name. But what in me seems to you the image of innocence? Stranger question still, but he answered it as an artist. You have an ideal brow, rounded at the temples, as the old masters painted their angels. Your eyes are large, bright, clear, as seeing more of heaven than earth. Your lips have the most exquisite curve. The form of your face, its coloring, your hair, are all simply perfect. You shall paint my picture, cried Doris joyously, changing her mood. You need ask no consent but mine. End of chapter 12. Section 13 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 13, Faithless and Debonair. Doris, you must not do it. I cannot bear it. I don't see what difference it makes to you, Earl, and you have no right to interfere, and do it I surely shall. Thus Doris and Earl on the theme of portrait painting. Gregory Leslie was too astute a man, too experienced, to take his wandering naiad at her word and paint her picture, asking no consent but her own. Never had a girl so puzzled him, her rare beauty found in so remote and rural a district. Her delicate hands, soft, cultured tones, exquisite, high-bred grace, in contrast with her very common, simple, if tasteful, dress, and then her words. So odd, either purest innocence and simplicity, or curious art in wickedness. Who and what was the young enchantress? Then, too, her smile, the turn of her neck, her way, evoked constantly some shadowy reminiscence, some picture set far back and grown dim in the gallery of his memory, but surely there. Again and again he strove to catch the fleeing likeness, but at once, with the effort, it was gone. "If you want to paint me, begin," said Doris, childlike. "Pardon, it would inconvenience you to stand here. The sketch even would take time. It must be a work of care. I shall do better if I have your permission to accompany you home. Also, I must ask your parents' consent." "They don't mind," cried Doris petulantly after some little hesitation. "I'm only a farmer's daughter." She flushed with bitter vexation at the thought, but seeing the artist immovable in his purpose, added, "I live at Brackenside. It is not far. You can easily come there." "If you will permit," said Gregory with courtesy. "You can come. I have no objection," said Doris with the air of a princess. She picked up her basket and moved away with the grace, the proud bearing of the daughter of 100 earls. Gregory Leslie marveled more and more. As an artist, he was enraptured. As a man, he was puzzled by this new Daphne. Doris, seemingly forgetting her new cavalier, yet taking a rapid side look at him, considered that he was very handsome, if getting a little gray. Also, that his air was that of a man of the world. A dash of the picturesque added to the culture of cities. She wished Earl would meet them and go into a spasm of jealousy. But Earl was spared that experience, and only Mark, Patty, and Mattie Brace were at the farmhouse to be dazzled with the beauty's conquest. Arrived at the gate, Doris turned with proud humility to her escort. "This is my home. I do not like it. Most people think it's a pretty place." "It is a paradise," said Leslie enthusiastically. "Then it must have a serpent in it," quoth Doris. "I hope not," said Leslie. "It has. I have felt it bite." Mark Brace, with natural courtesy, came from the door to meet them. "This is an artist that I met at the Knoll," said Doris calmly. "He's looking for subjects for pictures. I think he mentioned his name was Mr. Leslie, and he wishes to paint me." "Wants a picture of you, my darling?" said honest Mark, his face lighting with a smile. "Then he shows his good taste. Walk in, sir, walk in. Let us ask my wife." He led the way into the cool, neat, quaint kitchen room, hated of Doris's soul, but to the artist a study most excellent. Then did the artist look at the Brace family in deepest wonder. Mark had called the wood nymph "my darling," and asserted a father's right, and yet not one line or trace of Mark was in this dainty maid. Leslie turned to study Patty, who had made her courtesy and taken the basket of berries. Dark, strong, plump, tidy, intelligent, kindly, plain. Not a particle of Patty in this aristocratic young beauty, who called her mother in a slighting tone. Then, in despair, he fixed his eyes on Mattie Brace. Brown, earnest, honest, dark, sad eyes, good, calm, just as little like the pearl and gold beauty as the others. Meanwhile, Mark and Patty eyed each other. "I want to speak to you a minute, Mark," said Patty, and the pair retired to the dairy. Doris flushed angrily and drummed on the window sill. "Behold a mystery," said Gregory Leslie to himself. "Mark," said Patty in the safe retirement of the milk pans, "this needs considering. Doris is not our own. To have her picture painted and exhibited in London to all the great folk may be the last thing her mother would desire. And her mother is yet living, as the money comes always the same way." "I declare, Patty, I never thought of that." "And yet, if Doris has her heart set on it, she'll have it done. You see?" added Patty. "True," said Mark. "And people will hardly think of seeking resemblances to middle-aged people in a sort of fancy picture. Better let it be done under our eye, Patty." "I suppose so, since we cannot hinder its doing." They returned to the kitchen. "We have no objection if you wish to paint the picture, sir," said Mark. "I should think not. I had settled that," said Doris. "In return for your kindness," said the artist to Patty, "I will make a small portrait of her for your parlor." So one sitting was given then and there, and others were arranged for. When Earl came that evening, he heard all the story, and then, being with Doris in the garden, they fell out over it, beginning as set forth in the opening of this chapter. "I cannot and will not have another man gazing at you, studying your every look, carrying your face in his soul." "If you are to begin by being jealous," said Doris, delighted, "I might as well know. I enjoy jealousy as proof of love and as amusing me. But I like admiration, and I mean to have it all my life. If ever I go to London, I expect to have London at my feet. Besides, if you mean to sing me for all the world, why cannot Mr. Leslie paint me? You say poetry and art should wait at the feet of beauty. Now they shall." It ended by truce. Doris agreed that Earl should be present at every sitting. This calmed Earl and rejoiced her. She thought it would be charming to pit poet and artist, one against the other. But the sittings did not thus fall out. Earl grew much interested, and he and Gregory took a hearty liking for each other. Gregory admired Doris as a beauty, but his experienced eye detected the lacking loveliness of her soul. Besides, he had no love but art, and his heart shrined one sacred, pervading memory. Daily, as he painted that haunting reminiscence of some long-ago seen face or painted portrait, grew upon him. He looked at Doris and searched the past. One day he cried out as he painted, "I have it!" "What have you?" demanded Doris curiously. "A face, a name that you constantly brought to mind in a shadowy way, that you resembled." "Man or woman?" demanded Doris eagerly. "A man." She was disappointed. She'd hoped to hear of some reigning belle of society. "Was he handsome?" she asked, less interested. "Remarkably so. How else if your face was like his? But how can it be like a stranger I never heard of? A coincidence, a freak of nature, said Leslie slowly. And what was he like? Demanded Doris. Faceless and debonair. False and fair, like all his line. It was a fatal race. He no worse than the rest. End of chapter 13. Faithless and debonair. Section 14 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 14. I Will Be True Forever. Despite all the love eagerly made by Earl and readily accepted by Doris, there was no formal engagement. 100 times the decisive words trembled on the lips of the poet-lover, and he chided himself that they were not uttered. But then, if she said no, what lot would be his? As for Doris not being prepared to say yes, she deferred decision and checked Earl on the verge of a finality, for she was not ready to dismiss her suitor. If he fled from Brackenside, what pleasure would be left in life? She had soon ceased her efforts to flirt with Gregory Leslie. He regarded her with the eye of an artist. What of his feeling that was not artistic was paternal. At first she had hoped that an opening might be made for her to city life. She had wild dreams that he could get an engagement for her as an actress or concert singer, where wonderful beauty would make up for lack of training. She built wild castles in the air about titled ladies who would take her for an adopted daughter or as a companion. But Gregory Leslie was the last man to tempt a lovely, heedless young girl to the vortex of city life. She told him one day of some of her longings and distastes. She hated the farm, the country. She wanted the glory of the city, dress, theaters, operas, promenades. Can't you tell me how to get what I want? Child, said Gregory, you would be weary of it and long for peace. You have a devoted young lover who offers you a comfortable home at Lindenholm. To live with my mother-in-law, sneered Doris. An admirable woman. I have met her. It would be just this dullness repeated all my life, said Doris, tearful and pouting. It would be love, comfort, safety, goodness. Besides, this young Moray is one of our coming men. He has native power. I am much mistaken if he does not make a name, fame, place, fortune. Do you suppose he will one day go to London and be great? Yes, I do. I would like that. A poet's lovely home, where learned people and musical wonders and famous actors and artists like you, Mr. Leslie, come, and we have flowers and pictures and song and gaiety. It is pleasant, well come by. You might have it all, as Mr. Moray's wife, if at first you waited patiently. Earl took new value in this ambitious girl's eyes. Meanwhile, warned by the experience with Leslie, which might have turned out so differently had Leslie played lover and offered London life to Doris, Earl resolved to press his suit and urge early marriage. He must have some way of holding fast the fair coquette. To him, the marriage tie was invulnerable. Once his wife, he fancied she would be ever true. Yes, once betrothed, he believed that she would be true as steel. So one fine September morning, when Leslie's picture was nearly finished, Earl came up to the farm, resolved to be silent no longer. He met Mattie first. He took her hand. "Mattie, dear sister friend, today I mean to ask Doris to be my wife. Wish me success." Mattie's heart died within her, but the true eyes did not quail as she said, "I hope she will consent, for I know you love her. Heaven send you all good gifts. If she does not take me, my life will be spoiled," cried Earl passionately. "Hush," said Mattie. "No man has a right to say such a word. No one should ever throw away all good that heaven has given him because of one good withheld." "Does she love me? Tell me." "I do not know. There's no way but to ask her." They heard a gay voice singing through the garden. In came Doris, her arms laden with lavender flowers cut for drying. She came and filled the room with light. "You here, Earl?" cried Doris. "Come up to the coppice nutting with me. The hazel bushes are full." She held out her hand, frank and natural as a child, and away they went together. Doris was fantastic as a butterfly that day. She danced on before Earl. She lingered till he overtook her, and before he could say 2 words was off again. Then she sang gay snatches of a song. She noted his anxious, grave face, and setting her saucy little head on one side, trilled forth, "Prithee, why so pale, fond lover? Prithee, why so pale? For if looking well won't move her, looking ill must fail." Finally, at a mossy seat under an oak tree, he made a dash, caught her, drew her to his side, and cried, "Doris, be quiet and hear me. You shall hear me. I have something to tell you, something important." "Bless us," cried Doris in pretended terror. "Is it going to rain? Are you going to tell me something dreadful about the weather? And I have a set of new ribbons on." "Dear Doris, it's not about the weather. It is an old, old story." "Don't tell it, by any means. I hate old things." "But this is very beautiful to me. So beautiful, I must tell it." "If you are so distracted about it after the fashion of the ancient mariner and his tale, I know you have told it to at least a half-dozen other girls." "Never," cried Earl, "never once. It is the story of my love, and I never loved anyone but you." "You have the advantage of me," said Doris with a charming air. "It seems you have loved once. I never loved." "Doris, Doris, don't say that," cried Earl in agony. "Not? Why? How many experiences should I have had at my age?" demanded Doris with infantile archness. "Yes, you are a child, a sweet, innocent child. But love me, Doris, love me, and be my wife. You know I adore you. Do not drive me to despair. I cannot live without you. Will you be my wife?" Doris looked thoughtfully at Earl. From her eyes, her face, one would have said that she was realizing for the first time the great problem of love, that love was dawning in her young soul as she listened to Earl's pleading. But in her heart, she was telling herself that this play of love would give a new zest to her life at the farm, would add a little excitement to the daily dullness, that even if she promised, she need not be bound if anything better came in her way. Earl Moray might be the best husband she could find. What was it Mr. Leslie had said about him? Earl, unconscious of this dark abyss in his idiot soul, sat watching the wide violet eyes, the gently parted lips, the pink flush growing like the morning on her rounded cheek. He put his arm gently about her. "Doris, answer me. Can't I wait an hour, a day, a week, a month, a year? No, 1,000 times no. Suspense would kill me. Why, I wouldn't die so easy as that. Doris, answer me. Say yes." "Yes," Doris said placidly. Earl caught her in his arms and kissed her fervently. "Is that the way you mean to act?" laughed Doris, sweet and low. "Why did you tell me to say yes and get my hair rumpled and my dress all crushed up that way? You're mine, my own Doris. Tell me no one else shall ever make love to you or kiss you. You will never be another's." "Of course not," said Doris with delicious assurance. "You will be true to me forever." "Yes, I will be true forever," said Doris. If she played at lovemaking, she would play her part perfectly, let come what would afterward. "And you will marry me? When will you marry me?" urged this impetuous young lover. "How can I tell? This is all very pleasant being lovers, and then you must ask the people at the farm." She spoke with reluctance. It always irritated her to call the honest Brace family parents, sister. "I can't be married till they say so, and there's your mother." "They will all agree to what will make us happy." "And will you agree to what will make me happy?" "Yes, my darling, with all my heart and soul." "Then you must build up fame and get money and go to London to live, for I do not love this country life. Only think to live in London among the literati and the noted people. We will surely do that, Earl." End of chapter 14. Section number 15 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Gregory Leslie, seated before his easel, saw the young couple returning to the house. No need to tell him what happened. The triumphant lover was in every line of Earl's face. Gregory Leslie sighed. Earl had won the most beautiful girl in England for his wife. But the artist was a deep student of human nature, and he read in Doris a disposition intensely worldly and selfish, an ambition that nothing could satisfy, a moral weakness that would break a promise as easily as Samson broke the 7 green withes. Doris ran away from Earl into the garden and left him to enter the house alone. Gregory was the first one he saw. "Wish me joy," he cried exultantly. "With all my heart. What you have won, may you keep." "I have no fear," said Earl the gentleman. "She loves me." "You have the original, I the picture. This picture will wake the curiosity of the world," said Gregory, looking at his work. "But you will not tell who or where is the original. I do not want my Doris to be pursued by a crowd of idle, curious people." "On honor, no," said Gregory, holding out his hand. Then Earl went on to find Mark and Patty. Patty heard the news with a bewildered shake of her head. "There's no counting on Doris," she said. "I thought she was playing with you. We shall see how it will turn out. I hope you will be happy." I'm sure they will be, spoke up Mattie and left the room. There's your mother to be consulted, said Mark. She will be ready for anything that makes me happy. And Doris is too young. She cannot be married for a year yet, said Mark decidedly. She must have time to know her mind and settle herself. If it were Mattie, now I'd feel different. Mattie's 2 years older, and she has a steadier nature. But it's not Mattie, thank fortune, for Mattie is my right hand, spoke up Patty sharply, for she had read a little of her own child's cherished secret. Earl was so overjoyed to get the promise of Doris that he counted the year of probation a day, and saw nothing of Gregory Leslie's incredulity, of Patty's hesitation, of the anxiety of Mark, or of Mattie's shy withdrawing. These young lovers are selfish, even the best of them. Patty roused herself to do justice to the occasion. She set forth a table with her best damask and the few old pieces of family silver. She spread out the choicest of her culinary stores and invited Gregory Leslie to dine, and Mattie crowned the board with flowers and put on her best dress, while Doris played the young fiancé to sweet perfection. Yet the keen eyes of the artist read not only Mattie's hidden pain, but Patty's sorrow and anxiety, and saw that Mark was not a rural father, joyful in a good match for his child, but a man in dire perplexity, uncertain what was right and wise for him to do. This girl and all her surroundings are a mystery, said the artist to himself. Earl Moray saw no mystery. All was broad day in the light of his love. It seemed high noon even, when he went home at night, and the heavens were lit with starry hosts. Doris had kept him late, not unmindful of the mother watching alone to hear her boy's tale of wooing, mindful of her rather, and finding it a pleasure to tantalize the unknown mother by a long delay. But once free of the beguiling voice of his little siren, Earl remembered heartily his mother, and hurried to her as if his feet were winged with sandals of Apollo. He flung open the gate with a crash. His joyous tread rang on the gravel walk. He dashed into the house and into the sitting room, and dropping on his knees by his mother, clasped his arms around her waist and cried, "Mother, she is mine!" "Heaven bless you, my son," said the mother, but she sighed. "You will go and see her, mother, tomorrow? You will see how wonderfully lovely she is, witty and accomplished too. You are sure to be charmed, mother." If he had chosen a beggar maid, like King Cophetua, the mother would have made the best of it. Yet in her secret heart, Mrs. Moray thought Earl too young to marry, and besides, this girl was very young, and who knew if she would be a good wife? Earl's poetizing and dreaming were bad enough, but his love-making was even worse. Still, his mother hid her fears, and sympathized and helped him plan his future, while in her soul she blessed Mark Brace for that year's delay. Accustomed from childhood to open his heart to his mother, Earl poured forth to her the full story of his love, his adoration, his intoxicating passion for Doris. The mother heard and trembled. His was not a love of a Christian man for a wife, but of a pagan for the idol in his shrine. She felt that this love could not be blessed or bring blessing. It was earthly, infatuated, unreasoning, terrible. She trembled. Yet trembling did not foresee the stormy and dreadful way that this love should lead her boy, nor in what horror and blackness its grave should be. While Mrs. Moray and her son forgot the flight of time, one in anxiety, the other in overflowing joy, Mark Brace and Patty at Brackenside Farm also kept vigils, They were perplexed to know what was right. "It was terrible to send us a child in that way," cried Patty. "We cannot tell what we should do with her." "I think we can," said Mark. "We were told to do as by our own. We would give Mattie to Earl if they both wished. We can give Doris. No doubt her mother will be glad to know that she is safe and in the care of a husband. But if they come to reclaim her, as I have expected?" "They gave her to us, unasked, and must abide by our decision. Besides, here is a year's delay, and the engagement no secret. If the unknown mother watches her child, let her make known her rights and interfere." "And the letter said she was of noble blood." "Earl Moray is a good man, a gentleman, and a scholar. But what would he think of this secret? They believe Doris to be ours, the same as Mattie." "There's the rub," said Mark. "But here, to be honest, we must break the silence. Not to Doris, but to Earl. We must tell Earl and his mother all the truth that we know. Married life goes ill, Patty, begun in mystery." "Possibly Mrs. Moray will not consent." "I think it will make no difference. If it does, we have done our duty, and that is all our trouble. I believe her mother is some poor timid soul, secretly married and perhaps now dead, and the father also." Patty sighed, and a look of trouble and conviction was in her face. She had thoughts about Doris that she did not tell even to Mark. "Love and trouble always come together," sighed Patty. "Doris has been a great help to us as well as a great care," said Mark. "Her money saved us from ruin and put us on our feet. I have done honestly by her, and I have not forgotten that she has helped us. But I admit she fills me with anxiety and is a strange element in our home. Once she is well married and gone, I think we shall be very happy together. I'll save this year's £100 to give her a good outfit, and give her next year's 100 for a wedding present." "She has had all the money since she was 12, said Patty. "True, but for the first 12 years I did not spend half of it on her." Next day, Earl brought his mother and proudly presented Doris to her. Mrs. Moray, making allowances for the enthusiasm of a lover, had expected to find a rosy, pretty country girl. She saw a dainty, high-bred beauty of the most exquisite and aristocratic type. She looked in wonder at Doris, and then helplessly at Mark and Patty. "How little your daughter resembles you!" she cried. Patty blushed. Honest Mark studied the carpet pattern. The pretty lips of Doris curled scornfully. Mrs. Moray suspected a mystery. Mark Brace spoke up. "I'd like a word with you and your son in the garden, ma'am." Doris watched the three angrily from the window. "What is father saying that I may not hear? See how oddly Mrs. Moray looks, and Earl too. What is he saying?" "Perhaps that he has no fortune to give you," hinted Patty. "My face is my fortune," cried Doris pettishly. "Dear child, do not be so vain. Suppose you lost that fortune." "Then I'd kill myself. I would not live unbeautiful." Poor Patty held up her hands in horror. End of section 15. Section number 16, A Shining Memory of a Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Yes, Mark, in plain phrases, had told his story. Mrs. Moray had opened the way, saying frankly, "Have you anything to tell us?" "Yes. Doris is not my daughter. She was left, being 2 months old or thereabouts, on my doorstep with a letter and £100. Here's the letter for you to read. I have done my best for the girl, and I love her. I have tried to meet the wishes of her unknown mother. And of that mother and her history, I know no more than you. If this makes a difference, now is the time to speak." "It makes no difference," cried Earl. "Only, if possible, I shall love her more than ever, she having no kith or kin." "I saw she did not look in the least like any of you," said Mrs. Moray thoughtfully. Mark smiled. "Yes, she is fine china. We are delf. I've never hinted this thing to Doris, and whatever you decide, I wish the secret rigidly kept, as I have kept it." "What is there to decide?" cried Earl. "We are betrothed." "Your mother may think differently," said Mark. "Of course I am very sorry that the girl has no name or position," said Mrs. Moray. Earl flushed. "Her name will be our name, and her position I will make for her, and I will be honorable, I promise you." "You are a stanch fellow," said Mark, "but I pledge you to keep this secret always. The idea of being a foundling might make Doris miserable, drive her half wild, or it might set her up to some queer caper. She has a fine spirit of her own." "Is she hard to manage?" asked Mrs. Moray anxiously. "I've never found her hard to manage," said Earl, the dauntless. "I hope you'll tell the same tale 20 years from now," said Mark with a laugh. He felt glad this matter was settled. "We shall never mention it," said Mrs. Moray, yielding to the inevitable. "And on the wedding day I'll give her £100, and she shall have £100 in her outfit." "You are very generous, Mr. Brace," said Mrs. Moray. "Doris is quick and keen. She'll ask you, Earl, what we were saying out here. You may mention the £100. Just as he had foreseen, Doris questioned Earl, and he told her of the promised outfit and the wedding gift. All this reconciled her more to the idea of marrying. "My mother shan't interfere with what I get for my outfit," she said to herself. "I'll dress like a lady for once. £100 in clothes will make a very fair show." Alas, Patty, in her thrifty mind, had already destined part of this £100 to sheeting and tablecloths, blankets and pillowcase. £100 for clothes! Fie on the extravagance! A white mull for the wedding gown, a black silk, a cashmere. This was Patty's notion of a suitable bridal trousseau. £100 on my wedding day, to use as I like. "You may be sure I shan't touch it," laughed Earl. £100! That is kind of him, but it is not much. I could spend it in 1 hour in London." "Spend it in an hour? I'm glad you are not fond of money." "I am fond of it. Money is the salt and essence of life." "And you marry a man who has almost none?" "But a man who can, who must make a great deal." "Suppose I should not?" She looked at him in alarm. "Suppose you should not? I tell you I would rather die than be mean and plain and poor all my life." "Dear child, you do not understand. You have exaggerated ideas. You shall never be left to suffer. Cheer up. I will make money, and you, my little idol, shall spend it." "That is fair," cried Doris joyously. "I'll buy no end of things." Gregory Leslie finished his picture of Innocence and took it away, knowing it should grace the walls of the Academy the next May. At Brackenside, he had found an artistic ideal and reached the acme of his art life. Doris wondered a little, the while she had inspired the artist, she had not conquered the man. Earl and Gregory made a compact of friendship and parted to meet in pain. Earl entered into a very happy winter. As Doris had inspired the artist, so she inspired the poet, and Earl sang as he had never sung before. A little volume of his verses found a publisher and public approval, and though the recompense did not at all meet the idea of Doris, she told herself that fame led the way to fortune. Indulged by Mark and Patty and waited on by Mattie, while Earl was in daily raptures over her charms, as bride-elect Doris managed to pass the winter at the farm with some content. Mark had hired for her a good piano. She had a store of French novels, and she sedulously refused to have any steps taken in the matter of wedding paraphernalia. And yet, as the weeks crept by, Doris began to be weary of lover and friends and country home, and longing for the gay world and all its glories filled her fantastic heart. "Oh, why does not some lord with a coach and six come along and carry me off and marry me?" she cried one day as she sat in the window, lazily watching the falling snow. "Surely you would not give up Earl for any lord?" cried Mattie. "Wouldn't I? I only hope for his sake I'd not be tempted. If the Lord had money enough and jewels enough and memorial castles enough, I'm afraid, Mattie, you'd be left to console Earl." "Child, don't talk in that reckless way," said Mrs. Brace. "I'm only telling the truth if I find myself a natural affinity for lords," said Doris, and Mrs. Brace sighed and flushed. Well, the winter passed, and the love-making of Earl was becoming an old story, and farm life a weariness to the flesh. But still Doris hid her vexations and unrest in her heart. The hawthorn bloomed, when Mark came in one day, crying cheerily, "Here's something like old days. The Duke is coming home for good, and Lady Estelle is finally quite well and strong, but unmarried still. More's the pity." "They've been away long," said Patty uneasily. How long is it since I've seen his grace?" "Not since they all came here." Patty looked warningly at him. He stooped to tie his shoe. "The Duke been here?" said Doris. "The Duke and his family to a common farmhouse?" "A farmhouse is not so poor a place, missy," said Mark. Doris sprung up. "I remember. Now I remember. I've had gleams of it and wondered what I was trying to think of. They came in a gorgeous coach with men in livery, and I thought it quite splendid. The Duke, a tall, grand man. With him 2 ladies?" "Yes," said Patty shortly. "I can see my memories best in the dark," said Doris, shutting her lovely blue eyes. "It is a vague dream of a fair, proud face, a shining, lovely lady, all in lace and silk and jewels." "That was Lady Estelle Hereford," said Mark, carried away. "Lady Estelle Hereford. There's a name worth wearing. Why did I not have such a name? Not that hateful Doris Brace." "Your name is good enough," said Mark tartly. "Why did they come?" demanded Doris. These people were not good at fine evasions, but Mark made shift to answer. "The Duke is my landlord. It's only proper for him to see his best farm now and then." "Did they see me?" urged Doris. "Listen to vanity, as if she was the show of the house," said Mark. "So I am. What here is worth seeing in comparison?" "If that doesn't beat all," said the scandalized Patty. "Yes, he saw you," said Mark, "and now your next question will be, did he admire me?" "I won't answer you." "There's no need. It goes without saying. Of course he admired me, if he had eyes. I must have been lovely. Why did you not have my picture taken? I must have looked like one of Correggio's little angels." "Whose?" asked Mark. "You didn't act much like an angel, if I remember right," said Mattie quietly. "Who cares for the acting so long as one has the looks?" inquired Doris with simplicity. "Share and share alike between sisters. You know, Mattie, I'll look like an angel, and you'll act like one." End of section 16, A Shining Memory. Section number 17 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 17. A Woman Averse to Marriage. The Duke and Duchess of Downsbury had been so long absent from their home that on their return they felt the greatest pleasure and keenest interest in every one whose name they remembered. Lady Estelle had outgrown her weakness of constitution. For many years it had been quite uncertain how her illness would terminate. It was not so much a malady as a wasting of strength, an utter absence of all hope or energy, a strange languor that attacked both mind and body. Doctors recommended travel. Travel fatigued her. They recommended change. Change wearied her. Nothing on earth seemed to have the least interest for her. Beautiful, high-born, blessed with every advantage that wealth and rank can give, she was afflicted with that most terrible of all diseases, hopeless ennui. Then, after a time, her physical health failed her, and it became a question as to whether she would recover or not. It was the one great trial that her devoted parents had to bear. They would have given all they had, all they cared for most, to have seen her happy, bright, light of heart, as were others. That was never to be. On this morning, early in the month of May, the Duchess and her daughter were alone in the drawing-room of Downsbury Castle. A May morning that should have rejoiced the heart of a poet, crowned with golden rays of the sun, musical with the sweet song of birds. Lady Estelle stood at the window looking over the trees, a wistful expression in her fine eyes. She never moved quickly when any thought or idea occurred to her. She never turned with the rapid movement peculiar to some people. An idea had evidently occurred to her now, for her face flushed. The white skin was for some minutes dyed scarlet. She waited until it died away. Then she turned slowly and glanced at the Duchess. "Mamma," she said, "have you heard how the interview between Papa and his agent passed off?" "Quite satisfactorily, I believe," replied the Duchess. "Everything is prosperous. The tenants are all well, and there has been no misfortune among them." Lady Estelle crossed the room. There was a beautiful stand of white hyacinths, and she bent over, caressing the beautiful buds. "Do you remember the farmer we went to see?" she continued. "What was his name? The man with the honest face." "Mark Brace," replied the Duchess. "Yes," said Lady Estelle, "Mark Brace. Do you remember him and that simple, gentle wife of his, and the two children, one as brown as a berry, and the other as fair as a lily with hair of shining gold?" "I remember them very well," replied her Grace. "Indeed, I could never forget that child. She was the most beautiful little creature I ever beheld, but she gave promise of being one of the worst." "Oh, Mamma, do not say such a thing," cried Lady Estelle with more animation than was usual with her. "Why not, my dear?" said the Duchess calmly. "Great beauty and great wickedness so often go together." "But it seems such a cruel thing to say of a child, a little child." "Well, perhaps it does seem rather hard, but then The child gives promise of the man, and if ever child was precocious in vanity and ambition, that child was. You forget her." "Yes," said Lady Estelle. "It is so long since I forget her. But you're generally merciful in your judgments, Mamma. It seems strange to hear you speak harshly of a child." The Duchess made no reply. The subject seemed to have no particular interest for her, whereas the beautiful point lace she was making had great claims on her attention. After a few minutes, Lady Estelle continued, "I suppose nothing more has been heard of the child. No one has claimed her, or the story would have reached us. I must confess that I feel some little curiosity as to what she is like. I should be pleased to see her." "If the girl bears out the promise of her youth, she would be worth seeing," said the Duchess. The entrance of her husband interrupted her, and she said no more. The Duke of Downsbury looked pleased. "My dear," he said to his wife, "I'm delighted. I have the finest agent in the country. The accounts and everything else are in the finest possible order. I'm so pleased that I thought of giving a dinner to the tenants. It could be no annoyance to you, and it would be a nice little act of attention after being absent for so long." The Duchess quite agreed with the project. It would be a compliment to them, and a pleasure to herself, she said. The Duke smiled to think what an amiable wife he had. "To all your tenants, Papa?" said Lady Estelle in her graceful, languid way. "Yes, all of them, rich and poor. But there are no poor." She smiled. "I shall see Mark Brace," she said. "I was just telling Mamma that I felt some interest in the child we saw. I should like to know how she has turned out." The Duke's face lighted up. "That pretty little girl," he said, "the one over whom there was a mystery? I had forgotten her. And the story, too. I should like to see her. What wonderful hair she had. I must tell Mark Brace to bring her over." "Mark Brace is a sensible man," the Duchess hastened to observe. "I'm sure he will understand. She was a vain child then, and she will be even vainer now. No one knows what nonsensical ideas will fill her mind if she thinks she has been invited here. You might do her a great harm by such indiscretion. Tell him to bring her over if he likes, but tell him at the same time it will be as well for him not to mention it. He is sensible enough to understand." "I see you are quite right, my dear. It shall be just as you say." And Lady Estelle hastened to add, "You are wise, Mamma. I feel some curiosity over her. I have a vague recollection of a brilliant, beautiful child who seemed very much out of place in that quiet farmhouse. But it is so long ago." Looking at his daughter, the Duke hardly realized how long it was. She did not look 1 year older. Perhaps the delicate state of her health had preserved her face from all marks of time. The calm, high-bred features were unruffled as ever. There was not one line on the fair brow, nor round the calm, serene lips. The fair hair was abundant and shining as ever. The light of the proud, brilliant eyes was undimmed. Time, indeed, seemed to have stood still for Lady Estelle Hereford. It might be that she had escaped the wear and tear of emotion, so had had nothing to mar the calm serenity of her life or her features. She went back to her post at the window, and stood once more looking out over the trees. She remained silent, dreamy, abstracted, while the Duke and Duchess discussed their affairs, their tenants, friends, and neighbors. "Estelle," said the Duke at length, "are you going to drive today?" "No, Papa, I think not. I do not care to go." The Duke and Duchess exchanged glances. "My dear Estelle," said the Duke gravely, "I wish that you did feel interested in going out, or in anything else. We were in great hopes, your mother and I, that when you returned you would show a little more animation, a little more interest in the world around you, more capacity for enjoyment. Could you not throw off that languor and be bright, animated, and happy?" She smiled. and if that smile concealed any pain, no one knew it. "I am happy, Papa," she said, "but my languor is, I suppose, part of myself. I should not know how to throw it off. I suppose the right thing to do when you propose a walk or a drive on this lovely May morning would be to blush, to glow and dimple. I'm really sorry that I'm so fashioned by nature as to find anything of the kind impossible." The Duke rose from his seat and went to his daughter. He placed his arm round the stately figure. "Do you think that I'm scolding you, Estelle?" he said. "I shall never do that, nor could I be more proud of you than I am. It is only for your own sake that I speak to you, and because I long to see you happy. I should like to see you married, Estelle, and to hold my grandchildren in my arms before I die." She started. The calm face grew a shade paler. Then she clasped her arms round his neck. "I'm so happy with you and Mamma," she replied. "I do not want any other love." The next minute she had quitted the room. The Duchess looked at her husband with a smile. "It is useless," she said. "Estelle's like no other woman in the world. I do not think she is capable of love. I do not think the man is born who could win from her a kindly smile, a warm word, or a loving look. She loves us, no one else. I have watched her year after year and feel sure of it." "It is strange, too," said the Duke, "for the Herefords are not a cold-hearted race. And you really think she will never marry?" "I feel sure of it. I do not think she will ever like anyone well enough. There is variety in all creation. We must not be surprised to find it in ladies." The day fixed for the tenants' dinner came around, and among the others, Mark Brace arrived at the castle in a state of great joy. There had been great excitement at the Brackenside when the invitation reached there, and Mark, with considerable difficulty, had mastered it. "You are to dine at the castle," said Doris, with that quickness which seemed to take everything in at one glance. "Then, for once in your life, you must have a suit of clothes that pretend to fit you. Yours always look as though you had found them by accident and met with considerable difficulty in the way of putting them on." Mark laughed, but Patty took up the cudgels for her husband. "I am sure your father always looks nice, Doris." "Why, Mother, how can you judge?" "It is not the coat that makes the man," said Patty. Doris laughed. "You are all brimful of good sentiments, but you're quite wrong. Broadcloth makes its way where fustian is trampled underfoot. I know all about the genuine stamp, a man's being a man for all that, but it is great nonsense. You believe me, Father, there's much in having good clothes. The habit makes the monk." They looked at her in wonder, as they generally did when she talked above them. "Have some good clothes," Doris continued. "You have no idea how much the other tenants will respect you if you are well dressed and show a good gold chain." Mark laughed. The cynicism of Doris always amused him. Here he saw some glimmer of sense in what she said. So Mark went to Quainton, an adjacent town, and ordered a suit of the finest broadcloth. Great was the excitement when it came home, and the honest farmer stood arrayed in all his glory. He looked very delighted, but stiff and uncomfortable. His arms seemed longer than ever, his hands redder and more awkward. Still, he tried to do honor to his new estate by carrying it off boldly. To his wife he confided that he should not always like being a gentleman, to be dressed so tightly, and Mark's wife flung her loving arms round his neck. "You are a gentleman," she said, "one of nature's very own." The whole family stood by the gate to see Mark drive off. Doris had placed a white rose in his buttonhole. His wife and daughter watched him with pride and exultation in their hearts, while Doris thought to herself that after all, even a broadcloth suit could not make what she called a gentleman. "I'm sure that no one in the room will look so nice as your father," said Mrs. Brace proudly. The glories of the new broadcloth had dazzled her. Mattie quite agreed with her, while Doris, with a mocking smile, went away. End of section 17. Section 18 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay, Chapter 18, A Prospective Pleasure for Doris. The tenants' dinner was a great success. It was well attended, for all were anxious to show that they appreciated and returned the Duke's kindly feeling. To Mark, it was a dream of glory. He had seen nothing like the interior of this magnificent castle. The staterooms, the superb hall with its blazonry of shields and armor, the banquet room with its groined roof and grand pictures puzzled him. It was something to be a tenant of such a duke as this. As for the dinner itself, it simply amazed him. He did not know the name of half the dishes or half the wines. As for the fruit, the silver, the servants in attendance, he thought of it all with bated breath. Doris had desired him, in a whisper, to tell her all he saw, and to be sure and not forget anything. Honest Mark tried to take an inventory, but his mind failed him. It gave way under the strain. He could not grasp the half of what he saw and heard. Mark's wonder was not diminished when a footman, bending very respectfully, asked him to be kind enough to follow him. He arose instantly and followed through such dazzling and magnificent rooms that he began to think of the wonders of the Arabian Nights he had read when a boy. They came to a door that was covered with rich velvet hangings. The footman pushed them aside, opened it, and Mark Brace found himself, to his great consternation and distress, in the presence of the Duchess and her daughter, both in evening dress, and the shimmer of silk, the sheen of jewels were enough to bewilder the honest farmer. Still, he had a native dignity of his own, which nothing could deprive him. Although his hands felt more stiff and red than ever, and he was most sorely puzzled what to do with them, still he recollected himself and bowed to the ladies in a fashion quite his own. The Duchess received him kindly. Lady Estelle spoke no word, but her indolent, handsome eyes rested on his face. "Mr. Brace," said her Grace, "I am pleased to see you. We have been long absent." Mark muttered something to the effect, "Heaven bless them, they were very welcome home." The Duchess smiled, and Lady Estelle thought to herself, "What a simple, honest man he is." Mark had disposed of his hands to his own satisfaction. One was placed behind him, where it lay rigid and straight. The other hung down by his side as though slightly ashamed of itself. Then he found himself in difficulties over his feet. He had some dim idea that he had heard his wife say it was genteel to stand with the heels together. He tried it, and it proved a dead failure. The Duchess relieved him of all further embarrassment by pointing to a chair. He sat down with a deep sigh that was almost a gasp, thankful to be relieved at last. "I wanted to see you, Mr. Brace," continued the stately lady, "to ask how the child is whom we saw at the farm." Mark was himself again, with something to say of Doris. His face brightened. "She's not a child now, your Grace. She has grown to be a beautiful girl." "Is she still beautiful?" asked her Grace. "I do not think the sun when it rises in the morning is brighter. replied Mark with unconscious poetry. I'm almost sorry to hear it, said her Grace. There are more qualities than beauty for a girl in her position, Mr. Brace. Yes, but we can't help it. And, interrupted the Duchess, have you heard any more? Do you know to whom she belongs? Have you any trace of her parentage? Lady Estelle shut her jeweled fan and laid it on the table. Her eyes were fixed on Mark's face. No, Your Grace, he replied. We know no more than we did on the day she first came to us. The money comes every year. It always comes from London, generally in Bank of England notes, quite new and crisp. Sometimes gold packed in a little box. It never fails. It is so strange. There's never a word about the child in the parcels? No questions? No remarks? No, not one, he replied. And what have you done with her all these years? Asked the Duchess. She had high spirits of her own. She's been to school, Your Grace. It was her own wish she should go. She was away for 4 years without coming home. Then she is clever and accomplished, said the Duchess. Yes, replied Mark. She is as clever as any lady in the land. Then his face grew crimson, and he said to himself that he had made a great blunder. Lady Estelle smiled in her usual languid fashion. I mean, Your Grace, exclaimed Mark, that she's really very clever. She sings like a mermaid, he added, delighted at his own figure of speech. She can dance and speaks 2 foreign languages. The Duchess laughed. It was impossible to help it. Mark's face was such a study as he enumerated this list of accomplishments. I should like to see your protégé, Mr. Brace, said her Grace. But as she is inclined to be vain, it would be wise, perhaps, not to tell her that I have expressed such a wish. Mark looked very wise. He quite agreed with it. You might say, continued her Grace, that you're coming over to the castle next week on business, and bring her with you. I will, Your Grace, said Mark proudly. I'm coming on business next Tuesday. My lease is to be renewed. I will bring her with me. She's engaged to be married, he added bluntly. Engaged? Repeated the Duchess. Why, she cannot be more than 19. She is 19, said Mark, and of course I shall not allow her to be married for a year. You are quite right, interrupted the Duchess. Lady Estelle had opened her fan, and she stirred it gently, as she asked, To whom is she engaged? Mark declared, in reporting the conversation, that it was the grammar that destroyed him. It made him feel unequal to giving any answer. He turned uneasily in his chair. To whom is she engaged? To whom is she engaged? Repeated the clear, musical voice. Why, my lady, he is a poet and a gentleman. A poet and a gentleman, repeated the Duchess. That is high praise. He deserves it, Your Grace. He's written a book. I cannot say whether it has been read among the great people, but with such as us, the verses are on the lips of every man, woman, and child. What is the poet's name? Asked Lady Estelle. Earl Moray, my lady. He lives near us, and his father was a clergyman. His mother is a very quiet, grave lady. She always thought that Doris was my daughter, and when she heard the truth, she was quite unwilling for her son to make such a marriage. But he talked her over. Lady Estelle used her fan vigorously. Her face had suddenly grown burning red. They're very much attached to each other, continued Mark. I never saw anything like the way in which he worships her. I'm sure that if he lost her, he would go mad. Let us hope not, said the Duchess with a smile. Going mad's a very serious matter. Then, said the low, sweet voice of Lady Estelle, your protégée is provided for, Mr. Brace? Her future is safe? I hope so, my lady, said cautious Mark. But as the wedding does not take place for a year, much may happen in that time. We will hope it will all end happily," said her Grace kindly. Then Mark understood that his interview had ended. Lady Estelle murmured a careless adieu. The Duchess spoke kindly of Patty, and Mark went home that night, a proud and happy man. He was greeted with innumerable questions. His wife seemed to think that Mark had been the principal person present, that except for the fact of his presence, the dinner party would have been insignificant. Doris positively bewildered him with questions. Mrs. Brace and Mattie sat with awe and wonder on their faces. "I cannot answer so many questions, Doris," said Mark at last. "I will tell you what. I'm going to the castle again on Tuesday to renew my lease. Will you go with me?" Her beautiful face flushed crimson. "Will I? Of course I will," Doris said. "What would they say?" asked Mattie. "They would not say anything," said Mark. "I shall tell them that my daughter Doris had a great fancy for seeing the inside of a castle, and you may take my word, they will be kind enough." "Let Mattie go," suggested Mrs. Brace. But Mattie shrank back. "Oh, no," she said. "I should not care for it. I would rather not." "And I would give a year of my life," said Doris. "You need not give anything," said Mark. "Dress yourself tidily, not finely," he added with a touch of natural shrewdness. "One does not require finery in going to see a duchess." "Shall I see the Duchess?" asked Doris, opening her eyes wide with surprise. Then Mark Brace perceived his error. "I'm a poor hand at keeping a secret," he thought. "If you go to the castle," he replied, "it's very probable you will see the Duchess of Downsbury." "I shall not be able to sleep from this moment till then," cried Doris. And when Earl Moray came, she could talk to him about nothing but the intensity of the pleasure in store for her. 100 times and more did Mark repent giving the invitation. He had no peace, no rest. Even Earl himself could not persuade her to talk about anything except the grandeur of Downsbury Castle. "I'm quite sorry I cannot go back to school for a few days," she said, "just to make all my schoolfellows mad with jealousy." "Why should they be mad?" asked Mattie. "You do not know how much they talk about Downsbury Castle," she replied. "My dear, they call England a Christian land, and they pray for the conversion of all pagans and idolaters. There are no such idolaters as these same English who worship rank, title, and wealth, as they never worshipped heaven." "You are one of them, Doris," said Mattie. "Not altogether. Underneath my worship there's a vein of cynicism, but no one suspects it. If you want to learn a few lessons of that kind, Mattie, you should go to a fashionable boarding school. I declare that I never heard anyone quoted for being good or virtuous. It was always for being nobly born, rich, titled. I learned my lesson quickly, Mattie." "You did indeed," was the brief reply, "and it is a lesson that I am sorry Earl's wife should ever have taken to heart." The only reply was a careless laugh. Doris did not even care to quarrel with her sister, so highly delighted was she at the prospect of going to the castle. At length, to the intense delight and relief of everyone, Tuesday came, and it was time to go. Doris did not love nature. She had no appreciation of its beauties. But in after years, she did remember how the sun had shone on this day, and how blissfully the little birds had sung in the trees, how sweet was the perfume of the flowers and the fragrance of the hedges as they drove to Downsbury Castle. End of section 18. Section number 19 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Chapter 19. They Tell Me, Child, that You Are Really Promised in Marriage. It was a busy morning at Downsbury Castle. Several visitors had called, and when Mark with his beautiful protégée arrived, they were shown into the library to await the Duke's leisure. It was evident to Mark that they had been expected, for a tempting lunch was served to them. A lunch, the servants called it. To Mark and Doris it seemed a most sumptuous dinner. Mark could not help watching the girl. He himself was strange, embarrassed, confused. The silver fork was heavy, the napkin confused him. She sat with the easy grace and dignity of a young queen, sipping the rosy wine from the richly cut glass, and looking quite at her ease over it. "You seem quite at home, Doris," said Mark enviously. "I feel so," she replied. "I could live happily enough here. It is so easy to be good when one is rich." He looked at her in dull wonder, as he generally did when she puzzled him. "But Doris," he said, "that is just exactly the opposite of what the Bible says. Don't you remember the text about the rich man, the camel, and the needle's eye?" "I remember it," she replied. "Those who have no money long for it, and some desire it so ardently that they will do anything to win it. The rich have no need to be envious or jealous." He was not clever enough to argue with her. The only thing he could do was to tell her she was wrong, and that she should not talk that way. Before there was time to reply, the door opened and the Duke came in. He spoke kindly, saying that the Duchess was engaged with some visitors, but that Lady Estelle Hereford would see Miss Brace, and would be pleased to show her the pictures and the flowers. Mark looked astounded at the condescension. Even the Duke himself felt some little surprise when she had made the offer. "You had better let the housekeeper take her, my dear," he had said. "Very well, Papa," she replied carelessly, but after a few minutes she added, "I think it will amuse me to see this young girl, Papa. I will show her some of the pictures and my flowers." "She would be more comfortable with the housekeeper," he said, "but do as you wish, my dear." When he saw the beautiful, refined, high-bred young girl seated at the table, he changed his mind. It did not seem so certain that she would be more comfortable with the housekeeper. He looked in wonder at her perfect face and graceful figure. "She looks like a young princess," he said to himself, and his manner almost involuntarily changed. Something of the chivalrous respect came into it, and Doris, so marvelously quick, detected the change. She saw that he admired her, and then she felt quite at her ease. He said something to Mark about the agent who was waiting to see him. Then the door opened, and Lady Estelle entered. As her eyes fell upon the young girl, she started, and her face grew deadly pale, so pale that the Duke stepped hastily forward and cried out, "Are you ill, Estelle?" "No," she replied. "The day is warm, and warm weather never suits me. Good morning, Mr. Brace. Is this your daughter?" "This is my daughter, my lady," he replied. Lady Estelle Hereford, going nearer to her, looked into the beautiful, radiant face. Doris returned the glance, and the two remained for 1 minute, looking, for the second time in their lives, steadily at each other. "I'm glad to see you," said Lady Estelle kindly. "I remember having seen you when you were a child." Doris bowed. There was perfect ease, perfect grace in her manner, and the Duke, looking at her, was fairly puzzled. That high-bred, perfect repose, that fascinating charm of manner, surprised him. He looked at his daughter to see if she shared his surprise, and felt anxious about her when he saw that her face was still deadly pale. Then he asked Mark to go and see the agent. Lady Estelle, with her rigid lips, smiled at Doris. "I will take charge of you," she said. "Come with me." They left the room together. "We will go to the boudoir first," she said. "There are some very fine paintings. You will like to see them." When they reached the boudoir, Lady Estelle seemed to forget why they had gone there. She sat down on the couch and placed Doris by her side. "I saw you once when you were quite a little child," she said. "How you have altered! How tall you have grown!" She laid her hands on the shining waves of hair. "What beautiful hair you have," she continued, and her fingers lingered caressingly on it. "They tell me, child, that you are really promised in marriage. Is it true?" There was no flush on that lovely young face, no sweet tender coyness in the beautiful eyes. They were raised quite calmingly to the questioning face. "Yes," she replied, "it is quite true." A look quite indescribable came over Lady Estelle, something yearning, wistful. Then she slowly added, "A love story always interests me. Will you tell me yours?" "I have none," was the quick reply. "Earl Moray asked me to marry him, and I said yes." "But you love him?" asked Lady Estelle. "Yes, I love him. At least I suppose so. I do not know what love is, but I imagine I love him." "You do not know what love is?" said Lady Estelle in a tone of suppressed vehemence. "I will tell you. It's a fire that burns and pains, burns and pains. It is a torrent that destroys everything in its way. It is a hurricane that sweeps over every obstacle. It is a tempest in which the ship is forever and ever tossed. It is the highest bliss, the deepest misery. Oh, child, pray, pray that you may never know what love is." Who could have recognized the quiet, graceful, languid Lady Estelle? Her face shone like flame, and her eyes flashed fire. The calm, proud repose was all gone. Doris looked at her in wonder. "There must be many kinds of love. I know nothing of that which you describe, and Earl loves me quite differently." "How does he love you?" asked Lady Estelle. "He's always singing to me, and these are his favorite lines. 'Thou art my life, my soul, my heart, the very eyes of me. Thou hast command of every part, to live and die for thee.' And that just expresses Earl's love." The lady's eyes were riveted on the glorious face. The rich, sweet voice had given such force and effect to the words. Then she said anxiously, "You will be very happy in your new life, I hope, even should I never see you again. I hope you will be happy." "I hope so," replied Doris in a dubious voice. Then her face brightened as she looked round the magnificent room. "I should be happy enough here," she said. "This is what my soul loves best. This is better than love." The lady drew back from the girl as though she had been struck. "Faithless and debonair," she murmured. Doris looked inquiringly at her. "This is what you love best?" she said. "You mean luxury and magnificence?" "Yes, I mean that it is 10,000 times better than love." "But," said Lady Estelle, "this is a strange doctrine for one so young as you." "I am young, but I know something of love," said Doris. "I know that money can purchase everything, can do everything, influence everything." "But," said Lady Estelle, drawing still further from her, "you would not surely tell me that of all the gifts of this world, you value money most?" "I think I do," said Doris with a frank smile. "This is strange in one so young," said Lady Estelle. "I am so sorry." Then she rose, saying coldly, "You will like to see the pictures. You think it strange that I should speak to you in this fashion. As I told you before, a love story interests me. I am sorry that you have none." The change was soon perceived by Doris, and just as quickly understood. "I do not think," she said gently, "that you have quite understood me. I do not love money, that is, the actual gold. It is the pleasures that money can purchase which seem to me so enviable, that I long so urgently for." Lady Estelle smiled. "I see. I understand. You did not express just what you meant. That's a different thing. There seems to me something hateful in the love of money. You so long for pleasure, my poor child. You little know how soon it would tire you." "Indeed, it never would," she replied eagerly. "I should like, oh, how much I should like, to live always in rooms beautiful as these, to wear shining jewels, rich silks, costly laces. I do not and never have liked my own home. In some strange way, it never seems to belong to me, nor I to it." Lady Estelle drew near to her again. "You do not like it, poor child?" she said. "That is very sad. Yet they are very kind to you." "Yes, they are kind to me. I cannot explain what I mean. I never seem to think as they think or do as they do. I'm not good either, after their fashion of being good." "What is your idea of being good?" asked Lady Estelle. "Pleasing myself, amusing myself, making myself happy. It is comfortable philosophy, at least." "What is he like, this Earl Moray, whom your father calls poet and gentleman?" asked Lady Estelle. Doris smiled. She did not blush, nor did her eyes droop. There was no shyness nor timidity. "He is fair," she replied, "and he has a noble head, crowned with clustering hair. His face is spiritual and tender, and his mouth is beautiful as a woman's." "That's a good description. I can almost see him." "You love him, or you could not describe him so." "He will be a great man in the future," replied the girl. Then she started at finding on what familiar terms she was with this daughter of a mighty duke. They were sitting side by side, and Lady Estelle again had taken the shining hair in her hand. Doris's hat had become unfastened, and she held it with careless grace. It even surprised herself to find out she was as much at home and at her ease with Lady Estelle Hereford as she was with Mattie. "Where shall you live after you are married?" asked Lady Estelle gently. "At Lindenholm for some little time, but Earl has promised me that I shall go to London. I live only in that hope." "Why do you wish so ardently for London?" "Because people know what life means there. They have balls, parties, fetes, music, opera, theaters, and I long for a life of pleasure." "How much you will have to suffer," said Lady Estelle unconsciously. "Why?" asked Doris in surprise. "Because you expect so much, and the world has so little to give, that is why. But come, we're forgetting the pictures." In the long gallery they were joined by the Duke. Curiosity to again see the beautiful face had brought him there. Doris was looking at a portrait that pleased her very much, and her beautiful profile was seen to perfection. The Duke started as his eyes fell upon it. He went up to his daughter. "Estelle," he said in a low voice, "who is it that young girl resembles? Someone we know." "Someone we know well? Look at the curve of the lip, the straight, clear brow." "I do not see any likeness," she replied with white, trembling lips. "None at all. But, oh, Papa, I am so tired. I am not so well as usual today. I seem to have no strength." She sat on one of the crimson seats, and the Duke forgot all about their visitor in his anxiety for her. "I will send these people home," he said, but she interrupted him. "Not just yet, Papa. It will be such a pleasure to me to show that pretty young girl my flowers." End of section 19. Section 20 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Her eyes invited him. Lady Estelle and Doris went together through the beautiful conservatories that formed one of the great attractions of the castle, and Doris fancied herself in fairyland. She showed them that although she might have no particular love for nature, she had a grand eye for the picturesque. Lady Estelle desired her here and there to gather a spray of choice blossoms. She did so, and the way in which she grouped and arranged them was marvelous. "You have a good eye for color," said Lady Estelle, as she watched the white fingers with the scarlet and amber flowers. It pleased her to see the girl lingering among them, to see the beautiful face bending over the blossoms. They came to a pretty little corridor, roofed with glass, but the glass was hidden by the luxuriance of an exotic climbing plant. Great scarlet bells with white, fragrant hearts hung down in glorious profusion. In the middle of the corridor stood a large fountain, and the water was brilliant with goldfish. There were pretty seats half overhung by the leaves of the hanging plant. It was when they reached here that the servant came in search of Lady Estelle. She was wanted in the drawing-room to see some visitors who had arrived. She turned to Doris with a kindly smile. "I'm sure you must be tired," she said. "Will you rest here? I'm sorry to leave you, but I shall not be long." With the dignified air of a young princess, Doris seated herself, the footman looking on in silent wonder. He had rarely seen his languid mistress so attentive even to her most intimate friends. Then Doris was left alone in the rich, mellow light. The rippling spray of the fountain and the gleaming of the goldfish amused her for some time. Then she took up her magnificent flowers and began to arrange them. She was so deeply engaged with them that she did not hear the sound of footsteps. The velvet curtain at the end of the corridor was raised, and a tall, handsome man stood looking in mute wonder at the picture before him. There, in the mellow light, was a picture that for beauty of coloring could not be surpassed. The young girl with the face of an angel, and hair of the purest shining gold, white hands that shone like snowflakes among the crimson and amber blossoms. The background was formed by the scarlet bells and green leaves of the drooping plant. He stood for some minutes, looking on in silent wonder, and while he so stands, Lord Charles Vivian is an object worth studying. Tall, well-made, with a fine, erect figure and easy, dignified bearing. He would attract attention even among a crowd of men. His face is handsome, but not good. The eyes are dark and piercing. The brows are arched and thick. But the mouth, the key to the whole face, is a bad one. The lips, thick and weak, are hidden by a mustache. It is the face of a man who lives entirely to please himself, who knows no restraint, who consults his own inclinations, and who would sacrifice everyone and everything to himself. The dark eyes are riveted on the golden hair and exquisite face of the girl. It is some minutes before she becomes aware of his presence, and then something causes her to look up, and she sees those same dark eyes, full of admiration, glancing at her. She does not blush, but the dainty rose bloom deepens on her face, and the violet eyes flash back a look of archest coquetry into his own. That look decided him. If she had blushed, or looked at all embarrassed, he, being what is called a gentleman, would have turned away. That glance, so full of fire, of coquetry, so subtle, so sweet, seemed to start something like delicious poison through his veins. He comes nearer to her, making a most profound and respectful bow. Then he sees her dress, so plain and homely, although coquettishly worn, and he is at a loss to imagine who she can be. The loveliness, the perfect aristocratic grace of face and figure are what he would have expected from a visitor at Downsbury Castle. The impress of high birth is on both of them, but the dress is not even equal to that of a lady's maid. Yet she's sitting there so perfectly, at her ease. She must be a visitor. Lord Charles Vivian, with his eyes still riveted upon her, speculates in vain. "I beg pardon," he says at last. "I hope you will accept my apologies, but I was told that Lady Estelle was here, and I wished to see her." "She will return very soon," replies Doris. The words are brief and simple, but the eyes seem to say, "Stay with me till she comes." "Have I the pleasure of speaking to a visitor at the castle?" he asks with a bow. Then she blushes, feeling more ashamed than ever of Brackenside and its belongings. "I came to see the castle," she replies, "and Lady Estelle is kind enough to show me the flowers." He understood at once. Then, saying to himself that in all probability she was a protégée of my lady's, the daughter of some tenant farmer, who had, as a great treat, been promised a sight of the wonders of the castle, he was perfectly at ease then. There was no such admirer of fair women in all the world as Lord Vivian, and this was the fairest he had ever seen. A farmer's daughter, without the prestige of rank and wealth to save her, fair prey for him. Had she been the daughter of a duke, an earl, a baron, he would simply have laid his plans for flirting with her. As it was, he sat down and deliberately said to himself that heart and soul should be his. Some little faults lay at her door. Her eyes invited him. They said things that lips would not have dared to utter. They were full of the sweetest and most subtle invitation, gracefully veiled by the long dark lashes. Lord Charles had done as he would all his life, and now that his eyes rested on this fairest of all faces, he was not likely that he would let anything baffle him. "You have a beautiful resting place," he said. "I have never seen anything to equal the beauty of this plant." "It is very beautiful," she replied. "To me, it seems like a fairyland." have been staying here for a week," he continued, "and I have not seen half the beauty of the castle yet." "You have been staying here?" she said, with unconscious stress on the word here. "Yes. I admire the scenery hereabouts. I think it is almost about the finest we have." "I have never been out of this country," she replied, "so I cannot tell." He raised his dark brows in surprise. "You've never been away from home?" he said. "What a pity, and what a shame." "Why is it a shame?" she asked, with another of those sweet glances that invited him to woo her. "Providence does not send such a face as yours in the world once in a century," he replied, "and then all the world should see it." Doris looked pleased, not shy or timid. She was perfectly at home with him, and he saw it. "I must introduce myself," he said, "as Lady Estelle does not return. I am Lord Charles Vivian. If I dare, I should ask to whom I have the honor of speaking." She did blush then, with gratified vanity and delight. It was something that she should have a handsome lord by her side, and that he should admire her. He did admire her, she knew. She could read it in his eyes, and the flattering homage of his smile. Lord Charles Vivian. She wondered whether he was very rich, great and celebrated. A lord. Oh, if she could only make a conquest of him. "I wish I dare ask to whom I have the honor of speaking." And then she raised her eyes with something of defiance and said, "My name is Doris. Doris Brace." He said the name softly. "Doris. What a pretty name. Now that you have been kind enough to answer me one question, I should like to ask another. Do you live near here?" "I live at Brackenside," she replied. "My father is a tenant of the Duke's. He is a farmer." "Then I was right in my first surmise," he said. "Pray, what was that?" asked Doris. "I was watching you for some minutes before you saw me, and I guessed you were a daughter of one of the Duke's tenants." She raised her head with a magnificent pride and lofty disdain that almost annihilated him. "That is to say, you thought I looked like a farmer's daughter. I thank you so much for the compliment." "Nay," he replied, "I thought you looked like a queen." The dark eyes seemed to flash light and love into her. It must be admitted that Lord Charles Vivian thoroughly understood the art of winning women. "Doris," he said, "I am struck with the name, because I do not remember that I ever met with anyone who bore it before. How beautiful these flowers are! Will you give me one to keep in memory of this, our first meeting?" She tightened her hold on the scarlet and amber blossoms. He could not help noticing the beauty of the white hand that held them. "I think not," she replied. "In all the poems that I ever read, something is done to win a flower before it is given." "I have done something to win it," he replied. She raised her beautiful eyes to his. "Have you? I did not know it. Will you tell me what it is?" "If you will promise me not to be angry," he whispered. She drew back from him and laughed. "How can I be angry?" she asked. "I beg of you to tell me what you've done to win a flower." His eyes seemed to light his face with love and passion. "I will tell you what I have done," he said. "In 1 minute I have laid at your feet in silence the homage that another could not have won in a whole year. Now will you give me a flower?" He took one of the scarlet blossoms, and in doing so, His fingers touched hers. "I shall never part with it," he said. Then he heard the sound of the opening of the conservatory door, and he knew that Lady Estelle was coming. "Shall you be very angry with me?" he asked in a quiet whisper, "if you see me near your home?" "No," she replied. Then he arose and went over to the other end of the conservatory, so that when Lady Estelle entered, she could not have any idea that they had exchanged one word. Still, she looked surprised, and not very well pleased at finding him there. He came forward quickly, never even looking at Doris. "I had hoped to find you here, Lady Estelle," he said. "I have waited your return. I'm going over to Hydenlow this morning. You said that you wished me to take something to Lady Eleanor." "Yes," she replied. "I will attend to it. I shall see you before you go." She dismissed him with a queenly bow, and he went, never once looking at Doris. But her eyes lingered on him till he was out of sight. Then she looked at Lady Estelle, and they seemed to reproach the Duke's daughter that she had not considered her worthy of an introduction. Lady Estelle perfectly understood the mute reproach, but would not notice it. "I am sorry," she said languidly, "that the Duchess is so busily engaged this morning. She has asked me to say that she wishes you well in the new life opening to you." "It is time to go," thought Doris. Her quick tact seemed to be almost a sixth sense. She thanked Lady Estelle for her kindness, and Lady Estelle did what was very unusual for her, held out her hand. "Goodbye," she said with a faint, sad smile. "You will remember our little argument, and always bear in mind that the greatest of earthly blessings is love." "I shall remember that you have said so," laughed Doris, wondering why the cold, jeweled hand held hers so tightly. "If I never see you again," said the languid, caressing voice, "I shall not forget you, and I wish you well." There was something so strange in the lady's face and manner that Doris was half startled. The usual light, graceful words did not come so easily. "Goodbye," she repeated. "This has been the happiest day in my life, and I thank you for it." She turned away to follow the servant who had come in search of her, but the quiet, gentle eyes of Lady Estelle rested on her until she was out of sight. End of section number 20.
Section 21 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 21. I Shall Never Be a Model Woman. Lord Charles Vivian had been completely spoilt by good fortune. An only son, he had succeeded quite early to a magnificent estate, a large fortune, and an ancient title. As a handsome boy, he had been caressed, indulged, and spoiled. His mother never allowed him to be thwarted in any wish or desire. His father thought that there was no one equal to him. They both died while he was still in his early youth, and he was left to the care of guardians who were just as indulgent. Some young men would not have suffered so terribly from this as he did, but he was not naturally good, and circumstances fostered all the evil that was in him. Fair women flattered him. He was a great prize in the matrimonial market. He knew that some of the fairest and noblest women in England would have been proud and pleased to have shared his lot. He knew that he could choose where he would, but, although the chains of Hymen might be made of the fairest roses, he would never wear them. He had resolved to have as much enjoyment as possible out of life, and, to secure that, he decided upon roaming like a butterfly and marrying when he grew old. He was wealthy and the possessor of an ancient title and magnificent estates, but the name of Lord Charles Vivian was not held in the highest honour by the world. It was not one of purest renown. Husbands with beautiful wives, fathers with fair young daughters looked reproachfully on him, for neither virtue, honour, friendship, principle, nor pity ever stood in his way when he had the caprice to gratify or a whim to indulge. He laughed at the notion of a broken heart. In his creed, women were quite an inferior order of creation. They might have souls, or they might not. That was a mere matter of belief. They were created simply for the amusement of the passing hour, and to do the real drudgery work of the world. How many women's hearts he broke, how many fair young lives he blighted, all will be known on that terrible day when sin is called by its right name, and there is no gloss thrown over it. He had had numerous flirtations, but love he had never known. If he saw a face that pleased him, he pursued it until he won it, and then it might perish like a faded rose-leaf. It was of no more interest to him. Ah, it was an evil hour in which he saw the promised wife of Earl Moray. He had never met anyone so lovely. His heart was on fire as he thought of the perfect beauty of her face and figure. There was not the least pity in his heart as he said to himself he must win her. No matter what it cost him, she was well worth some little trouble, and she was willing to be won if he could judge from her eyes. The last thing Doris saw as she drove away from the castle gates was Lord Charles Vivian watching her intently with love and admiration in his face. He was not so handsome as Earl, he lacked the fair, spiritual beauty of the poet, but he was a lord, and to some people that one fact makes the whole world of difference. Doris went home with her thoughts in a maze, her head whirling with all she had seen and heard, but the one dominant idea was that she had been admired by a lord. It had been a most unfortunate thing for her, the visit to Downsbury Castle, but for it she might in time have grown reconciled to her lot. She might have learned to love and appreciate Earl, she might have lived and died happily, but for it this story had never been written. It was the turning point in her life. It seemed to bring into sudden and vivid life all of the evil that had laid dormant. It roused the vanity, the ambition, the love of luxury and pleasure, the love of conquest and admiration, until they became a living flame nothing could extinguish. How plain and homely the little farm seemed to her after the magnificence of Downsbury Castle! How homely and uncouth Mattie and her mother were after the languid, graceful Lady Estella! Nothing pleased her, nothing contented her. I have been foolish, she thought. I wish I had not promised to marry Earl. Who knows but there might have been a chance for me to win this handsome lord. Lady Doris Vivian. I like the sound of that name. What a difference between that and Mrs. Earl Moray. How foolish I was to be in such a hurry. So, that evening, when poor Earl came, impatient to see her, longing for one kind word, thirsting to talk to her, he was received with great coldness by her. Ah, heaven, how pitiful it was to see the handsome face droop and sadden, the lips tremble, the eyes grow dim with tears. He might be the master of the English language, that he certainly was. He might be master of the heart of poesy, but he was a slave to her whims, her caprices, her humour. It was the first time she had been cold to him, the first time her face had not brightened for him. She did not even smile when he entered the room. He hastened up to her, and bending down, he kissed the beautiful face. "My darling Doris," he said, "I thought the day would never come to an end. I have been longing to see you." Another time the sweet face would have been raised to his, she would have given kiss for kiss, she would have welcomed him as he loved best to be welcomed, but today she merely turned impatiently aside. "I wish you would be more careful, Earl," she said. "You make my hair so untidy." "I am very sorry, dear," he said gently. "It is such beautiful hair, Doris, and I think it looks even more beautiful when it is what you call untidy." "There is no reason why you should make it so," she retorted. Then he looked with wondering eyes into her face. "You are not well, or are you tired? Which is it?" "I am tired," she replied. "Tired to death, Earl. Do not tease me." "I ought to have remembered your long journey. Of course you are tired. You ought to lie down, and I will read to you. That will rest you." "Pray do not be fussy, Earl. Other people get tired, but no one likes a fuss made over them." Again he looked at her. Could this girl, who received him so coldly, so indifferently, be his own beautiful, bright Doris? It seemed incredible. Perhaps he had been so unfortunate as to offend her. He bent over her again. "Doris," he said gently, "have I been so unfortunate as to displease you?" "No," she replied, "I do not remember that you have." "You're so changed. I can hardly imagine that this is you." The pain in his voice touched her. She looked at him. His face had grown very pale, and there was a cloud in his clear, loving eyes. She laughed a low, impatient laugh. "Pray do not be so unhappy because I am cross," she said. "I never pretended to have a good temper. I am always impatient over something or other." "But why with me? You know that your smile makes heaven to me, your frown despair. Why be cross with me, darling? I would give all that I have on earth to save you from one unhappy moment." "I am tired," she said, "and I cannot forget the castle, Earl. I wish so much that I had been born to live in such a place. I should have been quite at home and happy there." "Are you not at home and happy here?" he asked. "No," she replied, "happy in a lonely, dreary farmhouse." "With the kindest of parents, the sweetest of sisters, the most devoted of lovers. It seems to me, Doris, that you have all the elements of happiness." She did not even hear him. She was thinking of the grandeur she had seen. "I call that something like life," she continued, "luxury and gaiety. I would sooner never have been born at all than be condemned to spend all my life here." "But it will not be spent here, my darling. It will be spent with me." His face glowed. The rapture of content came over him. There was no response in hers. "I shall change Brackenside for Lindenholm," she said. "I cannot see it will make that much difference. It is only exchanging one farmhouse for another." "But I who love you am in the other," he said gently. "Oh, Doris, you pain me so greatly. I know that you do not mean what you say, but you wound me to death." Again she hardly heard him. "I should very much like to know," Doris continued, "if it is fair to place me, with a keen, passionate longing for life, gaiety, and pleasure, here, where I have none of the three." "None of the three," he repeated sadly, "and I find heaven with you." He knelt down in front of her where he could see her face, and drew it gently down to his own. "I will not believe you mean this, my darling. If I did believe it, I should go mad. Your beauty-loving, artistic nature has been aroused by what you have seen, and it makes you slightly discontented with us all. You ought to reign in a palace, my darling, because you are so beautiful and brilliant, but the palace shall be of my winning. You shall have every luxury that you have ever seen and envied." "When?" she asked, briefly, bringing his castle in the air suddenly to the ground. "Soon, my darling. You do not know how hard I am working. Soon as I possibly can accomplish it." "Work?" she replied. "A man may work for a lifetime, and yet never earn sufficient to build a house, much less a castle. Look at my father. Look how hard he works, yet he is not rich, and never will be." "But my work is different from his, Doris. There have been poets who have made large fortunes." "And there have been poets who starved in a garret," she replied. "But I have not that intention," cried Earl, with a look of power. "I will win wealth for you. The thought of you gives me skill, nerve, and courage for anything. Have patience, my darling." "Oh, Earl, it was beautiful," she cried, pitilessly interrupting him. "And that Lady Estella wore such a beautiful dress. She has a strange way of moving. It produces a strange effect, so slowly and so gracefully, as though she were moving to the rhythm of some hidden music. And those rooms, I can never forget them. To think that people should live and move in the midst of such luxury." He raised the white hand to his lip. "They are not all happy, Doris. Oh, believe me, darling, money, luxury, magnificence cannot bring happiness. Sooner or later one wearies of them." "I never should," she answered gently. "If I could live 20 lives instead of one, I should never weary. I should like every hour of each of them to be filled with pleasure." "That is because you have so little," he said wistfully. "You shall have a bright future." Just at that moment Mattie Brace entered the room, and Doris looked at her with a smile. "A little brown mouse like Mattie," she said, "can easily be content. You are happy as the day is long, are you not, Mattie?" The quiet brown eyes, with their look of wistful pain, rested for one moment upon Earl. Then the young girl said calmly, "Certainly I am happy and content. Why should I not be? I always think that the same good God who made me knew how and where to place me, and knew best what I was fitted for." "There," said Doris, "that is the kind of material your model women are made of. I shall never be a model woman. Mattie will never be anything else." "Mattie is quite right," said Earl. "There is nothing so vain and so useless as longing for that which we can never attain. Come, Doris, you look better and brighter than you did when I first came in. Tell me about your day at the castle." She told him of the Duke's kind reception, of Lady Estella's condescension, of all the beautiful things she had seen, and how the Duke's daughter had given her some flowers, and talked to her. But not one word did she say of Lord Charles Vivian. It was better, she thought, not to even mention that. "I am sorry you ever went near the castle," said Mattie gravely. "I do not think you will ever be quite the same girl again, and I have a presentiment that in some shape or other evil will come of it." And Earl, as he heard these words, turned away with a heavy sigh. End of section 21. Section 22 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 22. The Coquette and the Man of the World. Earl wondered much what had happened to change his lady love so completely. Looking back, he found that she had never been quite the same since the day she went to the castle. At first he thought it merely a girlish feeling of discontent, that it would pass away in time as the remembrance of all the luxury and splendour she had seen faded from her. Every morning when he arose he thought, "It will come all right today. She will put her sweet arms around my neck and bend her beautiful face to mine and tell me she is sorry. Oh, so sorry that she has been cold to me." But the days passed on and the golden dream was never verified. The coldness seemed to grow greater and the shadow deeper. Once when she was walking out with Earl, she saw Lord Vivian. He was walking down the high road, and she knew well that he had been at the farm to look for her. Her heart beat when she saw him as it had never done for the man she had promised to marry. Earl was an ordinary man, this was a lord, and he had been purposely to look for her. He looked so handsome, so distinguished. She turned almost involuntarily from him to Earl, and the contrast was not in the poet's favour. Lord Vivian was beautifully dressed in the most faultless, exquisite taste. Earl had not the advantage of a London tailor. As they drew nearer, Earl, quite unconscious that Doris had ever seen the stranger before, made some remark about him. "He has a handsome face," said Earl, "but it's not a face I like. It is not good." "Good," repeated Doris. "That is like you and Mattie, Earl. You think everyone must be good." "So they must," replied Earl. Then they were both silent, for the stranger was just passing by. He looked at Doris, but he did not bow or speak to her. Only from his eyes to hers there passed a strange gleam of intelligence. He did not think it wise to make any sign of recognition before the young escort, who looked at him with such keen, questioning eyes. He would only begin to ask 100 questions about me, which she would find it difficult to answer, he thought. So he passed on in silence, and for a few minutes Doris was beside herself with vexation. "It is all because this tiresome Earl is with me," she thought. "If I had been alone, he would have stopped and talked to me. How can I tell what he would have said? Perhaps he would have asked me to marry him. Perhaps he is going away, and he wanted to bid me good-bye. Oh, if I could but see him alone." She looked at Earl, and it seemed to her that in comparison with this other young man he was so inferior. She felt a sudden sense of impatience that made her unjust to him. Earl thought no more of the stranger who had passed them on the high road. It was nothing very unusual. Strangers passed them continually. But Doris thought of nothing else. She had begun the walk in the best of spirits, but now she hardly spoke. Earl could not imagine what change had passed over the summer sky of his love. She was impatient, complained of being tired, turned to go home. He was growing accustomed to her caprices now, and though they pained him, as the unkindness of those we love is certain to pain us, still he bore it patiently. He used to think that as she was young, the quiet home life tired her. It would be all right when he could take her away, where she would be happy and bright. Still the pain was very keen, so keen that it blanched his face and made his lips tremble. If she could make him so happy, why could he not suffice for her? Doris wanted to be alone and to think over what had happened. Lord Vivian had been there in the hope of seeing her, that was certain. If he had been once, it was just possible that he might come again. She resolved on the morrow to be out alone, no matter what Earl said. Chance favoured her. Earl came over quite early, and remained but a short time. His mother wished him to go over to Quainton, and he would not return until evening. "So that I shall not see much of you, my beautiful Doris," he said. She was so relieved to hear it that it made her more than usually kind to him. She looked up to him with a sunny smile. She held her bright face for him to kiss. She was so kind to him that all his fears died away, and he rejoiced in the sunshine of his perfect love. She was kind to him, gentle, caressing, loving, because she was going to deceive him. Women are so constituted they can veil the greatest cruelty with the pretence of the greatest affection. There was no fear in the heart of her young lover while she knew that. If the opportunity were given to her, she would surely perjure herself. Earl went away completely happy, and when he was gone, Doris breathed freely. She went to the dairy where her mother and sister were busy at work. She looked for a minute with great content on the cans of rich milk and cream. Mattie was deeply engaged in the mysteries of curds and whey. "Mother," said Doris, "you do not want me." "Well, for the matter of that, it is not much use wanting you, my dear. You do not like work." "Indeed I do not.
It is such a pleasant morning, I thought of going through Thorpe Woods. Very well, though mind, Doris, it is not quite right for you to go out amusing yourself while Mattie works so hard. But if I stay at home, I shall not work, so I am better out of the way." Mrs. Brace knew it was a false reasoning, but what was the use of saying so? She had long since ceased arguing with Doris. "Do not expect me back very early. I may go on to see Lottie Granger," said Doris. Thinking it was wise that no hour should be sent for her return, she intended to cross the high road and linger in the hope of seeing him. There was no fear of discovery. Her mother and Mattie were settled for the day, and Earl had gone to Quainton. Her father was away in some distant meadowland. She hoped that she could see her lord, for no time could be more favourable for a long conversation. She was singing upstairs in her own room. "I must make myself look nice as I can," she thought. She inspected her wardrobe, but there was nothing in it worth wearing. She gave an impatient sigh. There was a plain white hat trimmed with blue ribbon. There was a black lace shawl and a white muslin dress. She hastened down into the garden and gathered a beautiful rose. She fastened it into her hat, and it was instantly transformed into the most becoming headgear. The black lace shawl, by a few touches of the skilful fingers, became a Spanish mantilla, and hung in graceful folds over the pretty muslin. Her toilet was a complete success. She had that marvellous gift of transforming everything she touched. At school she had been the envy of her companions. She had a taste that was once artistic and picturesque, and it was nowhere displayed to greater advantage than in her own dress. When she looked in the little glass, all doubts as to the success of her appearance faded at once. There was a dainty flush on her lovely face. The beautiful eyes were as bright as stars. What matter the fashion of the hat that covered that luxuriant hair? She smiled at herself. "There is not much fear, my dear," she mused, "that you will fail in anything you undertake." Then, in the fair June morning, she set out to meet her doom. She had not gone many steps on the high road when she saw Lord Vivian coming. Like a true coquette, she feigned unconsciousness and pretended to gather the woodbines from the hedges. He smiled at the transparent artifice. She did not know how well he had studied the nature of women, how perfectly he was acquainted with every little art. She muttered a most musical exclamation of surprise. When she turned suddenly round and saw him, she made what she considered a grand effect by suddenly dropping all her wild flowers, as though the surprise had overcome her. "Let them be," he said. "Happy roses do die by so fair a hand. I am so pleased to see you, Miss Brace. What happy fortune sent me on this road?" She did not play off the same pretty airs on him that had so completely captivated poor Earl. She did not ask him to call her Doris, and say how she detested the name Brace. Peers and poets require different treatment. "My poor roses," she said. "I had been so happy gathering them." "Never mind the roses," said Lord Vivian. "There are hundreds more. I want to talk to you. Are you going for a walk? May I go with you?" "I am going to Thorpe Wood," she replied, "and if you wish to go with me, I am willing." She spoke with the proud grace of a young princess. For the moment he actually forgot she was but the daughter of a tiller of the soil. "I thank you," he said gravely, and they turned aside from the high road to the field that led to Thorpe Woods. The day was so lovely that it might have reminded him that life had brighter aims than the wrecking of a woman's soul and the winning of a woman's love, but it did not. The birds sang in the trees, the fair sun shone, the hawthorn covered the hedges, the woodbine scented the air, and they walked on, never even hearing the myriad voices that called them to look from earth to heaven. "I was so anxious to see you again," said Lord Vivian. "I tried to forget you, but I could not." "Why should you wish to forget me?" Doris asked coquettishly. "Some men would flatter you," he replied, "and tell you that you are so fair they dreaded to remember you. I tell you the honest truth. I heard something which made me wish that I had never seen you, or that, having seen you, I might forget you." "What did you hear?" she asked. "You can guess. I heard that, young and lovely as you are, someone has been wise enough and quick enough to win you." She smiled a slow, cruel, peculiar smile, and when Lord Vivian saw that expression on her face, he felt that his victory was won. "They tell me," he continued, "that this fair beauty, which ought to have the world to do it homage, is to be shut up in the obscurity of a country home, that the fair girl who might win the hearts of all men has promised herself to a farmer. Is it true?" Her eyes were raised to his, and in them there was a cold glitter as of steel. "Supposing that it is true, what then?" she asked. "Then I regret with my whole heart having seen you, for I have met you too late." And after that they walked on in silence for some minutes. He gave the words full time to do their work. He saw that they were full of meaning to her, for her face flushed and her eyes drooped. He continued in a lighter tone. "Pray do not think me very impertinent if I inquire whether it was your shepherd lover with whom I saw you yesterday." She raised her beautiful head proudly. Because he was her lover, no one should ridicule Earl. She might desert him, betray him, break his heart, but no one should utter one word against him, not one. "That was my lover with whom you saw me," she said in a cold, clear voice. "You have spoken of him as a farmer. He is not that. I should not have fallen in love with a farmer. He is a poet and a gentleman." "He looks like it," said my lord, seeing that he was altogether on the wrong track. "Therefore, I say how deeply I regret that I have met you too late. You cannot surely, Miss Brace, be angry with me for saying that?" "I am not angry at all," said Doris, and the beautiful eyes were raised frankly to his. "How can I be angry," she continued, "when you pay me the greatest compliments in your power?" End of section 22. Section 23 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 23. An Impassioned Wooing. "This is the very place for lovers," said Lord Vivian. They had reached an open piece of moorland where the shadows of the tall trees danced on the grass, and great sheets of bluebells contrasted with the starry primroses. There was a bank where the wild thyme grew, sheltered by a tall linden tree. Birds seemed to have made their home there, for the summer air resounded with sweet song. Lord Vivian drew aside the fallen branch of a slender willow that she might find room to sit down. "The very place for lovers," he repeated. She looked at him with a smile. "But we are not lovers," she said. "Therefore this is not the place for us." "False logic, fairest of ladies," he replied. "There is no knowing how soon we may become lovers, though I feel sure we did not meet for nothing." "Can a girl have two lovers?" she asked, looking up at him with the frank eyes of an innocent child. He laughed. "That quite depends on the state of one's conscience," he replied, "and the elasticity of one's spirits. If two lovers are objectionable, the proper thing is to send one away." "Which should be sent away?" she asked. "I should say the one that is loved the least. Tell me, now, do you really love this country admirer of yours very much?" "I do not understand why you ask me." "You do not? I will tell you. Because everything that interests you interests me. Your pains and pleasures would soon be mine." "I have no pains," she said thoughtfully, "and no pleasures." "Then yours must be a most dull and monotonous life. How can you, with so keen a capacity for enjoyment, how can you bear it?" "I do not bear it very well," she replied. "I am always more or less bad-tempered." He laughed again. "You improve upon acquaintance, Miss Brace. You are the first lady whom I have heard plead guilty to a bad temper. As a rule, women prefer making themselves out to be angelic." "I am very far from that," said Doris frankly, "nor am I naturally bad-tempered. It is because nothing in my life pleases or interests me." "Not even your lover?" he said, bending over her and whispering the words. She blushed under his keen gaze. Her words had betrayed more than she meant to betray. Then he added, "Would you like it changed, this dull life of yours, into one of fairy brightness?" "I should, but it would not be possible. My fate in the future is fixed. Nothing can alter it." "Yes," he said gently, "there is one thing that can alter it, and only one, your will and mine." Then he seemed to think for a time he had said enough. He looked over the trees and began to talk to her about the flowers. Doris did not much care about that. She had not come out to listen to the praises of flowers. She would rather 10,000 times over that her lordly lover had praised herself. While he was talking, she was thinking of many things. Was it a dream or a reality that she, Doris Brace, daughter of Mark and Patty Brace, was really talking to a lord, listening to his compliments, that he admired her quite as much as Earl did? It was more like a dream than a reality. He, who had been half over the world, who belonged to the highest society, who had seen and known the most beautiful women in England, to be talking to her so easily, so kindly. "I must be beautiful," thought the girl in her heart, "or he would never have noticed me." Then she recalled her wandering thoughts. The sun was shining full upon them, and all its light seemed to be concentrated in a superb diamond that he wore on his left hand. No matter where she looked, her eyes seemed to be drawn to that stone. The fire of it was dazzling. Then her eyes wandered over the well-knit figure. What a difference dress made! Earl in such garments as these would look like a nobleman. Her attention was suddenly attracted. "You do not answer me," he was saying. She looked up at him. "I beg your pardon," she said. "I was not really listening to you. I was telling you that I ought to have left the castle 3 days ago, but I was determined that I would not leave until I had seen you. I do not know how I can tear myself away." Again she blushed crimson. Could it be possible that he had stayed purposely to see her? "I should rather think that you stayed to enjoy a little more of Lady Estella's society," she said. "Lady Estella," he repeated. "You do not suppose that anyone could find pleasure in that perfect icicle?" "Icicle? I should never give her that name. She seemed to me, on the contrary, most sentimental." "My dear Miss Brace," he said, "it is simply impossible that we can be speaking of the same lady. I assure you that Lady Estella Hereford is known everywhere as the coldest and proudest of women. She has many admirers, but I do not think she ever loved anyone." The girl's eyes were now fixed upon him in perplexity and wonder. "Never in love?" she repeated. "Why, she gave me a long lecture about love, and advised me never to marry without it. When she spoke of it, her face quite changed. Her eyes lost their indolent expression and filled with light. I thought she was the most romantic and sentimental lady I had ever met. I can only say that I believe it to be the first romantic idea of her life. She is cold, reserved, high-bred, and graceful, I admit. As for sentiment, she has none of it." "You have evidently seen her from different points of view," said Doris. "I wonder which is the correct one." "I dislike contradicting a lady, but must state that I am likely to know her better than you. I have known her many years, and you have met her once." "Still, we differ considerably," said Doris. "And you think it possible that I should remain for her sake? Of all the people in the world, she interests me the least." "She interests me most deeply. I thought of fire and ice, sun and snow, and all kinds of strange contradictions while I talked to her. It is for you I remained. Never mind Lady Estella. We will not waste the sunny hours of this lovely morning talking about her. You have not told me yet if you prefer this country admirer of yours to all the world. If you do, there remains for me nothing except to take up my hat and go. I know how useless it is even to attempt to win even one corner of a preoccupied heart." "Why should you wish to win one corner of mine?" she asked, stealing from underneath her long lashes one sweet subtle glance that was like fire to him. "Why?" he replied, passionately. "Because I long to win your whole heart and soul, your whole love and affection for myself. I cannot rest. I know no peace, no repose. I think of nothing but you. Why should I not win your heart if I can?" She shrank back, trembling, blushing. The fire and passion of his words scared her. "Your face haunts me. I see it wherever I gaze," he continued. "Your voice haunts me. I hear it in every sound. I would fain win you, if I can, for my own. But if you tell me that you love this country admirer of yours, this man to whom a perverse fate has bound you, if you tell me that, I will go, and I will never tease you again." Then she knew that she held the balance of her life in her own hands, and that whole of her future rested with herself. Should she be true to Earl, say she loved him, and so lose the chance of winning this love from a lord, and resign herself to the quiet, dull, monotonous life? Or should she cast him from her and betray him? "One word, only one word," whispered Lord Vivian, bending his evil, handsome face over her. "You think such a question can be answered in a minute?" she said. "It is impossible. I can only say this, that I liked him better than anyone else one short month ago." He grasped her hand and held it tightly clasped in his own. "You say that, you admit that much. Oh, Doris, the rest shall follow. I will not leave Downsbury until I have won the rest." Then his eyes fell upon the diamond ring, shining and scintillating in the sun. A sudden thought struck him. He held her white hand in his own, and looked at it as he held it up to the light. "How fine and transparent," he said. "I can see every vein. Such a hand ought to be covered with jewels." She was of the same opinion herself. Then he drew off the diamond ring that shone like a flame on his own finger. He looked entreatingly at her. "I wonder," he said, "if you will be angry. This was my mother's ring, and I prize it more than I do anything in the wide world. I am afraid. Promise me you will not be angry." It was, to say the least of it, a great stretch of imagination. Lord Charles Vivian would never have troubled himself to have worn his mother's ring, but even he, bold and adventurous as he was, thought some little preamble necessary before he offered her so valuable a gift. "There is a strange, sad love story connected with it," he said, "which I will tell you some day, but it is dear to me, because it was my mother's ring." Then he drew it from his finger. "I should like to see how it looks on that pretty white hand of yours," he said, laughingly, and, as he spoke, he drew the ring on her finger. It shone and glanced like fire. The sunbeams seemed to concentrate themselves on it, and certainly the beautiful white hand looked the lovelier for the ring. He looked at it admiringly. "You were born to wear jewels," he said. "You ought never to be without them." She laughed with the faintest tinge of bitterness. "I do not see from whom I am to get them," she said. As my wife you could get them, and everything that your heart could wish. Think of it, and compare a life of ease and luxury with your dull existence here. You will let me see you again. I have so much to say to you." "Yes," she replied, "I will see you, if I can get away from home." "You can always do that." Then he held the little hand even more tightly in his own. "I am half afraid," he said quietly, "but I wish that you would allow me to offer you this ring." She looked at him suddenly, and with a burning flush on her face. "To me?" she said hesitatingly. "Yes, if you will only make me happy by accepting it as a little memento of the day which we first met." "But it is so costly, it is so very valuable." "If it were not, it would not be worth offering to you," he replied. "I should be so happy if you would wear it. It is the first time a jewel has given me such pleasure." "How can I wear such a splendid ring?" she said. "Everyone who sees it will wonder where it came from." "You'll be able to manage that," he replied. "You are so clever. I cannot doubt your skill. Say you will accept it, Doris." She was quite silent for some minutes. Then a low voice whispered to her, "I will hang jewels more costly than this on your beautiful neck and round your white arms. You shall be crowned with diamonds, if you will. See how marvellously fair it makes that sweet hand of yours. Jewels crown a beautiful woman with a glory nothing else can give. You, above all others, ought to be so crowned, for there is no other woman so fair." The flush died from her face. She had not quite made up her mind. There came before her a vision of her past lover, with his wild worship, his passionate love, of all the vows and promises she had made to him, of his trust and faith in her. If she took this lord's ring and promised to meet him again, it meant forsaking Earl. Besides, he had spoken of making her his wife. Was he in earnest? She rose hurriedly from her seat. He saw that her lips quivered and her hands trembled. She was agitated and confused. "Give me time," she said. "You frighten me. I can hardly understand. I must go now. They will think I am lost." He rose with her and stood by her side. "You will keep the ring, Doris, for my sake, in memory of the time when I first saw you." "I will keep it," she replied hastily. "Oh, Lord Vivian, let me go. I am frightened. This is so different to being with Earl. Let me go." "You will meet me again," he urged. "Say on Friday. You will not refuse, at this same time and same place. I will lavish the luxury of the whole world on you, if you will only care for me." But, now that her ambition was satisfied, was realized, she was frightened at her own success, and hastened away. End of section 23. Section 24 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 24. The False Lips of Women. Earl was not the only one who found Doris changed. She had hastened home from that interview almost wild with excitement. Could it be that the wildest dream of her life was realized at last, that this handsome lord had offered her every luxury in the world? It seemed too bright a vision to be real. She was obliged to look again at the diamond on her finger to convince herself of its truth. Mark Brace and his wife, as well as Mattie, wondered when Doris reached home, where her animation and high spirits had gone. Mattie spoke, and she seemed hardly to hear her. Her mother asked some trifling question, and she made no answer. She was like one in a dream. As a rule, she was the delight and torment of Mark's life. As they sat together in the evening, she would puzzle him with questions. She would tease, irritate, charm, and annoy him. But on this night Doris said no word, and Mark fancied it was because Earl was away. He sat looking at her with great solemn eyes, wondering who could fathom the mysteries of a woman's heart. He had never thought Doris fond of Earl, yet there she was, wretched and miserable, and lonely because he was away. How little he guessed that in her mind Earl was already of the past. She had loved him as well as it was in her power to love anyone, but that was not much, and now that the grand temptation of her life was before her, all regard for Earl sank into insignificance. She was faint with wonder and amazed that she, Doris Brace, should have made such a conquest. Her heart beat with delight, then sank with fear. Was he only trifling with her, this handsome lord? Her face flushed proudly. "If I thought he was only trifling with me," she said to herself, "I would know how to treat him." Then one look at the jewel on her finger reassured her. Gentlemen do not give jewels that cost hundreds of pounds unless they really love and intend marriage. There was some assurance of success in the gleam of the diamond. She had been obliged to remove the ring lest her mother and Mattie might see it. On the following morning Earl hastened to Brackenside. He was longing to see his lady love again. She was so kind to him when they parted, she had been so unusually gentle, that he had longed for more kindness. He was at Brackenside before the breakfast was finished. One look at that beautiful face of his love sufficed. She was dreamy, abstracted. She seemed hardly to notice his entrance. No light came in her eyes when she spoke to him, as she did not make room for him by her side. When he went up to her and tried to kiss the face he loved so well, she drew back, not angrily, but carelessly. "I never said you might kiss me every day, Earl," she said. "I know, my darling, but I cannot help it. It has grown into a custom now." "When anything becomes a custom, it ceases to be a charm," she said with unconscious philosophy. Earl looked down sadly at her. "Doris," he said, "you are so sadly changed to me. I cannot understand it, dear. You say that I have not displeased you?" "No," she said carelessly, "I am not in the least displeased." "Then what have I done, my darling? I love you too madly to suffer anything to come between us. If I could win your love by dying for it, I would cheerfully die. Tell me what I can do to make you as you were once to me." She raised her head impatiently. "You are always talking nonsense, Earl. I cannot regulate my words and thoughts as I would regulate a clock. I cannot undertake to always be the same. You are charming, but your variety used to be one of your greatest charms. I do not complain of that. The summer sky changes, it goes from crimson to blue, and then white. You change from grave to gay, and in each mood you seem to me most charming. It is not that now." "What is it then?" she asked. He looked so wistfully at her that if she had any heart it must have been touched. "I can hardly tell. I dare not even to myself say what your manner seems to me. Doris, you cannot surely repent having promised to marry me. It cannot be that." His honest eyes grew so dim with pain, his face grew so white, she would sooner, heartless coquette as she was, have stabbed him to the heart than have answered yes. She turned away from him. "I suppose you cannot help talking nonsense, Earl. I am not sentimental myself, and so much of it wearies me. When you can talk about anything else, I shall be glad." As soon as she could, she quitted the room, and Earl was at a loss to know what to do or say. He tried to comfort himself. "She is so beautiful, my darling," he said tenderly, "and beauty is always capricious, but it is the caprice of a young girl. I must be patient." He tried to school himself to patience, but he felt unutterably sad. There was something in her manner he could not understand. "I know what lovers' quarrels are," he thought to himself. "They are the renewal of love. But I cannot understand this dark, cold shadow which comes between us, and seems to hide from me the beauty and light of her face." He went out and tried to interest himself in his work, thinking to himself that her mood would soon change, and then the sun would shine for him again. But he found work impossible. He could think of nothing else but the loved one's face with the shadow on it. He went through the meadows and stood leaning over the gate. When Mattie saw him, she watched him for some minutes in silence, her sweet, homely face full of wistful anxiety, her eyes full of tenderest love. To her simple mind he was as far above her as the angels were, but she loved him as she had never loved anyone else. She had feared greatly for him, and it had been some relief to her to find that Doris had really promised to marry him and intended to keep her word. It was the first time since she had heard the news of the engagement that she had seen that look of doubt, almost despair, on his face, and it troubled her greatly. "What can have happened?" she said to herself with a sudden sense of foreboding. It seemed to her what she had always dreaded had come at last. Involuntarily the girl clasped her hands. "God save Earl," she said, and then she went up to him. She spoke twice to him before he heard her. Then she started in alarm as the white face with its expression of bitter sorrow was turned to her. "Earl, what has happened?" "Nothing," he replied. Then the sweet, mild, sympathizing face reproached him with kindness. "Nothing has happened, Mattie," he said, "but I am not happy. I am afraid that I have grieved Doris." "What have you done to her?" she asked briefly. "That is what I want to find out and cannot," he replied. "Tell me, Mattie, have you noticed a change in her?" "Yes," replied the young girl gravely, "I have, Earl. Ever since the day she went to the castle. I wish she had never seen it. We were very happy until then." "Yes, we were happy," he replied sadly. "What has changed her, Mattie? Tell me truthfully. Never mind about giving me pain." "I think she saw and envied all the magnificence that was there," said Mattie. "Our simple home and homely ways have been disagreeable to her ever since." "Will it pass away?" he asked anxiously. "We must have patience with her, Mattie. Who can wonder at it? She is so young and so lovely. It seems only natural that she should care most for what is bright and beautiful. Downsbury Castle seemed like a fairyland to her. No wonder that after it we all seem a little tame and dull." "You can never be tame, Earl," said the girl indignantly. "How can you say such a thing? Tame indeed. I should like to say what I think on the matter." Her warm sympathy somewhat reassured him. He looked up at her. "You do not think, then, that it is anything serious, Mattie? I am so glad. One so gay and bright as Doris naturally tires of a quiet home." "I do not think home so very quiet. You are always there, and she ought to find her happiness in your society." "I am sure she does," he replied, hastily, unable to cast even the shadow of blame on her. "But you see, dear, I love her so that a shadow on her fair face drives me mad." "You worship her, Earl," said Mattie gravely, "and in this weary world a man or woman commits that sin of idolatry is certain to suffer for it." "What can I do to win her smiles again?" asked the young lover. "I do not know, Earl. I wish your happiness did not depend so entirely on her smiles." "It is too late to remedy that," replied Earl. As he spoke, he saw in the distance the glimmer of her dress between the trees. "There she is!" he cried. "I will go to her." His face flushed crimson, and Mattie watched him sadly as he hastened after her sister. "How he loves her," she thought. "Poor Earl, he has no life apart from her. It is almost pitiful to see him." Doris, believing herself unseen, had gone out hoping to avoid Earl. She liked him too well to pain him, yet every moment she was drawing nearer to the precipice. "Anything," she said to herself, "is better than the sight of that pained face." She resolved to go down to the Thorpe meadow and while away an hour or two there. Earl would not dream of looking for her. So she went. Taking with her one of her favourite French novels, she found a seat in a shady nook. She opened the novel, but she could not read. The romance of her own life was more exciting to her now than any other, that wild romance of which the outward symbol was a diamond ring. She took the ring from her purse and placed it on her finger. How it shone and gleamed and glittered! So may the eye of the serpent have glittered in the garden of paradise. She held out her hand the better to admire it. Her lover's words came back to her. "I will hang jewels on your beautiful neck and round your white arms." Her heart beat fast. That would indeed be a triumph. Was there anything else in the wide world compared to this? Besides, the young lord sincerely loved her. Had he not so declared, with passion and truth burning in his eyes? What was Earl's love, the love of a poor poet, to the passionate rapture of a rich young lord who was willing to marry her and would crown her with the rarest gems, give her every luxury in life? As the thought crossed her mind, Earl drew near. At first, unobserved by her, his eyes at once alighted upon the ring. "That is a beautiful ring, Doris," he said, "and a costly one. Who gave it to you?" He took her hand and held it tightly in his own, while his face grew deadly pale. "I know but little of jewels," he continued, "but I can tell that this is costly and valuable. Who gave it to you?" Her face flushed deepest crimson, her eyes flashed fire. "That is no business of yours," she replied. But rather, to her surprise, Earl showed no fear of her anger, nor irresolution. "I have a right to ask," he said. "You are my promised wife. Who gave you that jewel you wear on your hand?" "I refuse to answer," she replied. "Doris," he said, and there was more of contempt than of pain in his voice. "Doris, has that anything to do with your coldness to me?" For one moment she looked at him steadily. Then she seemed to remember that defiance and denial would be useless, would only cause injuries. Her only way out of the difficulty lay in untruth. She smiled sweetly in his face. "My jealous Earl," she said, "who do you think gave me this ring?" "I cannot tell," he replied gravely. "Will you promise, if I tell you, never to mention it?" "I promise faithfully, Doris." "Lady Estella Hereford gave it to me on the day I went to Downsbury Castle. Are you jealous of her, Earl?" "No, my darling. I hope that the time may come when I shall bring you even brighter jewels than this." And he kissed the fair, false hand as he spoke. End of section 24. Section 25 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 25. The Last Happy Day of His Life. "Earl," said Doris suddenly, "I hope you will keep your promise and not mention to any person a word about this ring." "I have never broken a word in my life," said Earl proudly. "Because when Lady Estella gave it to me, she wished me not to mention it. They would be so jealous at home. Mattie would want one like it." Earl was indignant at this insinuation. "You do not understand Mattie if you think that," he said. "She would be pleased in your pleasure, not envious." Doris laughed. "You think all women are angels, Earl. I hope you may never find out your mistake." "I hope not," he said. "Of course I will respect your wishes and keep the most perfect silence. At the same time, I think you are rather imprudent, and anyone seeing such a valuable ring in your possession would naturally wonder how you came by it." "They may wonder," she said indifferently. "I know, and that is quite sufficient. Is it really valuable, Earl? What do you think it is worth?" "I am no judge of such things," he said. "It is a large stone, full of fire, and without a flaw. I should imagine it to be worth 200 or 300 pounds. It may be worth more, certainly not less." 300 pounds? Why, the bare idea of it was fabulous. To have a lover who could give you such jewels, it was like a fairy tale, and he would hang chains of such around her neck and arms. Earl wondered why she so suddenly grew abstracted and quiet. It was so unlike Doris, this dreamy repose. It had wanted but little to cause her to make up her mind as to her decision. Such wealth as that was not to be despised. Earl suddenly grew quite insignificant in her eyes. When would he be able to give her a diamond worth 300 pounds? Still, she would not let him even guess what were her thoughts. Tomorrow she had to see her young lord lover. She would keep good friends with Earl until then. So she threw aside the many thoughts and ideas which haunted her, and, turning to him, was once more her own charming self. Earl was enchanted. She had but to smile at him, to give him a look of kindness, to evince the least sign of affection for him, and all was well. She was so completely mistress of his heart, soul, and mind, that she could do with him just as she would. He surrendered himself to the charm. He was more happy than words can tell. He said to himself that he had been mistaken. There was no coldness in her manner, no change. It had, after all, only been some little shadow of girlish reserve, some little variation of spirit. She was his own love, beautiful, tender, and true. Seated by her in the fair June sunshine, he told her all his hopes and his fears. He told her how he had fancied that her love was leaving him, she was changing to him, that she had been caring less for him. Now he was delighted to find that she was all that was most kind, most amiable, and winning. None looking at the bright, happy face could have guessed what was hidden underneath it, Earl least of all. Those eyes were full of heaven to him. He saw all truth, all honour, all nobility in the matchless features. Earl believed in her, drinking in the marvellous beauty of her face, listening to the sweet voice. He would have gone to death for her. It never entered his mind to doubt her. So the summer hours passed, and Earl, completely happy, completely reassured, was in the seventh heaven of delight. They went home together, for long afterward did he dwell on the memory of that day, the last happy one of his life. He remained at the farm until evening. He seemed unable to tear himself away. The moon was shining and the stars were gleaming in the sky when he went. He asked Doris if she would walk with him just as far as the garden gate. She did not seem willing, but Mark Brace, who had noticed the wistful expression on the young lover's eyes, said, "Go, Doris, the night is fine. Going as far as the gate will not hurt you." Unwillingly she rose to go. Another time she would have rebelled, but now the consciousness of treachery she was meditating forbade that. She would do as they liked for the present. Mattie held out her hand to Earl with a grave, anxious look. If she could have saved him, if she could have done anything to help him, she seemed to have a foreboding that all was not well, that Doris was deceiving them. "Good night, Mattie," said Earl in a low voice. "You see the sun is shining for me again." "Heaven grant that it may always so shine," said sincere Mattie. Then she turned away from him abruptly. There were times when she could not bear those outward evidences of his love. She said to herself that Doris was quite unworthy of him, quite unworthy, but that if he had only cared for her, she would have made his life so bright for him. Then the lovers went out, Mattie looking after them with a sigh, Mark Brace with a smile, Earl wishing that each moment of the starlight night could be lengthened into years, Doris silently wishing that there was no love in the world, nothing but diamonds. Doris walked in silence to the garden gate. The picture was a beautiful one. The picturesque old farmhouse lying in the soft moonlight, the moonbeams falling full and bright on the flowers, the fields, and the trees, the laburnums shining yellow and pale, the lilacs filling the air with sweet perfume, the starlight touching the golden head and the face of the young girl until she looked beautiful and ethereal as an angel, lighting up the spiritual face of the young lover. Doris leaned against the gate, and directly over her head hung the flowers of the syringa tree. There was a deep, dreamy silence over the whole earth, and as though the rest of heaven were laying over it. Earl was the first to speak. "You look so beautiful, my darling," he said. "How am I to tear myself away?" "Do not look at me," she replied. "Then you will go easily." "Do you want me to go?" he asked, bending a spray of syringa until it rested on her head. "Do you want me to go? No need to pain him yet. No need to wound with the point of a pin when she was preparing a sharp sword to stab him to the heart." "Why should I want you to go?" Doris asked, with one of those sweet, subtle smiles which fire the hearts of men. "I am so happy," he said after a time, "here with you in the moonlight, my darling. It seems to me that the earth and heaven have no higher bliss to give me. I wish you could see yourself, Doris. The moonlight just touches your hair and makes it something like an aureole grow around your head. It touches your face and makes it like a lily leaf. It shines in your eyes and they are brighter than the stars. Oh, my darling, all the words in the world could not tell how lovely you are." There is something in having a poet for a lover, after all, thought Doris. "How am I to leave you? When I go away, my heart clings to you as though I were drawn by cords that I could not loosen. My eyes will not gaze in any other direction. Oh, Doris, if I could tell you how I love you! If but for once I could measure the height and depth of my own wild worship! If but for once I could tell you how dearly I love you, you would be compelled, in sheerest pity, to love me in return." "Have I not said I love you, Earl?" And her voice was sweet as the cooing ring-dove. "What happens to either of us, be quite sure of one thing: whatever love I have to give is given to you." He bent down and kissed her sweet false lips, such unutterable happiness shining in his eyes that the great pity was that he did not die there and then. She lifted her face to his. "It is not in me," she said, "to love as some people do, but let what may happen, I do love you, and you have all my love." He drew the lovely face to his own. "I should like to take you in my arms and run away with you," he said, "to take you to some lonely island or solitary desert where no one could ever try to take you from me." She knew perfectly well that on the morrow she had to meet her lordly lover, yet when Earl clasped her in his arms and drew her head on his breast, she mutely accepted his caresses. What she said was true. She might do what she would. She might love the prestige of Lord Vivian's rank. She might love his wealth and what it could bring her, but the whole affection of her heart, poor, mean, and false as it was, had been given to Earl. As she listened to his low, whispering words, she thought to herself that it was most likely for the last time. The story of a woman's falseness is never pleasant to write. When Earl thought that he had detained her as long as Mark Bryce would wish her to be out, he said, "I must go, Doris. It would be just as difficult to leave you in an hour's time as now. Good-bye, my love, good-bye." Then she raised her golden head and fair flower-like face. She clasped her soft, white arms around his neck and said, "Good-bye, Earl." It was the first voluntary caress that she had ever offered him, and his heart beat with a perfect rapture of happiness. She turned away, false, fickle, coquette as she was. The sight of his face touched her with no ordinary pain. How he trusted, how he loved her, heaven help him, how his whole heart, soul, and life seemed wrapped up in her. Doris went back into the sitting room where honest Mark Bryce sat waiting for her, and Earl walked home. He hardly knew how he reached there. The glamour of his love was strong upon him. The moonlight was so fair, the whole earth so fragrant and so beautiful. He crushed the sweet blossoms under his feet as he walked along. He had gathered the spray of syringa and held it to his lips. Shining among the stars, he saw the fair face of his love. He heard her voice in the sweetest whisper of the wind. He stood bareheaded under the night sky while he said to himself, "Heaven bless her." And when he entered his mother's house, the look of rest on his face, the light in his eyes struck her, so that she said, "You look very well tonight, my son. Is it poetry or love?" He laughed gaily. "As though you could separate the two, mother. My love is all poetry, my poetry all love." She laid her hand on the fair clustering brow. "I am afraid that your love is your religion too," she said. "I am so happy, mother. What have I done that I should win the love of that pure young heart? Do not say that I have no religion. I feel I could kneel all night and thank heaven for the treasure it had sent me. I shall be 1,000 times better a man for my love." But Mrs. Moray was not to be convinced. She did not see Doris with the eyes of her son. She saw the girl's faults more plainly than her virtues, her coquetry, her vanity, her pride, whereas Earl saw only that she was exceedingly beautiful, and that he loved her better than he loved his life. "It is a terrible thing," said Mrs. Moray slowly, "for a man to give his whole heart into the hands of a creature as you have done, Earl. Why, what would become of you if you were to lose Doris, or anything happened to interfere with your love to separate you?" She was startled at the expression on his face. He turned to her quickly. "Do not say anything of that kind to me, mother. The bare idea of it drives me mad. What would the reality do? It is not right, Earl, to love any one after such a fashion." "But I cannot help it, mother," he replied with a smile, "and that is where the whole of my excuse lies." End of section 25.
Section 26 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. How She Was Tempted. The morrow came, but there was no hesitation on the part of Doris. Perhaps Lord Vivian could not have done a better thing for himself than giving her that diamond ring. The light of it dazzled her. It reminded her perpetually of what might be hers. She might have felt some little remorse or sorrow but for that. When she looked at it, she forgot everything except that she could have just as many as she liked of them. It was in the morning when she went out to meet him. She had, at Ratley, sent Earl to Quainton, under the pretext that she wanted some silk and wool. No one else would interfere with her. Mrs. Brace never attempted the least interference in her actions, so that she was perfectly safe. The loveliness of her face was not dimmed by one trace of sorrow or regret, yet she had quite decided upon betraying Earl, and leaving him to break his heart, or anything else that despair might urge him to do. To have seen her walking through the sunlit fields and lanes, no one would have thought that she calmly and coolly contemplated the most cruel treachery of which woman could be guilty. Across the long green grass fell the shadow of her lordly lover. He was standing by the stile, and on one side lay the dark woods, on the other rose the spire of the old church at Quainton. The whole scene was so fair and tranquil, it seemed almost wonderful that treachery and sin should exist. Doris trembled when Lord Vivian came hastily to meet her. "I began to think you would disappoint me," he said. "Every minute that I have waited has seemed like an hour to me. What should I have done if you had not come?" He took her hand as though it belonged to him. "Shall we go to that shady spot in the woods?" he asked. "I can talk to you more easily there." They walked on together, she listening to his honeyed compliments, his whispered words, hardly able to decide in her own mind which was the braver wooer, the poet or the lord. Then they reached the pretty bank where the wild thyme grew. Lord Vivian seated himself by her side in silence. Then, after a few minutes, he said, "I have so much to say to you, I hardly know where to begin. I am not quite sure of my ground with you yet. I may offend you so seriously that you will, perhaps, order me from your presence and never speak to me again." She thought of the diamond ring. "It is not very probable," she said. "I am what is called a man of the world," continued Lord Vivian. "I make no great pretensions to principle, but I can honestly say I have never deceived anyone. I always start with a clear and straightforward understanding." "I think it is the best, decidedly," she said. Then he took her hand in his, and with his eyes fixed on her face, he continued, "I love you. I think you are the fairest and most lovely girl I have ever seen. I think also that with your keen capacity for enjoyment, it is a sad thing that your life should be wasted here. I think that your beauty and your grace should make you one of the queens of the world. You ought indeed to be out in the world. It is cruel to keep you here, as it would be to bury a brilliant gem in a dark well." Then he paused, studying intently the expression on the downcast face. "I love you," he said. "I should like to be the one to show you the bright, brilliant world. If you honor me with your love, I can give you wealth in abundance, magnificence such as would gladden the heart of a queen. I will make you the envy of every woman who sees you. You shall hang jewels at each ear that are worth a king's ransom. You shall have servants to wait upon you. You shall have carriages, horses, anything that your heart can desire. You shall not be able to form one wish which shall not be gratified. Doris, dear Doris, can you trust me? Will you go with me? Will you be mine?" The life he had pictured to her was exactly that for which she longed, and the words of her lover delighted her. Yet, as she reflected, there shone from out the glorious vista of the future the face of trusting Earl, the man she was about to betray.
It will break Earl's heart, she said slowly. Lord Vivian laughed aloud. Not at all, he said. These country lovers do not die of broken hearts. He may feel very angry at first, but he will forget you in a few weeks, and fall in love all over again with some rosy-faced milkmaid. He will never forget me, said Doris, and his despair will be terrible. She shuddered a little, as though some bleak cold wind were blowing over her. Then she said, If he knew I had betrayed him, and he found me, he would kill me. Again Lord Vivian laughed. Lovers do not kill their faithless loves in these prosaic days. An action of breach of promise, a good round sum by way of compensation, and all is over. You do not know Earl, she said quietly. I should be afraid of him if I deceived him. Never mind Earl, said Lord Vivian impatiently. I should say that it was a great impertinence of any one like Earl to think of winning such a beautiful prize as you. What has he to offer you? His name and his fame, she replied bitterly. What is a name? And all copybooks of the goodly kind will tell you fame is but a breath, he replied. Never mind Earl. Rely upon it that I can find some fair house, either in sunny France or fair Italy, where Earl will never disturb us. If you are really frightened at him, we will have no settled house, but we will roam over every fair land under the sun. Will you go, my darling, and leave this dull place? She was quite silent for some minutes. Perhaps the good and bad angels fought then for the weak, tempted soul. Perhaps some dim idea of a heaven to be lost or won came to her. Perhaps some vague idea of terrible wrong and deadly sin came to her and made her pause. Will you go, my darling? He asked again, in a whisper. She raised her eyes calmly to his face. Yes, she replied, I will go. He did not show his triumph in any extraordinary fashion. His face, for one moment, flushed burning red. You shall never repent it, he said. You shall be happier than a queen. He pressed her close to his breast, and imprinted upon her willing lips the most passionate of kisses. Dear Doris, he exclaimed, you are mine, mine forever. For some moments they stood thus, his arm encircling her graceful waist. Then, with an anxiety to complete the business in hand, he said, I leave the castle tomorrow. I have already prolonged my visit to the utmost length, and I must go tomorrow. For your sake and mine, it will be better to avoid all scandal, all rumour. When I leave, I shall go direct to London. Will you go tonight? Take a ticket for Liverpool. That will throw them all astray. When you reach Liverpool, go to this hotel. And he handed her a card. And I will join you there late tomorrow evening. The instant I reach London, I will take the express for Liverpool. Will you do that? Yes, I do not see why I should not. I am a great hypocrite at times, she said, and not particularly good. But I declare to you that I could not spend even a day more with Earl, knowing that I was intent upon deceiving him. Yes, I will go tonight. Good, that clears all difficulties. Then there is another thing. Leave a letter behind you to say that you are tired of the dull life, that you can bear it no longer, and that fearing opposition you have left home quietly, and have taken a situation as English teacher abroad. No one will suspect the truth of such a letter. Gentle Mrs. Brace, honest Mark, loving Mattie. Something like regret did seize her when she thought how earnestly they would read that letter, and how sincerely they would believe it. There is another thing, said his cold-blooded lord. Promise me that you will, at least until I join you, wear a thick veil. You have no idea what a sensation such a face as yours would make. You would easily be traced by it. She smiled, well pleased with the compliment. Once away over the sea, he said, and my proudest, keenest delight will be to show the whole world the beautiful prize I have won. Mind, the veil must be so thick that not one feature of the face can be seen through it. I will remember, she said, with a smile. Then he took from his pocket a purse well filled. I know you will not be angry, he said. You cannot ask for money, or people will begin to wonder why you want it. You will take this. A faint flush rose to her face. I must, she replied. I have none of my own. Then she rose. It was time to return to the house she was soon to abandon. He bent down to kiss her, and drew the beautiful face to his, just as Earl had done. Thoughts of her treachery again disturbed her, and she shuddered as though with cold. "You are tired, my darling," he said. "Go home and rest." They parted under the trees. He went away, and as she walked slowly home, she said to herself, "I have killed Earl." End of section 26. Recording by Petra. Section 27 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. A Woman Resolved. Mattie Brace stood at the farm gate. She was looking impatiently up and down the road, and a sudden light flashed in her face as she caught sight of Doris. The beautiful face seemed to flash like light from beneath the gloom of green trees. "Doris," cried Mattie, almost impatiently, "I have been looking everywhere for you. There is a whole roll of newspapers from London. They are directed to you, and I know the writing. It is Mr. Leslie's. I am sure they contain notices of your picture. Make haste, I am longing to see them." Doris looked up with a shyness quite new to her. "I am coming," she replied. "Where's Earl?" She hesitated as she asked the question. There were no depths in her nature. She did not even understand regret. Of remorse she had not the slightest conception, yet even she felt unwilling to look in the face of the man who loved her. "Where is Earl?" she repeated. "He is not returned from Quainton yet," replied Mattie, and the two girls entered the house together. On the table of the little sitting-room lay a roll of newspapers addressed to Miss Doris Brace. The beautiful lips curved with scorn as she read the name aloud. "Doris Brace," she said. "Fate must have been deriding me to give me such a name." But Mattie made no reply. She had long since ceased to answer similar remarks. Then Mrs. Brace, seeing the sitting-room door open, went in to look at what was going on. Doris looked up at her with a bright laugh. "I am in a newspaper, mother," she said. "Only imagine that." Mrs. Brace sighed, as she generally did in answer to Doris. The girl was far above her comprehension, and she owned it humbly with a sigh. "What do they say, I wonder? Oh, there is a letter from Mr. Leslie." She opened it hastily, then read aloud. "My dear Miss Brace, need I tell you my picture is the great success of the season? All London is talking about it. The papers are filled with its praise. See how much I have to thank you for. There is even a greater honour than all this praise in store. The Queen has signified her gracious desire to purchase my picture. My fortune is made. The face that made sunshine at Brackenside will now shine on the walls of a royal palace. No one admires it more than your sincere friend, Gregory Leslie." "There!" cried the girl triumphantly. "The Queen! Even the Queen is going to buy me." "Not you, child," said Mrs. Brace rebukingly. "Only your picture. It is all the same thing. The Queen must have admired, or she would not have wished to purchase it." "Gregory Leslie is a grand artist," said Mattie. "Surely some merit is due to him." Doris laughed, as she always did at her sister's admonitions. "If he had painted you, my dear," she said laughingly, "I do not think the Queen would have bought the picture." Mattie made no reply, knowing well that in all probability it was true. Then Doris opened the papers and read the critiques one after another. They were all alike. One rapture of praise over the magnificent picture. "Innocence is the great picture of the day," said one. Another asked, where had Mr. Leslie found the ideally beautiful face so gloriously placed on canvas? Had he drawn it from the rich depths of glowing fancy, or had he seen a face like it? Another paper told how the Queen had purchased the picture, and foretold great things for the artist. "It is really true," said Doris. "I shall be in a palace. Oh, Mattie, I am so sorry that no one will know it is a picture of me. They will admire my portrait, and no one will see me. I should like to go to the Queen and say, 'That is my picture hanging on your palace wall.'" "She would not speak to you," said Mrs. Brace, who took all things literally. Hundreds of beautiful faces are placed upon canvas every day, said Mattie, and I do not suppose anyone cares for the models they are painted from. I wish I were my own picture, sighed Doris. I would 1,000 times rather hang upon a palace wall than live here. Then she suddenly remembered how uncertain it was, after all, whether she should be here much longer. In the excitement of reading so much in her own praise, she had almost forgotten Lord Vivianne. As she remembered him, her face grew burning red. I am glad you have the grace to blush, said Mattie. You are so vain, Doris, I should be afraid that your vanity would lead you astray. No matter where I go, my picture will be safe, was the flippant reply. And then the little council was broken up. Mrs. Brace went away to tell Mark of her fears. Mattie did not care to hear any more self-laudation, and Doris was left alone. Her face flushed, her pulse thrilled with gratified vanity. Her heart seemed to expand with a keen, passionate sense of her own beauty. If every earthly gift had been offered to me, Doris thought, I should have chosen beauty. Rank and wealth are desirable, but without a face to charm, they would be worth little, and beauty can win them even if one be born without them. I shall win them yet, because men cannot look at me without caring for me. And as she stood by the little rose-framed window, there came to her a passionate longing that her beauty should be seen and known, that it should receive the homage and praise due to it. She who was fair enough to win the admiration of a queen, she on whose face royal eyes would dwell so often, and with such great delight. I wonder, she thought to herself, if any of the royal princes will be likely to see that picture. One of them might admire it, and then, if he saw me, admire me. There was no limit to her ambition, as there was none to her vanity. Had she been asked to share a throne, she would have consented as to a right. Vision after vision of dazzling delight came to her as she stood in the humble sitting-room that was the great delight of Mrs. Brace's heart. Life flushed and thrilled in every vein. Doris held out her hand with a yearning cry for that which seemed so near, yet so far from her. The 1,000 vague possibilities of life rose before her. What could she not win with her beauty? What could not her beauty do for her? Then Mrs. Brace came in again, on business cares intent, holding several pieces of calico in her hands. Doris, she said, I have been thinking that as you will perhaps soon be married to Earl, I may as well order a piece of grey calico for you when I order one for ourselves. Down went the brilliant vision. The queen who admired her face, the palace where her picture would hang, the glorious prospect, the dream that had no name, the sweet, wild fancies that had filled every nerve, they faded before those prosaic words like snow in the sun. Marriage and grey calico and Earl. She turned with a quick, impatient gesture, almost fierce in its anger. "Oh, mother, you do say such absurd things," she said. "You annoy me." "Why, my dear, what have I said? You will want grey calico. You cannot be married from a respectable home like this, and not take a store of house linen with you." "House linen," repeated Doris. "You are not talking to Mattie, mother." "I am not indeed. If I were, I should at least receive a sensible answer. You are above my understanding. If you think that because a gentleman painted your portrait, and people admire it, you will never need to be sensible again, you make a great mistake." Doris made no reply. A great flame of impatience seemed to burn her heart. How could she bear it, this prosaic, commonplace life? Grey calico and marriage all mingled in one idea. Kindly Mrs. Brace mistook her silence, and really thought she was making an impression on her. "We have had but this one chance of giving the order. If it is not done now, it cannot be done until next year. Mrs. Moray is such a respectable woman herself that I should not like—" Doris held up her hands with a passionate cry. "That will do, mother. Order what you like, do as you like, but do not talk to me. I will not hear another word." "You will grow more sensible as you grow older," said Mrs. Brace, composedly, as she went away with the calico in her hand, leaving Doris once more alone. "How have I borne it all this time?" she asked herself, with a flush of anger on her fair face. Yet why should I be angry, and in what differ from them? Why should I be vexed or angry? Mattie would have talked for an hour, would have given a sensible answer, while I feel as though I had been insulted. They are my own mother and sister. Why am I so different from them? Why does a bird of paradise differ from a homely linnet? Why does a carnation differ from a sunflower? I cannot tell. She could not tell. It was not given to her to know that all the characteristics of race were strong within her. But that little scene decided her. There had been some faint doubt in her mind, some little leaning toward Earl, and his great wealth of poetry and love, some lingering regret as to whether she was not forsaking the certain humble paths of peace and virtue for a brilliant but uncertain career. If I do this, she had thought to herself, I shall kill Earl, and the idea had filled her mind with strange pathos. But all that vanished under one unskilful touch. Writing her story, knowing her faults, I make no excuses for her. But if she had had more congenial surroundings, the tragedy of her life might have been averted. She stood by the open window and thought it all over. The rich scent of the roses came in and clung to her dress and her hair. The blue sky had no cloud. The birds sang sweetly and clearly in the far distance. She heard the lowing of the cattle and the voices of the labourers. Then her whole heart turned in disgust from her quiet home. It had no charm for her. She wanted none of it. She wanted life, warmth, glitter, perfume, jewels, the praise of men, the envy of women. She wanted to feel her own power, and to be followed by homage. What was her bright loveliness for, if not for this? Stay here, where all the people were persecuting her about marrying Earl, having a respectable home, and buying grey calico. No, not for such a commonplace life. The beauty of hill and sky, and quaint meadow and shady lane, of blooming flowers and green trees, was not for her. It was dull, tame, and uninteresting. The greatest queen in all the wide world had admired her face. Was she to remain hidden in this humble, lowly house, where no one saw her but Earl and the few men whom business brought to the farm? It was not to be imagined. She raised her beautiful head with a clear, defiant gaze. I do not care, she said to herself, whether it is right or wrong. I do not care what the price or penalty may be. I will go and take my share of what men and women call life. And from that resolution, taken on a calm, bright summer day, under the golden light of heaven, with the song of the birds in her ears, she never once swerved or departed, let it cost her what it might. End of section 27. Recording by Petra.
Section 28 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Flight at Midnight. It will be a fine moonlight night, said honest Mark Brace. If this weather lasts, Patty, we shall have a good balance in the bank by the end of the year. Thank heaven, said his wife. A little money is a comfortable thing, Mark. There is always a blessing on honest industry. It was nearly 9 o'clock, a late hour for Mark and his simple, industrious habits. But after supper he had taken his pipe and found the conversation of his wife and daughter very delightful. Doris was not with them. She had letters to write to an old schoolfellow. She said she wanted to attend to them that very evening. Insensibly, the absence of Doris was something of a relief to the honest farmer and his wife. When Doris was present, she kept them in a continual turmoil. They honestly believed themselves bound to correct her, to admonish her, to check her wild flow of words, the careless and often irreligious speech, and she never brooked the correction, so that most evenings in the old homestead were of a stormy nature. It was something of a relief, therefore, to have his homely wife on one side and his daughter on the other. Honest Mark could indulge in that which his soul loved best, a few homely jests and solemn assurances of his own prosperity, while the bright, beautiful girl who puzzled him, was beyond the reach of his understanding, was busied in her own affairs. It is after 9, said Mark, and I am tired. How was it that Earl did not return? He knew that he could not see Doris, said Mattie, with a smile that was half a sigh. Mark laughed when he was at a safe distance from her. There was nothing that Mark enjoyed more than what he called Doris's airs and graces. "She keeps him in order," he said slyly. "Mattie, if you ever think of being married, take a lesson from your sister, my dear." "I hope she will not," said Mrs. Brace. "The true secret of being a good wife, Mattie, is to love your husband better than yourself, and though Doris is beautiful as a day star, she will never do that." Then Mark looked out into the quiet, white moonlight and said, "I shall begin to work in the Thorpe Meadows tomorrow. I hope the birds will wake me when the sun rises." And as he passed Doris's room, he saw the light underneath the door. "Good night," he said. "Do not sit up late writing, or you will spoil your eyes, and then Earl will grumble at me." "I shall not be late," said Doris. And Mark Brace, without a thought of the tragedy looming, went on. Mrs. Brace saw the light, but she had not yet forgotten the cruel reception of her advice about the grey calico. "Good night, Doris," she said without entering. But Mattie went into the room. The excuse had been a perfectly true one. Doris sat writing still, with a tired look on her face, her round white arms on the table, and 2 letters by her side. "I have finished," she said, looking at Mattie. "What can I do for you, Doris? Shall I stay and talk to you?" "No," she interrupted. "I am tired, and I would rather be alone." "Good night," said Mattie, not particularly liking the rebuff. Then Doris went to her, and clasped her arms round her sister's neck. "Good night, little Mattie. Good, simple Mattie. Kiss me." The brown eyes were raised slowly to her face. "You have never asked me to kiss you before, Doris." "Have I not? Perhaps I may never ask you again. Perhaps if I asked you for a kiss this time next year, you would refuse to give it to me." "No, I should never do that, Doris." And the 2 faces, one so brilliantly beautiful, the other so good in its intelligent kindness, touched each other. Long afterward Mattie remembered that the warm arms had seemed to tighten their clasp round her neck. Then Doris drew away, with a little mocking laugh. "What a sentimental scene," she said. "The world must be coming to an end." Mattie wondered a little at her sister's manner, then remembered that she never ought to be surprised, let Doris do what she might. "Good night," she repeated as she quitted the room, so little dreaming of all that would pass before she saw that face again. Then Doris reread her letters. "Kindness in this case would only be cruelty," she said to herself. "Better for Earl to know at once. I should prefer sudden death to lingering torture." The beautiful lips curved in a smile that had in it much of pity. "Poor Earl," she murmured, as she placed the letter written to him on the table. It ran as follows: "Dear Earl, I have thought it all over. My promise to marry you, and your great wish that I should become your wife. I have thought it all over, and feel convinced that it will not do. We should not be happy. What I want in order to be happy, you cannot give me. You will have to work hard for money. Then you will have but little of it. We are better apart. I love you, and it will be a sorrow to leave you. But it is all for the best. I have gone away where it will be useless to follow me. I am going abroad as governess to some little children, and that will give me a chance to see the world I am longing to behold. You will try to forget me, will you not, Earl? Is it any use suggesting to you that Mattie would be a far more sensible wife for you than I could ever make? Do not try to find me. I am going abroad under another name, and it would not please me to see you. I say good-bye to you with sorrow. As far as I can love anyone, I love you. Doris." It was a cold, heartless, decided letter, but it was 20 times better, she thought, in its decisive cruelty, than if she had lingered over soft farewell phrases. There was a second letter, even more cruel and more curt. It was addressed to Father, Mother, and Mattie, and ran thus: "I write to you all together, as I have not time for 3 separate letters. You will be surprised in the morning not to see me. I have borne this kind of life as long as it was possible for me to do so, and now I am going away. I hope you will not make any effort to find me. I do not want to return to Brackenside. I do not want to marry Earl. I am going to teach some little children, and though it may not be quite the life I should like, it will be better than this." It was not a kind letter. She placed them both together and pinned them to the cushion of the toilet table. "Mattie will see them first thing in the morning," she said, "and ah me, what a sensation they will make." Then she looked at her little watch. It was but just 10. and she had to go to the railway station at Quainton and catch the mail train for Liverpool. It would pass there at midnight. She had to walk some distance through the fields and on the high road. "I'm sorry the moon shines so clearly. It will be light as day." The moon had looked down on many cruel deeds, perhaps on none more cruel than the flight of this young girl from the roof that had so long sheltered her, the home that had been hers. Her path lay over a broken heart, and as she set her fair feet on it, no remorse or regret came to her as the crimson lifeblood flowed. When she had crossed the meadows that led from the farm, she stood still and looked back at the pretty homestead. The moonbeams glistened in the windows, and the great roses looked silvery. The ivy and jasmine clung to the walls. The flowers lay sleeping in the moonlight. There was the garden where she had spent the long sunny days with Earl. There was the path which led to the woods, and spreading tree underneath whose shades Earl had told her of his great love. She looked at it all with a smile on her lips, no thought of regret in her heart. "It is a dull, dreary place," she said to herself. "I never wish to see it again." Then she added, "I have killed Earl." Goodbye, sweet, soft moonlight. Goodbye, white-robed purity, girlish innocence, all left behind with the sleeping roses and the silent trees. She turned away impatiently. Perhaps the moonbeams had, after all, a language of their own that stirred some unknown depths in the vain, foolish heart. Then she hastened down the highroad, thinking how fortunate it was that the countryside was so deserted. The town of Quainton rose before her, the church, the market hall, and last of all, the railway station. It wanted a quarter of an hour yet to midnight, and she remembered her lover's injunction that her face was not to be seen. She was careful enough never to raise the veil. "I wonder," she thought to herself, "why he disliked the idea of my being seen." Then she laughed a little mocking laugh. It would be inconsistent, she said, for the model of innocence to be seen at a railway station at midnight. There were few passengers for the mail train. She managed to get her ticket first class for Liverpool without attracting much attention, or exciting any comment or surprise. During the few moments she stood there, she told the porter that she was going to meet her husband, whose ship had just reached the shore. Her face had flushed as she took out Lord Vivian's purse and Lord Vivian's money to pay for her ticket. Then the mail train came thundering into the station. There was a minute or two of great confusion. She took her seat in a first-class carriage, then left Earl and Brackenside far behind. "That is all done with," said Doris. "Those quiet pastoral days are ended, thank heaven." No warning came to her of how she should return to the home she was in such haste to quit. The journey was a long one. A flush of dawn reddened the sky, and the dew was shining, the birds beginning to sing, as she reached the great bustling city of Liverpool. She was half bewildered by the noise and confusion. A porter found a cab for her, and she gave the address of the hotel Lord Vivian had given her. There was a long drive through the wilderness of streets, then she reached the hotel. She felt, in spite of all her courage, some little timidity, when she found herself in those rooms alone. Her thoughts turned involuntarily to Earl, always tender and true, considerate of her comfort. What if this new lover, this rich young lord, should fail her, after all? She looked in a large mirror. Ah, no, he would not fail her. Though she had been travelling all night, the dainty colouring of her exquisite face was unfaded. The light flashed in her eyes, in her golden hair. The smooth satin skin was fair as ever. There was not the faintest trace of fatigue on that radiant beauty. And then she started from her reverie. One of the servants brought her a card. She read on it the name of Mr. Conyers, and knew that Lord Vivian was there. End of section 28.
Section 29 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 29, A Thorn in the Garden of Roses. "I did not think anything could have been more cleverly managed," said Lord Vivian. "You have brought nothing with you?" No, she replied, and the thought rose in her mind, I have left all I ought to value most behind, but prudently enough refrained from speaking. I do not see how it can be possible to trace us, he continued, even should one try. Earl will try, she said with a slight shudder. He will look the world through, but he will find me in the end. Her face grew slightly pale as she spoke, and Lord Vivian drew near to her. You were not frightened at Earl, nor anyone else while you were with me, Dora. He preferred this name to Doris, and the fanciful change pleased her greatly. You need not be frightened, Dora, he continued. You do not surely imagine that I am unable to take care of you. I was not thinking of you, but of Earl, she said simply. I am always rather frightened when I think of him. He loved me so very much, and losing me will drive him mad. An expression of impatience came over Lord Vivian's face. He was passionately in love with the beautiful girl before him, but he had no intention to play the comforter in this moment of his triumph. Say no more of Earl, Dora. If he annoys you so much, the worse for him. Now we will order breakfast, then take the 10 o'clock express for London. I had even thought of crossing over to Calais today, if you are not too tired. Her face brightened at the thought. Earl was already forgotten. That will be charming, she replied, all graver thoughts forgotten in the one great fact that she was going where she would be admired beyond all words. Then, for the first time in her life, Doris sat down to a dainty and sumptuous breakfast. It was all novel to her, even this third-rate splendour of a Liverpool hotel. The noiseless, attentive servants, the respect and deference shown to them, delighted her. After all, she thought to herself, this is better than Brackenside. Then Lord Vivian turned to her with a smile. You are so sensible, Dora, he said, that I can talk to you and quite at my ease, and that is a great treat after listening to the whims and caprices of women of the fashionable world. With artful sophistry he stated that for family reasons it would be inadvisable, if not really rash, to have a marriage ceremony, but at the present time it would utterly blight his prospects. When two loving hearts were joined by their own free consent and vowed to live for each other, the union was just as binding, he argued, as though a clergyman had united them. To prevent recognition and gossip, it would be necessary for him to change his name, and for the future, he added, we shall travel and be known as Mr. and Mrs. Conyers. This plan did not please Doris. It was not what she had anticipated. Being a farmer's daughter, she thought, he thinks me unfit to associate with his titled friends. But for all that, I shall show him that I am their equal. Yes, he shall change his mind. I shall so fascinate him that he will yet be glad to proclaim me his wife, the Lady Vivian. She now began to realize that she had made the first false steps in deceiving the trusting poet, Earl Moray, and in consenting to a secret departure from her humble home and loving parents. Yet the die was cast. Ambition and a determination to accomplish her wishes forced her forward. She had great confidence, as we have seen, in the influence of her beauty. Therefore, after some half-hearted objections, which he adroitly overcame by his specious arguments, she consented to all his plans. Trust me, dear Dora, he said delightedly, and you shall have everything your heart can desire. By the time breakfast was over, and it was time to leave the hotel, if they wished to catch the morning train for London, with no fuss or excitement, just as if he was playing for a cigar, Lord Vivian settled his bill, gave a liberal fee to the waiter, a golden guinea, and half an hour later Mr. and Mrs. Conyers were in a first-class compartment on the train for the great metropolis. When they reached London, Lord Vivian said, looking with a smile at his companion's plain dress, "You cannot go to Paris in that fashion, Dora. You must have some suitable dresses. It will not be too late for Madame Delame's. You had better go there at once." She desired nothing better. She held out her white hand to him with a charming gesture. "You must advise me," she said. "I shall not know what to buy. This was the most extensive purchase of my life." She pointed to a plain dark silk dress which Mrs. Brace thought much too good for a farmer's daughter. "I know what will suit your fair style of beauty," he said. "A rich costume of purple velvet." Her eyes shone with delight. Purple velvet! Her ambition was realized. For a few moments she was speechless with joy. She forgot altogether, in that, the first realization of her dream, the price she had paid for it. In the next hour Doris was standing, flushed and beautiful, in Madame Delame's room. If Madame had any idea who her aristocratic customer was, she made no sign. When he said that Mrs. Conyers was going abroad, and that she wanted to begin with an elegant travelling costume, the lady blandly acquiesced. Even Madame Delame, accustomed as she was to aristocratic beauty, marvelled at the high-bred loveliness of the girl before her. Very young to be Mrs. Conyers, very young to be married. She looked involuntarily at the small white hand. A gold ring shone there. Was it a wedding ring? Madame Delamay knew the world pretty well, but she sighed as she gazed. Her artistic talents were called into play. She had not often so lovely a patron to dress, nor carte blanche as to the number and price of the dresses. She took a positive pleasure in enhancing the girl's beauty, in finding rich, delicate lace for the white neck and rounded arms, in finding shining silks and rich velvets. And when Doris stood arrayed in marvellous costume, the graceful, slender figure shone to the greatest advantage by the dress, the dainty colouring of the face made more beautiful by contrast with the rich purple. Then Madame raised her hands in silent admiration, then trusted she should again have the pleasure of seeing Mrs. Conyers. Lord Vivian said to Doris in a low voice, "I think you have all that you require here. You can get more in Paris when you have a maid." Madame Delamay said to herself as they left the place that no matter how long she lived, she should never forget the face of Mrs. Conyers. Once more they were driving through London streets, and this time Doris was too happy to think of anything except her dresses. Lord Vivian could not take his eyes off that beautiful face. He congratulated himself over and over again on his wonderful good fortune. Who could have thought, he said to himself, that so fair a flower blossomed in that obscure place? And while he looked at her, it seemed to him, as it had done to Gregory Leslie, that there was something familiar in the face, that he had either seen that or one very like it before. A few more days, and they were settled in one of the most luxurious mansions near the Tuileries. Then, indeed, was every wish of Doris's heart fulfilled. Well-trained servants waited upon her, the magnificent rooms were carpeted with velvet pile, the hangings were of the richest silks and lace. Wherever she went, large mirrors showed the beautiful figure from head to foot. She had a carriage and a pair of horses that were the admiration of all Paris. She had jewels without number, and more dresses than she could wear. She had a maid whose business it seemed to be to anticipate every wish. What more could she desire? Lord Vivian was kind. He did not treat her with any great amount of deference. There was, however, one very good characteristic, as she thought it. He was unboundedly generous. If she expressed a wish, he never hesitated about gratifying it. He never counted either trouble or expense. Enhanced by the aid of dress, of perfume, by the skill of a Parisian maid, her beauty became dazzling. He was very proud of her. He liked to drive out with her and see all the looks of admiration cast upon her. He liked to feel himself envied. She was, without exception, the fairest woman in Paris, and his pride in her was proportionately great. The opera was then in full tide of success, and Doris never wearied of going there. It was not that she was particularly fond of music, but she enjoyed the triumph of her own bright presence. She was the observed of all observers. The sensation that her fair loveliness created was not to be surpassed. One other asked, "Who is it?" "The beautiful Englishwoman, Mrs. Conyers." Who was Mrs. Conyers? No one knew, and there lay the sting. There was one thorn in her garden of roses. She drained the cup of pleasure to the dregs. She missed no fete, no opera. She was introduced to gentlemen, but never to ladies. She had pleasant little dinners, where some of the wittiest conversation took place, but no ladies came near. And she would fain have seen herself envied by women as well as admired by men. That was one thing she desired above all others, but there was no one to envy her. She asked Lord Vivian one day why it was. He looked at her and laughed a most peculiar laugh. "I'm afraid, Dora, that you must learn to be content with the society of gentlemen." She understood then. It was one of the penalties of her sin. Another thing annoyed her, made the gaieties of Paris unpleasing to her. She was walking with Lord Vivian in the Champs-Élysées, and suddenly she saw him start, and looking at him, his face flushed hotly. "How unfortunate," he muttered to himself. Then she saw in the distance a little group of English people, a young gentleman who was talking to an elderly woman with a mild, sad face, and a tall, dark girl with proud, bright eyes. The gentleman saw Lord Vivian first, but instead of stopping to speak, his lordship turned quickly away, much to Doris's disappointment. "I would not have missed seeing these people on any account," he said impatiently. "Why did you not speak to them?" she asked wonderingly. "How could I," he retorted, "while you were here?" She made no reply, but the words struck her with a terrible pain. She, the fairest woman in Paris, she whom Earl called his queen, it was not to be borne. She went home, resolved if possible to alter this state of things, and if she could not, to go away from Paris. "We will go to Italy," she thought, "where he will not meet English people whom he knows." Her desire was granted. 5 days after that little scene she was with Lord Vivian in one of the prettiest villas near Naples. End of section 29. Section 30 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 30. I could sooner plunge a dagger in his heart. Such a beautiful morning, the golden sunbeams falling like blessings on the earth, the birds singing in a delirium of happiness, the sweet, warm air brooding over the fragrant flowers. All nature seemed awake, happy and smiling. The sky gave its fairest colours, earth yielded its richest fragrance. Earl woke with the earliest singing of the birds. He smiled at his own impatience. He had not seen Doris since yesterday morning, and it seemed to him a whole week. She had asked him to go to Quainton under the pretext of fulfilling some little commission, and he had not caught one glimpse of her afterwards. He was impatient to behold her. The glory of the morning sun, the rapturous music of the birds was nothing to him, who longed for one look at her face, for one sound of her voice. It was so early he hardly dared venture going on to Brackenside yet. He could not rest away. He walked across the fields, little dreaming whose light footsteps had passed over there last. He lingered by the stiles and in the lanes until it struck 8, then he felt sure that Doris would be downstairs. At the farm was all activity. The men were at work. The rosy-faced dairymaid was tripping along with her well-filled cans. He saw Mark Brace in the distance, deeply intent on driving a very comfortable pig where it sternly refused to go. The air was filled with pleasant sounds, the busy hum of work, the song of birds, the ripple of the stream, the murmur of the wind. Earl, the poet, heard it all. He laughed aloud when he saw Mark wiping his brow and nodding at him as though he would fain say that all conversation would be useless until the struggle was ended. Comedy and tragedy always go hand in hand. Earl's hearty, genial laughter ran out clear in the morning air, and while he lived so never laughed again. "Thank heaven," he said to himself, "that I am not to be a farmer." When he came through the garden, one of the prettiest scenes in the world met his eye. There was a large porch before the house, cool, roomy and shady, overhung with jasmine and roses. The morning was very warm and the day gave promise of being intensely hot. A white table had been placed in the porch, and on it stood a quantity of ripe, delicious fruit. Mrs. Brace and Mattie were busily engaged in preparing it for preserving. Their fingers were stained crimson with the juice. Both faces looked up as Earl entered and smiled, while Earl thought he had never seen a prettier picture than the sunlit garden with its gay flowers. The shady porch, the luxurious fruit, the kindly faces, yet he looked anxiously around. Without Doris, it was like the world without the sun. The bright, beautiful face was sure to be smiling at him from the flower-wreathed windows or from beneath the trees. "You are looking for your love, Earl," said Mrs. Brace in her kindly way. "She is a lazy love this morning. She is not down yet." "I am glad she is resting," said Earl, too loyal to allow even the faintest suspicion of idleness. Mrs. Brace laughed. "Doris leads a life very much like the lilies in the field," she said. "She neither toils or spins. Mattie shall call her if you like." "No," said Earl, "I will wait until she comes." Then Mattie joined in the conversation. "Doris is tired this morning, Earl," she said quietly. "She sat up quite late last night writing letters." "Letters," repeated Earl, with a touch of pardonable jealousy. "To whom was she writing, Mattie?" And the girl who loved him so deeply and so silently detected the pain in his voice. She looked up at him with a smile. "To some schoolmates. She liked some of the girls very much." Then Earl was quite at ease. He sat for some time watching the sunlit scene and the busy fingers among the scarlet fruit. At last, while the bees hummed drowsily, they heard the clock strike 9, and the sound seemed to die away over the flowers. "9," said Mrs. Brace laughingly. "Mattie, you may be sure that Doris does not want to stain her fingers with the fruit. Go and tell her she need not touch it." Earl felt deeply grateful towards the woman. It was all very well, but even he did not like the idea of those sweet white hands all crimsoned with ripe fruit. "Tell her from me, Mattie," he added, "that the whole world will be dark and cold until I see her." Mattie hastened away with a low laugh on her lips at the extravagant words. She was absent some little time, and kindly Mrs. Brace, seeing that Earl looked anxious, entertained him in her simple fashion with many little anecdotes about Doris, her beauty and wit as a child, her pretty imperious fashion of managing Mark. When Mattie returned, she did not look anxious but surprised. "See how we have all misjudged Doris," she said. "She must have been up and out for some time." Out? Repeated Earl. Yes, she is not in her room, nor in the house. The morning is so fine and so sweet, it has probably tempted her. But where can she have gone? Asked Earl. I did not see her. No, you came from Lindenholm. Well, she is most probably gone to post the letters she wrote last night, gone to Quainton. Then I will go and meet her, said Earl. But what a strange idea for her to go to Quainton alone. Why did she not wait for me? He looked at Mattie as he spoke. She answered him with a smile. When I can tell you what the birds are singing about, she said, I shall be able to explain the caprices of Doris. Go and meet her, then you will understand. Once more Earl hurried off in the sunshine, leaving mother and daughter busy with the fruit. Mrs. Brace looked after him with a sigh. Poor Earl, she said. Doris might be a little more civil to him. Although they are going to be married, Mattie, I do not think she cares for him a bit. Mattie made no answer. She had long since arrived at the same conclusion. Whatever Doris might be going to marry Earl for, certainly it was not for love. An hour passed. The sunshine grew warmer, the bees hummed, the butterflies with bright wings hovered around the roses, but neither Earl nor Doris returned. Earl hurried on the road to Quainton. As he crossed the high road, he saw a man breaking stones. He went up to him and asked him if he had seen a young lady pass by. No, he had been to work there since 5 this morning, but no one had passed by. Strange, thought Earl, but he is old and half blind. Most probably he did not see her. Yet, with her bright, lovely face and hair like threads of gold, how could he miss her? He walked on until he came to the toll bar. Outside the pretty, white-gabled cottage, a woman sat knitting in the sunshine. To her Earl went, with the same question. Had she seen a young lady pass by? No, she had been there since 7, knitting and keeping the gate. There had been gentlemen on horseback, farmers' wagons, but no lady had passed by that gate since 7. He did not understand it, and a vague uneasiness came over him. Still, he walked on to Quainton. The post office was in the principal street, and if she were there at all, he should be sure to see her. But at the post office he found men busily repairing the outer wall. They had been at work some hours. From them he asked the same question. Had they seen a young lady who had come to post letters? No, they had been to work since 6, but they had not seen any young lady. Then Mattie must have been mistaken, thought Earl. My darling has not been near Quainton at all. Perhaps she is waiting for me now at home. He returned by the woods, and when he came to any favourite nook of hers, he stopped and cried aloud, Doris! The only answer that came to him was the rustling of the sweet western wind in the leaves and the song of the birds. The church clock struck 11 as he came in sight of Brackenside. He raised his eager eyes, heaven help him, expecting to see Doris in the garden or on the porch, but she was not there. The sun was slanting over the flowers, the busy murmur of the farm grew louder. Mattie and Mrs. Brace still sat at their work, but of Doris there was no sign. My darling, he said to himself, where is she? You have not met her, Earl, said the cheery voice of Mark Brace. No, she has not been to Quainton, he replied, and I do not know where to look for her. Do not look anywhere, said Mark. The longer you look for her, the less likely you are to find her. Girls are so uncertain in their ways. Sit down and drink a glass of cider. She will come soon enough then. It seemed to me, continued the honest farmer, that she is having a game of hide-and-seek with you. Earl thought that very probable. He drank the foaming cider, but he would not sit down. I must find her, he said. If it be her sweet will and pleasure that I should look for her, I will do so. The farmer laughed. Mrs. Brace felt sorry for him. Mattie was indignant, and Earl went through the pretty garden and all the little nooks she loved best. He never glanced under the shade of a spreading tree, or turned aside the dense green foliage, without expecting that bright face would turn to him with a smile. He never looked where the ferns grew most thickly and the tall grass waved in the wind, without expecting the laughing eyes to meet him, and the gay, clear voice to ring out in sunshiny laughter. No fear, no doubt, no suspicion came to him. It was a bright morning, fair and sweet enough in itself to inspire any desire of frolic, and she liked to tease him. She had hidden away, hidden among the flowers, but he would find her, and when he did find her, he would imprison the sweet white hands in his, he would kiss the laughing lips and beautiful face, he would take a lover's revenge for the jest she played him. He looked until he was tired. He called aloud over and over again, Doris, until it seemed to him that the birds took up the refrain and chanted Doris. He gave up. He could not find her. He must own himself conquered, and, tired with the sultry heat of his hard morning's work, he walked back to the farm. It seemed to him, as he drew near, that there was a strange stillness over the place. He looked in vain for Mark's honest face. The porch, too, was empty, although the fruit still stood on the table. Where are they all? Thought Earl. What a strange morning this has been. He looked through the rose-wreathed window of the little sitting-room, and there he saw a group that filled his very heart with dismay. Mark, Mrs. Brace, and Mattie, all standing close together and bending over an open letter. He watched them in silence, fighting with a terrible courage, with his first foreboding, a chill, stern presentiment of coming evil that, man as he was, robbed him of his strength and clutched at his heart with an iron hand. Then he heard a sob from Mrs. Brace. He saw the farmer clinch his strong hand while he cried out, "In heaven's name, who is to tell Earl? I cannot." "You must," said Mrs. Brace. But Mark drew back, pale and trembling. "I tell you, wife," he said, "I love the boy so well that I could sooner take him out in the sunshine and plunge a dagger in his heart than tell him this." A great calm seemed to come over Earl as he heard. "My darling is dead," he said to himself. "She is dead, and they are afraid to tell me. I can die too," and opening the door he went in. At the sight of him Mark turned away, but Mattie went up to him with outstretched hands. End of section 30. Section 31 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 31. I am a man, and I will have justice. "I know," said Earl gently. "I know you were afraid to tell me. Doris is dead." "It would be better, perhaps," said Mrs. Brace. "Death is not always the greatest trouble that can happen to us." Then Earl drew near, and a more terrible fear came over him. There were troubles worse than death? Surely not for him. Great drops stood on his brow, the veins in his hands swelled like huge cords, his lips grew white as the lips of the dead. "Tell me what it is," he cried in a hoarse voice. "You are killing me by inches. What is it?" "She has gone away from us," said Mrs. Brace. "She has gone and left us." He started back as though the words had stabbed his heart. Mattie laid her hand on his arm. By the might of her own love she understood his fears. "Not with anyone else, Earl," she said. "Do listen to me, dear. She has not gone away with anyone else, but life here was dull for her. She did not like it. She has gone abroad to teach little children. It is not so dreadful, Earl, after all." But he looked at her with vague, dull eyes. "Not like the life," he repeated. "But I am here. Dull? How could it be dull? I am here." "Tell him the truth, Mattie," said Mrs. Brace. "There is no use in deceiving him any more. He has been deceived long enough. Tell him the truth." He looked from one to the other with haggard eyes. "Yes, tell me," he said. "Tell me the worst." "She did not love you, Earl," said Mattie with a deep sob. "She has gone away because she did not want to marry you." "I do not believe it," he gasped. "I will not believe it. Oh, heaven, how do you dare to slander her so? She did love me. Why would she pretend? She promised to be my wife. Why would she if she did not love me?" "My poor Earl," said Mattie, and in his hand she placed the letter. "I never thought there was anything wrong," she continued, "but when neither of you returned, I went back into her room to look for something and found these letters. They were pinned to the toilet cushion. One is for us, one for you. Oh, Earl, if I could but bear your sorrow for you." He turned away without one word and opened the letter. They could never tell how he had read it, how long he was in mastering its contents, what he thought of them, or how he bore the pain. He made no comment as he read. His white lips never moved. No murmur escaped him, but after a time, it seemed to them an endless time, he fell with his face to the ground, as a brave man falls when he receives a death wound. "It has killed him," said Mrs. Brace. "Oh, that false, wicked girl! He is dead. Mattie?" But Mattie, quick as a thought, had raised his head and held it in her arms. "He is not dead, mother," she said. "Run for my father." For one short minute she was left with him alone. Then she raised her troubled face, repeated her well-known prayer. "God save Earl. If I could but have borne it for him," she thought. Then the farmer came in, utterly useless and incompetent, as men are in the presence of great trouble which they cannot understand. He commenced his assistance by talking loudly against the perfidy of women, and when his daughter sensibly reminded him that it was no longer any use, he began to lament the folly of men in loving women so madly. Reminded again that this was still more useless, Mark raised the helpless figure in his strong arms, tears running down his face. He laid Earl on a couch and then looked helplessly at him. "I do not know what is to be done for him," he said. "His mother will go distracted. Ah, wife, she would have done a kinder deed, that golden-haired lassie of ours, if she'd killed him at once." Then Mark Brace went away. The women must manage it, he said to himself. His tender heart was wrung by the sight of that anguish. It was Mattie who ministered to him until Earl opened his eyes and looked at her with a glance that frightened her. "I remember it all," he said hoarsely. "She has gone away because she did not love me, did not want to marry me. Will you leave me alone, Mattie?" "If you will promise me not to do anything to hurt yourself," she said. "I shall not do that. Do you know why? She promised to marry me, and she shall do it. To find her, I will search the wide world through. I will follow her even to the valley of the shadow of death. But she shall be my wife, as she has promised to be. I swear it to the just high God." "Hush, my dear, your great sorrow drives you mad. You will think differently after a time." "I shall not," he replied. "She shall be my wife. Listen, Mattie, bend down to me while I whisper. She shall be my wife, or I will kill her." "Hush, you do not mean it. Your sorrow has made you mad." "No, I am not mad, Mattie." He held both her hands tightly in his own. "I am not mad, but I will have my just rights, or my just revenge." His breath flamed hotly upon her face. "You will remember that, on the day she fled from me, I swore never to rest until I found her. Never to rest until she was my wife, and if she refused to be that, I swore to murder her." Mattie shrank from him, trembling and frightened. "No wonder," he said, "that men go mad. Women make devils of them. No wonder they slay that which they love best. Women madden them. What have I done? Oh, heaven, what have I done, that I should suffer this? Listen to me before you go. I gave her my love. She has mocked it and laughed at it. I gave her my genius. She has blighted it. She has crushed it. I gave her my heart. It has been her toy and her plaything for a few short months. She has broken it with her white hands. She has danced over it with her light feet. I gave her my life, and she has destroyed it. I am a man, and I will have justice. She shall give back to me what I have given her, or I will kill her." She saw that he was growing more wild with every word. His face flushed hotly, his lips burnt like fire, his eyes were filled with flame. She was afraid of him, and yet, in this, the darkest hour of his need, she could not leave him. Again and again from her lips, as she knelt there trying to console him, came the prayer of which she never tired: "God save Earl." At last the wild raving, she could only think it raving, ceased. She saw his eyes darken and droop. He will sleep now, thought Mattie, and sleep will save him. She drew down the blinds and shut out the bright sunshine. Then, with a long lingering look at the changed, haggard face, she left him. Mrs. Brace saw her come from the little parlour, looking so white and wan, and her mother's heart ached for her. She kissed the pale face. "That wicked girl is not going to kill you as well as Earl," she said. "I will not have you distressed in this way." "Oh, mother," cried Mattie, "never mind my distress. Think of Earl. Earl will go mad or die." "Nothing of the kind, my dear. He was sure to feel very keenly. He loved Doris very much, but he will not die. It takes a great deal to kill. He has much too sense to go mad. He will get over it in time, and be just as fond of someone else." Mattie had a truer insight into his nature than had Mrs. Brace. They went in several times that day to look at him. He lay always in the same position, his face shaded with his hand and turned from the light, sleeping heavily, they thought, but sleep and Earl were strangers. He lay there, only heaven knew what he suffered during these hours of silence and solitude, going over and over again in his own mind all that he had ever said or done to Doris. She had been difficult to win, she had been coy, and he thought proud, sensitive, but he did really believe from the depths of his heart that she loved him. What motive could she have in deceiving him if she had not really loved him? It would have been just as easy to have said so as not. There was no need for deception. She could have rejected him just as easily as she accepted him. He alternated between hope and despair. At one time he felt sure that she loved him, and that this was only a caprice, nothing more, and she was determined not to be easily won. Then his mood changed and he despaired. She had never loved him and preferred leaving home and everyone rather than marry him. Still, in one thing he was inflexible. Let it be how it might, he was determined to find her. He would search the whole world through, but find her he would. He was spared in that hour of anguish one trial. No pang of jealousy came to him. He felt certain of one thing at least. If Doris did not love him, she loved no one else. If she would not marry him, she was not going to marry another. He knew quite well that here at Brackenside she had seen no one. Thank heaven at least for that. Then a deep, heavy, dreamless sleep came over him. When he awoke again it was night, and honest Mark, with a face full of bewildered pain, was standing over him. "Come, Earl," he said, "this will never do. You have been here all day without food. You must not give way after this fashion." But the troubled eyes raised to his had no understanding in them. "Remember," continued Mark with his simple eloquence, "you are the only son of your mother, and she is a widow." The words in their simple pathos struck Earl. He rose from his couch, and Mark saw as he did so that he shuddered and trembled like one seized with mortal cold. "What do you wish me to do, Mark?" he said. "Take something to eat, then go home to your mother. The world is not all ended because a golden-haired lassie has chosen to run away from you. Women are all very well," continued Mark with an air of ocular wisdom, "but the man who trusted his whole heart in them would not be a wise man." "Then I have been foolish," said Earl, "for I trusted my life and my love together." He was standing up then, looking around him with vague, bewildered eyes. "I am to go home, Mark," he said at last, and the farmer, believing that the air and exercise would be best for him, said, "Yes." But Earl turned away with a sick shudder from the food that was offered to him. "I could sooner eat ashes," he said, and they forbore to press him. "You will feel better tomorrow," said Mark. "A night's sleep makes a wonderful difference in our way of looking at matters." But Mattie and her mother followed him with wistful eyes. "She has spoiled his life," said Mrs. Brace. "She has broken his heart," said Mattie. Then they seemed to remember that all their sympathy was given to Earl, and they had not thought of being sorry for themselves. Mattie had lost, as she believed, her sister, yet her thoughts were all for Earl. The three sat in silence. It was Mark who broke it first. "So, after all, it was to Earl and to us that she was writing," he said, "and not to her schoolfellows. I wish I had gone in the room and looked over her shoulder. I should have known then what she was doing." "It would not have prevented it," said Mrs. Brace. "Doris always had her own way, no matter who suffered by it. If she had not gone now, she would have gone another time." Then Mark looked up with a puzzled face. "She has seen no one, to my knowledge," he said, "since she left school. How did she manage, I wonder, to get this situation?" The solution of that problem occupied the remainder of the evening. They could not imagine how she contrived it. To them, it was another proof of her indomitable will, providing that she would accomplish her ends, no matter what they were, or at what cost. End of section 31. Section 32 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 32. There is no true love except the love of a mother. Out once more under the pale light of the stars, repassing the same road that he had trodden a few hours since, so full of hope and love, Earl walked like one dizzy from a great blow. The silent, pitiful stars with their great golden eyes shone down from the depths of the blue sky. The night wind seemed to hush, the birds were silent, the birds were asleep. "Doris," he cried in a loud, passionate voice, "have you really gone from me, Doris?" It seemed to him that the force of his love, the might of his affection, must call her back. She could not resist him. Surely the most pitiful cry that rose to the clear heavens that night was the cry of his broken heart. "Doris!" sounded so distinctly that it startled the birds from their sleep, but no answer came to his call. How he reached home he never knew. The stars were shining when he left Brackenside, they were shining when he reached Lindenholm, but he never knew how long he had been coming. His mother, looking tired and pale, was waiting for him. She had felt impatient with him before, thinking that as he saw Doris every day it was surely not needful to prolong his wooing until late at night, knowing that she must sit up for him, but one look at his face took away all the thought of self. Wonder and alarm shone in her eyes as she gazed at his drawn, haggard features. Then, as he had often done when he was a boy, he knelt at her feet and laid his head on her knee. "Doris is gone away, mother," he said. When she heard that, she knew all. They sat talking, mother and son, far into the night, and then Mrs. Murray learned something of the passionate love of her son for the girl who had promised to be his wife. In that hour his whole heart was open to her, and she listened in wondering fear. To love anything created, any human being after this wild fashion, seemed to her the most wonderful and most sinful. It was a volcano, this poet's love. She laid her hand on the fair bowed head of her son. "It is the old story, Earl," she said, "of worshipping an idol, then finding it clay. You think your pain intolerable, impossible to bear, yet it is but the same as every man, and woman too, who sets his or her heart upon a creature, has to endure." There is no true love in this world, Earl, none," she continued with passionate bitterness, "except the love of a mother for her child. I cannot believe it, mother. You loved my father, did you not, and he loved you?" "Yes," she replied, "we had a deep, true, loyal affection for each other. But, Earl, listen, my son. My first love was a young soldier who died in India, and before he knew me, your father had been deceived just as you are. Oh, believe me, turn where you will, on which side you may, there is no reliance to be placed on human love." He bent his head with a moan that went to his mother's heart. "Then why," he said, "have I youth and strength and life, if I may not have love? I cannot believe it, mother. I love my love, and I will have her. I will search this wide world over, but I will find her. She is mine, my promised wife. Her hands have been in mine, I have kissed her lips, and I would rather kill her and slay myself than that anyone else should take her from me." And his mother, with all her severity, knew it was useless to argue with him then, nor did there come for her a long opportunity for saying any more. That night she knelt by her son's bedside as she'd done many hundreds of times when he was a child. She bathed his hot brow, she made him repeat after her the simple prayers he had said as a child, and when, at last, the deep yet troubled sleep fell over him, she prayed as Mattie did, "God save my Earl." Hard, bitter thoughts arose in her mind against the vain girls whose falsity had destroyed him, but the hardest thought, the darkest imagination she had of her, did not equal the reality, which, heaven be thanked, she never lived to see. On the next day Earl was so ill that she would not allow him to get up. Whenever she went near him he was muttering to himself about Doris, and when he spoke aloud it was always on one subject, going in search for her. It did not surprise Mrs. Moray on the third day of his illness to find him in a high fever, and to hear the doctor say, when he was sent for, that he had but little hope of his life. They, for the time, almost forgot Doris in their fear for Earl. As the long days and the longer nights passed on, and the danger increased, Mrs. Moray aged terribly. The upright figure grew bent and stooping, the grey hair turned white, deep furrows came into the pale forehead. Her whole sole prayer was for the life of her son. By her father's desire, Mattie went to Lindenholm and remained there, so as to be a comfort to the widow. Mattie never forgot those days, the breathless suspense, the fear, the earnestness with which the unhappy mother would follow her about from room to room, always saying the same thing. "Never mind talking to me, Mattie, pray for my son." There came a day when the doctor said he feared no human means could save him. When the white-haired mother flung herself on her knees, crying loudly to heaven to spare her son, she had preached in her stern, cold way of resignation to others, but in this, the hour of her terrible trial, she forgot all. She besieged heaven, as it were, for her son. Even Mattie shrank from those wild words. "Let me suffer, my God," she cried. "Send me torture and death, but spare him. Let me suffer, let him live. I would give my body to be burnt, my heart to be riven, but spare my only son." Faint with the fervour of her own words, she fell on her face and lay there until Mattie touched her gently. "He is asleep," she said. "Earl has fallen into a deep sleep, and the doctor says he has taken a turn for the better." She could not thank God, for her rapture of gratitude found no words. Who is it that says a prayer granted is sometimes a curse? The time was coming when those who loved him best said it was the greatest pity that he had not died in his illness. He would then have died with his mother's hope of heaven enfolding him. Earl grew better so slowly that the improvement could hardly be seen, and during the whole of his convalescence his mind was busy upon the subject. He would go in search of Doris. Nothing should keep him from that, neither remonstrance nor tears. The idea grew with his strength until it became part of his life. He had some little money he had saved for his marriage. He would spend it in searching for her. One day when the doctor came, he raised his wistful eyes to the kindly face. "How soon shall I be able to travel?" he asked. "Not for 6 weeks," was the reply, "and not even then, unless you are careful." Careful he resolved to be, and his mother wondered at his sudden submission and attention to the doctor's orders. But much that was wonderful had to happen before those 6 weeks were ended. There had been great anxiety at the farm. One reason of it was, that very soon after Doris went, the money came as usual, and Mark Brace was deeply puzzled to know what to do with it. He would have returned it, but he did not know where to return it. He took long and wise counsel with his wife, but Mrs. Brace saw no way out of the difficulty. "If we could but write to the person who sent it, and tell her what Doris has done, it would be some comfort," she said. "But we cannot do that even." It was settled at last that the money should be placed in the bank to await the return of Doris. "She will come back," said Mark, "some day when she has seen enough of the world she so longed for, to find out how false it is. She will come back when she wants true friends and true love, though it may be a long time first." After long discussions, they agreed it would be better to sanction Doris's flight than to call public attention to it. There was nothing so injurious to a girl as to have it known that she ran away from home, Mrs. Brace said. "We must shield her all we can. We must shield her even more than if she were our own." So, when friends and neighbours asked about her, the farmer and his wife had but one answer to make, and that was that she had grown tired of the quiet Brackenside and had gone out as governess. Monsieur d'Hervers was the only one who persisted in his inquiries, and he asked where she had gone. Mark, who loved truth and hated falsehood, looked uncomfortable, then replied that she had gone abroad, but for himself he did not know the names of the foreign places, so it passed over. The few who knew the family told each other as a piece of news that the pretty Miss Brace had gone abroad as a governess. Some said with her beautiful face she would be sure to marry well, and then the matter died away. One day Mark returned home in a state of great excitement and happiness. "What do you think has happened?" he asked of his wife. "You have heard from Doris?" she replied. Then for one moment his face darkened. "No," he replied, "I have not heard from Doris. I wish you did not think so much of her. It makes you dull. I heard this morning that all the family were at the castle again." Mrs. Brace, seeing that he really wished her to be surprised, was surprised. "I am very glad they are back," she said. "A great noble like the Duke should live upon his own land." "That is not all," said Mark with irrepressible triumph. "I was walking through the market-place at Quainton this morning, and I saw the carriage with its outriders and footmen. Now, what do you think, Patty? Before all the town, the Duke stopped the carriage and sent for me." Then indeed Mrs. Brace felt deeply interested. How could she think too much of a Duke who stopped his carriage in a public market-place and spoke to her husband? "What did he say, Mark?" she asked. "He said that he had been away some months, and he hoped we were well. That proud, beautiful daughter of his was in the carriage, Lady Estella. Her voice is like a clear, soft flute. 'How do you do, Mr. Brace?' she said, and I told her that I enjoyed the best of health, hoping that she did the same." "That was rather free-spoken, Mark," said his wife doubtfully. "Not at all," was his sturdy reply. "She looked pleased enough, and then said, 'How was the young girl you brought to see the castle?' I told her that Doris has gone abroad to be a governess. She leaned back in her carriage and held up her parasol. 'Was she tired of Brackenside?' she asked, and I said, 'Yes, I thought she was.' 'Is she married?' asked my lady. I said, 'No.' She looked at me strangely, and then the carriage drove on. It was strange altogether." And then Mrs. Brace turned from her husband with a sigh. There was evil at hand, she was sure. End of section 32. Section 33 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 33. After so many years of dread, has it come at last? There was no part of the day that the Duke of Downsbury enjoyed so much as the breakfast hour, when his beautiful daughter and his aristocratic wife amused themselves by the discussion of letters and papers that had come by post. Then Lady Estella seemed more lively, and the very sunshine of the Duke's life was the happiness of his only child. As the day passed on, she grew more listless, and the expression of ennui on her face grew deeper, but with the morning light she had something of the brightness that had distinguished her as a girl. On this morning the sun shone so fairly, the roses were blooming, and the birds were singing, the whole world was bright and gay. The breakfast-room was, in itself, the very picture of comfort and luxury. The sunbeams sparkled on the costly silver, the flowers filled the air with a fragrance. The Duke, a fine, handsome man, the very type of an English nobleman, sat with the most contented smile on his face. The cup of tea by his plate was odorous as a bouquet of flowers. The Duchess, proud and stately, was deeply engaged in the perusal of a closely written letter. Lady Estella, looking more beautiful than ever in the morning light, was busily engaged in doing nothing. Neither book nor paper interested her, but to one who knew that fair face well, there was a cloud upon it, an expression of unusual languor and thought. Suddenly the Duke addressed his wife. "Did I tell you, my dear, that I met my model farmer yesterday, the honest man who amused you so much by his uncertainty over his hands and feet?" "I remember Mark Brace," said the Duchess. "How could I ever forget him? He seemed to me the most honest and sensible man I have ever met." "You remember, perhaps, the pretty child and the romantic story?" "Yes, and I never prophesied good for that child," rejoined the Duchess. Lady Estella raised her fair, proud face. "Do not say that, mamma. It seems so hard upon the child." "It will be true, my dear," said her Grace calmly. "What has become of her, I wonder? I have not heard anything of her lately." The Duke smiled. "One part of your prophecy has come true. She was tired of Brackenside and has gone abroad." "Gone abroad?" repeated her Grace. It was the calm, sweet voice of Lady Estella that replied. "She has gone as a governess to some little children, mamma. Surely that was a sensible thing to do." The Duchess looked up in surprise at the unwonted interest in Lady Estella's voice. "It is so sensible, Estella, that I am disposed to alter my opinion of her. She has more sense and less vanity than I gave her credit for. I am much pleased to hear it. But surely you or someone else told me she was going to be married?" "She told me so herself," replied Lady Estella. "On the day she came here, she was going to marry a gentleman and a poet." "Very improbable," said her Grace. "Gentlemen do not marry beneath them, as a rule." She did not see the quick, hot flush that for one moment burned her daughter's face. Then Lady Estella leaned back in her chair as though the subject had no further interest for her. Suddenly the Duke looked up from his paper. "Of all the strange pieces of news I have ever read, this is the strangest," he said. Both ladies glanced at him. The flush dying from the face of Lady Estella left it unusually pale. "You remember Ulrich Studley?" continued his Grace, "that handsome ne'er-do-well?" This question produced a singular result. The Duchess looked quickly at her daughter, then dropped her eyes. Lady Estella started as though she had been touched to the heart by some keen, sharp sword. "What of Ulrich Studley?" asked her Grace in a curt voice. "You will never believe it, my dear. He is the last man in the world to whom such luck seemed likely to fall. When he was in London at the time we knew him so well, there were 7 lives between himself and the Earldom of Linleigh. By a strange chapter of accidents, they are all gone. The young Earl of Linleigh died only last week, and now Ulrich Studley has succeeded. He is Earl of Linleigh, and is expected in England next week. Only think what a change for him." Lady Estella had left her seat. She stood against the window, and the face that looked through the glass was so white and wild no one could have recognized it. "It is a great change," said the Duchess, "but unless he himself has changed, fortune will not benefit him much." "The greatest fault in him was his poverty," said the Duke. "I must confess I knew little else." The proud face of the Duchess lighted with scorn. "Did you not? I never liked the Studley race myself. Faithless and debonair, every one of them, men and women too, faithless and debonair, fair of face, light of heart, light of word, light of truth. When was a Studley either true to a friend or loyal to a love?" Still no word from the silent figure at the window. "I wonder," continued the Duke, "if he is married yet? It is hardly probable. The Studleys are proud enough. He would not meet in Indian society anyone whom he would care to marry." Then the Duke looked thoughtfully at his daughter. Not one line on her white face could be seen. "He will succeed to an enormous fortune," he continued. "I should say the Earldom of Linleigh is one of the richest in England. He will be a great match for one of our fair friends." The Duchess relaxed some little of her severity. "He was certainly a handsome man," she said. "He always made me think of one line in the quaint old song of Allan Water, 'And a winning tongue he had.' It was impossible to resist him when with him his daring was so frank, his compliments so graceful and well turned. Yet one felt instinctively that the truth was not in him. Faithless and debonair. I should not like any one for whom I felt any great esteem to marry Ulrich Studley, were he thrice an earl." "Well, I cannot help feeling rather pleased," said the Duke. "Perhaps it was a little for his handsome face, but certainly I liked him." "When is he coming home?" asked the Duchess. "He had sailed for England long before this news could reach him, but it will greet him as soon as he lands. He is expected next week." There was a sound of the quiet closing of a door. When the Duke and Duchess looked around, Lady Estella had gone. Then they glanced wistfully at each other. "She liked him," said the Duke. "I'm afraid so," said the Duchess. "I half believe that it is for his sake she has remained single. Poor Estella, who would have thought it? We shall see how events turn out when he returns to England. They are sure to meet. Then we shall see." While Lady Estella walked slowly through the hall, she took her garden hat and wrapped a lace shawl around her shoulders. Quietly, with her usual languid, graceful step, she passed out through the hall into the flower garden beyond. No sound escaped her lips, and her fair, proud face was unruffled. But when she was there, quite alone, the self-control and self-restraint fell from her. She raised her face with a despairing cry into the shining heavens. "Oh, my God," she moaned, "after so many years of dread, after so many years of unutterable fear and misery, it has come at last." Then she, who had never seemed to shed a tear, laid her face on the green grass and wept aloud, wept as only calm, proud people can weep when the depths of heart are touched. She lay there a long time while the sun shone on her. Then she roused herself. Tears relieved her for the time, but in this sudden and cruel emergency they did her no enduring good. "What am I to do?" she cried to herself. "How can I best atone for this folly and sin of my youth? What will they say to me? Oh, heaven, if I could but die!" So through the summer hours she wept and moaned. What should she do? The future looked dark as the past. For so long she had been putting off this evil day, fighting hard with her conscience and every impulse of honesty and goodness, hoping against hope that the evil day might, perhaps, never come at all. Yet here it was, and she was helpless. "If she were here," she thought to herself, "it would not be so bad. I cannot see my way out of this labyrinth." And though she spent hour after hour thinking and planning, she could decide upon nothing. That evening there was a grand dinner party at Downsbury Castle, and the principal guest was a writer from London, whose name was a power in government. During the course of the long stately dinner, the great writer, turning to the Duke, said, "You have a famous poet in your neighbourhood, or rather you have one who will in time be a famous poet." His Grace, who had forgotten what he had heard of the gentleman poet, asked eagerly who it was. "The author of English lyrics," replied the writer. "He lives, unless I mistake, at a place called Lindenholm on your estate. Unless I make the greatest mistake, that young man has a grand career before him. I should like to meet him." Lady Estella, pale and stately, listened intently. This was the poet who was to marry Doris. She listened again. They spoke of the poet's sterling worth, his wonderful honesty, his noble character, and there came to her a gleam of hope in her distress. She would go to him. In all the wide world there was no one to help her but him. She would risk all and try him. If he proved untrue, if he refused to help her, why, even then, matters could be no worse, whereas if he did not refuse and was willing to come to her aid, her troubles would at least be lessened, and she could meet Ulrich Studley with a calmer face. End of section 33. Section 34 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 34. I Must Tell You My Secret. Earl Moray was dreadfully puzzled. Into the threads of his life a mighty, passionate, wonderful love had been woven, but there had been nothing of mystery. It had been a beautiful life, full of love and dreams and poetry, but it had all been open to the eye and pleasant to read. He held something in his hands now that puzzled him, a letter written on thick satin-wove paper, a letter asking him if he would be at the gate leading to Quainton Woods at noon tomorrow, there to meet someone who wanted his aid. It was a strange request. If anyone wanted his aid, why did the person not seek him in his own home? Why desire to meet him in Quainton Woods? Then, what could he do to help anyone? Of what avail was he? He was not wise enough to give advice. If money were needed, he would do his best, certainly, but he could do little. Then another thing puzzled him. The letter was evidently written by a lady. Certainly the hand was disguised, but it was clear and elegant. What lady could wish to see him? Not Mattie, for he had spent the whole of yesterday at the farm. He knew no one else, save Doris. His face grew hot, then cold, as he thought of her. Could it concern Doris in any way, this strange letter? Had she grown weary of being without him? Had she sent him a letter or token? Did she wish to see him? He tormented himself with doubts, hopes, and fears, but resolved to go. He was getting quite strong now. He was able to travel. He had taken care of himself, and those who did not know his motive wondered that he recovered so quickly. He had never swerved from his resolution to go in search of his lost love. Perhaps the saddest sight of all to him was the quantity of manuscript lying unfinished in his room. copies of the poems he had been engaged upon when his life was so suddenly taken from him, the great work that was to have secured for him immortality. He sighed when he looked at it, but he had never once attempted to continue it. If in time to come he found Doris and won her for his own again, then the golden dreams of fame and immortality would return to him. Until then they were like his hopes, dead. He had to control his impatience as best he could until noon of the day following. Then he went quickly to the appointed place. An idea occurred to him that the letter might be a hoax, although on looking round on his circle of friends he knew no one who would be likely to pay any jest with him. As he drew near the gate that led to Quainton Woods, he saw that it was no jest, for, walking down the woodland glade, pausing occasionally to look from left to right, was the figure of a tall, stately lady whose face was closely veiled. His heart beat so quickly he could hardly endure the rapid pulsation, but it was not Doris. This lady was taller, of a more stately presence than his golden-haired love. Still, it might be someone whom she had sent to him. He raised his hat and walked bareheaded to where the lady stood. The wind lifted the fair hair from his noble brow, and freshened the spiritual, handsome face. As he bent before her, the lady stood quite still and looked at him long. "You are Earl Moray, gentleman and poet," she said, in a voice of marvellous sweetness. "I recognize you from a description I once heard given of you." "I am Earl Moray," he said, and still the lady looked as though she would fain read every thought. Then, with a deep sigh, she held out her hand to him. "I can trust you," she said. "I have but little skill, perhaps, in reading faces. I made a great mistake once when I tried, yet I can read yours. Truth, honour, loyalty are all there. Nature never yet wrote falsely on a face such as yours. I will trust you with that which is dearer to me than my life." Then they walked side by side in silence until they reached a broad, shady walk, which was darkened by the large, spreading boughs of the trees. Earl, wondering who she was, marvelling at the rich silken velvet she wore, at the dainty grace of the gloved hand, and the proud yet graceful beauty, and the sweet voice. Who was she? Someone who trusted him, and who should find out that he was to be trusted even to the very depths? Then the lady turned to him. "I know it is an idle question," she said, "but I ask it for form's sake. Will you keep true and sacred the trust I am going to place in you?" "Until death," he replied. "I promise it." "Now tell me," she said. "I have a right to ask the question, as you will learn. You were betrothed to Doris, who was known as Doris Brace." "Yes," he replied in a low voice, "I was." "Would you mind telling me whether that engagement still exists?" His face quivered with pain as he turned to her. "I cannot answer you," he said. "I do not know. To me it exists solemnly and sacredly. I do not know what Doris thinks." Her voice was wonderfully soft and gentle as she continued. "I know that I am paining you. I am sorry for it. Was there any quarrel between you when you parted?" "No," he replied. "There was no quarrel." "How was it?" she asked gently. "Do not fear to tell me." "I do not know. I was not good enough for her, perhaps, not bright and eloquent enough. Perhaps I loved her too dearly. She was the life of my life. She may have got tired of my mad, passionate love. God only knows. She left me." "How did she leave you?" persisted the sweet, pitiless voice. "I left her one day, believing she loved me, that in a very short time she would be my wife. I returned the next, and she had gone away, leaving a letter for me." "What did the letter say?" "It said she could never marry me, that the quiet life and quiet ways would not suit her, that she had resolved to leave them. She was going abroad to teach some little children, and she prayed me never to find her, for she would never return." He drew his breath with a hard, painful gasp as he finished the words. "I shall find her," he added with quiet force. "She promised to be my wife, and in the sight of just God she is mine. I will never rest until I have found her. Life of my life, the very heart of me, she shall not escape me." "Then she left you and broke her promise without any sensible reason whatever?" "If you will have the truth," he replied, "yes, she did so." "Faithless and debonair," murmured the lady, "like all of her race." "She is young," said Earl, in a quick excuse, "and very beautiful. Perhaps in the years to come she may have more sense, and will be sorry for what she has done." "All the sorrow in the world could not undo the wrong she has done you," said the lady. "I would forgive her," said Earl. "She could do no wrong so great but that I could pardon her." "You are true and noble. You are of the kind whom women torture and kill. Tell me, have you no idea where she is?" "I have not the faintest," he replied. I cannot tell even in what quarter of the world she is, but I have confidence in my own will. I shall find her." "Suppose," said the lady, "that you succeed, that you find her, and that she is unwilling to marry you. What shall you do then?" His face darkened. A new expression such as she had never seen came over it. "That is between heaven and myself," he replied. "Until I am tried and tempted, I cannot tell you what I should do." "You would not harm her?" she cried, laying her hand on his arm. "Harm her? Hurt Doris? Oh no! How could I harm her? She is the life of my life, heart of my heart. How could I harm her?" "That is well. I am weak and easily frightened. I have lived for nearly 20 years in one long dream of terror. I was a girl of 18 when my fear began. I am a woman of 38 now, and I have never known one moment's cessation of fear. Do you pity me?" "With all my heart," said Earl. "After 20 years," she continued, "I stand face to face with the realization of my fear. The dream that has haunted me has come true. The sword has fallen. I have to answer for my girlish folly and sin 1,000 times greater than Doris." Then between them for some minutes there fell perfect, unbroken silence. Again the lady broke it. "I am in sore need," she said, "and I want a friend. I have sought you because you love Doris." Wondering more and more, he answered that he would do anything on earth to help her. "I feel sure you would," she said. Then throwing back her veil, she said, "Do you know me?" He looked at her. No, he did not know her. He thought to himself that he could never have forgotten such a face if he had seen it before. "I am Lady Estella Hereford," she continued, "the only daughter of the Duke of Downsbury." He was not surprised. He would have not felt surprised if she had told him she was the Queen of England. "Lady Estella Hereford," he murmured, "but what is it possible that I can do to help you?" "You wonder that I, a daughter of a mighty duke, should be driven to seek aid," she said. "Oh, believe me, there is no one in all England who needs it more than I do. Tell me, Earl Moray, gentleman and poet. I like the title. Tell me, have you ever heard me discussed, spoken of?" "Yes," he replied frankly, "many times." "Tell me how people speak of me," she asked. "I know what your answer will be. It will not pain me." "I have always heard your beauty praised," said Earl, "that you were accomplished and beautiful, but that you were one of the proudest ladies in the land." "It is true," she said. "The time was when no girl in England was prouder than I." He looked at the pale, high-bred face. "It was natural," he said simply. "You had everything to make you so." "And now," she continued, "the proudest woman in England, Lady Estella Hereford, is here by stealth, asking that aid from a stranger which no one else can give to her." "Life is full of strange phases," said Earl. "But, Lady Hereford, what is it that you think I can do for you?" "I must tell you my secret first," she said, "before you can understand." "Nay," he interrupted generously, "I need not understand. If there is anything in the world that I can do for you, you have but to command me. I will be blind, deaf, mute in your service. There is no need for me to understand." "You are very good. I feel your delicacy," she said. "You are loyal and noble, but I must tell you my secret, and my story is not a short one. I am tired. Can I rest while I tell it to you?" In less time than it took for her to ask the question, he had cleared away the creeping moss and trailing leaves from the fallen trunk of a tree. "It is a rude resting place," he said. But Lady Estella seemed grateful enough for it. She drew aside the rich silken velvet. "Sit down by my side," she said gently. He would have remained at a distance, but, with a little, graceful gesture as of one used to command, she called him to her. "Sit down here," she said, and he had no resource but to obey her. Then again she was silent for some minutes. Her face wore a dreamy, musing expression. "What a strange fate," she said. "After keeping my secret for all these years, after guarding it jealously as my life, after sacrificing only heaven knows what to it, I tell it to you, young, loyal, true-hearted, you who love Doris. There is a terrible irony, after all, in fate." End of section 34. Chapter 35 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 35, Lady Estella's Story. Looking at Lady Estella, Earl saw that her face had grown very pale and her hands trembled. It was so strange for him on this beautiful, sunlit morning to find himself seated by this pale, high-bred lady. The sun shone through the thick green branches, and the light fell in slanting rays on the greensward. The birds sang gaily in the trees, the sweet, pitiless birds who sing whether we are in sorrow or joy. The wild flowers raised their beautiful heads, so fair and delicate, so fragile and sweet. There was no distress in nature. "Dear Lady Hereford," he said, "spare yourself. You do not like to tell me this story. Why do it?" "I must," she said. "Never mind the pain for me. The pain has been greater in bearing it for 20 years than it is now in the telling of it. Looking at me, Earl Moray, can you imagine what I was 20 years ago?" "Yes," he said gently, "I can imagine it. Time does not dim and line a face like yours. I can see you now as you were then. The lightest heart, me, the happiest girl. There was not one so happy. Proud, because everyone told me how much I had to be proud of. I was beautiful, and the Duke of Downsbury's only daughter. What people call high prizes in this world ought to have been mine. Listen to what I have won. At 18 I had my debut in the great world, and before I had even time to look around me, I had a number of lovers and admirers, thanks to the prestige of my father's name. I had more offers during the first season than falls to the lot of most young ladies. There was not one among the crowd of admirers of whom I cared. None interested me, none touched me. Young as I was, I longed for something that I did not find. I had great ideas of the happiness and sanctity of love. In this new world I heard but little of it. People talked of diamonds, opera boxes, country houses, pin money, settlements, but I heard little of love. I had firmly resolved in my own mind that when I married it should be for love alone. I had everything else, rank, title, wealth, position. I wanted love. One great man after another, great according to the world's estimation, laid title and wealth before me, the Duke of Downsbury's heiress. I had flattery, homage, compliments, praise, but not what I thought to be love. In discussing different offers, my mother would say, "This one belongs to the oldest family in England." Of another, "He has the fairest estates of the country." Or another, "He is a great favourite at court." Of another, "He can give his wife jewels fit for an empress." But she never urged as a recommendation that anyone loved me. As a rule, one values least that which one has, and longs most for that which one has not. I was born and reared in the very heart of luxury. I knew nothing else, so that I valued splendour and magnificence, luxury and wealth, far less than I valued love. And while wiser heads than mine were occupied in discussing which would be the most advisable suitor for me, I was occupied in looking for someone who would love me. Is it natural, Earl Moray, that one should long to be loved? He looked at the pale, sad face. Just as natural, Lady Hereford, as the thirsty flower should long for dew, he replied. So I think I made a terrible mistake. I wrecked my whole life, yet I think if I had to live over again, I should look first for love. One evening there was a ball at the palace, and I went with the Duchess, my mother. On our way she began to talk to me about a certain Lord Alverton, whose proposal of marriage had delighted her. "I should certainly advise you, my dear child," she said, "to accept him. He will be at the palace this evening, and I shall be pleased to hear that you have accepted him." "But I do not love him, mamma," I said. She looked surprised. "Never be vehement, Estella," she said, in a tone of reproof. "It is not ladylike. And, my dear child, remember, rank has its penalty. In ours we do not marry for love." She meant it all kindly. She loved me then, and loves me now, better than half the mothers in this world love their children. She spoke as she herself had been taught, but I was resolved never to learn the same lesson. I would marry for love, and nothing else. I entered the palace gates, resolved to dismiss his lordship, and wait until someone loved me. As I was promenading with one of my partners, my eyes fell suddenly upon the handsomest man I had ever seen, a face that irresistibly drew my attention. It was so handsome, high-bred, and debonair. I looked at him again and again in wonder. I watched him as he spoke to different people. I saw that he left everyone whom he addressed laughing. I wondered who he could be. A royal duchess spoke to him and seemed to enjoy his conversation, so that he must be one of us, I thought to myself. Suddenly I asked my companion, "Who is the gentleman to whom the Duchess of K is talking?" He laughed a little low. "That is Captain Ulrich Studley," he replied, "the handsomest, the most popular, and the most good-for-nothing man in London." "Good for nothing," I repeated. "How is that? What do you mean?" "Perhaps I should apologize for the expression," said my companion, "but really I know of none other so suitable. He is a Studley, and you know the character of the race." "Indeed I do not," was my earnest reply. "The Studleys are all faithless and debonair," he continued. "They have made more love and broken more hearts than any other race, even of twice their number." "But everyone seems to like Captain Studley. See how people listen to him, talk to him, laugh at him." "I tell you, Lady Hereford, that he is really the most popular man in London." "But how can he be popular," I persisted, "if he is what you say?" "Faithless and debonair," he repeated, "but I do not know that the world will like him any the less for that. He has a handsome face. Look at his smile. It is the gleam of sunshine, and to tell you the truth, Lady Hereford, I know of no one else who can talk as he does." Then my partner left me, and I became engrossed in watching Captain Studley. Surely no one could be more popular. No one passed him without a word or a jest. I watched him as he bent over the white hands of fair ladies, and I was mad enough to feel something like jealousy when he seemed to like one. Then, by some accident, I can never remember how it happened, our eyes met, I saw him start, and I hope he admired me. Ah, dear heaven, what a foolish child I was! Then he went away hurriedly, and in a few minutes after he was bowing before me, while someone introduced him to me. The extreme bitterness of the pain has long since left me, and I can remember that when he asked me to dance with him, and my hand touched his arm, it was as though the happiness of my life had suddenly grown complete. Thinking of myself as I was then, tears of pity filled my eyes. It was a long dance, and when it ended, Captain Studley did not seem more anxious to part from me than I was to part from him. The spell was beginning to work on me as it had worked on others. His bright, laughing eyes, handsome face, rich, clear voice, the inexhaustible fund of wit and mirth, the tender, chivalrous deference that he knew so well how to pay, delighted me. He asked me if I should like to see a famous picture that had been recently sent to the palace. I said yes, glad of any pretext for being longer with him. I do not know how time passed. I was happier than I had ever been in my life before. Suddenly, Captain Studley asked me with a smile, where was my mother, the Duchess? I told him she had been invited to join the royal circle, and was there now, I believed. "Fortune is kind to me tonight," he said with a smile. Simply enough, I asked him why he should call my mother's preoccupation fortunate to him. He laughed outright. "My dear Lady Hereford," he said, "if her Grace were at hand, do you suppose I should be allowed this delightful half-hour here with you?" "Why not?" I asked wonderingly. "Because I am what is called a detrimental. I am a poor younger son whose presumption, as the dowagers say, is frightful. Have I any right, possessing under 10,000 a year and no title, to monopolize, even for 5 minutes, the smiles of Lady Estella Hereford?" I knew that he was speaking satirically, but it struck me at the same time that his views and mine would upon many points agree. "What nonsense about being a poor younger son," I said. "What difference does it make?" He laughed again. "That is the most sensible question I ever heard, Lady Hereford, and as a younger son I thank you for it. It makes a wonderful difference in the opinion of most people." "It makes none in mine," I said decidedly, and then I saw him look steadfastly at me. I never even gave a thought to the significance of my words. Suddenly I remembered the conversation I had about him. I looked up into his face. "Captain Studley," I asked, "why do people call you faithless and debonair?" "Do they?" he asked. "I do not think that's such a bad character, Lady Estella." "Is it true that all the Studleys are faithless?" I repeated. "I wish I dared say, try one of them, Lady Estella. That might be the tradition of the family, but it would be cruel to judge every member by it. After all, it is something to be debonair, so I must be content." Looking at him and listening to him, I did not believe one word of it. There was a charm about him that no words of mine could possibly describe, a charm that I believe, even now, belongs to no one else on earth. I soon found that what he said was perfectly true. As I returned to the ballroom, I saw my mother looking for us. Her eyes did not fall with a very pleased expression on Captain Studley. She came up to us and made some little observation to him. The tone of it was barely civil, and he was quick enough to notice it. He gave me one laughing glance as though he would say, "You see, I told you I was a detrimental." Then he bowed and went away. "My dear Estella," she said, "have you been long with Captain Studley?" I told her how long. She looked displeased. "Who introduced you to him?" she asked. How ashamed I was. I could not remember. I had never even noticed. She turned to me. "It was a mistake," she said gently. "He is a handsome man, but the Studleys are all alike. I should not wish you to fall into the habit of wasting your time with him." Wasting my time! I repeated the phrase over and over again. The only gleam of happiness I had found in this great world was looked coldly upon by my mother and called wasting my time. I went home with my head and heart full of him, longing only for the hour to come when I should meet him again. Looking back, I pity myself. Earl Moray, I pity myself. End of section 35. Section 36 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 36. He made me believe that I was the whole world to him. "Do I weary you, Earl Moray, with these details?" Lady Estella asked, looking with wistful eyes into his face. "Out of my 38 years, that was my only gleam of light. Does it weary you that I like to dwell upon it?" "No," he replied. "Every word interests me. You cannot tell one too much." "I used to wonder," she continued, "when I heard people say that love made or marred a woman's life. In my own mind I thought such words an exaggeration. I found that they were most fatally true. My love marred my life." That night I left the palace with my heart and mind full of Ulrich Studley, and the idea possessed a double charm for me because I was, as it were, forbidden to entertain it. The Duchess, my mother, spoke to me once more on the subject. We were going to a fete at Kensington Gardens. Before we started, she called me to her. "Estella," she said gravely, "I hope you will not forget what is due to your position as daughter of the Duke of Downsbury. I hope you will not forget what is required and expected of you." I told her that I hoped always to please her, and I intended then to do so. "If Captain Studley should have the bad taste to intrude his society on you," she continued, "without being the least unladylike, you must let him see that it is displeasing to you." "But, mamma," I remonstrated, "it is not displeasing, it is most amusing." "The expression of my least wish ought to suffice, Estella," said my mother haughtily. "I tell you to avoid Captain Studley whenever you possibly can, and if you are compelled for a few minutes by unavoidable circumstances to talk to him, I insist upon it that you show no interest whatsoever, that you treat him with studied coolness and reserve." "Will you tell me why, mamma?" I asked gently. "Yes, I will tell you. The love of a Studley never yet brought anything with it save sorrow. Secondly, were it even otherwise, Ulrich Studley, a younger son, is no match for my daughter, Lady Estella Hereford. You hear this?" I had heard, and at first my only emotion was one of sorrow, that a pleasant intercourse must be ended. It was very evident that I must not look again at the laughing face and tender eyes. I hardly understood the cloud that came over me, or why the thought that he was so soon to be taken out of my life darkened it. He was at the fete, strange to say, with my only and dearest friend, Lady Agnes Delapan. We had been schoolmates, and the year previous she had married Lord Delapan. I felt pleased when I saw him with her. My mother did not see either of them. After a time, Lady Agnes left her companion and came to me. My mother, who knew our great affection for each other, had no scruple in leaving us together while she joined some friends of her own. "Estella," said Lady Agnes, as we wandered through a beautiful grove of trees, "Estella, you have accomplished a miracle." "What have I done?" I asked. "You have written your name where no one ever inscribed a woman's name before," she replied. I had not the least idea what she meant. "Where is that?" I asked. Lady Agnes laughed aloud. "On the hitherto invincible heart of Ulrich Studley," she said. "I should imagine that he has admired more pretty girls than anyone ever did before, but you are the first who has made a real impression on him." "Who says I have done so, Agnes?" "I say so. He has been sitting by me for half an hour, and all his conversation has been of you. I assure you, Estella, he is hopelessly in love." "The love of the Studleys always brings sorrow, my mother says." Lady Agnes laughed again. "I am sure your mother will not like him. No mothers do. Mine used to torture me about him before I was married. You would not find a dowager in London who approves of him. But why? I persisted. A handsome, graceless, penniless younger son? What dowager in her senses would approve of such a man? He cannot help being a younger son and having no money, I said. No, he cannot help it. A man cannot help being born blind or lame, I suppose, but then he does not expect to fare the same as a man who can walk and see. It is not a just world, I said gravely, and then Lady Agnes laughed. Yes, Ulrich ought at least to have been a prince, she said. There is now only one resource for him. What is that? I asked. He has no money, and he cannot make money. Military fame is very empty, but he could, at least, marry someone who has money. And Lady Agnes, who I believe had decided liking for him, looked sharply at me. Why can he never make money? I asked. It is not the habit of the Studleys. They have a reckless fashion of spending, but I do not know that they are capable of making money. Captain Ulrich is a soldier, and we all know how empty is fame. At that very moment he joined us. Lady Agnes turned to me. I leave you in safe hands, she said. I promised to look after little Nelly Plumpton, and I have not seen her yet. Then she went away. It was kind of her in one sense, but wrong in another. I was terribly frightened. What should I do if my mother found me here in this grove of trees with Captain Studley? I remembered, too, that I had promised to be very distant and reserved with him, yet there I was, looking at him, blushing and smiling, utterly unable to either look or feel anything save happy. He saw and was quick enough to detect the anxiety on my face. "Ah, Lady Hereford," he said, "I was a true prophet. I see it." Then, without waiting for any answer, he began to talk to me about the fete. I forgot everything else in the wide world except that I was happy and was with him. Earl Moray, the sun will never shine for me again as it did that day. The sky will never be so blue, the flowers so sweet and fair. When he saw Lady Agnes returning to us in the distance, he said quickly, "You will not be unjust to me, Lady Estella. You will not visit the sins of my race upon me." "No," I said, "I will never do that. Sometimes you will let me forget graver anxieties, graver cares, the troubles of my life, in talking to you." Then I saw my difficulty. "I will do all that I possibly can," I said. But what?" he asked. "Tell me the difficulty." How could I? I could not look into his face and tell him my mother disliked and disapproved of him. "I think I understand," he said with a low laugh. "If I were a duke with 2 or 3 fine estates, there would be no objection to me. As it is, perhaps her Grace has told you the Studleys are unfortunate." "Yes, she has told me so, but I do not believe it," I hastened to reply. "Thank you, you are generous. I shall trust in your generosity, Lady Hereford." Then he went away, and the brightness of the sun, the sky, the flowers went with him. Yet I was strangely happy, with a new, strange, shy happiness. When other people whom I had neither liked nor cared for talked to me, I found that I had a fresh stock of patience, that I had such a fountain of happiness in my own heart, I had an abundance to shower upon others. The whole world changed to me from that day. I lived only in the hope of seeing Captain Studley. I counted the hours when I was away from him. Unfortunately for me, I found an aider and an abettor in Lady Agnes Delapan. My mother did not even know that she was acquainted with him, and I, alas, never told her. Lady Agnes had a beautiful villa at Twickenham, and it was no unusual thing for me to spend 2 or 3 days with her. It was cruel to betray my mother's trust. There is no excuse for it, nor was there any for my friend. We never made any positive appointment. I never told him when I was going to Twickenham, yet he always seemed to know by instinct. Lord Delapan held some important office under government, so that he was seldom at home. We 3, Lady Delapan, Captain Studley, and myself, spent whole days together, sometimes in the grounds that surrounded her home, or on the river which ran close by. The end of it was, I offer no excuse, that we both believed it impossible to live any longer without each other. Oh, folly and blindness and madness of love! I, who had never disobeyed my parents, who had always been a docile, obedient child, whose highest ambition had been to please them. I suffered him, my lover, to talk to me about a private marriage. He said that if we were once married, my parents would be very angry for a short time, that was certain, but when they saw there was no help for it, they would forgive us and all would be well again. I asked timidly enough, for I dreaded to displease him, if it would not be better for him to try and win my parents' consent. "I will try, if you like," he said. I will do anything to please you, but I am quite sure it is useless. The moment they hear that I care for you, they will take you away, and I shall see you no more." "Do you really think so, Ulrich?" I asked sadly. "I am quite certain of it. Still, it shall be as you wish. I cannot live without you, Estella. You are the whole world to me, and you love me, unless the story told by those sweet eyes is untrue." Lady Agnes knew nothing of these longing entreaties of his for a secret marriage. If I had told her, I might have been saved. She, with all her imprudence, would never have permitted that. I dared not tell her, lest she would disapprove. Looking back, I cannot tell what possessed me, what mad infatuation, what wild folly had taken hold of me. Is it the same, I wonder, with all those who love, with all the girls who surrender heart and judgment as I did? Yet I did not reply all at once. The step was such a grave and serious one, even to my inexperienced eyes, that I hesitated long before taking it. I must do him justice. I think in those days Ulrich Studley did love me very dearly indeed, better perhaps than he loved anyone else, and that, for a Studley, is certainly saying a great deal. He told me over and over again in most passionate words that he loved me. He made me believe that I was the whole world to him. Then, when he still found that I was unwilling, oh, so unwilling, for this private marriage, he pretended to be hurt, to think that I did not care for him, and for 10 long days he never came near me. 10 long, dreary, terrible days. I can remember even now the misery of each of them, the hours that seemed to have no end, the nights without sleep. If we met in public, he passed me with a cold bow, and devoted himself to someone else. I went through all the tortures of jealousy. My face grew pale and thin. Ah, what I suffered! Then one evening he came to me and said, "Estella, have we had enough of this? I feel I can bear it no longer." "It is your fault," I replied. "You have kept away from me." Is a man's heart made of wax, do you think? Kept away from you? If I had not done so, I should have gone mad. Your love must be child's play, judging from the way in which you treat me. How could I bear to be near you when you so coldly refused my prayer?" We were standing behind a great cluster of trees, and the next moment he clasped me in his arms, crying that I must be his. "I shall be at Twickenham tomorrow," he said, "Estella. I pray to meet you there." And I, weak and miserable, promised him. End of section 36. Section 37 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 37. The Punishment of Folly. "I cannot bear it," said my lover to me, continued Lady Estella, when we met the next day on the lawn at Twickenham. "We Studleys are just as mad in jealousy as we are in love. When I see you surrounded by the wealthiest and noblest in the land, men each of whom is more worthy of you 1,000 times than I am, but no one else loves you half so well. I can bear it no longer, Estella. I will stand by no longer to see you loved, admired, and sought by other men. I will go away and never return to this hateful land again." "What can I do, Ulrich?" I asked. "I cannot help it. I do not ask people to admire me." "You can do one thing, if you will," he said. "You can set my heart at rest. You can consent to what I ask, a private marriage. That will make you mine, and it will not be in the power of any human being to take you from me. It will set my heart at rest, and I shall know, no matter who admires you, that you are mine. If you will not consent to this, I must go." I was sorely afraid to lose him, Earl Moray. "But what will become of me when my parents find out?" I asked. "They need never find it out. When they seem to like me a little better, we will tell them. No one knows what an excellent thing it is to make oneself master of the situation. Once done, we cannot be expected to undo it, and after a few days they will say that we were naughty, but they will forgive us when they are quite sure that being angry is of no use." Those were weak arguments, Earl Moray, to lead a girl away from her duty. They seem to me so now, though then I fancied them full of the wisest sense. I destroyed myself when I looked up into his face and said, "But even if I were willing, how could it be managed, Ulrich?" He clasped me in his arms. "Only say that you are willing, that is enough. I shall go mad with joy. Estella, say that you are willing, and leave the preliminaries to me." He looked so eager, so handsome. I was so weak and young. I loved him so dearly. All higher and better considerations faded away. I promised. She buried her face in her hands, and Earl saw the tears fall through the slender jeweled fingers. He saw the fragile figure torn with deep convulsive sobs, yet he did not dare comfort her. He felt that, for such a wrong she had committed, there could be no pardon from those she had deceived. Yet his feeling of compassion for her was so strong that he could not refrain from showing her some sympathy. He laid his hand gently on her arm. "Dear Lady Hereford," he said, "I wish that I knew how to comfort you." "You cannot," she replied. "There can be no consolation for sins like mine. Oh, Earl Moray, you see that I am speaking to you as though I had known you for years. It is because you love Doris. Can you imagine how I came to be so foolish, so mad it seems to me, looking back on my past? Incredible. Young, gifted, with everything to make life desirable, that I should wreck myself, turn every blessing into a curse. It is incredible to me. I cannot believe it, yet I have done it. I need not tire you with the details. I have dwelt longer than I need to have done on my temptations, because I want you, who love Doris so dearly, to think the best which is possible of me. Do you agree to that? Will you try?" "Most certainly I will, dear Lady Hereford. Who am I, that I should sit in judgment over you?" "I am ashamed to tell you the rest," she said in a wailing tone. "It is the story that would disgrace the humblest beggar. Think how it humiliates me, the sole daughter of one of the proudest houses in the land. No Studley ever failed for want of determination. The more and the greater obstacles that rose in my lover's way, the more valiantly he overcame them. I am too ignorant even to explain how he arranged it. Everything gives way to money, I suppose. The obstacles he encountered did. I only know two things for certain. We were married, and our marriage was legal." "It seems almost incredible," said Earl, "for one so highly placed, so constantly guarded as you must have been, Lady Hereford." "It was difficult, but I will confess my own duplicity. I told my mother that I was going to spend 2 days with Lady Agnes, and I went accompanied by my maid. It was a very easy matter, on the morning of the second day, to escape from Lady Agnes under some slight pretext and meet Captain Studley. We were married in some old grey church by the river, and when I returned to Twickenham I did not even dare to tell my best friend. Yet I remember so well the almost delicious happiness, perhaps all the sweeter that it was kept so silent. The happiness of knowing that I had proved to my husband how dearly I loved him. The happiness of knowing how great were the sacrifices I made for him. Ah, surely he would be content now, when for his sake I made myself a living lie. I wore a mask that hid me from the parents who loved me. Surely he would be satisfied now. I dared not tell Lady Delapan what I had done. Imprudent as she was, she would never have countenanced that. For some weeks we were happy. My whole life became one intrigue, arranging how to meet my husband, and how much time it was possible to spend with him without being found out. Security made me reckless. Whenever I met him, I used to deceive my mother by telling her I had been with Lady Agnes. One evening, when we were going to some great state entertainment, I remained with him later than I should have done. Time had flown so quickly, I had not measured its flight, and I was late for dressing. The Duchess was not well pleased, although she did not say much, but a few days afterwards Lady Agnes called and wanted me to go out with her. My mother said yes, but added that I must be more careful, as I had been too late on Tuesday. "But Lady Estella was not with me on Tuesday," said Lady Agnes quickly, and my mother looked at her in deepest wonder. "Not with you?" she cried. "Where was she then?" I turned to my friend, and she alone saw the hot flush in my face. "You forget," I said. Some inkling of the truth came to her, and she murmured confusedly that she had forgotten. The Duchess looked perfectly satisfied, but when she quitted the room, Lady Agnes said to me, "Estella, I do not quite understand. I never saw you on Tuesday." "I know that," was my curt reply. "But why did you tell your mother you had been with me?" "Because I did not wish her to know where I had been," I replied. She kissed me and said sadly, "You have secrets even from me, then?" And I answered, "Yes." She looked very unhappy. "Estella," she said, "I hope I have not been foolish, and aided you in folly." But I would not listen to her. I only laughed. After that, Lady Agnes became more cautious. I do not know whether she had any suspicion or not. She never expressed any to me. After that, I found more difficulty in meeting my husband. Oh, wretched story! How I loathed the telling of it! He grew impatient and angry, while, as the days passed on, I shrank with greater dread from letting my parents know what I had done. Then, jealousy, anger, quarrels, and impatience took the place of love. I cannot tell you the history of that wretched time. I dare not. I had to find out then that a Studley could indulge in rage as well as love. It was not long before I learned many bitter lessons. At length, one day, we had a more than usually angry quarrel, and then my husband vowed that he would leave me. A regiment was ordered to India next week. He would exchange into it, and I should never see him again. In vain I wept, pleaded, prayed. He was in one of his terrible furies, and nothing could move him. Still, I never believed that he would do it. Had I even fancied so, I should have instantly, at any cost, have told my mother all. But I thought it merely a threat, a cruel and unmanly threat, but an empty one. I resolved that for some days I would not write to him. Oh, Earl Moray, can you imagine my distress when, one short week afterward, I heard it carelessly told that Captain Ulric Studley had taken a sudden whim and exchanged into another regiment which had sailed for India that week, and would not in all probability return for years. The lady told the news laughingly, as though it were only a piece of amusing gossip. The comments were made of an indifferent character. Some said India was the best place for younger sons without fortune. Others said it was 1,000 pities that there was no chance of the earldom of Linleigh for the gay captain. No one looked at me, no one thought of me, yet I was the wife of the man they were all discussing. It was many minutes before my senses returned to me. Then I found myself grasping at the back of a chair to keep myself from falling. Unseen and unnoticed, I contrived to quit the room. Oh, heaven, when I recall the intolerable anguish of that hour, I wonder that I lived through it. I had trusted a Studley, and had met with the usual reward of those who place confidence in a perfidious race. I think that on the face of the earth there was none so truly desolate and lonely, so frightened as I was during that time. Married in secret to a man whom my parents disliked, whom the world mentioned with a sneer, a man whose name was a proverb for light-heartedness, inconstancy, married and deserted. It would have been bad enough had he been here. It would have been a terrible ordeal even had he been by my side to help me with love and sympathy, but now, alone, unaided, he himself thousands of miles away, what could I do? I did that which seemed easiest at the time. I kept silence. He had sailed away, saying nothing of the marriage, neither would I. I would take the just punishment of my folly, living single all my life, and keep my dreadful secret. There seemed to be no other plan. To tell the truth, I stood too much in awe of my father and mother to dare even to tell them. I dreaded their anger. I dreaded the cool, calm contempt in my mother's face. I dreaded the disappointment that would, I knew, be my father's greatest grief. What else could I do but keep my sad secret all to myself? Yes, I declare to you that the struggle in my own mind was so dreadful, the pain and sorrow so great, that I almost died of it. No one ever said anything to me about Captain Studley. Even those who seemed to fancy there had been a slight flirtation between us considered his going away as a proof that there was none. I saw that my parents were greatly relieved by his absence, and after a few weeks the shock began to get less. Lady Agnes asked me once if I were unhappy over him. I made some evasive reply. Then, after a time, I began to look my life in the face, to think that the evil done was not without remedy. I could bear the penalty of my folly if the secret of my ill-starred marriage could be kept. End of section 37. Section 38 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 38. A Mother's Confession. I come now to a part of my story, resumed Lady Estella, that I would fain pass over in silence, but as it touches the matter that brought me here, I am obliged to tell you. The proud, fair woman buried her face in her hands as she spoke, and Earl understood how terrible was the struggle between her need of help and her pride. When she raised her face again, it was ghastly white. Captain Studley had been gone 4 months, she gasped, when I knew that the most terrible of all my trials had come to me, that I should be the mother of a child. For a long time, for days and weeks, I was in the most terrible despair. I often wonder, she said musingly, how it was that the agony of my shame did not kill me. I cannot understand it even now. I did think in those days of killing myself, but I was not brave enough. I lacked the courage. Yet I do not think anyone in the wide world ever suffered so greatly. There was I, sole daughter of that ancient house, flattered, beloved, courted, feted, the envy of all who knew me, with a secret bitter as death, black as sin. At last, when I found myself obliged to seek assistance, I went to Lady Agnes Delapan and told her all. Her amazement and dread of the consequences were at first appalling to me. After the first expressions of surprise and regret, she said, "So you were married to him all the time? I never suspected it." She was very kind to me, kinder 1,000 times than I deserved. She did not reproach me, but when she had recovered, she said, "Estella, I feel it is more than half my fault. I should never have allowed you to meet him here. I should not have dared had I foreseen the end. I felt sorry because you seemed to like each other, but I have done wrong." I laid my head on her shoulder. "What am I to do?" I moaned. "I see no help for it now, Estella. However averse you may be, you must tell the Duchess." Then I clung to her, weeping and saying, "I dare not, I would rather die." "But my dear Estella," she interrupted, "you must, indeed you must. I see no help for it." I remember standing up with a white, haggard face and beating heart. "If you will not help me, Agnes, I must tell her, but I shall do it in my own fashion. I shall write a letter to her, and kill myself before she receives it. I will never look my mother in the face again after she knows." "Then what is to be done, Estella?" "Be my friend, as you have always been. You have had more experience than I have had. You know the world better than I know it. You are older than I am. Help me, Agnes." "You mean help you to keep the secret of your marriage?" she asked. "I do, and in asking you that, I ask for my life itself. The one depends on the other." Lady Agnes sat quite silent for some minutes. Then she said, "I will do it, Estella. Perhaps in making this promise I am wrong, as I am in everything else, but I will help you for the sake of the love that was between us when we were happy young girls." I had no words in which to thank her. It really seemed to me as though the burden of my trouble were for the time removed from me to her. "How will it be?" I asked her. "Give me time to think, Estella. I must arrange it all in my own mind first. Do not come near me for 3 days." At the end of that time my mother received a letter from Lady Agnes, urging her to allow me to go with her to Switzerland. She was not strong and required change of air. My mother had implicit faith and confidence in Lady Delapan. "You have not been looking well lately, Estella," she said to me. "It will do you good to go." Ah me, what a weight those few words took from my mind. Then Lady Agnes called upon us and spoke to my mother about our little tour. "We shall enjoy ourselves after our own fashion," she said. "Lord Delapan goes with us as far as Interlachen, and there he will leave us for a time. You may safely trust Lady Estella with me." My mother had not the slightest idea that anything was unusual. The only thing that embarrassed me was that she insisted upon taking my maid, Leeson, with me. When I told this to Lady Agnes, she was, like myself, dismayed for a few minutes. Then she said calmly, "It will not matter. We should have been obliged to take someone into our confidence, as well Leeson as another. We must tell her of the marriage." So it was all settled, and I, taking my terrible secret with me, went abroad. There is no need to linger over the details. No suspicion of the truth was ever whispered. We took Leeson into our confidence, and my baby was born in Switzerland. Ah, you look astonished. Now you know why I am here. Doris is my child. Earl was too bewildered for one moment to speak. Then a low cry of wonder and dismay came from his lips. "Doris is your daughter," he repeated. "Lady Hereford, this must be a dream." "Would to heaven it were," she cried. "It is almost fatally true. Ah me, if I could but wake up and find it a long dark dream. When my little daughter was some weeks old, we had a letter which caused us some agitation. My father and mother were on the road to join us, and would be with us in 2 days. They were at Berne. "What shall we do?" I asked again of my clear-headed, trustworthy friend. As usual, she was quite ready for the emergency. "We must do something decisive at once," she replied. "Send away the child to England without an hour's delay. I will telegraph to Berne to say that we have already left Interlachen, and shall be at Berne tomorrow." There could be no delay. I sat down to think where it would be possible to send the little one. It seemed strange to own such a thing, but I assure you that I did not feel any overwhelming affection for the child. She was lovely as a poet's dream, the fairest little cherub that was ever seen, but already in that infantile face there was a gleam of the Studley beauty. She will be like her race, I thought, faithless and debonair. Perhaps the keen anger that I felt against her father, the sorrow and the shame that he has caused me, prevented me from loving her. Therefore I did not feel any sorrow at parting with her. I might have been a better woman, Earl Moray, if I had been a happier one. I could think of no one. Leeson suggested that if the child be taken by some farmer's wife on the estate, it would be the best thing, as in that case I would see it sometimes, and should, at least, know its whereabouts. Then I bethought myself how often I had heard my father speak of honest Mark Brace. The next moment the whole plan came to me. I told Leeson, and she approved of it. You have probably heard the story of the finding of Doris. There is no need for me to repeat it. It was Leeson who left the child at the farmer's gate, and waited under the shadow of one of the trees until it was taken indoors. It is I who send the money, and I have seen the child twice. Once when she was young, and the steady look in her face frightened me, although my heart yearned to her. Then the sense of my unhappiness, of my false position, of my terrible secret, made me so wretched that I became seriously ill. My father took me away from England, and I was away many years. I saw her again, not so very long since, and she was one of the loveliest girls that could be imagined, yet still with a Studley face, faithless and debonair. But this time my heart warmed to her. She was so beautiful, so graceful. I was proud of her, and she told me of you. She said she was going to marry Earl Moray, gentleman and poet. Heaven bless her, interrupted Earl with quivering lips. Still, continued Lady Estella, I was not quite satisfied. I saw in her her father's faults repeated. My heart found no rest in her, or it would have been a misery to lose sight of her again. I did think that when you were married, you and she, I might see more of her. She would be the wife of a poet whom we should all be proud to know. Now listen to what I want from you, Earl Moray. In all the wide world you love Doris best. I want you to find her. Yesterday I heard that her father, my husband, is no longer a penniless younger son, that he has succeeded to the earldom of Linley, and will return home. I should have told you that Lady Agnes Delapan died 2 years after our return from Switzerland, so that no living person knows our secret except Leeson and yourself. Before she died, she wrote to my husband to tell him all about Doris. He seems to have extended his indifference even to her, for beyond acknowledging the letter and saying that he really sympathized in my fears, he has never taken the least notice of her. Now all is different. He will be Earl of Linley, and she will be Lady Doris Studley, and I dare not stand between my child and her rights. Do you understand? No, he replied quietly, you could not do that. It would not be honourable. So that I must have her here. I will not see him until she was with me. I shall write to him and beg of him not to come and see me until I send for him. He will do me that small grace, and I shall not send for him until you bring her to me. Then you will keep your secret no longer, said Earl. I cannot. If my husband had remained Captain Studley, I might have kept it until my death, but as Earl of Linley, he is sure to claim me, either as his wife to live with him, or that he may sue me for a divorce. Pardon the question, said Earl, but would you live with him? A dull red flush covered her face. If I ever loved anything on earth, she cried passionately, it was my husband. I have known no other love. What is it you want me to do? asked Earl. I want you to go and find her. No one loves her as you do. Love has keen instincts, and you will find her because you love her. Find her, tell her she is Earl of Linley's daughter, that she must come to take her proper position in the world, but do not tell her who is her mother. I will obey you implicitly, he replied. Then she raised her fair, proud face to his. Mine is a strange story, is it not? she asked. Yes, truth is stranger than fiction, he replied. It is a shameful story, is it not? she continued. It is not a good one, he said frankly. She smiled at the honest reply. You do not know, she said, how my heart has turned to you since Doris spoke of the gentleman and poet. Aristocrat as I am, I do not think any man could have a grander title. To your honour as a gentleman, I trust my secret. You will never betray it. He bowed low. I would rather die, he said. I believe you implicitly. This time, at least, my instinct has not failed me. I am safe in trusting you. Now, tell me, have you the faintest clue as to where Doris has gone? Not the smallest. She has gone abroad, that is all I know. Then do you also go abroad? Remember that no money, no trouble, no toil must be spared. She must be found. Go first to France, to the cities most frequented by the English, then to Italy. For heaven's sake find her, and bring her back to Brackenside. When she is once here, I can bear the rest. You will not fail me. Write as often as you can, and heaven speed you." He felt his own hand clasped in hers, then she placed a roll of banknotes in it. Next moment she was gone, and Earl sat there alone, breathless with surprise. End of section 38. Section 39 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 39, A Clue at Last. I feel very much, thought Earl, as though I had been dreaming in one of the fairy circles. That proud, fair woman with such a story, and she, Doris's mother. Doris, my golden-haired love, whom I have been loving, believing her to be some helpless waif or stray. Doris belonging to the Studleys and the proud Duke of Downsbury. What will she say? Great heavens, what will she say when she learns this? Then the task before him might well have dismayed a braver man. He had to find her. The whole world lay before him, and he had to search all over it. Was she in Italy, Spain, or France, or had she gone even further away? He thought of the proud lady's words, "Love has keen instincts. You will find her because you love her." He would certainly do his best, nor would he delay. That day should see the commencement of his labour. Then he began to think. Surely an ignorant, inexperienced girl could not have left home, have found herself a situation as governess without someone to help her. Who would that someone be? One of her old schoolfellows? She had made no more recent acquaintances. He bethought himself of Mattie, always so quick, so bright, so intelligent, so ready to solve all difficulties. He would go to her. He went, and Mattie wondered at the unusual gravity of his face. "I have been thinking of Doris," he said, in answer to her mute, reproachful glance. "I wonder, Earl," she said, "when will you think of anything else?" "I want to ask you something, Mattie. Sit down here. Spare me 2 or 3 minutes. Tell me, has it ever seemed to you that someone must have helped Doris, or she could not have found a situation as she did?" For one moment the kindly brown eyes rested with a troubled glance on his face. "It has occurred to me often," she replied, "but I cannot imagine who would do it." "Did she ever talk to you about any of her schoolfellows?" he asked. "No, none in particular. Why, Earl, tell me what you were thinking about." "I should have some clue as to her whereabouts, I am convinced, if I could but discover that." She looked steadily at him. "Earl," she asked in a low, pained voice, "are you still thinking of going in search of her?" He remembered the morning's interview, and would have felt some little relief if he could have shared the secret with Mattie, but he said, "Yes, I am still determined, and, to tell you a secret that I do not intend telling anyone else, I intend to go this very day." He saw her lips whiten and quiver as though from some sudden sharp pain, but it never struck him that this quiet, kindly girl had enshrined him in her heart of hearts. She was quicker of instinct when any wish of his was in question than at any other time. Suddenly she raised her eyes to his face, and he saw in them the dawn of a new idea. "There is one person," she said, "whom we have quite overlooked, and who is very likely to have helped Doris." "Who is that?" he asked quickly. "The artist, Gregory Leslie." And they looked at each other in silence, each feeling sure that the right chord had been struck. Then Earl said gravely, "Strange, but I never once thought of him." "Doris talked so much to him while he was here," said Mattie, "and from his half-bantering remarks I think he understood thoroughly how much she disliked the monotony of home. He has very probably found the situation for her." "I should think so too, but for one thing. He was an honourable man, and he would not have helped her run away from me." "Perhaps she deceived him. In any case, I think it worth trying," she replied. "Heaven bless you, Mattie," said Earl. "You are always right. Do not tell anyone where I have gone. I shall go to London at once. I will send a note to my mother by one of the men. Goodbye. Heaven bless you, my dear sister who was to have been." "Who will be," cried Mattie. whether you marry Doris or not. He wrote a few simple words to his mother, saying merely, "Do not be alarmed at my absence. I cannot rest. I have gone to find Doris. I shall write often and return when I have found her." Poor mother, he said to himself with a sigh. I have given her nothing but sorrow of late. Then he went quietly to Brington railway station, and was just in time to catch the train for London. Gregory Leslie was astonished that evening at seeing Earl enter his studio, and held out a hand to him in warmest welcome. Earl looked first at the artist, then at his hand. "Can I take it?" he asked. "Is it a loyal hand?" Gregory Leslie laughed aloud. "Bless the boy, the poet, I ought to say. What does he mean?" "I mean, in all simplicity, just what I say," said Earl. "Is it the hand of a loyal man?" "I have never been anything save loyal to you," replied the artist, wondering more and more at Earl's strange manner. "I shall understand you better in a short time," he said. "How ill you look! Your face is quite changed." "I have been ill for some weeks," said Earl. "I am well now." "And how are they all at Brackenside? The honest farmer and his kindly wife, bright intelligent Miss Mattie, and last, though by no means least, my lovely model, Miss Innocence?" "They are all well at Brackenside," said Earl evasively. But the artist looked keenly at him, and from the tone of his voice he felt sure that all was not well. Then Earl sat down, and there was a few minutes' silence. At length he roused himself with a sigh. "Mr. Leslie," he said, "when you were leaving Brackenside you called me friend, and said that you would do anything to help me. I have come to prove if your words are true." "I am sure they are," replied Mr. Leslie, as he looked pityingly on the worn, haggard face. "You may prove them in any way you will." Then he smiled. "Has Miss Innocence been unkind to you, that you look so dull?" "That does not sound as though he knew anything about her going," thought Earl, "and if he does not, I am indeed at sea." Then he looked at the artist. It was an honest face, although the lips curled satirically, and there was a gleam of mischief in the keen eyes. "Is it a lover's quarrel, Earl?" he asked. "No, it is more than that," replied Earl. "Tell me, Mr. Leslie, has Doris written to you since you left Brackenside?" An expression of blank wonder came into the artist's face. "Yes," he replied. "She wrote to me twice. Each time it was to thank me for papers and critics that I had sent her." "Is that all?" said Earl. "That is all, indeed. I did not preserve the letters. I have a fatal habit of making pipe lights of them." "Did she tell you in those letters that she was tired of Brackenside, Mr. Leslie?" "No, they were both written in excellent spirits, I thought. I do not remember that there was any mention of home, or anyone, in fact. I am sure there was not." "Did she ask you to help her find a situation?" said Earl. "No, indeed she never did. At Brackenside she pretended often enough to be tired of the place and want to go elsewhere, but I never paid any serious attention to it. You see, Earl, if you will love a woman who has all the beauty of a rainbow, you must be content to abide by all her caprices. I am sure she has done something to pain you. Earl, tell me what it is." "I will tell you," said Earl. "At first I thought that you had helped her, but now I believe I am mistaken. She has left home unknown to any of us. She has gone abroad as governess." Gregory Leslie gave a little start of incredulity and surprise. "Gone abroad," he repeated. "I can believe that easily, but as governess I can never imagine that." "She says so. She left 2 letters, and they both tell the same story." "If I should believe it," said Gregory Leslie, "I should most certainly say, 'Heaven help the children taught by the fair Doris.' Candidly speaking, I should not like to be one of them." "You do not believe it, then, Mr. Leslie?" "If you will have me speak frankly, I do not. Of all the young ladies I have ever met, I think her the least likely to become a governess. By choice, that is." Earl looked at him blankly. It had never entered his mind to disbelieve what she had written. That threw a fresh light upon the matter. "Tell me about it," the artist said after a few minutes. And Earl did as he was requested. Gregory Leslie listened in silence. "I know nothing about it," he said after a time. "It is quite natural that you should imagine that I did, but I do not. She has never mentioned it to me. I understand now what you meant by being loyal. Let me say that, for your sake, if she had asked me to help her in any such a scheme, I should have refused." "I believe it. There is one thing," said Earl. "I have sworn to find her, and find her I will. Can you suggest to me any feasible or sensible plan of search?" He uttered a little cry of amaze, for Gregory Leslie was looking at him with a startled expression in his face. "Strange," he said. I've only just thought of it. You remember my picture of innocence?" "Yes," said Earl. "Well, there was a great deal of jealousy among my comrades over that face. They all wanted to know where I had found it, who was my model, where she lived. One wanted just a face for his grand picture of Juliet. Another thought it the very thing for his Marie Antoinette, in the zenith of her glory and beauty. Another declared that if he could but paint it as Cleopatra, his fortune would be made. Of course I would not, and did not dream for one moment of gratifying their curiosity. Perhaps the most curious among them was Ross Glynlyn. He prayed me to tell him, and was offended when I refused. Now I remember that a few days ago he called upon me in a state of great triumph. He had just returned from Italy. "I have found your model," he said. "You need not have been so precise. I thought no good would come of such secrecy." "What model do you mean?" I asked. "Your model of innocence. I have seen the very face you copied," he replied. "Indeed, where did you see it?" "In Italy, in a picture gallery at Florence. She is incomparably beautiful, but how on earth you managed to induce her to sit for her portrait I cannot imagine. They say she is the most exclusive lady in Florence." "Indeed," I said gravely. "It is true. I saw her twice, once in the gallery and once in the carriage with her husband." Then I laughed aloud. "My dear Ross," I said, "I have let you wander on because you have told me such a strange story. It seemed quite sad to interrupt you. You are perfectly wrong. To begin with, the young lady whose face I copied is young and unmarried. In the second place, I can answer for it, she has never been near Italy. She is, I know for certain, preparing to marry a gentleman with whom I am well acquainted." He looked sullen and unconvinced. "You may say what you will," he retorted. "I swear it was the same face." "And I swear that it was not," I replied. So the matter ended. But Earl, could it be that Ross Glynlyn spoke the truth, and she is in Florence? "But he said the lady was married," said Earl. "That might be a mistake. It seems to me a clue worth following up." And Earl thought the same. End of section 39. Section 40 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Section 40. I claim you as my own. I will never release you. "I call this a coincidence," said Gregory Leslie as the studio door opened and a gentleman entered. "A strange coincidence. If I had read it in a novel, I should not have believed it." Earl looked up inquiringly as a handsome young man with a clever, artistic face entered the room. "Am I a coincidence?" inquired the newcomer. "I did not say that, but decidedly your coming is one. Mr. Glynlyn, allow me to introduce to you Mr. Moray." The two gentlemen saluted each other with a smile, each feeling attracted by the other's face. Then Mr. Leslie turned to his brother artist. "It is strange that you should come in just at this moment, Ross. I was telling Mr. Moray how certain you were that you had seen the original of Innocence in Florence." "So I did," replied Ross. "You may contradict me as much as you like. It is not probable that I should make any mistake. The lady I saw had precisely the same face as the picture. It was the original herself, or her twin sister." "She has no twin sister," said Earl, incautiously. "Ah, you know her then," continued Mr. Glynlyn. "I assure you that I made no mistake. Our friend here may make as much mystery as he will. I am amazed that he should give me such little credit. Why should I say it if it were not true? And how could I possibly mistake that face or any other? If you know the young lady, you can in all probability corroborate what I say, namely that she is in Florence." "I cannot do so," said Earl, "for I am perfectly ignorant of her whereabouts." Then he shook hands with the artist, for it seemed to him every moment spent there was lessening his chance of finding Doris. He would start at once for Florence. It was a frail clue, after all, feeble and weak, yet well worth following. Of course it was a mistake about her being married. She was a governess, not a married lady, yet that mistake seemed to him of very little consequence. The only doubt was that having made one mistake, was it likely that the artist had made another? "Good-bye," said Gregory Leslie in answer to the farewell words of Earl. "Good-bye. You will let me hear how you get on?" Then he went. He never rested day or night until he was in Florence. Then, exhausted by the long journey, he was compelled to seek repose. He did what was wisest and best in going at once to the best hotel, the one most frequented by the English. There he made many inquiries. There were many English in Florence, but he did not hear of any young lady who was particularly beautiful. The people at the hotel spoke freely enough. They discussed every one and everything, but he heard no allusion to anyone who in the least degree resembled Doris. When he had rested himself, he began his search in Florence. At first it seemed quite hopeless. He went through the churches, though he owned to himself that he need not hope to find her there. He went almost daily to the principal places of public resort. No evening passed without his going to the opera, but he never caught sight of a face like hers. Once he followed a girl with golden hair all through the principal streets of Florence. When he came nearer to her, he saw that the hair was neither so bright, so silky, or so abundant as that of Doris. The girl turned her face. It was not the fair, lovely face of the girl he worshipped. He spent many hours each day in the picture galleries. Some of the fairest pictures hung before his eyes, yet he, whose love for art and beauty was so passionate, he never even saw them. He feared to look at the pictures on the wall, lest he should miss one of the living faces. He saw many, but among them he never saw her. He spent a week in this fashion, and then his heart began to fail him. It was impossible that she should be in Florence, or surely before this he must have seen her. He wrote to Gregory Leslie and told him of his failure. "I am afraid either your friend is mistaken, or that she has gone away," he said, "and if she is gone, where was he to look next?" Then he bethought himself if he could get an introduction to some of the principal houses in Florence, then, if any party or fete were given, he should be sure to see her. Even in this he succeeded. With the help of Gregory Leslie, he was introduced to some of the best houses in Florence. He met many English. He heard nothing of Doris. People thought he had a wonderful fancy. Whenever he heard of any English children, he never rested until he had seen them. Someone told him that Lady Clomel had 3 nice little girls. His heart beat high and fast. Perhaps Doris was the governess. Doris lived. Doris lived. He armed himself with some pretty sketches, and then asked permission to see the little ladies. Lady Clomel was much gratified. "Tell the governess to come with them," she said to the servant who went in search of them. And Earl sat down with a white face and beating heart. It was all a waste of emotion. When the governess did come, she was ugly and grey-haired. Poor Earl, he had to endure many such disappointments. "She is not in Florence," he said to himself at last. "I must go elsewhere." It was not until the hope was destroyed that he knew how strong it had been. The disappointment was bitter in the extreme. He woke one morning resolved upon leaving Florence the next day. The sun was shining, the birds singing. His thoughts flew to England and the sweet summer mornings when he had wandered through the green lanes and fields with his love. His heart was heavy. He raised his despairing eyes to the bright heavens and wondered how long it was to last. The morning was fair and balmy. He thought that the air would refresh him, and perhaps when he felt less jaded and tired, some inspiration might come to him where to search next. So he walked through the gay streets of sunny Florence until he came to the lovely banks of the Arno. The scene was so fair, the pretty villa shining through the trees. He walked along until he came to a green patch shaded by trees whose huge branches touched the water. There he sat down to rest. Oh, thank heaven for that few minutes' rest. He laid his head against the trunk of a tree and bared his brow to the fresh, sweet breeze. He had been there some little time when the sound of a woman's voice aroused him, the sweet laughing tones of a woman's voice. "You may leave me," it said. "I shall not run away. I shall enjoy a rest by the river." Dear heaven, what voice was it? It touched the very depths of his heart and sent a crimson flush to his brow. For one short moment he thought he was back again in the woods of Quainton. Then his heart seemed to stop beating. Then he leaned, white, almost senseless, against the trees. Then he heard it again. "Do not forget my flowers, and remember the box for Santanella. It is one of my favourite operas. Au revoir." Then there was the sound of someone walking down the river bank, the rustle of a silken dress, the half-song, half-murmur of a laughing voice. He saw a shadow fall between himself and the sunshine. Oh, heaven! Could it be she? He drew aside the sheltering branches and looked out. There, on the bank below him, sat a young girl. At first he could only distinguish the rich dress of violet silk and black lace. Then, when the mist cleared before his eyes, he saw the profusion of golden hair shining like the sun. Then he went towards her. O blessed sky above, O shining sun, O flowing river, O great and merciful heaven, was it she? Nearer and more like the shadow of a coming fate he crept. Still she never moved. She sang of love that was to never die. Nearer and nearer he could see the white arched neck, whose graceful turn he would have recognized anywhere. Nearer still, and he laid his hand on her shoulder. "Doris," he said. She turned quickly round. It was she. He will never forget the ghastly pallor that came over her face. She started up with a dreadful cry. "Earl! Earl, have you come to kill me?" It was some moments before he could reply. Earth and sky seemed to meet. The ripple of the river was a roar of water in his ears. His first impulse had been a fierce one. He, worn, haggard, heartbroken. She, brighter, fairer than ever, singing on the banks of the sunny Arno. Then he looked steadily at her. "No," he said slowly, "I have not come to kill you. I do not wish to kill you. Death could not deal out such a torture as your hands have dealt out to me." "Poor Earl," she said pityingly, but the pity was more than he could bear. "I am sent here," he continued, "by those who have a right to send. I do not need pity." But she looked into his changed face. "Poor Earl," she repeated, and the tone of her voice was so kind that for one moment he shuddered with dread. "I must speak to you, Doris. I have been long in finding you." "Earl," she interrupted, "what has brought you here? I am not surprised. I have always felt that, sooner or later, I should see you. What has brought you here?" "I have something to tell you," he replied. "I would have travelled the wide world over, but I would never have returned without seeing you." "But why, of all other places, did you think of Florence?" she asked. Then it seemed to him that she was simply trying to gain time and to avoid what he had to say. "Doris, I have come expressly to talk to you. Why I chose Florence matters but little. Nothing matters between us except what I have to say." "Oh, Earl," she cried, "I was so tired of Brackenside, I could not stay." "Never mind Brackenside. We will not discuss it now. Will you sit down here, Doris, while I tell you my message?" She seemed to have no thought of disobeying him. Silently enough she sat down, while he leaned against the tree. She was rather hurt to find that so much of her old influence over him seemed to be lost. She would have liked him to tremble and blush, yet he had not even sought to take her white hand in his own. He had not kissed her face, nor touched the long golden hair that he had so warmly praised. He stood looking gravely at her. Then he spoke. "Doris," he said, "in the presence of heaven you promised to be my wife. I do not absolve you from that promise, and until I do so, I claim you as my own." A hot flush crimsoned his face. Sudden passion gleamed in his eyes and quivered on his lips. "I will never release you," he cried. "Death may take you from me, but of my own free will you shall never. So help me heaven, be freed from your promise. You hear me?" "Yes," she replied in a low voice, "I hear." "As the man you have promised to marry, as the man who alone on earth has the right to question you, tell me how you are living here now." "How am I living?" she replied, raising innocent eyes to his face. "I do not quite understand what you mean." "I mean precisely what I say. With whom are you living, and what are you doing for livelihood?" "What a strange question, Earl. I told you, I am governess to some little children." "You swear that before heaven?" "Before anything or anyone you like," she replied indifferently, smiling the while to herself. End of section 40.
Section 41 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. "This is your revenge, to humiliate me. I am bound to believe you," he said, "although my faith in you has been terribly shaken. I ask you because I heard that you passed here as a married lady. Is that true?" A keen observer might have noticed that her face grew pale, that she trembled and seemed for one moment uncertain. "Is it true?" repeated Earl. In the eyes raised to his face there was such a blank innocence of expression that, in spite of his doubts, he felt ashamed of himself and his words. "You heard such a thing of me?" she said. "Why, who could have told you?" "That matters little. I heard it. Is it true?" "You puzzle me," she said, with the same startled expression. "Why should I do such a thing? Why pass myself off as married? I do not understand. You puzzle me, Earl." "Is it true or not?" he repeated. "No," she replied. "You swear that, likewise, before heaven?" "Certainly," she said promptly. "I do not understand." Then he blamed himself for being hard upon her. "We will not discuss it any more," he said. "I have other things to say to you." She looked slightly embarrassed, the fact being that she had quite lost her fear of him, and was only pondering now upon what she should do to get him away. It would never do for Lord Vivian to return and find him there. There would be a quarrel, to say the least of it. Besides, Lord Charles was not the most patient of men. What would he do if he heard this nonsense about Earl claiming her? She had no idea of going back with Earl. Sooner or later she would tell him so. It was very awkward for her, and she heartily wished that she had never seen him. She had no idea, even ever so faint, of going back to Brackenside. She resolved that while he was talking she would settle her future plan of action. At first she hardly listened to him. Then by degrees his words began to have a strong, weird interest for her. "Doris," he said, "I think I have brought the strangest message that one human being ever brought to another. Give me your full attention." She turned her beautiful face to his, thinking that he was going to say something about love or marriage. Far different were the next words that fell upon her ear. "Doris," he said, "you have always believed yourself to be the daughter of Mark and Patty Brace, have you not?" "Yes," she replied wonderingly. "What else could I believe? You are the son of Mrs. Moray of Lindenholm, are you not?" "Certainly, but that is beside the question. You never, even in your own mind, doubted the truth of what you say?" She laughed, the little careless, sweet laugh that he remembered so well. "To tell you the truth, Earl, I never felt myself quite a Brace. The manners and tastes of those good people were so different to my own." "Then what I have to say will not shock you. You had no great love for the simple farmer and his kindly wife?" "If you wish for the truth, again I say no. I had no great love for them. They were good in their way. That way was not mine." "So it seems," he retorted. "Then you will not suffer any great amount of pain if I tell you that Mark Brace is not your father, nor his kindly wife your mother?" "Now, Earl, you are inventing a romance to please yourself." "Does it please you, Doris? I leave inventions to yourself. I tell you the plain, honest truth. You are no relation of theirs." "Who am I, then? If you take my old identity from me, you must at least give me a new one," she said laughingly. Her utter want of feeling and absence of all emotions annoyed him greatly. "I will tell you a story," he said, and with a grace and pathos all his own, he told the history of that night so long ago, when the little child was found at the door of the farmhouse. She looked incredulous. "Do you mean to tell me that I was that child, a wretched little foundling? I do not believe one word of it. This is your revenge, to humiliate me." "You will know better soon," he said quietly. "Yes, you were that little child. Patty Brace took you to her arms, and honest Mark Brace treated you like his own." Her face flushed crimson, her lips curled with scorn, her eyes flashed light. "I look very much like a foundling, do I not, Earl Moray? Take your absurd stories elsewhere." She held up one white hand. "That looks like the hand of a foundling, does it not? Shame on you for trying to humiliate me. It is a pure invention. I do not believe one word of it, and I never shall." "You have only heard the commencement," he replied coolly. "Remember, I never used the word foundling to you. You used it to yourself. It is not probable that I should do so when I know whose daughter you are." "Ah, Do you know? May I ask what honorable parentage you have assigned to me? This grows amusing. Remember, before you say another word, that I distinctly refuse to believe you." "You will change your mind," he said quietly. "I have not the least doubt that I am here to tell you the simple truth and to take you back to your father." The impulse was strong upon her to say that she could not go, but she refrained, thinking it quite as wise and politic to hear first to what she was to return. "You must not ask me how I know your history," said Earl, "but it suffices that I know it. Let me tell you also, it did not surprise me so very much. I always thought, myself, that you were, as you say, of a different kind." He saw the color creep slowly over her face and a new light dawn in her eyes. "You will, henceforward, occupy a very different position, Doris," he said gravely. "Your place will be henceforth among the nobility." "Ah, that's better," she said in a low voice. But he could see that she trembled with impatience. She had clasped her hands so tightly that the rings she wore made great dents in the tender flesh. Still, she would not betray her impatience. "Your father is a nobleman, a wealthy British peer, Earl Lindley. You are his only child." She grew white, even to the lips, and her breath came in quick gasps. "Earl of Lindley," she repeated. "Are you quite sure you're not mistaken, Earl?" "There is no mistake, Doris. Your name and title is now Lady Doris Studley. Do you like it? Does it sound well?" She drew her breath in a deep, heavy sigh. "I cannot believe it, Earl," she said. "It seems quite impossible that it should be true. It is what I used to dream when I was a child, but I never thought the dream would be realized. I cannot believe it, Earl." It was significant enough that she refused to believe him when she fancied that he wished to lower her in the social scale, but she never expressed the slightest doubt of his truth now, nor did even the faintest doubt occur to her. After the first emotion of surprise had passed, she looked at him again. "My mother," she said, "you have told me nothing about her. Who is she?" "I have nothing to tell," he said. "I have nothing to say about her. I was commissioned simply to tell you this. I may add that your father's marriage was a private one, that he was for many years in India and is now returning home to take possession of his estates." "A private marriage," she said slowly. "I hope he has not married beneath him." "There is no doubt but that the whole story of his marriage will be told to you," said Earl. "And now, Doris, listen to me. You must return with me. I cannot go without you. I promised that you should go back with me, and it is imperative. The marriage will not be declared until you reach home." "It is so sudden," she said. "Yes, but you surely cannot hesitate, Doris. Remember not only what awaits you, your golden future, but remember also it is your own parents who summon you." "You do not quite understand, Earl. I have no hesitation in going. Of course I shall go, but I want time to think. If you fear the people you are staying with will not be willing to let you go, it is a great mistake. They could not possibly make any objection. I will see them for you if you like." She raised her head in quick alarm. "No, I would rather not. It is not needful. Give me just 10 minutes to decide. You are just. Give me 10 minutes in silence to think." He remained mute and motionless by her side. The Arno rippled musically at her feet. Birds sang above her head. "Tell me again," she said, "what will my rank and title be?" "You will be the Lady Doris Studley, only daughter of the Earl of Lindley." "And my fortune?" she interrupted. "Of that I know nothing, but I should say it must be large. You will probably be a wealthy heiress." "And there is a place waiting for me in the grand world?"
"Most certainly," he replied. "Now then, let me think, Earl. I am all bewilderment and confusion. Let me arrange my ideas, then I will explain them to you." He did not know why she sat so silent, while quiver after quiver of pain passed over her face, why her hands were so tightly clasped. But she, in that hour, was reaping the reward of her folly. What had she done? Had she, by her wicked sin, by her intense self-love, her eagerness for pleasure and luxury, her little esteem for virtue, her frivolous views of vice, had she by all these forfeited that glorious birthright which was hers? Had she lost all chance of that grand position which would fill the greatest desire of her heart? It was this most terrible fear that blanched her face and made her hands tremble, that caused her to sit like one over whom a terrible blight had fallen. In her passionate desire for change and luxury, for pleasure and gaiety, she had never even thought of her own degradation. It was a view of the subject that she had not yet taken. She had only thought of the lighter side. Now it seemed to look her in the face with all its natural deformity. She shrank, abashed and frightened, horror-stricken, now that she saw her enormity in all its full colors. Still, it was not the sin that distressed her. That was nothing to her. It was the idea that through it she might lose the glorious future awaiting her. If this had not happened, she would never have regretted her fault. If it were known, if this proud nobleman knew that she had passed as the wife of a man to whom she was not married, would he ever receive her as his daughter? No, she knew enough of the world to be quite sure of that. Even Mark Brace would not do it. If he had the faintest possible idea of what her life had been since they parted, would he receive her and think her a suitable companion for Mattie? No, she knew that he would not. He would have forgiven any sin save that. A disgraceful sin like hers he considered beyond pardon. If Mark Brace, with his kindly, simple heart, could not pardon her, was it probable that Earl Linleigh would? No. The only hope that remained to her was to keep her past life, with its terrible blunder, a dead secret. There was no other recourse. Could she do that? It was just possible. Only yesterday she had been railing against her life, declaring that it was all a disappointment, that she saw no one, and was getting tired of it. Now she felt thankful that it was so, that she had seen but few strange faces, and most of these had been Italian ones, so that if she could keep her secret, she trusted no one would recognize in Lady Doris Studley the person who had been known as Mrs. Conyers. End of section 41, recorded by Marcia Payne. Section 42 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Coquette's Blandishments. "Have you finished thinking yet, Doris?" asked Earl gently. "No," she replied. "I am getting a little clearer in my ideas, but I have by no means finished yet." She had two plans before her. One was to wait for Lord Charles and tell him all, to trust to his generosity to keep their secret. Then she laughed bitterly as she repeated the word generosity. He had none. He was reckless, extravagant over money, but as for generosity, honor, or principle, she knew he had none. In trusting to that, she would indeed trust to a broken reed. Besides, if she were once established in this new sphere of life, it would be highly disagreeable and offensive to have anyone near her who knew of this episode. If Lord Vivian knew, he would always have her in his power. He would hold the secret like a drawn sword over her head. No, better for her own safety to steal away from him without saying one word. Even if, in the after years, they should meet again, it was hardly possible that he would recognize her, surrounded by all the luxuries of her position, the honored daughter of noble parents. It was not likely that he would recognize in her the girl who had left Brackenside for his sake. As for leaving him, far from feeling the least regret, far from seeing that she was treating him dishonorably, she smiled to herself at his consternation when he should return to the riverside and not find her. He will think that I have run away with someone else, she thought, and the idea amused her so intensely that she laughed aloud. You are well content, said Earl bitterly. Why should I not be? You have brought me wealth and fortune, title and honor, all that my soul loves best. Why should I not be content? She had finished her musings now, and it had brought her to two conclusions. She must leave Lord Vivian at once and in silence, while she must at the same time, at any price, keep her secret from Earl. Another and very probable idea occurred to her, and it was this. By Earl being sent to fetch her, it was very evident that her parents approved of him, and that she would have to marry him. Looking at him, she thought it was not such a bad alternative after all. He was handsomer, younger, stronger than Lord Vivian. Besides, what little affection she had had to give had always been his. Then she rose from her seat with a smile. I have finished thinking, Earl. To make matters square, I promise myself that I will not think again for ever so many months. What is the result of your deliberation? He said. I wish you would be a little kinder to me, Earl. You speak so gravely, you look so coldly, that you make me quite unhappy. His face flushed slightly, and his lips trembled. I do not wish to seem unkind, Doris, but let me ask you, what else besides coldness and gravity can you expect from me? You know I always liked you, Earl. I know you betrayed and deceived me about as basely as it is possible to deceive anyone, but we need not discuss that now. She looked at him with a smile few men could resist and held out her hands. Be friends, Earl. I like you too well, after all, to travel with you while you look so cold and stern. Give me one smile, only one, then I shall feel more at my ease. I do not think my smiles cheer, or the loss of them depresses you. Neither can I smile to order. Still, you need have no fear of traveling with me. It was in her nature to respect him more, the more difficult he seemed to please. I shall manage him in time, she thought. I shall return with you, Earl, she said. I have been thinking it all over, and I will go at once. I will not wait to say goodbye to the people here. But that seems strange, not quite right. Why not go and bid them farewell? Tell them the good fortune that has happened to you. No, they are fond of me, the children especially. You do not know. They would not let me come away. But it does not seem right, persisted Earl. It is right enough. If I go back to them, I shall not go with you. I can write to them as soon as I reach England and tell them all about it. I know you will have your own way, Doris. It is useless for me to interfere. Do as you please. That is like my old lover, Earl. Now I begin to feel at home with you. I did use you very wickedly, but all the time I liked you. I know exactly the value of your liking, said Earl, who had determined to be cool and guarded. She talked to him in the old sweet tones. She gave him the sweetest glances from her lovely eyes. She remembered all the pretty arts and graces which had attracted him most. And Earl, despite his caution, despite his resolve, knew that his heart was on fire again with the glamour and magic of her beauty, knew that every pulse was throbbing with passion, and she knew, as well as though he had put it into words, that the old charm was returning, only 1,000 times stronger. She laid her white hand on his arm, and he shrank shuddering from the touch. She only smiled. Her time would come. I shall not return to the house where I have been living. The reason is that I wish them to forget me. I shall not like, when I am Lady Doris Studley, to be recognized by them." That pride was so exactly like her, he understood it well. "You can return to Florence if you like," she continued, with the air of a queen. "But if you wish to please me, you will walk on with me to the nearest railway station, and let us go at once to Genoa. We can travel from Genoa to London." "But I have left my things at the hotel," he said. "Is there anything particular among them, Earl?" "No," he replied. "Then you can send for them on your arrival. Please yourself. If you do not go on my terms, I shall go alone." Then he looked at the rippling golden hair that fell in such shining profusion over her shoulders, at the dress of rich velvet, silk, and delicate lace. "You are not dressed for traveling. Why be so hasty?" he said. "I can purchase anything I want in Genoa," she replied. Then he noticed for the first time what costly jewels she wore, and how her hands were covered with shining gems. For the first time, a thrill of uneasiness, of doubt, of fear shot through him. "You have some beautiful jewels, Doris," he said slowly. Her face flushed. Then she laughed carelessly. "How easy it is to deceive a man," she said. "A lady would have known at one glance that they were not real." He felt greatly relieved. "They are pretty, but not very valuable," she continued, "given to me by the children I have been teaching. If you do not like them, Earl, I will throw them into the Arno one by one." "Why do that, if the little children gave them to you? I am no judge of precious stones, but looking at the light in those, I should have thought them real." "Do you know that if they were real, they would be worth hundreds and hundreds of pounds? You must think an English governess in Italy coins money." He looked admiringly at her handsome dress, although too inexperienced to know its real value. "This is my best dress, too," she said. "And do you know, Earl, that as I put it on, I said to myself, I do not look amiss in this. I wish Earl could see me." "Did you really?" he asked, a flush of delight rising to his brow. It was so very easy to deceive a generous and trusting man that one might almost be ashamed to do so. "Did you, Doris? Then, although you ran away from me so cruelly, did you like me, after all?" "Oh, Earl, what a question! Like you? Did you not feel sure that when I had seen something of the world, had allayed the fever of excitement, that I should return to you? Did you not feel sure of it?" No such thought or intention had ever been in her mind. Still, she wished to make the best of matters. It was no use for her to return to England unless she was the best of friends with Earl. A few untruths, more or less, did not trouble her in the least, only provided that he believed them. "I never thought so," was his simple reply. "I believed you had left me forever, Doris." "You must never judge me by the same rule you would apply to others, Earl. I told you that from the beginning of our acquaintance, and I tell you so now." "I believe it," he replied. Yet, although he saw that she wished to make friends, and was flattered by the belief, he could not all at once forget the anguish and sorrow that she had caused him. Then she took out a little jeweled watch that she wore. Time was flying. In one short half hour, Lord Charles would be back with her flowers and news of the opera box. "How angry he will be," she said to herself, "to think that anyone should thwart his sovereign will and pleasure. He will look in every pretty nook by the river bank. Then he will go into the house and ask, 'Have you seen Mrs. Conyers?' And no one will be able to answer him. I should like to be here to see the sensation. Then he will be sulky, and finally come to the conclusion that I have given him up and have run away from him." She was so accustomed to think of him as selfish, loving nothing but himself, that she had never imagined that he had grown to love her with a madness of passion to which he would have sacrificed everything on earth. She had been so entirely wrapped up in her own pursuits, in the acquisition of numberless dresses and jewels, that she had not observed the signs of his increasing devotion. Blind to his mad passion for her, she decided upon leaving him. And of all the mistakes that she had ever made in her life, none was so great as this. 10 minutes later, they were walking rapidly toward the little town of Sepia. There they could go by train to Genoa. As they walked along the high road, Doris laughed and talked gaily, as though nothing had happened since they had first been betrothed. "This reminds me of old times, Earl," she said. "How goes the poetry, dear? I expect to hear that you have performed miracles by this time." "You destroyed my poetry, Doris, when you marred my genius and blighted my life." She laid her hand caressingly on his. "Did I? Then I must make amends for it now," she said. And he was almost vexed to find how the words thrilled him with a keen, passionate delight. Suddenly she raised a laughing face to his. "Was there a very dreadful sensation, Earl, when they found out that I was gone?" The smiling face, the laughing voice, smote him like a sharp sword. He remembered the pain and the anguish, the torture he had suffered, the long hours when he had lain between life and death. He remembered the fame he had lost, the sweet gift of genius all destroyed, his heart broken, his life rendered stale and profitless, while she could smile and ask with laughing eyes if there had been much sensation. "I believe," he cried, with a sudden flame of passion, "women are nerved with heartlessness." She was scared by his manner. Deep feeling and earnestness were quite out of her line. Her bright, shallow nature did not understand it, but she saw that for the future it would be better to say nothing to him about such matters as her running away from home. End of section 42. Recorded by Marcia Payne. Section 43 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Nobleman's Oath. It was a strange journey home, and during its course Earl often wondered why at intervals Doris laughed, as though she found the keenest enjoyment in her own thoughts. He little imagined that she was reveling in the disappointment Lord Vivian would feel, and she had enough of the woman in her to rejoice in his pain, and to feel pleased that she could deal him some little blow in return for the blow that he had dealt her. In her heart, she had never forgiven him that he had not found her beauty and her grace inducement sufficient to make him marry her. She could not pardon him that, and she liked to think that he would be annoyed and vexed by her absence. She little dreamed of the storm of passion in that heart of his. If she had had any inkling of it, she would most assuredly have done the wisest and most straightforward thing, told him her story, trusted him, and confided in what he called his honor. It would have been by far the safest. As it was, his love became a fury of rage. He had gone into the city of Florence thinking of her, anxious to gratify every whim, desirous of pleasing her. It had been her whim to sit by the riverside and read, while he went to purchase flowers and to engage an opera box. She had plenty of flowers in the luxurious house where he had placed her. She was surrounded by them. But they did not please her. She wanted some from a celebrated florist who supplied, so she had been told, the most fashionable ladies in Florence. Then, too, she had a great desire to hear Satanella, and knowing that it would be really impossible unless Lord Vivian went himself to secure a box, she had taken the pretty caprice of sitting by the river until his return. He returned in the highest spirits, having succeeded in all that she most desired. He brought with him some magnificent flowers, beautiful in color, rich in perfume, and he hastened back to the pretty nook where he had left her. The river ran rippling by, the branches waved in the wind, the birds sang on the boughs, but there was no Doris. Thinking that she had gone some few steps further down, he called her by her name. "Dora! Dora!" It seemed as though the wavelets ran away laughing at the sound, and the birds repeated it with mocking charms. Then he saw upon the ground the book that she had taken out with her, and he smiled to himself as he picked it up. It was a prurient French romance, and a cynical laugh came from his lips. "I consider myself, to say the least of it, no saint, but it would never have occurred to me to bring such a book as that out into the sunshine to read." From the river bank he could see the pretty villa, with its terrace and balconies. He thought it possible that Doris had gone home in search of something, and he sat down under the trees where that most momentous interview had taken place, and sang to himself an opera song. Still, though the time passed pleasantly, she was long in coming. He occupied himself in thinking of her, of the wondrous grace and beauty of her face, of the smile that dazzled him, of the glory of her golden hair, of her wit, her repartee, her piquant words. He owned to himself that she made the charm of his life, that without her it would have neither salt nor savor. Indeed, he had only been absent from her for an hour or two, and he felt dull and wearied. Life without Doris, why, it would not be worth having. Then he wished that she had belonged to some station of life so refined that he could have married her. But he checked the thought with a sigh. She was beautiful, with a rare loveliness, but hardly the one that any man would choose to be the mother of his children. Then the sunbeams fell slanting, and his lordship remembered that lunch would be waiting. He felt sure that she must be at home. He walked quickly toward the villa, still carrying the magnificent flowers, but Mrs. Conyers was not there. He went into her room. It was just as she had left it, a scene of elegant confusion. Dresses, jewels, laces, all in the most picturesque disorder. The dress she was to have worn at the opera lay there ready, the jewels with it. Evidently she had not gone far. He learned from her maid and the other servants that she had not returned to the house since she left with him in the morning. Then Lord Charles became angry. He was not accustomed to this kind of treatment. "She is hiding, I suppose," he said to himself sullenly. "But if she expects me to make any fuss about finding her, she is mistaken. She can do as she likes." He slept away the sunshiny afternoon and woke to the fact that dinner was ready, but that Doris had not returned. Yet it was not until the shades of night had fallen that he began to feel any fear. Then, slowly enough, it dawned upon him that she had left him. At first, he was incredulous and feared some accident had happened. He dreaded lest she should have fallen into the river, and made an active search for her. When he felt sure that she was gone, that she had in real truth abandoned him, his rage was terrible. He could not imagine how or why it was. She had everything here, he said to himself, that any woman's heart could desire. Can she have met with one whom she liked better than me? He judged her quite correctly in thinking that nothing but superior wealth would have tempted her from him. But no one was missing from Florence, neither Italian nor English. As for suspecting that Earl had followed and claimed her, such an idea never entered his mind. He would have laughed at it. When there was no longer any doubt, when long days and longer nights had passed, and there was no sign of her return, when she never wrote to him or gave him the least sign of her existence, he was in a fury of rage and passion. He paid the servants and sent them away. He flung her dresses and pretty ornaments into the river. He would have none of them. Then he swore to himself an oath that, let him find her again as he would, wherever he would take his revenge. It would have been 1,000 times better for her had she told him the truth and trusted him. Then he went away from Florence, but he swore to himself that he would find her, and when she was found, she would suffer. But of this, Doris, triumphant and happy, knew nothing. The journey home was delightful to her. She gloried in seeing Earl lose the dignity, the stern self-control, the coldness that had been so distasteful to her. She delighted in making his face flush, in saying words to him that made his strong hands tremble and his lips quiver. She delighted in these evidences of her power. Gradually, he became the warm, impassioned lover that he had been once, and Doris was happy. While Earl was her friend, all was safe. "I hope," she said to him one day, "that they will not tease me at home with tiresome questions. I am so impatient, I should never answer or hear them." "If by home you mean Brackenside," said Earl, "it is not very probable. You will not be there long." "You had better give them a caution, Earl. I know my own failings so well. Tell them you met me in Florence. Mind, if you use the word found, I shall never forgive you. You met me in Florence, and hearing that they were in trouble over me, I returned. That is what you are to say, Earl, neither more nor less." He smiled at her vehemence. "I will do all I can to please you, Doris," he said. "That is well. If you do so, Earl, we shall be all right together. I like to be obeyed." "It suits you," said Earl. "You were born to be a queen." "Do they know anything at Brackenside of this wonderful story, Earl?" she asked after a time. "No, not yet. Not one word. No one knows it but myself and you." Yet he could see that, as they drew nearer home, she was nervous and ill at ease. Once he asked her why it was, and she half laughed as she said, "Mattie is so tiresome, I shall have no peace with her." And again he repeated his formula of comfort, "It is not for long." On the evening they reached Brackenside, it was cold and windy. Rain had fallen during the day, but the rain clouds had all disappeared, and the sky was clear and blue, the moon shone, but the cold was great. The scene in England was quite wintry. There was no Italian sun to warm it, the flowers and leaves were all dead. The fields looked gray, not green, and the wind wailed with a sound so mournful that it made one shudder to listen to it. As they walked up the fields together, Earl said to his beautiful companion, "According to Mark Brace's story, it was on such a night as this that you were first brought to Brackenside." She laughed. "Do you know, Earl," she said, "I am quite ashamed of it, but I have a very uncomfortable sensation that I am returning home very much after the style of a prodigal son." "Nothing of the kind," said generous Earl. He would not allow her to deprecate herself. The wind was fearful. It bent the tall trees and swayed them to and fro as though they were reeds. It moaned and wailed around the house with long-drawn, terrible cries. "One would think the wind has a voice and was foretelling evil," said Doris with a shudder. "Listen, Earl." But the attention of the young poet was drawn to a pretty scene. Through the window of the farmhouse a ruddy light came like a beacon of welcome. "They are sitting there," said Earl, "the farmer and his wife, with Mattie. Let us go to the window, Doris. We shall see them, but they will not see us." They drew near to the window. It was the prettiest home scene that was ever imagined. The ruddy light of the fire was reflected in the shining cupboard in Mark's honest face. It played over the bent head of his wife and on Mattie's brown hair. Tears came into the young poet's eyes as he stood and watched, for Mark had taken the great Bible down from the shelf and was reading aloud to his wife and child. They could not distinguish what he was reading, but they heard the deep reverence of his voice and how it faltered when he came to any words that touched him. They could see the look of reverence on Mattie's face, and the picture was a pleasing one. It touched all that was most noble in the heart of the young poet. "I have seen just such a look as Mattie wears on the pictured faces of the saints," he said, and although Doris affected to laugh at his enthusiasm, she was half jealous of the girl who excited it. Suddenly, An idea seemed to occur to Earl, and he turned quickly to her. "Doris," he said, "raise your face to the quiet skies. Let me look into the depths of your eyes. Tell me, before heaven, are you worthy to return and take your place as sister by the side of that girl whose every thought is pure and every word devout?" "I understand you," she said coldly. "Yes, I am quite worthy to stand by her side." "Swear it, before heaven," he cried. And the unhappy girl swore it. End of chapter 43. Section number 44 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. An appeal for forgiveness. The same wind that wailed so mournfully round the farm made sad music around the castle walls. Lady Estelle shuddered as she listened to it. It seemed so full of prophecy, and the prophecy was so full of evil. It moaned and sobbed, then went off into wild cries, then into fitful wails. A scene was passing just then in the drawing room of the castle, such as the dead and gone Herefords had never seen. A group of 4 people were assembled there, the Duke looking older by 20 years than when we last saw him, his head bent, his stately figure drooping, as a man droops who has just met the most terrible blow of his lifetime. All the pride and dignity seemed to have died away from the face of the Duchess, his wife. Her eyes were swollen with weeping. "I shall never feel myself again," she said to her husband. "It is my death blow." 2 others were in that group. Lady Estelle, whose face was ghastly pale, and standing near her, a tall, handsome man, fair of face, frank, careless, and debonair. He was evidently trying to look sorry for something, but had not been able to succeed. "It is so long since," he was saying in a tone of apology, "but really, I fear there can be no excuse offered." "No," replied the Duke in a stern voice, "that is certain, none." 2 days before this, 2 events had happened at the castle. One was that Lady Estelle received a note from Earl, brief enough in itself, but full of import to her. It simply said, "I have found her. She is now at home, awaiting your summons. I am thankful not to have failed." Lady Estelle grew white to the lips as she read those lines. Then she wrote a second letter. It was just as brief, and was addressed to the Earl of Lindley. It said, "There is no use in further delay. Come to the castle whenever you like, only give me 12 hours' notice." Then came a letter which sorely puzzled the Duke. It was from the Earl of Lindley, saying that he should be happy to pay the Duke a visit if it were quite convenient, and that he would be at the castle on Wednesday, when he would have something particular to say to him. The Duke read the letter, then passed it over to his wife with a very anxious look. "He follows his letter, you see. He gives me no time to refuse him. I suppose we can both guess what he wants to see me about." "I am afraid so," said the Duchess with a sigh. "I am afraid she likes him. If she does, we must look upon the brightest side. Perhaps time has steadied him. Certainly, to be Countess of Lindley is a great thing after all." "The title is right enough," said the Duke. "It is the bearer of it whom I neither like nor trust." Neither of them were prepared to hear the story that Ulrich, Earl of Lindley, had to tell them. Even to the Duchess, who honestly believed her daughter was in love with the Earl, her conduct seemed strange. She was nervous, she talked but little, yet it was the look of happy, dreamy content that sat upon her face. It struck the Duchess at last There was no mistake about it. Lady Estelle looked exceedingly ill. She had expected to see her daughter manifest some little sign of delight at the coming of her lover. She had expected some little attention to dress, some of the many hundred pretty ways of showing delight, but she saw none. Then the day dawned which was to bring the Earl, and the Duchess felt sure from her daughter's face that she had spent the greater part of the night in tears. Through some mistake in the time of his arrival, Lady Estelle was alone. The Duke had not returned from his drive, and the Duchess had driven over to the neighboring presbytery. The Earl was not expected until 6, but he arrived at 4. It was perhaps well for Lady Estelle that she had not more time for anticipation. It was a terrible time for her, a trying ordeal. She was alone in the library when she heard the sound of carriage wheels. She never dreamed it was he until the sudden opening of the library door and the footman announced, "The Earl of Linleigh." She often wondered in after years that she had not died in that moment, but the pride and self-control of long years came to her aid. She rose, pale as marble, cold, dignified, ready to die rather than yield to emotion, and without one word she held out her hand in greeting to her husband. He was looking at her with eyes that seemed to devour her. "Estelle," he murmured, then, ready, eloquent, debonair as he was, he could say no more. Was it possible? Gracious heaven! Was it possible that this pale, proud, beautiful woman, so haughty that she looked as though nothing could touch her, was it possible that she was the fair young Estelle who had sacrificed everything for him and been so cruelly rewarded? Was this magnificent woman really his wife? "Estelle," he repeated. He drew nearer as though he would caress her. She shrank back from him. "No," she said, "do not touch me." But the Earl, so handsome and debonair, was not to be daunted. "Why, Estelle, my darling, my wife, surely you are going to forgive me. I shall never forgive myself. No man ever did behave so vilely, I believe. But, my darling, you will forgive me, and let us be happy now." "After 20 years?" she answered. "After 20 long, sad years?" "Better late than never, my love. You must forgive me, Estelle. I did you a most cruel wrong, but the most cruel of all was to quarrel with you and leave you." "No," she said firmly. "The most cruel wrong you did was to marry me, and the next, to leave me all these years without one word. No woman could ever forgive such a wrong." "But you are not a woman. You are an angel, Estelle. So it has always seemed to me. Will you believe me in this one instance? I am full of faults. I have behaved shamefully. My conduct to you disgraces the name I bear, the name of a gentleman. But will you believe this, Estelle, my wife? My silence during all those years has not been because I would not write, but because I dare not. I never dreamed that you could forgive me. I held myself unworthy of all pardon. I knew that I had wronged you so greatly, I deserved no compassion." "If you felt so sure that I would never forgive you, why did you come here now?" she asked haughtily. The least possible gleam of amusement came into his eyes, the least possible curl to his lip. "You see, my darling Estelle, it is in this way. As Ulrich Studley, it mattered little what became of me, whether I went to the bad altogether or not, whether I was married or not. But as Earl of Linleigh, it is quite another thing. I must have a wife to reign in my ancestral home. I must have children to succeed me. Therefore, from the depth of my heart, I say forgive the fault of erring, passionate youth, and be my wife in reality as you are in name. I promise you, Estelle, I will atone to you for the evil I have done, that I will make you happy beyond the power of words to tell, that I will spend my life in your service. Do you believe me?" She looked at him. His face was earnest and agitated. The eloquent eyes seemed to rain love into her own. It was hard to resist him, and yet he had been so cruel. "Why have you never written to me all these years, Ulrich?" she asked, and he knew that the faltering voice meant good for him. "My darling, I tell you I dared not. No man ever so sinned against a woman as I sinned against you. I took advantage of your youth, your simplicity, your love for me, to induce you to contract a private marriage with me. Then my horrible pride got ahead of me. I quarreled with you and left you for 20, may heaven forgive me, 20 years. I can hardly expect that you will pardon me. How can you?" She drew a little nearer to him when she saw how unhappy he looked. "Ah, Ulrich, your race are all alike faithless and debonair. Even the little one is the same." The words seemed to cost her violent effort. Her face grew crimson. He looked at her with brightening eyes. "The little one? Our child? Oh, Estelle, you have never told me anything of our child." "You have never asked," she retorted. "No, I am to blame. What dull, stupid apathy has come over me? What have I been doing or thinking about? My wife and child to drift through all these years. Well, from the depths of my heart I say heaven pardon me, for I am a great sinner. Estelle, tell me something about our child." The expression of his face was so pitiful that she could not help replying. "I cannot tell you much," she said. "I have been, like yourself, careless over the child. I could not keep my secret and keep her, so she went. Yes, Lady Delapan told me. But you have never seen her? Do you know nothing of her?" "I have seen her twice." And then Lady Estelle gave him the whole story of Doris. "She is very beautiful," she said in conclusion, "but she resembles you more than me. She is as Studley in face and in character. She is faithless and debonair, Ulrich, as you are." "Perhaps you judge her rather harshly," he said, with great tenderness in his voice. "Why do you call her faithless, Estelle?" "Because she was engaged to marry someone who loved her with a true and tender love. She ran away from him and almost broke his heart." "Who was the someone?" asked the Earl. "Earl Moray, a poet and a gentleman, one whom a princess might marry if she loved him." "Why did the little one run away from him? What was her reason?" "She wanted to see something of the world, so she went abroad as governess to some small children." "That is not so very bad," he said. "She might have done much worse than that. It is quite natural for a girl to want to see something of life. Where did she go to, dear?" "To Florence, with some English people, I believe." "Well, I cannot really be very angry with her for it. Of course, her position will be changed now. We shall have to think twice before she fulfills this engagement." "I shall never be willing for her to marry anyone but Earl," said Lady Estelle. "We have plenty of time to think of that," he said. "I feel rather inclined to be jealous of this Earl Moray. Estelle, my darling, you have not said that you forgive me." He drew nearer to her. He clasped her in his arms and kissed the pale, beautiful face. He might be faithless, he had been cruel, but in all the wide world he was the only love for her. She did not avert her face from the passionate kisses that he showered upon it. "You forgive me, Estelle, my wife?" "Yes," she replied, "I forgive you. I cannot help it, but I know quite well that I ought not." End of section 44. Recording by Marcia Payne. Section 45 of Affair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. Affair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. A Thunderbolt in a Ducal Palace. The Earl of Lindley seemed to be indifferent as to the terms on which he obtained his pardon, provided only that he did obtain it. His thanks and gratitude were pleasing to hear. Her pale face relaxed as she listened. After all she had suffered, the long, silent agony of years, there was something very delightful in being loved. "And you will be good to me, my darling?" whispered the Earl. "You will not do what you might do, take vengeance on me for my many sins?" "No," said Lady Estelle, "I will not do that." "And you will come with me to my home, Linleigh Towers, and reign there as its mistress and queen?" "I will do whatever makes you happiest," she said, with that sweet gentleness that seemed to sit so strangely upon her. "Estelle," said the Earl, "of course the Duke and Duchess have not an inkling of our secret." "No, they have not the faintest idea of it." "How foolish we were, my darling. It seems like a dream now that we ever did that wild, foolish deed. It is far more like a dream than a reality." "Yes," she sighed, "it was a sad thing for both of us." "I will tell them. You have had quite enough to bear. I will take the onus on myself. Give me, let me see, 10 kisses. They will make me strong enough to fight any battle in your cause." He bent over her and was busily engaged in taking the accurate number of kisses when the door suddenly opened, and the Duke and Duchess entered the room, having returned from their drive together. The scene is better imagined than described. They were all well-bred people, but just at that moment the circumstances seemed to bewilder them. Lady Estelle sank pale and trembling into a chair. The moment she had dreaded for years had come at last. The Earl was the first to recover himself. Coolly, as though nothing particular had occurred, the Earl went up to the Duke and Duchess with outstretched hands. They greeted him kindly, but he was quick enough to detect something of restraint in their voices. They spoke of indifferent matters for a few moments, and then the Duke asked if his guest had partaken of any refreshment. "We do not dine till 8, he said. "Take some wine, at least." "No," said the Earl. "The truth is, before I can accept your hospitality, I have something to tell you, something that will cause you just and righteous anger. To that I admit. But I pray you, as the fault was all mine, so let the blame all be mine. Spare everyone else." He looked so handsome, so earnest, so agitated, that the Duke felt touched. What could he have done to offend him? Nothing but love his daughter, and that was surely no such terrible crime. He merely smiled as he heard the words. The Duchess, with a sudden nervous movement of the hands, drew nearer to her daughter. "I have no excuse," said the Earl, "to offer for this story which I have to tell. No excuse. It was the passionate, mad folly of a boy, the trusting simplicity and innocence of a young girl." Then, for the first time, an expression of fear came into the Duke's face, and the Duchess looked as though she had turned to stone. "Listen to me, your Grace. 20 years ago, when I was Ulrich Studley, the captain of the army, without even the prospect of advancement, I fell in love with Lady Estelle." He was still looking in the Duke's grave face, and his words seemed to fail him. His lips grew dry and hot, his hands trembled. "I am ashamed of my folly," he said in a low, agitated voice, "and I find it hard to tell. You will remember, Lord Lindley, that you are keeping us in suspense, and Lady Estelle is our only child. Be brief, for her mother's sake, if not for my own." The Earl continued, "Do not think me a coward, your Grace. I have faced the enemy in open fight as often as any soldier. I never fled from a foe, but I would sooner face a regiment of foes, each with a drawn sword in his hand, than stand before you to tell what I have to tell." "Be brief, my lord," was the impatient comment. "Be brief." "In a few words, then, your grace. I loved your daughter. I won her love, and privately, unknown to any person save one, we were married 20 years ago." The Duchess uttered a low cry of sorrow and dismay. The Duke suddenly dropped into his chair like a man who had been shot. A painful silence fell over the room, broken only by the sobs of Lady Estelle. "Married," said the Duke at last. "Oh, heaven! Has my daughter so cruelly deceived me?" "The fault was all mine, your grace. Shooting would be too good for me. I persuaded her, I followed her, I made her wretched, I gave her no peace until she consented." "Oh, Estelle, my daughter, is it true?" cried the Duke. "Is it? Can it be true?" Estelle's only answer was a series of heartbreaking sobs. "It is true, your grace," said the Earl. "If any suffering could undo it, I would suffer the extremity of torture. I repent with my whole heart. Let me pray your grace not to turn a deaf ear to my repentance." The Duke made no answer, but laid his head on his clasped hands. "I had better tell you all," continued the Earl in a low voice. "We were married. I call heaven to witness that the fault was all mine, and that I intended to act loyally, honorably, and truthfully to my dear wife, but we were unfortunate. I was proud and jealous. She was proud and impatient. She taunted me always by saying the Studleys were all faithless. We quarreled at last, and both of us were too proud to be the first to seek forgiveness. Then, in a fit of desperate rage, I exchanged into a regiment ordered to India, and, with the exception of one letter, no word has been exchanged between us since." The Duke did not raise his head. The Duchess gave a long, shuddering moan. "There is one thing more. Oh, heaven, how could I be so cruel? When I had been gone some 5 months, my poor wife, my unhappy wife, became a mother." "I do not believe it," cried the Duke. "I will not believe it. It is an infamous lie." "It is the solemn truth, your grace." "Stephanie, my wife!" cried the Duke despairingly. "Do you believe this? Do you believe the child we have loved and cherished has deceived us so cruelly?" The Duchess left her daughter's side and went over to him. She laid her hand on his. "We must bear it together," she said. "It is the first great trial of our lives. We must make the best of it. To be deceived, to smile on us, to kiss us, to sit by us, to share the same roof, to kneel at the same altar, and yet to keep such a secret from us. Why, Stephanie, it cannot be true." The Duchess was not one of the demonstrative kind, but she was so deeply touched by the pain in his voice that she clasped her arms around his neck. "I can only say one thing to comfort you, my husband. We have spent the greater part of our lives together, and in no single thing have I deceived you yet. Let the remembrance of your wife's loyalty soften the thought of your daughter's treachery." The next moment, the daughter whom he had loved as the very pride and joy of his life was kneeling and sobbing at his feet. "It was not treachery, Papa. Do not give it so bad a name. I was very young, and I loved him very much. Except you and Mamma, I loved no one else. Oh, Papa, do not turn from me. I have suffered so terribly. I have never been happy for one moment since. I loved you so dearly I never could bear to look at your face and remember how I had deceived you. I have been so unhappy, so wretched, so miserable, I cannot tell you." Pity me. Do not be angry with me. I loved you both, and my heart was torn in two. Kiss me, dear, and forgive me." But he turned away from the pitiful, pleading voice and beseeching face. "I cannot forgive you, Estelle," he said. "The pain is too great." "Then I will kneel here until I die," she cried passionately. "I will never leave you until you say that you pardon me." The Duke raised his face, and when the Earl of Lindley saw it, he started back. It was as though a blight had fallen over it. It was changed, haggard, gray, 20 years older than when he had entered the room. The Earl felt more remorse when he caught sight of that pale face than he ever had known before. "Lord Lindley," said the Duke, "I want you to give me details. The details of your marriage, how and where it took place, who were the witnesses. I shall want to see a copy of the register. I shall want the certificate of the child's birth and death." "It is not dead!" cried Lord Lindley in astonishment. "Not dead?" repeated the Duke. "Do you mean to tell me, my lord, I have had a grandchild living all these years and have known nothing about it? Do you mean to tell me that a descendant of the Herefords has been born, and I have never even seen it? Great heaven, what have I done that I should have this to endure?" "I was ashamed of the story of my marriage," said the Earl, "but, if possible, I am still more ashamed of the history of my child. My poor wife was ill-advised when she acted as she did." A certain nervous tremor came over the Duchess. She remembered many things that the Duke had forgotten, and a presentiment of the truth came over her. "Estelle," she said, "tell us where your child was born, and who helped you to deceive us." Obediently enough, she told the whole story. "We must not blame poor Lady Delapan," said the Duke kindly. "Of the dead no ill should be spoken. Rely upon it, she did it for the kindest and best. Now tell us, Estelle, what you did with that unhappy child." But Lady Estelle hid her face. "Ulrich," she said to her husband, "will you tell for me?" They listened with a shock of horror and surprise. So this little foundling, over whose story they had wondered and pondered, of whose future the Duchess had prophesied such evil, was their own race, a Hereford. It seemed to the Duke and Duchess that they could never forget that humiliation, never recover from it. The Duke rose from his chair. He held out one trembling hand to his wife. "Come away, Stephanie," he said. "This has been too much for me. I thought I was stronger. Come away. We can talk it over better alone. We shall get over it better alone. We have no daughter now, dear. We are quite alone. Our daughter has been someone else's wife for 20 years. Come away." The Duchess, since Lord Lindley had told Doris's story, had never once looked at her daughter. She seemed the stronger of the two as they turned to quit the room together. The Duke, never speaking to his daughter, said to his guest, "I will talk this over with my wife, and we will tell you after dinner what is our decision." "Oh, Ulrich," cried Lady Estelle, "they will never forgive me. What shall I do?" But he kissed her face and consoled her. "It will all come right," he said. "Of course it was a terrible shock to them both, that Brackenside business especially. I am very sorry over that, but they will forgive you. By this time tomorrow we shall all be laughing over it. Trust me, darling." But Lord Lindley, before this time tomorrow, had to hear something which startled even him, and he could boast of tolerably strong nerves. End of section 45. Reading by Marcia Payne. Section 46 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. The Duke's Plan. That was surely the most silent and somber dinner party ever held at the castle. The four who sat down to the table owned to themselves that it was a terrible mistake. They ought to have had some stranger present, if only to break the ice. Even the servants wondered, as they looked from one grave face to another, what unusual cloud had fallen over their superiors. The Duke looked as though years had passed over his head since morning when he went riding away, the picture of a prosperous, genial, happy-hearted nobleman. His hair seemed to have grown grayer, the lines on his face deeper. The stately figure stooped as it had never done before. The star on his breast shone in mockery and contrasted cruelly with the worn, haggard face above. The Duchess, in her superb dress of black velvet, with its point lace and diamonds, looked unhappy. She had lost none of her dignity. Women reserve that under the most trying circumstances. But there was a hesitation and faltering in her clear voice that no one had ever heard before. Lord Linleigh did his best to restore something like cheerfulness. The worst was over for him now. The story was told, and it was not given to men of his race to feel dull for long. They had the happy faculty of recovering from any blow, no matter how severe, in a marvelously short space of time. His confession was made, the story told, the worst known, and what had he to fear? Things would soon come right. He should take his beautiful wife to Linleigh, and their daughter would soon join them. The whole story would soon blow over. Then who so happy as he? He was not troubled with any extra amount of conscience, with any keen sense of regret, so he told stories of his Indian life, and as far as possible, tried to improve the general aspect of things. Lady Estelle had, perhaps in all her life, never looked more beautiful. Her usual gentle languor had left her. There was a rich color on her fair face, a light in her eyes. She, too, was relieved. The ordeal that she had dreaded for so many years was over at last. The punishment would follow. She read her father's face too accurately to doubt that. Still, the worst was over. Dinner was ended at last. The well-trained servants had quitted the dining room, and the door was closed. And then the Duke, looking very grave, said, "Her Grace and myself have been talking over matters, and have decided upon a certain course of conduct. I shall be happy if it suits your views. If it does not, however deeply I may feel it, you must henceforth both be strangers to me." Lady Estelle looked wistfully at him, but his face was stern, and she knew that just then all pleading would be vain. "You owe me something, Estelle," he said. "You have dealt me a blow I never thought to suffer, and you ought to sacrifice something to atone to me for it." "I will sacrifice almost anything," she said. "That is, anything except my husband." "I need not tell you," continued the Duke, "that I feel the disgrace and shame of the story I have just heard far more than you do who have told it. I feel it so keenly that if it were known I should never again show my face. I should never hold up my head again among my peers. In fact, I could not endure to live and know that such a history could be told of my daughter. My wife feels it as keenly as myself. Therefore, we have come to a fixed resolution." "May I ask what it is?" said the Earl. "It is this, that the shameful secret be kept a secret still. I do not question the validity of the marriage. I own that, as far as I can see and understand, it was a perfectly legal ceremony. But with my consent, it shall never be known. I would rather, far rather, heaven knows, see the daughter whom I have loved so tenderly and so proudly dead than have this known. The Earl and Countess of Linleigh looked at each other. This was very different to what they had expected to hear. I do not see, murmured the Earl, how it can possibly be avoided. It must be known. I have thought of a plan which will obviate the necessity, said the Duke, in his most stately manner. Permit me to explain it. I grant that the existence of this unfortunate girl renders it doubly difficult. Still, I protest, by the spotless name the Herefords have ever borne, by my pride of race, by the nobility of my ancestry, by the honor of my house, I protest against letting the world know how my daughter has deceived me. But for the existence of this girl, I would propose that the marriage be annulled. Respect must be paid to her rights. She is at present your sole heiress, and the heiress of my daughter. In all conscience, honor, and loyalty, we are bound to recognize her rights. We cannot do otherwise, said the Duchess, with a stately bend of her head. Lady Estelle looked up with an expression of relief. I must ask you, continued the Duke, to follow me attentively. I am anxious to do two things. I wish to preserve the unsullied honor of my house, and I wish to do justice to her whom I must, in spite of my objection, call my grandchild. I propose to do it in this way. Let the secret of this private marriage ever remain unknown and unsuspected. It was known that Captain Studley admired Lady Estelle before he went abroad. It will not seem strange to anyone that, having succeeded to the earldom and finding her still with us, he seeks to marry her. Visit Downsbury Castle when you will, my lord. You can speak of Lady Estelle with all the rapture of a Studley. It will soon be rumored about that you have renewed the old love. At the end of 6 weeks, I will take my daughter to Paris. You can follow us. I will not ask you to go again through the religious ceremony. I have too much respect for religion to suggest it. But you can go through the civil forms, with all the pomp and splendor due to your own rank and ours. Every paper in England will then have an account of the marriage of Lady Estelle Hereford with the Earl of Linleigh, and I shall be saved the greatest disgrace, the greatest shame that could have befallen me. Do you agree to my proposal, Lord Linleigh? In making it there is nothing against your interest or my daughter's, nothing against justice, loyalty, or honor. It is simply a subterfuge to save the honor of a noble house. Do you agree? I see no objection, said the Earl cautiously. I shall dower my daughter right royally, said the Duke, and munificently, as though she were marrying the man whom I should have chosen for her. It would save an immense deal of scandal and rumor and remarks, said the Duchess gravely. It would save us from 1,000 taunts and jeers. We have been so proud of you, Estelle. But the child, said the Earl, she cannot be ignored after that fashion. Certainly not. My plan you will find best for her as well as for you. I have told you before that I cannot and will not submit to the degradation of hearing this story laughed at by half London. This is what I propose for the child. You, Lord Linleigh, were in your youth famed for eccentricity. Tell the world openly, as you please, that you were married before you went abroad, and lost your wife. That is perfectly true, and you will not find many questions asked. Add that, unable to burden yourself with the care of a child in India, you were compelled to leave her with friends of your wife, every word of which is literally, strictly, and perfectly true. The one secret that I charge you to guard, as you would guard your life, is this. the name of your wife. You will not find people curious to know it. They will conclude that you married some poor, pretty girl and not tease you with questions. You can claim your daughter at once and take her home with you." The Earl looked quite content, but there was a pitiful expression on the face of Lady Estelle that was painful to see. "I understand," she said, "but Papa, if we do this, she will never know who her mother is. She will never know that she is my child." "It is not needful," was the stern reply. "I should think that any mother would shirk from letting her child know such a history as yours. She will be with you, under your charge. You can do all a mother's part toward her, and yet save the honor of our name." The face of Lady Estelle grew crimson as she listened. "My marriage was a legal one, Papa," she said. "Certainly, but not an honorable one. I do not, however, insist upon it. You can please yourself. You know the alternative. If you make the true story of her birth known, I shall leave England and never look on the faces of my old friends again." "I do not see, Estelle," said the Duchess in a grave, cold voice, "what difference it can possibly make to you. If you acknowledge her as your daughter 20 times over, you could not do more than let her live in your house and take charge of her. You can do that now." "Oh, Mamma, it will be so hard." "I do not think you will find it so. You must remember that, with the unfortunate training the child has had, it is quite impossible that she can be any credit to you. You should have looked better after her education, had you ever intended to acknowledge her. Spare me this disgrace. Do not let the world know that a girl brought up in a kitchen at Brackenside is my grandchild. I must confess that, even under the circumstances, bad, painful as they were, I cannot imagine why you acted so with the child." "I wanted her to be good and happy in a simple fashion. I never dreamed that these events would happen." "I think," said the Duchess, "that you should be willing to adopt your father's suggestion. It is by far the most sensible one." "I quite agree with it," said Lord Linleigh. "Then the chief burden falls upon me. I have but to own to a private marriage, as your Grace suggests. It is doubtful whether anyone cares to inquire the name of my wife. I was but Captain Studley, and a Mrs. Studley is of no note. Even if the girl herself should question me, I should merely say that I prefer not to mention her mother's name." "It will be far the best plan. The girl has a Studley face. Claim her at once, and let her take her station as your daughter and mistress of your house until you take Estelle home." "I think it will be the best plan," said the Earl. "If I were in your place," continued the Duke, "I should not go to the farm. I should at once return to Linleigh Court, and when you reach there, send for the farmer, his wife, and your child. It will make far less sensation. They are honest people, too, and if you ask for silence, they will keep it. It is not probable that anyone will ever see her again who knew her here. The farmer and his wife have shown good tact and good sense in keeping friends and acquaintances at a distance." "I am sure you are right," said Lord Linleigh. "Estelle, do you consent?" She was silent for some few minutes. They saw her face quiver with pain. Then she left her seat and went round to her father and knelt down by his side. "Dearest," she said to him, "I owe you this reparation. The dearest wish of my heart was to hear my child call me mother. I renounce that wish for your sake. I promise to do as you suggest. Will you, in turn, forgive me?" Perhaps he was glad of the opportunity, for bending over, he kissed her face, and she saw tears in his eyes. The Duchess came round and joined the little group, but even in that moment Lady Estelle felt that the full pardon of her stately mother would indeed be difficult to win. End of section 46. Reading by Marcia Payne. Section 47 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. An important letter. A few days after the events described in the previous chapter, a paragraph went round the principal English newspapers which created some little sensation. It was headed, "Romance in High Life," and ran as follows. It is not generally known that the Earl of Lindley has been married and lost his wife. The marriage, which took place when the young and gallant captain had little expectation of the earldom of Lindley, was in itself, we believe, a romance. Whether the sudden departure of the young officer for India was caused by the death of his young wife, we are not aware. As it was impossible to take his infant daughter with him, the child was left in charge of his wife's friends. We learn, on the highest authority, that the young lady, who will henceforth take her title as the Lady Doris Studley, is a most beautiful and accomplished girl, who will be a great addition to the shining lights of society. The Earl is about to take up his residence with his beautiful daughter at Lindley Court. Considerable sensation was caused by this, but no one was in the least surprised. Captain Studley had been known as a great flirt. Those who remembered him as the handsome young man of his day smiled and said, "There, that is why the gay gallant never married. I thought there was some reason." How many rich widows smiled on him, and smiled in vain. They wondered a little when he had married, and all agreed that it was most probably a nobody, a girl with a pretty face. He never cared for any other, neither birth nor money, that was certain. The announcement caused no other remark, and was very soon forgotten. If Lady Doris Studley was anything like the Studleys, she would be sure to be beautiful. They had always been, without exception, the handsomest family in England. She would be a great heiress, no doubt, and her debut was most anxiously looked for. It was, perhaps, a fortnight after the paragraph had been well discussed that another appeared. It was as follows. Marriage in High Life. We are informed that a noble earl, whose recent ascension to a magnificent estate and ancient title caused some little sensation in the fashionable world, will soon lead to the hymeneal altar the lovely and accomplished daughter of one of our most respected peers. Everyone knew at once that the Earl of Lindley was meant, but who was the lady? First a rumor, a whisper, then a certainty. It was Lady Estelle Hereford. People remembered that he had liked her, and had tried hard to get up a flirtation before he went abroad. Gossip gradually wore itself out. In the meantime, strange events had occurred at the farm. There came a cold, snowy morning when Doris had been home some few days. She was growing impatient. The change was so great from gay, sunny Florence to cold, foggy England, from that luxurious villa where flowers and light abounded to the homely farmhouse, from the honeyed words of her lover to the somewhat cold disapproval of Mattie and Mrs. Brace. Mark had said but little to her. "You tried your wings, my bonny bird," he said. "I am glad they brought you back here." He did not seem quite so much at home with her as he had been. More than once Earl saw him look in wonder at the lovely face and white hands. Then he would shake his honest head gravely, and Earl knew that he was thinking to himself she was out of place at the farm. Mrs. Brace had said but little to her. She knew it was useless. Earl had begged her to be silent, while Mattie looked on in sorrowful dismay. Would Earl never see that Doris was unworthy of him? Of her adventures but little has been said. Earl told them that he had met her in Florence, where she was staying as governess to some little children, and had induced her to come home with him. That was all they knew. Of the story told to Earl, they were in perfect ignorance. Doris had shown some little sense. She had taken the costly gems from her fingers. In any case, it would never be safe to wear them again. They would attract too much attention. She told Earl, laughingly, that she had thrown her pretty false stones away when, in reality, she had safely packed them where no one but herself could find them. Then, after the novelty of receiving Earl's homage again had worn off, she began to grow impatient. "I cannot stay here long, Earl," she said. "It is too terrible. When shall I hear any news?" "Soon, I am certain," was the reply. Pray, do not precipitate matters by any imprudence, Doris. Wait a few days longer." But the news came at last. On a cold, snowy morning, while the farmer and his wife sat at breakfast, they heard the postman's horn outside the gate. "News ought to keep this weather," said Mark laughingly. "It is cold enough." Mrs. Brace hastened to the door. There was a steaming cup of coffee to be carried to the frozen postman, who took it gratefully and gave her a large, thick letter. "It is registered, Mrs. Brace," he said, "and your husband must sign the receipt." Now, if there was anything in this world of which Mark Brace really stood in awe, it was of pen and ink. He could plow, sow, reap with any man, but place a pen in his hand and an inkstand before him, and he was reduced to a state of utter imbecility. "Sign a receipt," he said to his wife. "The man knows he has brought the letter. That ought to be enough." When he found it must be done, he submitted to it. Then it was discovered that the only inkstand in the house was in Doris's room, and that young lady asked wonderingly what they wanted ink at that very early hour of the morning for. "Surely my father is not taking to literature, Mattie," she cried. "My dear sister, when will you learn that it is in bad taste to be always sneering at our father?" was Mattie's answer. "What does he want the ink for? Tell me. There's a letter. A thick, registered letter, seemingly a very important one, and the receipt had to be signed." She wondered why the mocking smile died so suddenly from Doris's face, why she grew pale and agitated and unlike herself. "I shall be down in one moment, Mattie," she said. When she was left alone, she clasped her hands together. "It has come at last," she said, "at last." It was 10 minutes before she went down. Then Mark had almost recovered from the effort he had made in signing the receipt. The postman had departed, and, like all simple-minded people, Mark and his wife were wondering from whom the letter had come and what it was about. Doris listened quietly for a minute. Mattie was engaged in preparing tea for her sister. Then Doris said, "Do you not think it would save all trouble and discussion if you opened the letter?" Mark laughed sheepishly and said, "She is right, you know." Then he opened the letter. It was not very long, and they saw a slip of pink paper fall from it. Mrs. Brace picked it up and saw that it was a check for £50. Meanwhile, Mark read on slowly and laboriously. Then he looked around him with a bewildered face and read it again. "What is it, Mark?" said his wife anxiously. "Stop," said Mark, waving his hand. "Steady. I have had many a hard puzzle in my life, but this is the hardest. I cannot understand it. Either the man who wrote it is mad, or I am. I cannot tell which. Patty, read this letter aloud. Let me see if it sounds as it reads." Mrs. Brace took the letter obediently from her husband's hands. No one saw the torture of suspense in Doris's face. Mrs. Brace read aloud. "The Earl of Lindley presents his compliments to Mr. Mark Brace, and begs that he will grant him a favor. The Earl desires most particularly to see Mr. Brace at once, on very important business, and as the Earl cannot go to Brackenside, he will be glad if Mr. Brace will start without delay for Lindley Court. It is also absolutely necessary that Mr. Brace should bring with him his wife and the young lady known as Doris. The Earl encloses a check for £50 to cover traveling expenses, and he earnestly entreats Mr. Brace not to delay 1 hour in coming. "Send for Earl," gasped Mark, "before there is another word said about it. Send for Earl." Then he was struck by the peculiar expression of his wife's face. She bent down and whispered to him. "That is it," he said with sudden conviction. "That is it. Heaven bless me, I never thought of it. Send for Earl." "Is it anything of any harm to you, father?" said Mattie anxiously. "No, my child. Doris, you say nothing." "What can I say? You are a great man to be sent for by a mighty earl. What can he want us for?" "It has come at last," said Mark. "Well, thank heaven we have done our duty. I shall not be afraid to face him or anyone else." Then Mark sat in silence until Earl came, when he dismissed the two girls from the room, little dreaming that Doris knew far more of her own story than he did. "Read this," he said, placing the letter in Earl's hand. "Then tell me what you think." Earl read the letter attentively. "I think," he said, "that this concerns Doris, and that you will most probably find the Earl is either her father or that he knows something of her parentage." "I expected it," said Mark, with a deep sigh, "and heaven knows, Earl, I shall be thankful to get the girl off my hands without any more trouble. She frightens me, my dear boy, she does indeed. She is so unlike the rest of us. I am always wondering what she will do or say next. She is out of place here altogether. It will be a relief to me." And honest Mark wiped his brow with the air of one who was glad to get rid of a great burden. "My wife has more sense and better judgment than any woman in England," he continued, "and she thinks that he will turn out to be Doris's father. Where is the mother, I wonder? What do you advise, Earl?" "I advise you to do exactly what Lord Lindley says. Start at once and take the ladies with you. The matter is evidently pressing, or he would not write so urgently." "I must go, then. But it is really a trouble, Earl. I can get on with an honest ploughman or a sensible farmer, but with lords and ladies I am quite at sea. My dear boy, I dread them. I shall never forget what I went through with the Duchess. Of course, I know about all mankind being sons of Adam to begin with, but I like my own sort of people best, Earl." "I do not know that you are wrong," was the reply. "Earl," Mark said suddenly, "will you tell Mattie about this affair when we are gone? I know she will feel it terribly. She is very fond of Doris, and neither her mother nor I have ever hinted it to her." "I will tell her," said Earl gravely. "Now let me do what I can toward helping you. I will drive you to Quainton Station. You must go on to London first, and from London to Lindley. It is in the south of Kent." "I believe that you know every place in the whole wide world, Earl," said the farmer admiringly. In a short time they were all on the road to London, while Earl, left alone with Mattie, told her the whole story, and had the satisfaction, for once in his life, of seeing genuine surprise. End of section 47. Reading by Marcia Payne. Section 48 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Welcome, my daughter, to your father's heart. Lindley Court stands on the southern coast, where the southern sea kisses the shores, and the fertile lands yield sweetest fruits and flowers. It has not the stamp of antiquity which makes some of the fair homes of England so celebrated. The architecture is not of the grand, old Norman style. It is of modern build, with large, cheerful, airy, sunlit rooms, each having a balcony filled with fairest flowers. The chief recommendation of Lindley Court is that the whole place does not contain one dull room. They are all filled with warmth, light, and fragrance. The grounds are large, extensive, and magnificently laid out, and slope to the very edge of the sea. They are sweet, old-fashioned gardens, where grow all the flowers poets have ever loved. On a bright summer's day, when the sun was shining on countless flowers, when the white doves and birds of bright plumage fluttered among the trees, it would have been impossible to have found a fairer home than Lindley Court. On this bright, cold winter's day, it looked warm and cheerful. The evergreens were all in perfection. The journey had been a comfortable one, thanks to Earl. He had seen that the travelers went first class, which, notwithstanding the 50 pounds, would never have occurred to Mark. He had attended to every detail of comfort, liberally fed the guards and porters, in spite of the printed regulations looking him in the face and forbidding any such enormity. When they reached Anderley station, there was a carriage with a coronet on the panels, a smart coachman and footman awaiting them. Mark looked aghast. The grandeur of the whole affair dismayed him, while Doris stepped into the carriage with the dainty air and grace of one who had always been accustomed to such luxuries. Then they drove through the rich Kentish scenery until they came to the park. Mark first caught sight of the tall towers of the court from between the trees, and he cried out in surprise. "This is a magnificent place, Doris. I think it is even better than Downsbury Castle." "If you had seen the grand old Florentine palaces, you would not think much of either," said Doris, indifferently. Whatever happened, she had made up her mind not to admire. They should not find her easily surprised. Yet as the magnificent terraces, the fountains, the superb building itself came into sight, her heart swelled higher and higher with vanity and gratified pride. No sweet compunction or humility, such as sometimes visits a monarch about to ascend a throne, came to her. No gratitude to heaven that she was to share in such glorious gifts. No resolve to make others the happier for her own happiness. Nothing but a sudden elation, a vain, self-glorious sensation, and contempt for the life she had left behind. "So this is my father's house," she mused. "I have yet to see why he has lived in this affluence, while I have been brought up as a farmer's daughter." The two who were watching her wondered what brought that rapt expression to her beautiful face. They little guessed the nature of her musings. "I wish this all was over," said Mark, as the carriage drew up at the stately entrance. "Only heaven knows what we have to do now." Doris laughed, a low, rippling laugh of perfect content. Then the great hall door was flung open, and they saw the magnificent interior, the liveried servants, the shining armor, and Mark's heart sank within him. Then he recovered himself a little, and when he looked around him, they were all three standing in one of the most magnificent halls in England. A servant was bowing before them, and Mark heard him say, "My lord is anxiously expecting you. Will you come this way?" They passed through 2 or 3 rooms which, by their splendor, completely awed the farmer and his wife. Mark's shoes had never seemed to be so large and so thick as when they trod on that velvet pile. The wondrous mirrors, pictures, and statues dazzled him. The quantity of ornaments puzzled him. He wondered how one could possibly move freely in such overcrowded rooms. We cannot all be earls, thought Mark, and I am not sorry for it. I am more comfortable in my kitchen than I could be here. Mrs. Brace followed with a pale face. She wondered less about the externals and more what they were about to see. When they reached the library, chairs were placed for them. My lord will be with you in a few minutes, said the servant, and they were left alone. I cannot help trembling, said Mrs. Brace. What have we to hear? The words had hardly left her lips when the door opened, and a tall, handsome man entered the room. They saw that his face was pale and agitated, and his lips trembled. He looked at the farmer and Mrs. Brace, but not at the young girl who stood near them. As yet, his eyes never met hers or rested on her. He went up to Mark with outstretched hands. You are Mr. Brace, he said. Let me introduce myself. I am the Earl of Lindley. I thought as much, replied Mark, anxious to do his best. I have done what you wished, my lord, brought Mrs. Brace and Doris with me. The Earl held out his hand in silent greeting to the farmer's wife, but never once looked at the young girl. Then he drew a chair near to them. I must thank you for coming, he said. You have been very prompt and attentive. I hoped you would come today, but I hardly dared expect it. We thought it better to lose no time, said Mark. You did well, and I thank you for it. I have something of great importance to say to both of you, something which ought to have been told years ago. You, perhaps, can almost guess it. Mark nodded, while his wife sighed deeply. 20 years ago, continued the Earl, I was a young man, gay, popular, fond of life, an officer in the army, and the younger son of a noble family, but poor. You do not know how poor a man of fashion can be. I was very popular. Every house in London was open to me, but I knew that I was sought for my good spirits and genial ways. As for marriage, well, it was useless to think of it, unless I could marry some wealthy heiress. He paused for a few moments, and Mark shook his head sadly, as though he would say it was indeed a wretched state of things. I speak to you quite frankly, said the Earl. It might be possible to gloss over my follies and give them kindly names, to say they were but youthful follies, no worse than those of other young men. I might say that I sowed my wild oats, but I come of a truthful race, and I say I was no better, not one half as good, in fact, as I ought to have been. Then, as a climax to my other follies, I fell in love, and persuaded the young girl I loved to marry me privately. That was bad enough, but I did worse. When we had been a short time married, we quarreled. Neither would give in, and we parted. It matters little to my story who my wife was, whether above or below me in station, whether poor or rich. Suffice it to say that we parted. Some time after I left England, a little daughter was born to her. She still kept her secret. This little girl she confided to the care of a servant. The servant must have known you or heard of you, for she left the little one, as you both know, at your door, and you took her in. They wrote to me and told me what they had done, far away in India. I was helpless to interfere. Then I lost my wife, but the child continued with you. I made no effort to reclaim her. I do not seek to gloss over my fault, believe me. The truth is, to a soldier in India, a baby is not a very desirable object. The existence of this child was a source of embarrassment and confusion to me. I had not the means of supporting it as a daughter of the house of Studley should be supported. So I did what seems so fatally easy, yet always leads to bad consequences. I let circumstances drift along as they would. The end of it was that as years went on, I almost forgot the child's existence. But the money, said Mark wonderingly, always came the same. The Earl looked up quickly. Yes, oh, of course, that was attended to, he said, but his face flushed and his eyes fell. To my great surprise, he continued, I found myself, by a chapter of accidents, suddenly raised to an earldom. I am Earl of Lindley now, and that is a very different matter from being simply Captain Studley. The daughter of Captain Studley might always remain unknown. The daughter of the Earl of Lindley has a title and wealth of her own. You understand the difference, I am sure, Mr. Brace? Yes, said Mark, I understand. One of the first things I turned my attention to after my ascension to the estates was the daughter my wife sent to you. He looked nervously at the farmer and his wife, still never looking at Doris. Well, my lord, said Mark, we have done our best by her, and she has had a good education, and she is clever. The money sent has always been spent upon her. We love her very much, but she is not one of us, and never could be. So that it is something of a relief to us to give her back into your own hands. Doris, my dear, he continued, turning to the beautiful girl by his side, it is of you we are speaking. You are not my daughter, my dear. My good wife here is not your mother. But we have been very fond of you since you were left a little helpless baby at our door, in the cold darkness and pouring rain. The girl's face turned deadly pale. It was no news to her, this secret which poor Mark never dreamed she knew. It had long been no secret to her. She caught her breath with a low, gasping sigh. You have been very kind to me, she said, very kind. Poor child, said Mrs. Brace gently. You see, she loves us after all, Mark. Then, for the first time, the Earl turned slowly to look at his daughter. They could all see fear as well as anxiety in his eyes. At first, his lips quivered, and his face grew deadly pale. Then gradually every other emotion became absorbed in admiration. He came up to her and raised her face to the light. Then, as the two faces looked at each other, the wonderful likeness between them became apparent. Nay, daughter, said the Earl gently, no need to ask Mark Brace if this be indeed my daughter. Her face tells the story. She is a Studley. She seems like one of the family pictures come down from its frame. Welcome, my daughter, to your father's heart and home. And as he spoke, the Earl kissed most tenderly the lovely, blushing face. End of section 48. Reading by Marcia Payne. Section 48 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Only one other person knows my secret. Then, with the gallantry that was always natural to him, the Earl placed his daughter in a chair. He turned with a smile to Mark. I was a coward, he said, for the second time in my life. I was afraid to look at her. Now I do not see how I can look anywhere else. How am I to thank you? You have brought me the fairest and most graceful daughter in England. Well, said Mark, with an air of great consideration. "You see, my lord, we had nothing to do with her grace and beauty, but my wife has certainly done her best to teach the young lady little tidy ways and such like." "I hope she has learned them," said the Earl kindly. "Mrs. Brace looks as though she could teach all goodness. And this is my daughter. Child, how like you are to me." "I am very glad, Papa. Am I not like mother, too?" "No," he replied gravely, "not in the least. Thank heaven for it." When they heard those words, they thought that he had certainly married beneath him, that his marriage had not turned out happily. "There are some necessary legal forms to be gone through," said the Earl, "and as business is always disagreeable, it will be well, perhaps, if we settle that at once. My lawyer is in attendance. It will be necessary for you and Mrs. Brace to make an affidavit stating that this is indeed my daughter, the infant placed under your charge." "That will be easy enough," said Mark. "If someone does the writing, I will sign." Lord Linleigh laughed. Mrs. Brace looked a little scandalized at the very free and easy speech. The Earl said, laying his hand caressingly on the girl's shoulder, "This becomes a very important lady now. We must be careful what we do about her. She is Lady Doris Studley, and that is one of the oldest titles in England." "Who could have thought it?" said kindly Mrs. Brace. "Lady Doris Studley. Let me be the first, your ladyship, my dear, to wish you health and strength to enjoy your good fortune." The Earl was pleased when he saw his daughter clasp her arms round her foster mother's neck. "She has a loving, grateful heart," he said to himself, "and that is rare enough in a Studley." He little dreamed that in those first few minutes Doris had read his character accurately, and that the action was performed entirely to please him. The bell was rung, and the lawyer appeared. The affidavits were soon drawn out. Mark and his wife each swore solemnly that the young lady they brought to the Earl was the child who had been left under their charge. Mark was greatly relieved when he found that he had nothing more to do than to sign his own name. "Affidavits were certainly never less necessary," said the lawyer. "The Lady Doris has a true Studley face." How the girl's heart beat with high pride and gratified vanity as she heard her title from strange lips. Then the lawyer was dismissed, and the Earl led the way to the hall. To the surprise of the three strangers, all the servants of the household were assembled, evidently by the Earl's desire. He stopped one moment, looked at them, then taking his daughter by the hand, led her before them. "My good friends," said the Earl, "I have a few words to say to you, and those few words are better said in public. You are, most of you, aware, I suppose, that years ago I was a captain in the army, without any expectation of ever being an earl. I married before I went to India. Some of you know it, some do not. One daughter was born to me, and I lost my wife. My daughter has lived under the charge of her worthy foster parents, and I trust you will pay all obedience, all respect, all honor to Lady Doris Studley." There was not a heart present which was not touched by emotion. All eyes were fixed on that beautiful face, turned half wistfully toward them. "Long live Lady Doris Studley," said some of the more enthusiastic. "Long life and happiness," said the others. The Earl looked pleased. Then he led the way to the dining room, where a grand banquet was prepared. Mark never forgot that dinner. The plate, the wines, the fruit, the exquisite dishes, the number of well-trained servants. His embarrassment was at times something dreadful, but the Earl was so kind, so considerate. He helped him at such critical periods, keeping during the whole time an observant eye on his daughter. He was charmed with her grace, her dignity, and her perfectly easy manner delighted him even more than her marvelous beauty. He saw that she was quite familiar with all the little details of table etiquette, and while he inwardly thanked heaven that it was so, he secretly wondered how she had acquired it. Evidently the good farmer and his wife had not taught her. When dinner was over, the Earl would not hear of their return, as Mark wished. He declared that they must remain and see all the sights of Linleigh, to the secret annoyance of Doris. The sooner she had finished with these vulgar people, she said to herself, the sooner she should be able to take her own place. But she was quick enough to take her cue from the Earl's kindly behavior to them. Lord Linleigh had indeed quite sense enough to appreciate a noble, sterling character like Mark's. He made them happy as possible all the evening, and when they had retired, he drew his daughter to his side. "I have made no arrangements for you, my darling. Shall we discuss them now?" "No," she replied quickly, "not until Mr. and Mrs. Brace are gone away. I want to think of nothing but them while they are here." He was so delighted that he drew her closer to him, saying, "You are a treasure. You are indeed, my darling. The housekeeper has a niece who will act as your maid until you choose one. The blue room has been prepared for you. Tomorrow you shall choose a suit for yourself." She thanked him, and then bade him good night. He watched the graceful figure and beautiful face until the door closed. Then he sank back in his chair in unutterable relief. "Thank heaven," he said, "that is all over. I must write to Estelle and tell her how well it has all passed off." He sat musing for a short time with a smile on his face. "I ought, most certainly, to think myself a very happy man," he said. "In all my life I have seen nothing to compare with that girl's face. Estelle will be very proud of her." Meanwhile, his daughter was rehearsing her first lesson in the dignified retirement of her own room. She had found in the pretty chamber known as the Blue Room a pretty, rosy maid waiting for her. A bright fire was burning, the lamps were lighted on the toilet table. The room looked the very picture of luxury and comfort. The maid greeted her with a most respectful courtesy. "If you please, my lady, the housekeeper desired me to remain here at your service." "Draw that easy chair to the toilet table," said Lady Doris. "Find me a footstool, and give me from my box there a book bound in yellow paper." Her orders were obeyed with a quickness and dexterity that amazed her, imperious as she was. "Now," said Lady Doris, leaning back in her chair so as to enjoy the fire and bright pearly light, "you can brush my hair, but be very careful. I am very particular over it." It was certainly a sight to be seen, that long, rippling, golden hair, bright as the sunbeams, soft as silk, fine, abundant, full of natural waves. The girl looked at it admiringly as it hung over her arms in a great shower. "It really does seem a pity to sleep in it," she thought. "If it were my hair, I should like to take it off at night." When sufficient of that ceremony had been gone through, Lady Doris turned around. "Will you go to the housekeeper and say I should like some wine and a bunch of grapes if she has any?" The maid complied. The housekeeper, all anxiety to please my lady, sent a bottle of finest Burgundy, with a bunch of rich grapes that were tempting enough. "My mistress is as beautiful as an angel," said the maid, "but she knows how to look after her own comforts." "So do all ladies," was the housekeeper's reply. "What else have they to do? But when you have lived as long as I have, Emily, you will know how to wait upon people without making comments upon them." The maid returned to the room. Her lovely young mistress still sat reading by the fire. "What shall I do for you in the morning, my lady?" she asked. See that I am not called too early. Let me have some chocolate just after I awake, and see that the water of my bath is both warmed and perfumed." Emily opened her eyes in wonder, but thought it better to say no more. She contented herself by thinking again that Lady Studley knew how to study her own comforts. "Is there anything more I can do tonight, my lady?" "Nothing more," was the reply, given with a smile that won the maid's heart for ever and ever. She hastened to the housekeeper's room to make her report. "So beautiful, kind, and gracious, but so thorough, lady. No nonsense, no freedom. A lady who looked as though she would keep the whole world in its place." And the servants crowded round her to listen and admire. Lady Doris was impatient to be alone, impatient to lock the door between herself and all humankind, in order that she might give some little freedom to the emotions pent up in her heart. She had controlled herself so well, she had won surprise, admiration, and wonder by simply refraining from expressing any of the three. Now no curious eyes were gazing at her, no curious ears were listening to what words in her triumph escaped her. She locked the door, then stood before the large mirror and steadfastly looked at herself. "All this is mine," she said. "I have every wish of my heart at last. I have luxury such as I never dreamed of, magnificence suited for a queen. I have a title that makes music in my ears. I have one of the noblest earls in England for my father. Ah, how near I have been to losing all this. Even now I might lose it if that terrible secret of mine became known. It would be taken from me. My father would forgive me many things, but never that." She stood still. The color faded from her beautiful face. A cold chill seized her. "How foolish I am," she said. "What need have I to fear? Only one other person knows my secret, and he would be the last, I know, to make it known. If ever he attempts it, he shall die." Then she laughed, but there was something dreary in the laugh. "I shall never see him again," she said to herself, "and if I did, if he declared that he knew me, I should look quite steadfastly in his face and swear, if necessary, that in all my life I had never met him before. I am Studley enough to have nerve for that. Who was my mother, I wonder? Someone of whom the Earl is evidently ashamed, therefore she can have little interest for me." End of section 49. Reading by Marcia Payne. Section 50 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. A Nobleman's Generosity. Notwithstanding all the kindness and hospitality that the Earl had shown to Mark, it was some relief to the farmer to know that when the morning dawned he was that day to return home. The grandeur of Lindley Court oppressed him. He longed to be with his laborers and his cattle at work. The Earl took breakfast with them. Lady Doris was not down. She was tired, the maid said. "I was afraid it would be too much for her," said Mrs. Brace. "I am sure, my lord, the more I think of it, the more wonderful it seems." "Yes, it is quite a romance," laughed the Earl, but neither he nor those with whom he spoke dreamed how that romance was to end in tragedy. The morning being fine, though cold, the Earl asked them to visit the conservatories. By this time Doris had come down and was ready to join them. While they were going through one of the large conservatories, Lady Doris suddenly caught sight of the Indian plant she had admired so much at Downsbury Castle, the plant with scarlet bells and sweet, subtle perfume. She hastened to it and clasped a spray in her white hands. "That is like the face of an old friend," she said. "Why?" asked the Earl, amused by the action. "I saw some flowers like them at Downsbury Castle," she replied. The Earl looked keenly at her. "Downsbury Castle," he said. "I know the Duke of Downsbury. What took you there, Doris?" "What takes half the world everywhere," she replied. "Curiosity. I wanted so very much to see the interior of a castle and to see if the people living there really led fairy lives." "And what did you think?" he asked, still in the same voice. "I liked it very much, but, Papa, I like Linleigh Court better. It is more Italian, more sunshine and flowers everywhere." "So you saw all the flowers at Downsbury Castle?" he continued, in the tone of one who asks a question. "Yes, and beautiful enough they were, but I saw something even fairer than the flowers, Papa." "What was that, Doris?" "I saw, listen gravely, I remember the whole of the name, I saw the Lady Estelle Hereford, only daughter of His Serene and Mighty Highness the Duke of Downsbury." He laughed, but there was something forced and unnatural in the sound. "I know her," he said, trying to speak calmly. "They are very dear friends of mine. What did you think of her, Doris?" It was wonderful how he learned to appeal to and rely on the judgment of this fair young daughter. "I thought her perfectly beautiful, perfectly graceful, perfectly gentle, but tame, Papa." "Tame, child? What do you mean?" he asked. It was such a novel and not over pleasant sensation for him to hear a mother called tame by her daughter, although it was done in supreme ignorance. "I cannot explain the word, Papa, if you cannot understand it by instinct. Earl would have, if he were here. I liked her very much, but she puzzled me. Her face kept changing color. She was proud yet familiar, haughty yet gentle. She talked to me about love and marriage, just as Mattie would have talked." "Poor Estelle," murmured the Earl. Then he said aloud, "How would Mattie have talked? Give me an example." "My lord!" cried Mrs. Brace in alarm, "I am quite sure that Mattie never said a wrong thing in her life." "I am equally sure of it," said the Earl kindly. "Mattie, like Lady Estelle, has great notions, Papa. Duty and all those disagreeable things were first." "That is right," said the Earl. Even to himself, he did not own how the introduction of Lady Estelle's name had startled him. Doris hastened on among the flowers. Lord Linleigh lingered behind, while he said to Mark and his wife, "You are tenants of the Duke of Downsbury, are you not?" "Yes," replied Mark. "Then I do not mind telling you, in all confidence, that you will probably hear or read something about Lady Hereford and myself which will please you." Mrs. Brace understood him at once. "My lord," she said, "I am so sorry that Lady Doris called her tame." He laughed good-naturedly. "She speaks her mind frankly," he said, "and that, at least, is a recommendation. Lady Estelle would only be amused if she heard it." "He means to marry her," said Mark to his wife, as the Earl hurried after his daughter, but Mrs. Brace had the strangest expression on her face. "What is it?" asked Mark. "Surely you are not ill?" "No, I am not ill, but I will say this, Mark. It is a most awful world. No one can understand it." "Do as I do, my dear. The world never troubles me, because I take no notice of it." But that philosophy was not in the way of Mark's wife. "Doris," said the Earl, when he overtook his daughter, "I wish to consult you." "I am not a very wise person to consult," she replied, with a charming little smile, "but what little wit I have is quite at your service, Papa." "My dear child," he said, "between ourselves, the Studleys have never been deficient in wit, but there has hardly been one steady head in the whole race." "That is deplorable enough. We must try to alter it," she said laughingly. "To begin with, I will steady my own. What do you wish to consult me about, Papa?" "I want to do something substantial and handsome for your foster parents," he said. "What shall it be?" "A steam plow for Mark, and a black satin dress for his wife. That is the highest ambition of both." "Then you shall present them those gifts. But I mean something substantial. What do you think of £1,000 as a dowry for his daughter, and 1,000 to be spent in improvements on the farm?" "I think you are very fortunate to have thousands to spare, and I think also that it is very charming of you to give them so much," she replied. Lord Linleigh looked wistfully at her. "Money could never repay such a benefit as Mark Brace and his wife have conferred upon me, Doris," he said. "I am an aristocrat, it is true, but I shall be more proud of reckoning that honest farmer among my friends than I should of calling a king brother." "That is a very grand sentiment, Papa," laughed Doris. "It is almost worth printing in a book. I must confess I would rather have a king for my brother than any man for a friend. I think Mark will be delighted with the steam plow. After all, what you are pleased to call the benefit they conferred on you was not without its reward. Mark Brace was very fond of me. He always said I made the sunshine of Brackenside." The Earl looked amused at this fashion of making matters straight, but before they went away he gladdened the hearts of the farmer and his wife. £1,000, said Mark, looking in the most bewildered fashion at the cheque he held in his hands. £1,000, my lord, to spend as I like? It is impossible. It cannot be true. I must not take it. I have done nothing to deserve it. But Lord Linleigh greeted his scruples with, "You have done for me and my daughter that which few would have done so well," he said. "I did my duty, my lord, no less, no more, and £1,000 for doing my duty is an enormous reward." But his surprise was redoubled when, added to this, the Earl insisted that he should take £1,000 for Mattie's dowry, and would not hear of any refusal. Then, indeed, the tears stood, warm and bright, in Mark's eyes, and Mrs. Brace wept like a child. A dowry for Mattie, the brightest hope, the maddest dream they had ever entertained. Mattie to have a fortune! Not that it would make her a wealthy heiress, but it would at least secure her from all want. Let them die now, whensoever heaven pleased, their daughter would never want. Lord Linleigh could never forget the thanks that were lavished on him, the gratitude, the warmth of emotion. "And now," said the Earl, "there is one thing more that I wish you to do for me. It relates to my daughter's engagement with Earl Moray." Mark looked at him with anxious eyes. "We have been speaking of that, my lord, my wife and I. It may not perhaps seem much of a match for her, now that she is a lady, but if you were to search the wide world over, you would never find anyone who loved her so dearly as Earl, no one so honest, so good and true. It will be but a poor chance for her, my lord, if she finds a fortune and loses Earl." "So I believe," said the Earl. "It is about that I wish to speak to you. You will see Earl on your return. Tell him from me that the change in my daughter's position need make none in her engagement to him. Tell him from me that as far as my consent can ratify and approve it, I most freely give that consent. Tell him also that I will do my best to push his fortune." Mrs. Brace looked at him with grateful approval. "My lord," she said in her simple fashion, "they speak truthfully when they call you a noble man." Lady Doris, proud of her name, her fortune, her position, did not feel quite so pleased when she heard this. It had been all very well when she was Doris Brace. It had been all very well in Florence. When Earl had become tiresome, she had been compelled to repeat her promise of marriage and pledge herself to him over and over again. But there had been a faint hope in her mind that when she was once with her father, under the shelter of his roof, he would never allow her to fulfill the engagement. She never dreamed that he would chivalrously exact its fulfillment. Still, she was wise enough to be silent and not say what was in her mind. She had learned that great lesson women so often fail in, when to be silent and when to speak. When they were once more alone, Mrs. Brace expressed her great sense of the Earl's kindness and real goodness. She thought it so noble of him that he should wish the engagement to continue. It would break Earl's heart to lose you, she said. When you went away, abroad, I mean, I thought he would have died. Lady Doris raised her head with the lofty air natural to her. You do not understand, she said. The Earl could not break his word, or persuade another person to break a promise. Noblesse oblige. Ah, my dear girl, said the kindly woman, you are far ahead of me. I never did quite understand you. You are clever and learned. You have speech of your own that I cannot follow. But however great or grand you may be, you will never find anyone to love you so truly as Earl does. I am sure of that, she replied, then turned hastily away. She was growing tired of hearing of nothing but Earl. Surely they were all in a conspiracy, all plotting for Earl. Yet, despite her impatience, she owned to herself that all the love she had to give away was given to him. End of section 50. Reading by Marcia Payne. Section 51 of A Fair Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcia Payne. A Fair Mystery by Bertha M. Clay. Be kind to her as though you were her own child. The atmosphere seemed clearer to Lady Doris Studley when the kindly farmer and his wife were gone. She wanted nothing to remind her of what she chose to call that miserable period of her life. She was always vexed that the Earl had spoken so frankly of them as her foster parents. There was no need, surely, for all the house to know that she had been brought up at a farm. She would have been surprised if she could have known the amount of respect that the servants, one and all, felt for Mark Brace. No person could know him without feeling for him the greatest possible liking. His honesty, the simple, rugged grandeur of his character attracted all. She, who measured men by the length of their pedigree and purses, was quite unable, even in her own mind, to do justice to Mark Brace. He might be as chivalrous as Bayard, self-denying as Sir Philip Sidney, brave as the Black Prince, but, for all that, he was only a farmer. Therefore, it was a relief to her when he was gone. She felt more at ease in her father's house when they were gone. When Lord Lindley, after seeing them off from the station, had returned to the court, he sent for his daughter to the library. Now, my darling, he said, it is quite time we had a little serious talk together. How strange it seems to me to have a grown-up daughter like you. Sit down. I have so much to say to you. To begin with, do you find yourself at home? I have never felt more at home in my life, she replied calmly, and I think it is because I am in my right place at last. Most probably so. Now, Doris, there are several things that you want and must have at once. A Parisian waiting maid and a wardrobe suited to your position. Do you ride? Yes, It is one of my favorite amusements." "That is right. You must have a horse and a groom. There will be a carriage also at your disposal. But over your wardrobe we must have some advice. You will require everything, just as though you were being married." "That is certain," she replied, with a quiet smile, "but I do not think I need advice. I am quite competent myself to select what I want." "But, my dear, how can you be?" "You forget that I went out as a governess, and so had the opportunity of studying those things. Trust me and see. I shall go at once to Madame Francois, the head court milliner, and you will be satisfied, I am sure, with the result." "I shall be delighted, I am sure, if that be the case," said the Earl. "Then you will want jewels. Studley jewels are very fine ones. I suppose we have the finest jewels in the world." "Why will they not do for me, then?" she said. "Because they must go to my wife. The family jewels are always the property of the reigning Countess of Lindley." "But, papa, there is no reigning Countess of Lindley," she said with a little laugh. "No, my dear, not just at present, but I hope that there soon will be." His face flushed slightly, and he looked confused for a few minutes. Then he said, "That is another of the things I want to speak to you about. I ought, perhaps, to tell you that I think of marrying again." There was a few minutes of dead silence. She did not quite like it. It was not what she had expected. She had anticipated being mistress of Lindley Court. The Earl continued, "It will be much happier for me, Doris, and decidedly better for you. You labor under great disadvantages at present, although I acknowledge your beauty, your grace, and your tact to be perfect. Still, you require, before you make your debut in the great world, to spend some little time in the society of a well-trained woman of the world." She was quick enough to know that this was perfectly true. "You are right, papa," she said, and the admission pleased him. "It will also be greatly to your advantage, Doris," he continued. "When you make your debut in the great world, you will find the chaperonage of a lady essential to you. Still, my child, although there are many advantages for you, do not let me mislead you. It is not for your sake I am going to marry, it is for my own, because I really love the lady who will soon, I hope, be Countess of Lindley." She made a violent effort to conquer herself. There was nothing to be gained, she knew, by opposition, everything by cheerful acquiescence. She went to him and clasped her arms around his neck and kissed his face. "I hope you will be happy, papa," she said. "I hope you will be very happy." "Thank you," he replied cheerfully. "I do not doubt it, darling. I think we shall all be happy together. Guess, Doris, who it is that I hope soon to bring here." "I can't guess, papa. I do not know the ladies of your world." "You know this one," he said laughingly, while she, half frightened, said, "How can I?" "You have been to Downsbury Castle, have you not?" A sudden light came over her face, then she laughed. "Can it be Lady Estelle Hereford?" she cried. "Oh, papa, you will never forgive me for calling her tame." "I have forgiven you. Do you not think that you will be happy with her?" "I am sure I shall like her very much. She is so fair, so well-bred, so gentle. How little I dreamed, papa, on that day I was sitting so near to her, that she would be my stepmother, that I should ever live with her. I am so glad." She did not understand why his face quivered as with pain. He drew the bright golden head down to his breast. "My darling," he said gently, "you shall have all the love, the care, the affection that a father can show his child. You shall have everything your heart desires and wishes for, if you will do one thing in return." "I will do anything in return," she said. and for once there was something like deep feeling in her voice. I want you to be kind to this wife of mine, Doris. She is not very strong. She has been petted and spoiled all her life. Be kind to her as though you were her own child or her own younger sister. Will you, Doris? Promise me that, and you will give me the greatest happiness that is in your power to confer upon me. I do promise, cried Doris. I cannot say that I will love her as my mother, but I will be everything that is gentle and obedient. Thank you, my darling. Only do that, and you will see what return I will make to you. There is another thing, Doris, I wish to speak to you about. You heard and agreed with what I said to Mrs. Brace, that I wish your lover, Earl Moray, to understand that I shall consider the engagement between you as binding as though you had always remained at the farm. You are very kind, Papa, she said, but this time there was no ring of truth and tenderness in her voice. It is but just, Doris. I shall make his advancement in the world my chief study. Money can be no object in your marriage. You will in all probability have a large fortune. Still, I should like the man you marry to hold some position in the world. From what you tell me of Earl Moray, I should imagine that he is a man of great talent. If so, there will be little difficulty. He has something more than talent, said Doris proudly. He has genius. My dear child, you will know, when you are as old as I am, that talent and industry are worth any amount of genius. I am sure that he has industry, Papa, she said. Then, if he has industry and genius, his fortune is sure, said the Earl. As soon as we have a Countess of Lindley to do the honors, we must ask Earl Moray to come and see us. Of all things, that was what she desired most, that he should see her in her true place, surrounded by all the luxury and magnificence that belonged to her station. It was the strongest wish of her heart. Can we not ask him before then, Papa? No, there, you see, Doris, the laws of etiquette and ceremony step in. Until you have some lady to chaperone you, we cannot receive any young gentlemen visitors. That will be one convenience to a stepmother. Yes, she replied, but the traditional stepmother generally interferes in the love affairs of the household. However, I feel sure Lady Estelle will never interfere with mine. The Duke of Downsbury goes to Paris this week, continued the Earl, with the Duchess and Lady Estelle. I thought of following them. That will be very nice for you, Papa, she said. It is really some comfort to have a daughter whom one can consult about such matters. I want to marry as soon as I can, but marrying a duke's daughter in England is a tremendous undertaking, Doris. The amount of ceremony and form to be gone through with is something dreadful. I should not mind about that, but, you see, the great embarrassment is this. The Duke is very particular, and he would naturally think it too soon after the late Earl's death for me to make any great public sensation. That is the difficulty. Yes, that is a difficulty, said Doris. All that would be obviated entirely if I went to Paris, and could obtain their consent to a quiet ceremony at the embassy, or something of that kind. It would be a very wise course, Papa. So I think, my dear, and I shall start for Paris next week. I may be a month absent. Now comes the great difficulty for us, Doris. What is to be done with you? I can remain here, she said. Not alone, my dear, not alone. It would not do. I thought if I were to ask that nice daughter of Mark Brace's, she would stay with you. Then I should feel quite at my ease. I should be much pleased, said Doris. It would indeed be a triumph to show Mattie, upon whom she had always looked down, the difference that really existed between them. "Then all our difficulties are silenced," said the Earl. "I have often heard people say how difficult their daughters are to manage, but if they are like you, Doris, there cannot be such great difficulty." She laughed, wondering to herself if he would say the same in a year's time. "You understand, Doris, that it will not do for you to go into society at all just yet. You must neither receive or pay visits. No young lady does anything of that kind until she has been presented at court." "When does my presentation take place, Papa?" "If all goes well, I think next May. Lady Estelle or the Duchess will present you. Then you may consider yourself fairly afloat. Until then, solitude. You can spend the intermediate time in the acquisition of all kinds of little accomplishments. Not that you are deficient, for you are a perfect wonder to me. The next thing to be done, Doris, is that you must choose a suit of rooms for yourself. I give you permission to choose which you will, and when we go to London, you shall go to Mantle and Braird's, the famous decorators and house furnishers, and choose anything you like. It will amuse you during my absence to superintend the fitting up of 4 rooms. It will give me a fair idea of your taste." They went together through Lindley Court. Until then, Doris had no just idea of the immense extent of the place. She was amazed at it. And the rooms were all so light, so sunny, so bright, she was quite at a loss which to choose. One suit delighted her very much. 4 large, lofty rooms, with ceilings superbly painted, looking south, so that the warmth and brightness of the sun was always on them. The windows were built after the French fashion, long, reaching from the floor to the ceiling, and opening on to balconies filled with flowers. The great charm to Doris of these rooms was, that the boudoir opened onto the balcony, and a small flight of steps led from the balcony to the ground, so that she could go from her own rooms to the garden without passing through the house. "This is very nice," said the Earl, "for young ladies who love the early dew and flowers. Do you think it safe, Doris? Suppose you forget to fasten the door leading on to the balcony." It was an evil fate that led Lady Doris to choose that suit of rooms. End of section 51. Recording by Marcia Payne.
Part 1 has ended. Please click on Part 2 to continue listening.